Reborn in the Marvel Universe, Yi-Bai initially yearned for nothing more than a tranquil life as a humble scribe. Each day, he wished to savor the simple joys alongside his beloved wife, Hela. Yet, misfortune seemed to have a penchant for intruding upon his peace. Fortunately, Yi-Bai possessed a sign-in system, which bestowed upon him unique rewards each day. General Zod template from Krypton, divine tablet of the divine land, capable of opening the heavens. God of Earth, Silver Superman. Infinite might, heart of the universe. Chapter 1. Yi-Bai considered himself quite fortunate. He was a transmigrator, unexpectedly thrust into the perilous realm of Marvel. Upon his arrival, he found himself devoid of superpowers, advanced technology, and any systems. However, he was graced with a remarkably perfect wife named Hela. Though her name bore a resemblance to that of Asgard's Grand Princess, Hela was entirely different from that matron. They merely shared a name. Hela possessed exquisite features and a statuesque figure, embodying the essence of a goddess. Aside from a slight chill in her demeanor, she had no other flaws. "What are you staring at?" At the dining table, Hela furrowed her brows and inquired of Yi-Bai, feeling somewhat bashful under his gaze. "Dear Hela, I've noticed that the more time I spend with you, the more enchanting you become." "Perhaps it is merely my imagination," Yi-Bai replied with a warm smile, generously bestowing his compliments. Upon hearing his words, Hela's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, though she quickly shot him a playful glance, her eyes sparkling with unspoken allure. "Flatterer, hurry up and eat." Despite her words, the corners of Hela's mouth curved upwards, clearly pleased by Yi-Bai's praise, while Yi-Bai merely smiled and began to relish the meticulously prepared breakfast before him. A delicately concocted century egg and lean pork congee, adorned with scallions, accompanied by a perfectly fried egg and freshly pressed soybean milk, is simple, yet nourishing. "Repast that you're heading out today, right? Be cautious on the road, things have been a bit unsettled lately." A.S. She savored her congee. Hela offered her gentle admonition, her tone still cool, but laced with a palpable concern. "Fear not, I'm merely going to discuss the copyright for The Lord of the Rings. It's nothing to fret over. I should return by noon, and I'll prepare ribs for you." Yi-Bai reassured her with a smile, alleviating her worries. As for the copyright of The Lord of the Rings, that, as a transmigrator without superhuman abilities, he could only find solace in being a scribe. The coastal manor where he resided with Hela was acquired through the proceeds of his writing endeavors. "I've finished my meal. I shall return to my room for some rest." Due to past injuries, Hela's health was not robust, necessitating frequent rest. Typically, after breakfast, she opted to retreat to her chamber for a brief nap, and today was no exception. "Wait a moment. Do not move." Yi-Bai called out to Hela, who was about to rise, urging her to stay in place for the time being. Then, under Hela's watchful gaze, Yi-Bai gently wiped away the remnants of porridge that lingered at the corner of her mouth. "All done. Now you can rest well." Hela's luminous complexion visibly flushed with a rosy hue. She cast Yi-Bai a playful glare before dashing back upstairs. Yi-Bai chuckled softly, unfazed by a shy wife, and began tidying up the dining table. Though they had shared all that was customary between a husband and wife, Hela still appeared bashful before him, reminiscent of a young girl. Hela, the eldest daughter of Odin, the king of Asgard, and the primary heir to the throne of Asgard. Due to certain circumstances, Hela had severed ties with Odin and was subsequently sealed away by him. Only recently did she manage to escape from that confinement, albeit gravely injured, falling into Midgard, known as Earth, where Yi-Bai found her. Recalling Yi-Bai's affectionate gestures from that morning, Hela felt her heart race. It was utterly embarrassing. She was a renowned goddess of death across the 9 realms. When had she ever been subjected to such teasing? In the past, a mere lingering glance from another man could have resulted in his demise at her hands. Yet, Hela found herself surprisingly unperturbed by Yi-Bai's intimacy. In fact, she felt an inexplicable sense of enjoyment. This sensation of love was entirely new to her, and oddly, it did not repulse her. Driving the latest model of a Ferrari, Yi-Bai exited the estate he shared with Hela. As a literary scribe, it was only natural for Yi-Bai not to limit himself to merely copying The Lord of the Rings, that he had not overlooked any work of note, including A Song of Ice and Fire, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Hunger Games, Twilight, and many others. Through the royalties earned from his literary endeavors, Yi-Bai amassed a fortune in the billions, ascending into high society. Today, he was on his way to negotiate the film rights for The Lord of the Rings with a production company. Given Yi-Bai's wealth, it was quite rare for him to venture out alone. Employing 10 or 8 bodyguards was entirely reasonable. He had previously adhered to this practice until he met Hela. It was not that Hela would ensure his safety with her delicate frame. It was more Yi Bai who would protect her. However, after discovering Hela, Yi Bai's system had suddenly awakened. Every morning upon awakening, he would receive an array of peculiar rewards: tomcats, mouse-catching insights, an endless supply of Likun cigarettes, a hairpin once worn by a magical girl, a broken porcelain bowl from Aurelia's childhood. Aside from these seemingly trivial rewards, there are also some of great value. The shooting techniques of the Sword Saint, Sekiro, the comprehensive guide to the technology of Grey Wolf, the culinary insights of the young master, the infallible skills of drifting around corners. The template of General Zod from Krypton.it is particularly the template of General Zod that provides Yi Bai with the audacity to venture forth unaccompanied by bodyguards. Though he has not possessed the Zod template for long and has yet to absorb much sunlight, it is already more than sufficient in the current context of Earth. After all, Iron Man has yet to make his debut, and a certain purple sweet potato creature is still adrift in the cosmos. As for the notion of becoming a hero, Yi Bai has never entertained such thoughts. He merely wishes to live a stable and joyful life with his wife, Hela, and that is more than enough. The act of saving the world as a superhero pales in comparison to the importance of his beloved wife. If the time comes when the purple sweet potato creature descends to Earth, Yi Bai can make his appearance then, without haste, that he firmly believes that by that time, he will effortlessly vanquish the purple sweet potato creature. While contemplating these matters, Yi Bai skillfully maneuvered his Ferrari, surpassing one vehicle after another, until he arrived at the premises of the film company. Once he parked his car, he adjusted his attire and stepped into the elevator. For a literary scribe, adapting a film represents a significant source of income, and thus it deserves earnest attention. On the upper floor, a cadre of formidable men in black surveyed Yi Bai from below, their eyes glinting with menace. "The target has arrived, prepare yourselves." The leader of the men in black growled through the intercom to his associates. Evidently, this acquisition of film rights is not as straightforward as Yi Bai had envisioned. Chapter 2. In the bustling metropolis of the Big Apple, the order of the day belongs to the government, while the night succumbs to the shadows of organized crime. The most formidable faction within this underworld is led by the notorious Emperor Jinbing. In recent years, the rise of the prodigious writer Yi Bai has captivated the attention of many, including the underworld sovereign of the Big Apple himself, Jinbing. Before long, Yi Bai ascended to the floor housing the film company, Fisk Film Company, the entity aspiring to acquire the rights to the Lord of the Rings. "Greetings. I am Yi Bai. I have an appointment with your boss to discuss the film rights," he announced to the front desk. Curiously, the receptionist was not a woman, but a burly man clad in a black suit and sunglasses. "I understand. Just walk straight down to the end, and you'll find it," the incongruous receptionist replied. His demeanor aloof and unyielding. Yi Bai furrowed his brow. The receptionist's attitude was truly off-putting. Had it not been for the exorbitant licensing fee offered by the film company, he would have turned on his heel and left. Suppressing his displeasure, Yi Bai proceeded to the designated location and knocked before entering. The room was stark and spacious, dominated by a large table, yet devoid of any occupants. "What on earth are they up to?" he mused, stepping further inside. Even more perplexing was the fact that, despite it being broad daylight, the room's curtains were drawn, shrouding it in darkness. Shortly after Yi Bai entered, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, a cacophony unmistakably belonging to a throng of individuals. The door to the room was soon thrust open, and a cadre of men in black suits and sunglasses filed in. At the forefront stood a towering figure, over 6 feet tall, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck. "You must be Yi Bai, the author of The Lord of the Rings," he intoned, his voice low and resonant. Suppressing his irritation, Yi Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, the last man to enter had closed and locked the door behind him. "I'll offer you $1 for all the rights to The Lord of the Rings. Come over and sign," he declared. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai's understanding crystallized. This was not a negotiation for rights, but rather an act of extortion. Realizing this, Yi Bai's expression turned icy. "And what if I refuse?" he retorted coldly, standing resolute before the imposing figures. The group of suited men erupted in laughter, mocking what they perceived as Yi Bai's navet. The leader, a brawny man, withdrew a handgun from his coat and pressed it against Yi Bai's forehead. "Sign the papers, or I'll give you a bullet. The choice is yours, life or death." If Yi Bai were an ordinary man, he might have felt utterly helpless. Yet, at this moment, his gaze grew even colder. At the same time, it became apparent that these individuals were not representatives of a film company, but rather members of a criminal syndicate. "You know, I despise having a gun pointed at my head," Yi Bai remarked coldly, betraying not a hint of fear. The gangsters were taken aback by Yi Bai's reaction. Typically, an ordinary person would be reduced to pleading and weeping at the sight of their dark, menacing firearms. What was this? Has the literary world become so audacious? Their surprise was fleeting, however, for they had no intention of executing Yi Bai. his value was far too great to squander. Yet, they were not without means, after all. Death often serves as a release, and the true torment lies in being unable to live or die. Now that Yi-Bai had fallen into their clutches, they could act with impunity, knowing they had ample time to extract his worth. Just as these gangsters were preparing to incapacitate Yi-Bai and take him away, a shadow burst through the glass from outside the building. The intruder, clad in a tight-fitting red suit, was none other than the infamous Daredevil. This superhero, active in Hell's Kitchen, was a formidable adversary for the underground underworld. The gangsters clearly did not anticipate Daredevil's entrance at such a moment. However, they quickly reacted, drawing their handguns and aiming them at the newly arrived hero. They might refrain from firing at Yi-Bai, but treating Daredevil with such restraint was an entirely different matter. Moreover, the confined space of the room limited Daredevil's mobility, and facing a barrage of gunfire from the gangsters, he risked being struck. Yet, all present overlooked Yi-Bai. His patience had worn thin. Upon realizing that these individuals were not there to offer him money but rather to rob him, he had become increasingly intolerant. Given their nefarious nature, he felt no need for restraint. Without further hesitation, Yi-Bai struck. With a single punch, he sent a burly man, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, flying across the room, crashing through a nearby window and plummeting to the ground below. He followed up with another punch, sending the closest gangster hurtling against the wall, shattering it in the process. Only then did the remaining gangsters react, hastily aiming their firearms at Yi-Bai. But it was too late. After acquiring the template of General Zod, Yi-Bai, though limited in solar energy absorption due to time constraints, had become far more powerful than an ordinary human. Even superheroes like Captain America and Spider-Man paled in comparison to the current Yi-Bai. At such close quarters, it was a fanciful delusion for these ordinary gangsters to think they could subdue him. Effortlessly, Yi-Bai subdued the gangsters, leaving them with shattered bones, clearly beyond the point of survival. At last, he turned his gaze towards Daredevil, the superhero dedicated to combating crime. I know who you are, Matthew Murdock, the blind lawyer of Hell's Kitchen. These gangsters are your doing. Do not utter my name, or I will find you. After delivering this veiled threat, Yi-Bai intended to depart, offering the Daredevil no opportunity to respond. Yi-Bai wished to keep his identity concealed, avoiding unnecessary attention. Yet this did not imply that he would be submissive. Should anyone unwittingly provoke him, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Such was Yi-Bai's nature. Daredevil opened his mouth, eager to inquire how Yi-Bai had uncovered his identity, yet Yi-Bai granted him no chance to speak. Observing the silent gang members strewn about, Daredevil sighed. Yi-Bai's ruthlessness filled him with concern. He pondered whether this prodigious writer's presence in New York City would yield good or ill. With a sigh, Daredevil retrieved his phone and dialed a familiar number. Old friend, I have some matters to report to you. Chapter 3. While Yi-Bai dealt with the gangsters, his seaside estate welcomed a group of uninvited guests. In pursuit of the exorbitant profits associated with Yi-Bai, Kingpin devised a meticulous plan. First, the focus was on Yi-Bai, followed closely by a strategy targeting Hela. Kingpin believed that once he captured Hela, Yi-Bai would have no choice but to comply. His reasoning was not entirely flawed, yet he overlooked one critical detail. Hela was no ordinary individual. As the assassins dispatched by Kingpin eliminated the estate's guards, Hela, who had been in slumber, suddenly opened her eyes. Those guards had been arranged by Yi-Bai. While he himself required no protection, it did not mean Hela did not. Their very purpose was to safeguard her. Unfortunately, these guards were woefully inexperienced compared to the assassins sent by Kingpin. As the assassins breached the guards' defenses and infiltrated the estate, Hela had already risen from her bed and made her way to the living room. Hurry, the police will arrive in 10 minutes. We must act swiftly, urged one of Kingpin's assassins to his companions. Kingpin wielded considerable influence in New York City, with numerous politicians in his pocket, and even had operatives within the police department. However, even Kingpin could only ensure a delay in the police's arrival, not prevent it altogether. Thus, the assassins felt the pressure. Should they fail to capture Hela before time ran out, this operation would be deemed a failure. The consequences of failure were something no one wished to experience. With a resounding bang, a micro-explosive shattered the entrance of Yi-Bai's estate, and the assassins surged inside. Yet, contrary to their expectations of finding Hela and hiding, she sat calmly on the living room sofa, regarding them with icy disdain. It appeared that Yi-Bai had stirred up trouble outside, Hela mused, though she remained unfazed. This is merely the courtyard. Even if trouble arises, what could be the extent of it? At worst, she could reveal her identity and turn the entire courtyard into chaos. The target is identified. Swiftly, take her away. The assassin from Jinbing did not anticipate that events would unfold so seamlessly, with the target right before him. Yet, after a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure, intending to abduct Hela. One assassin, unable to contain himself, advanced towards Hela first, eliciting silent curses from those who were a step slower. Capturing Hela would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement, but alas, he was preempted. The assassin who approached Hela first was filled with elation, envisioning his ascent to greatness. However, Hela shook her head, set down her coffee cup, and straightened her posture. Then, a pitch-black sword of the night sky was deftly flung from her hand. While the assassin was still lost in thoughts of his promising future, he was already struck through the heart by the night sky sword. The sudden turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. Hela gradually rose amidst their astonished gazes, exuding an air of classical elegance and dignity. How foolish of mere mortals to attempt harm against a deity. Their deaths are of no consequence, Hela uttered, sealing the fate of the assassins. The assassins, now shaken, revealed hints of terror in their eyes. Mutants. Indeed, Hela's prowess appeared to them as that of a mutant. The thought of the mutants' formidable power sent panic rippling through the ranks of the assassins. In that moment, they abandoned the order to capture Hela alive, all raising their firearms towards her. But what did it matter if she were a mutant? Under their overwhelming firepower, she would meet the same fate. Hela, however, regarded their weapons, which seemed almost like toys, with disdain, casually waving her hand as several night sky swords flew forth. Accompanying this were the deaths of several assassins struck down by the night sky swords. The efficiency of the slaughter was utterly chilling. The assassins could no longer suppress their fear, opening fire upon Hela. Yet, as the bullets approached her, they seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, suspended in midair before her. Boring, Hela remarked indifferently, before unleashing dozens more night sky swords. Like the sharpest scythes of the Grim Reaper, they precisely harvested every life present. In that moment, the assassins were thoroughly paralyzed by fear. They lacked the courage to remain, their hearts filled only with dread and unease. Hela was not merely human. In their eyes, she was a demon risen from the depths of hell, the most terrifying of fiends. Before Hela, none could escape, nor could anyone survive. Ultimately, all the assassins who dared invade the estate perished beneath the night sky swords. Hela chose not to direct her gaze upon the mortals any longer. After a languorous stretch, she gracefully retreated to her chamber. Yet, before departing, she extended her right hand, her delicate, alabaster fingers forming a snap. In the next instant, the bodies of the assassins pinned by the sword of the night sky disintegrated, leaving not a trace behind. For the time being, Hela had no intention of revealing her identity to Yi-Bai. She would disclose the truth after reclaiming the throne of Asgard. Unbeknownst to Yi-Bai, his estate had already been besieged by the assassins of Jinbing. At that moment, he had just exited the supermarket, holding several fresh ingredients. It was Yi-Bai's habit to personally select his provisions. Otherwise, with his financial means, any ingredient in the world could be delivered to him within the swiftest of moments. He had purchased an additional chicken to nourish Hela, who was far too slender. Yi-Bai mused to himself. Hela was perfect in both features and form, with exquisitely defined collarbones. Her only flaw was her slight frame, lacking in corporeal softness. While she appeared visually appealing, holding her could be somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, excessive thinness could lead to frailty, given Hela's existing injuries. It was essential for her to restore her strength. Little did Yi-Bai realize that the seemingly delicate Hela, in his eyes, was, in fact, an unyielding harbinger of death. Should her former adversaries hear Yi-Bai's assessment of her, tears would surely fall. How could she be considered frail or weak? Did he not know that she had once single-handedly decimated an entire planet with the ease of mowing grass, showing no mercy? Such a being, was it him or her that was truly flawed in perception? As Yi-Bai prepared to return home in his sports car, he remained oblivious to the attention he had garnered. Discussions regarding the couple had already commenced in some corner of the earth, high above at 30,000 feet. Aboard the sky mothership of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury set down his phone, withdrawing it from his ear. Chapter 4. Coulson, come to my office. Nick Fury instructed through S.H.I.E.L.D's internal network. He then took his seat, gazing at Yi-Bai's photograph on the screen, his thoughts flickering behind his eyes. Soon, Agent Coulson arrived at Nick Fury's office and knocked before entering. Sir, what can I do for you? Coulson inquired. Do you recognize this individual? Nick Fury asked without preamble, directing his question at Coulson. It was only then that Coulson noticed Yi-Bai's image on the screen. I do. He is the most celebrated young author at present, an Asian American. I am an ardent fan of his work, particularly The Lord of the Rings and Pirates of the Caribbean. Sir, is there an issue with him? Coulson was undoubtedly familiar with Yi-Bai, as he had a penchant for reading. However, he found himself perplexed by Nick Fury's inquiries regarding Yi-Bai. Despite Yi-Bai's current prominence, he remained, in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D, merely an ordinary individual, a best-selling author, not deserving of significant attention from the agency. Engage with him, and if possible, bring him on board, Nick Fury implied, withholding the rationale behind his request. It was not due to a lack of trust in Coulson, but rather a fundamental skepticism towards anyone. Understood, Director. Perhaps I could request a signed copy of his book, Coulson mused, choosing not to question further. This discretion was a pivotal reason for his standing as Fury's confidant. Coulson had never been excessively curious. He simply executed the tasks assigned to him. When you meet him, be gentle and avoid confrontation, Fury advised as Coulson was about to depart. Nodding with a smile, Coulson took his leave. Beyond S.H.I.E.L.D. Another faction was preoccupied with the couple, Yi-Bai and Hela, specifically with Hela. Odin sat upon his throne, lost in contemplation. Are you still troubled by thoughts of Hela? Queen Frigga inquired, having approached him unbeknownst to him. Only Odin and Frigga were privy to Hela's recent escape from her confinement. Indeed, that child never ceases to worry me. Odin confessed, not denying his concerns. He would not conceal anything from Frigga, including matters concerning Hela. Whose fault is it that Hela has become this way? Do you not know in your heart? A flicker of reproach crossed Frigga's eyes. Though Hela was not her biological daughter, she had raised her since childhood. The bond between Hela and Frigga was far deeper than that between Hela and Odin. It was impossible for Frigga not to hold Odin accountable for Hela's current state. Yet, all that had transpired was now a matter of fact, and blaming Odin would yield no remedy. It is my fault. I failed to guide her. She should have been my most cherished successor. Alas, regrets are futile now. My concern lies with the threat Hela may pose to Asgard. As Odin reflected on the past, a flicker of remorse crossed his gaze, though it quickly faded. The grave error had been committed, and lamentation served no purpose. It was far more prudent to consider how to rectify the situation. Odin was acutely aware that Hela would undoubtedly return to Asgard. Whether this eventuality would herald good fortune or calamity for Asgard remained an unknown. I have faith in that child, just as I do with Thor and Loki. They are all children of Asgard, Frigga reassured him with a gentle smile. The exact reasons remained unspoken by Frigga, as she foresaw fragments of the future. She understood that Hela had undergone a transformation. No longer the frigid goddess of death from the past, she had learned to both love and be loved. As the goddess of magic, Frigga's formidable powers were evidently not as feeble as the legends suggested, particularly in certain aspects where her strength surpassed even Odin's. In the Nine Realms, in Midgard, after lunch, Yi-Bai took Hela to the estate's swimming pool, where they reclined on sun loungers basking in the sun. Yi-Bai was clad only in a pair of shorts, revealing his robust physique, while Hela opted for a more modest one-piece swimsuit that showcased her arms and elegantly long, fair legs. Unaware of the events that had transpired within the estate, Yi-Bai noted that all signs had been erased by Hela. The only oddity was the absence of the bodyguards. Had they hidden away to slack off? It seemed he would need to replace them soon. This thought flitted through his mind, yet his gaze remained fixed on Hela. Her exquisitely perfect features, radiant skin, and those impeccably curved legs left him momentarily spellbound. Your gaze feels threatening. You should turn away, Hela playfully chided Yi-Bai, fully aware of the implications behind his eyes. However, despite her words, she made no move to distance herself. Instead, she adjusted her position to enhance Yi-Bai's viewing pleasure. This was a classic case of verbal denial but physical honesty. Yi-Bai chuckled, unfazed. Over time, he had grown quite familiar with Hela's temperament. His beloved was undeniably proud. Darling, let me help you apply sunscreen. Lest your skin darken in the sun, he said with a mischievous glint in his eye, quickly moving to act on his words. This, of course, was merely an excuse. Hela's skin was remarkably resilient, impervious to tanning, and he could not fathom why, attributing it only to her inherent beauty. As for sunscreen, Yi-Bai did not possess such a thing at home. He merely sought to take advantage of the situation. Hela, however, would not allow it. She swiftly extended a leg to block him, only to have Yi-Bai grasp her ankle firmly. Watching her bare foot struggle in his grasp, Yi-Bai's expression grew increasingly intense. Hela was slender, her delicate ankle unmistakable. Through her soft, pale skin, he could even discern the faint blue veins beneath. At that moment, Yi-Bai found it impossible to resist. Beloved, the day is drawing to a close. Let us retire early, he whispered into Hela's ear. Hela shot him a sidelong glance, incredulous at his words. With such a brilliant sun, how can it be too late? She retorted, fully aware of his intentions. He was clearly enamored with her form. Yet, she offered no firm opposition. Her reluctance was tentative at best. Under the fiercely aggressive gaze of Yi-Bai, Hela ultimately acquiesced. Not here, let us return to our room, she whispered, her voice so soft that, had Yi-Bai not experienced a significant enhancement in his hearing, he might have struggled to discern her words. Chapter 5. At the break of dawn the following day, Yi-Bai arose early, commencing the preparation of breakfast for Hela. The system's notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. Reward, inch power opens heaven. Yet, Yi-Bai paid it no heed. Initially, he had felt a twinge of excitement at such announcements. But now he regarded them with indifference. After all, he had no intention of saving the world. What was the rush to become stronger? Life as it was, embracing his beloved and living a tranquil existence, was quite delightful, was it not? As he contemplated his dear wife, a gentle smile graced Yi-Bai's lips. Though he feigned reluctance, his body was undeniably honest. Last night, they had engaged in a fervent revelry, her enthusiasm surpassing even his own. Fortunately, Yi-Bai's physical prowess had improved remarkably, otherwise, he would have struggled to keep up. Nonetheless, he harbored some confusion, ordinarily. His enhanced capabilities should be beyond the tolerance of an average individual, yet Hela seemed unfazed, which was indeed strange. Recently, reports emerged indicating that the affluent Tony Stark had gone missing during arms negotiations in the Afghan region, following an attack by extremists. The news precipitated a sharp decline in Stark Industries stock, plummeting over 5% today. Financial experts analyzed that this downturn was merely the beginning, cautioning investors to brace themselves for potentially greater losses. The broadcasted news rendered Yi-Bai momentarily still as he prepared breakfast. And so it begins, the era of superheroes, he murmured. As a transmigrator, Yi-Bai was well aware of the unfolding events and knew that Tony Stark would not only survive, but would ultimately rise as the illustrious superhero Iron Man. Were he like other transmigrators, he might have already been plotting a journey to the Afghan region, eager to ally with Stark. Yet, Yi-Bai felt no such inclination. He harbored no interest in becoming a superhero. On the contrary, what truly captivated him was the stock of Stark Industries. Despite the current decline, Yi-Bai recognized it as a mere temporary setback. Once Tony Stark returned from Afghanistan and unveiled the arc reactor, Stark Industries would ascend to the ranks of a colossal enterprise. At that point, the stock price would be far removed from its present value. Yi-Bai's objective was clear, to seize this opportunity and acquire a substantial amount of Stark Industries stock while it was still low. In due course, he would no longer need to write. The dividends from his investments would yield a fortune. With that wealth, he could whisk his beloved away on global adventures, indulging in a life of unrestrained joy. Contemplating this, Yi-Bai allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before picking up his phone and dialing a contact named Kuchi. Hello, my friend. Have you heard about the decline in Stark Industries stock? Right now, I want you to invest all my funds into Stark Industries shares, acquire as much as the market allows. Kuchi, a prominent figure on Wall Street, had been entrusted with the investment of the earnings Yi-Bai had amassed over the years through his writing. However, that would no longer be necessary. With the purchase of Stark Industries shares, Yi-Bai could rest easy for life, free from financial worries. After relaying a few more instructions to Kuchi and agreeing to share a meal together sometime, Yi-Bai hung up, feeling quite elated as he began to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Coulson arrived at the gates of Yi-Bai's seaside mansion, following the address in his hand. This must be the place. Truly, a wealthy individual resides here, he mused, taking in the opulence of the estate. Given his salary, such extravagance was beyond his reach for a lifetime. Nevertheless, his aspirations lay elsewhere, and after a brief moment of admiration, he quickly regained his composure. Adjusting his attire, Coulson pressed the doorbell. Before long, Yi-Bai, dressed casually, appeared at the entrance. Puzzled as to who might seek him out so early in the morning, he was met with a familiar face. As the well-known good-natured figure of the Marvel Universe, the village chief of the novice village, Coulson's visage was unmistakable. Frankly speaking, he was one of the last people Yi-Bai wished to see, for his presence signified that he had drawn the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Greetings, you must be Mr. Yi-Bai. I am Agent Coulson from the Bureau, here to inquire about the events of yesterday, he said, offering a benign smile. Yi-Bai, however, maintained a stoic expression. Internally grappling with the thought of silencing Coulson permanently, he genuinely did not wish for his tranquil and happy life to be disrupted. Ultimately, though, he opened the door, allowing Coulson to enter. Let us discuss whatever you need to know here. What do you wish to inquire about? Although he permitted Coulson to enter, Yi-Bai had no intention of extending hospitality, speaking in a frosty tone. Do you recall the incident at the film company yesterday? Could you recount the events of that day for me? Coulson had not anticipated Yi-Bai's aloof demeanor. Wasn't he? It said that this genius author was quite unassuming? It seemed the rumors were far from the truth. After scrutinizing Coulson closely, Yi-Bai finally spoke. State your intentions plainly. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. wish to recruit me or to exert control over me? Initially, Yi-Bai considered denying any involvement, but upon reflection, he realized that such denial was futile. Thus, he opted for transparency. Let them discuss matters openly. Coulson's expression stiffened immediately, taken aback that Yi-Bai had so astutely discerned his purpose. In this unexpected predicament, he found himself uncertain on how to proceed. In the end, under the vocal command of Nick Fury, Coulson addressed Yi-Bai, saying, Mr. Yi-Bai, our creed at S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been to unite all possible forces. With your abilities, you could undoubtedly assist many more individuals. Would you consider joining us? As soon as Coulson spoke, Yi-Bai realized that the Avengers had united. Had it been when he first traversed into this world, he might have acquiesced. However, that was no longer a possibility. Yi-Bai had no inclination to become a superhero merely out of boredom. I lack interest, to put it plainly. I do not wish to instigate trouble. As long as you refrain from provoking me, I shall not meddle with you. However, should you seek to exert control over me, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Yi-Bai's tone was icy, the underlying threat unmistakable. He made it clear that he preferred a stance of mutual non-interference. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to overstep and attempt something against him, then he would not remain passive. If it came to it, whoever took the lead would perish, obliterating S.H.I.E.L.D. was well within his capabilities. After all, Earth was but a modest sphere, and with a few days of sun absorption, he could easily dismantle it. Who was afraid of whom? Chapter 6. 2. Undoubtedly. This negotiation ended on an unsatisfactory note. Under Yi Bai's formidable demeanor, Coulson was compelled to retreat, at least for the time being. Sir, that is the situation. What do you propose we do? Coulson reported back to Nick Fury, who was situated on the airborne helicarrier. Fury, with his hands clasped beneath his chin, contemplated for a prolonged moment before responding. Let this matter lie for now. I will make further arrangements. You may return. Ultimately, Fury decided to ease the pressure, recognizing that forcing the issue could lead to mutual destruction. This was not due to fear of Yi Bai. Rather, the display of power he had shown was insufficient to instill fear in Fury. It was more a matter of valuing talent and not wishing to entirely sever the opportunity to recruit Yi Bai into S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, such a formidable asset was a rare find in these times. Concluding his conversation with Coulson, Fury picked up another telephone beside him and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, and a deep voice resonated from the other end. Nick Fury, what do you want? Fury straightened himself and replied, Kingpin. Cease any actions regarding Yi Bai. He is not someone you should provoke. Indeed, the individual Fury was contacting was none other than the Underground Emperor of New York City. Kingpin. Upon hearing Fury's words, Kingpin did not respond immediately, instead falling into a contemplative silence. Then he uttered, Are you instructing me on how to act? Clearly, persuading the Underground Emperor, Kingpin, to submit easily was no trivial matter. You may attempt it, but should you prove disobedient, the following day, the city of New York will see another compliant Underground Emperor appointed. Do not force my hand in this regard. Kingpin was indeed formidable. Yet Nick Fury was even more so, showing no inclination to grant Kingpin any semblance of respect. This was only to be expected, as S.H.I.E.L.D., the highest special agency on Earth, operates beyond the constraints of national machinery as a violent institution. The modus operandi of such an agency can be summed up in one word: domineering. Should you choose not to cooperate, you may well face dire consequences. S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses the capability to enact such outcomes. Although Kingpin reigned as the underground monarch of New York in the grand scheme, he was merely a gang leader. Before S.H.I.E.L.D., he was but a larger-than-average ant, easily crushed at will. Kingpin was evidently aware of this reality, and after a moment of silence, he relented, stating, Very well, I shall heed your counsel. With that, he hung up the phone, while Nick Fury slowly rose and approached the window to observe the clouds drifting by outside. In this era, prior to the dawn of superheroes, S.H.I.E.L.D. stood as the most formidable force on Earth, ready to rectify any defiance. As the overseer of this violent institution, Nick Fury wielded power that surpassed even the most influential figures in the United States. In a skyscraper located in Manhattan, New York City, opulence adorned the space, reflecting the wealth of its owner, while the art pieces showcased an exquisite taste. To the unknowing observer, it might appear to be the lavish bedroom of a corporate magnate. However, the true owner of this residence was none other than the notorious Kingpin of New York. The burly, bald figure, laden with muscle, concluded his call and casually set down the petite phone, turning away from his executive chair. This was Kingpin, the emperor who had ruled the underground order of New York for a decade. Before him stood two well-dressed men and a man kneeling on the floor, silently shedding tears. Lance, you are my dearest friend. You have served me faithfully for a long time. I have always trusted your capabilities, and you have never let me down. Yet today, you must provide me with an explanation. How could you falter against an ordinary individual? Kingpin's tone was icy, and anyone could discern the fury simmering beneath. The unfortunate man kneeling, known as Lance, was the mastermind behind the incident involving Yi Bai. While Kingpin had indeed intended to take action against Yi Bai, such a trivial matter should not have required his personal involvement. It was naturally delegated to his subordinates. Yet, this seemingly simple task had ended in utter failure. To make matters worse, just moments ago, the most powerful crime lord on Earth, Nick Fury, had called to warn him against taking action against Yi Bai. Kingpin, self-aware and unwilling to defy Fury's orders, could not claim to be unperturbed. Thus, he could only unleash the fury within him upon the kneeling figure before him. Listen to my explanation. This is truly not my fault. Everything was proceeding according to plan until the night demon unexpectedly barged in. Otherwise, we would have succeeded, and the wealth that belongs to Yi Bai would now be ours. The man named Lance lamented, desperately attempting to shift the blame onto the night demon to absolve himself of punishment. Indeed, you are correct. It is all that wretched night demoness doing. Kingpin replied slowly, methodically lighting the finest cigar for himself. Rising from his chair, he sauntered over to Lance, inhaling deeply. Then explain to me why you could not handle a single woman? Kingpin inquired, referring, of course, to Hela. If there had been a mishap concerning Yi Bai, one might still attribute it to the night demon. However, to falter against the defenseless Hela was utterly inexcusable, a testament to sheer incompetence. Faced with Kingpin's interrogation, Lance could only tremble in fear, rendered speechless and unable to formulate a defense. Very well, take him away, Kingpin coldly commanded, casting a disdainful glance at Lance and casually instructing the two suited men accompanying him. The unspoken implication was clear: dispose of Lance. Please, don't kill me. Give me another chance. I beg you, just one more opportunity. Lance pleaded desperately, struggling to elude his fate, hoping Kingpin might show him mercy. Stuff him into the factory's mixer. After he's ground to bits, feed him to my dogs, Kingpin declared, his patience thoroughly exhausted, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying ferocity. He was not jesting. He intended to carry out this grim order. Over the years, countless unfortunate souls had met a similar fate at his hands. Once the room was devoid of company, Kingpin regained his composure, settling into his favorite seat. Yi Bai? Who exactly are you? Kingpin mused, utterly perplexed regarding Yi Bai's enigmatic identity. Even a figure as prominent as Nick Fury had been stirred, clearly indicating that Yi Bai could not be an ordinary individual. Chapter 8. Within the coastal manor, after dismissing Coulson, Yi Bai returned to the living room. At that moment, Hela had also awakened, gracefully descending the staircase. Dressed in a flowing black gown, she delicately lifted the hem of her dress, making her way down step by step. Resembling the epitome of a classical lady, exuding an elegance that was unparalleled, much like a black lotus quietly blooming in the night, pleasing to the eye. Did we have visitors earlier? Hela inquired, clearly aware that someone had been present. Not a visitor, but a troublesome individual who has already been sent on his way. Yi Bai replied. Yi Bai did not conceal the truth, yet he refrained from disclosing Coulson's specific identity. Hela nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. She took a seat at the dining table and began to indulge in breakfast. Today's meal was rather simple, consisting merely of ordinary boiled noodles. However, Yi Bai had infused the noodles with some exquisite medicinal herbs, intending to provide Hela with a nutritional boost. Having once received the culinary insights of a master chef as a reward, Yi Bai's culinary skills were unparalleled across the globe. Thus, even the simplest of noodles, crafted by him, emanated an aroma that would tantalize anyone's palate. Hela delicately twirled a few strands of noodles with her chopsticks and, satisfied, squinted her eyes and nodded in approval. Yi Bai's culinary prowess was a significant reason for Hela's affection towards him. Once indifferent to food, Hela had now been transformed into a lover of delicacies by Yi Bai. Have you gotten into any trouble outside? Hela inquired, slurping her noodles. No. I haven't broken any laws, so what trouble could I possibly be in? Yi Bai promptly denied, wishing to shield Hela from the outside world's complexities. It was merely a gang issue, one he could manage alone. I see. Just be careful then, Hela replied, not probing further. Aware that Yi Bai's silence stemmed from a desire to spare her worry. Yet, she produced a black ring and placed it before him. Take this and keep it close. It will ease my mind. Hela offered no further explanation, nor did she disclose that this ring was forged from her divine power, capable of withstanding an attack from a being of paternal divinity, specifically designed for Yi Bai's protection. This is the first gift you've given me. I shall cherish it, Yi Bai said, slipping the ring onto his ring finger. To him, the ring resembled a talisman, a symbol of Hela's prayers for his safety, serving more as a psychological comfort. In reality, it was a powerful artifact, worthy of being revered even in Asgard. Just as Yi Bai worried for Hela's safety, Hela too harbored concerns for his well-being. After all, she perceived Yi Bai as merely an ordinary mortal, albeit one who endeared himself to her. Understanding the fragility of mortals, Hela had crafted this divine ring precisely to prevent any misfortune from befalling him. Perhaps, she mused, it was time to contemplate how to elevate Yi Bai to divinity. With him wearing the ring she had prepared, he would likely remain safe in this modest realm. Yet, the lifespan of a mortal was finite, and Hela found herself pondering how to extend Yi Bai's years. Greedily, she desired not just a century of his companionship, but an eternity by his side. I have finished eating. I shall retire for now. While her aspirations of transforming Yi Bai into a god remained unrealized, Hela, as usual, planned to ascend the stairs to rest. Today, I have a book signing event, and I will be stepping out for a while, likely returning later than expected. During lunchtime, please contact Aunt Lu directly to prepare our meal. Yi Bai nodded in acknowledgement and shared his own plans. Aunt Lu, whom Yi Bai had hired, was an exceptional cook known for her exquisite Sichuan cuisine, although her opportunities to showcase her culinary skills were infrequent. Understood, take care while you are out. Hela's tone remained as frosty as ever, a reflection of her inherent nature. Moments of fervor, like last night, were indeed rare. Yi Bai had grown accustomed to this demeanor. After tidying the dining table, he departed in his car. Unbeknownst to him, on the second floor of the manor, by the window of the master bedroom, Hela observed his departure. That mortal who posed a threat to Yi Bai, named Jean Bing, was it? Hela murmured, her gaze devoid of the gentleness she exhibited in Yi Bai's presence, now infused with a chilling intent to kill. Although Yi Bai had not divulged the details to Hela, she possessed her own means of uncovering the truth. Upon learning that the individual targeting Yi-Bai was a mortal named Jean Bing, Hela resolved to take action. Yi-Bai belonged to her. Any bullying must be dealt with by her alone. How could such a mere mortal dare to challenge him? Once assured that Yi-Bai had left the manor and would not be returning soon, Hela vanished from the room. Meanwhile, within Jean Bing's towering edifice, he was left perplexed, unable to comprehend Yi-Bai's unusual status. This feeling of confusion was stifling. As an underground emperor, he had never experienced such disorientation. Not even knowing who his adversary was felt catastrophic to someone who thrived on control like Jean Bing. Moreover, an overwhelming sense of impending doom gripped him, as if some dreadful force was poised to descend. This unnerving sensation prompted Jean Bing to mobilize a multitude of assassins for his protection, granting him a fleeting sense of security. However, his relief was short-lived as a woman clad in a flowing black gown intruded. Jean Bing watched in disbelief on the surveillance footage as his subordinates fell effortlessly before her, lacking any capacity for resistance. Who was this woman? And why had she suddenly burst in to slay his men? No matter how hard Jean Bing racked his brain, he could not recall when he had provoked such a formidable woman. His assassins had undergone rigorous training, their prowess rivaling that of an army. Yet they had crumbled like fragile beings before this terrifying woman. Without a doubt, the intruder in Jean Bing's edifice was Hela. Through the souls of those assassins, Hela had learned of Jean Bing's existence and had approached him without hesitation. This was Hela's true nature. The seemingly haughty and easily toppled version before Yi-Bai was merely a F.A.O.D. The real Hela was the goddess of death, a merciless harbinger of death and slaughter throughout the cosmos. With a resounding crash, Hela kicked open Jean Bing's door, while his remaining subordinates lay lifeless on the ground. As Hela arrived with remarkable swiftness, Kingpin found himself cornered, unable to flee. "It appears you are Kingpin," she declared upon entering the room, where she immediately spotted a rotund, bald figure, her long-sought adversary. Summoning a sword forged from the night sky, she prepared to extinguish his life. Chapter 9. Might I inquire about your motives, madam? Kingpin sensed the imminent threat of death, yet he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he actively sought a path to survival. To evade his demise, he first needed to comprehend why Hela had declared him her enemy, for understanding the rationale could potentially lead to reconciliation. "I am Hela, wife of Yi-Bai," she clarified, refraining from immediate action, merely providing Kingpin with the grim knowledge of his fate. Just as he contemplated further words, Hela's night sky sword slipped from her grasp, piercing his robust form cleanly through. Hela had no desire to linger. The sooner she resolved this matter, the sooner she could return to rest, still nursing her wounds. As Odin's seal was not easily broken, poor Kingpin, the underground emperor, found himself devoid of even a plea for mercy, perishing at Hela's hands without understanding. Having accomplished her task, Hela departed, vanishing from the room in the blink of an eye. After a considerable time, mechanical sounds echoed as a concealed compartment within the room opened, revealing a cadre of armed gangsters emerging from a hidden chamber. The last to appear was a 2-meter-tall, round-headed figure, the true Kingpin, who had been hiding all along. The one Hela had slain was merely a decoy he had pushed forward. "Boss, the threat has departed. We are temporarily safe." A fierce-looking bald man approached Kingpin, addressing him. This was his most notorious assassin, a merciless killing machine known as Bullseye. "Let us relocate," Kingpin commanded with a stern expression, deeply unsettled by the events of the day. Because of Yi-Bai, he not only faced threats from S.H.I.E.L.D, but had also attracted the attention of a formidable woman. Had he known this would unfold, he would never have dared to confront Yi-Bai. What, precisely, was Yi-Bai's identity? The ramifications were astonishing. With S.H.I.E.L.D and an unknown yet terrifying woman involved, he wondered if he would soon encounter superheroes and extraterrestrials. Absurd indeed. However, as the underground emperor, Kingpin possessed the requisite cunning and temperament. Having recognized that Yi-Bai was beyond his reach, he resolved to avoid provoking him further. If he could not strike, could he not hide? Unbeknownst to Yi-Bai, Hela's actions had transpired. In his mind, she ought to be resting in their shared bed at that very moment. Meanwhile, he was engaged in a book-signing event at a prestigious Ivy League university. As one of the most celebrated best-selling authors in recent years, Yi-Bai enjoys considerable fame. A book-signing event not only attracted numerous university students, but also many of Yi-Bai's devoted fans who traveled from distant cities, all eager to obtain a signed copy of his work. Such is the essence of true fandom. Yi-Bai maintained a friendly demeanor towards those willing to spend their money on his novels, patiently signing autographs and inscribing heartfelt messages for the fans queuing up. "Hello, Mr. Yi-Bai. I am your loyal admirer, and I particularly adore your work Star Trek. Might I trouble you for your signature?" Standing before Yi-Bai was a striking young woman with deep burgundy hair, her features exuding an innate allure. The overwhelming presence she possessed left Yi-Bai feeling an air of intimidation, undoubtedly marking her as a captivating beauty, and her stature was remarkable. While Hela was also impressive, she paled in comparison to the splendor of the woman before him. However, Yi-Bai merely glanced and quickly diverted his attention. His wife was the most exceptional in his eyes. Ah, a beautiful lady. What shall I write? Yi Bai replied with a warm smile, calmly addressing the enchanting woman. Thank you for your generosity. Let me ponder what to inscribe. Ah, I shall write. May you remain forever enchanting, dear Ms. Natasha. The woman, Natasha Romanoff, beamed as she extended her copy of Star Trek towards Yi Bai. Without revealing her true identity, he swiftly pinned the blessing and returned the book to her. At that moment, Natasha was blissfully unaware that her identity had been unveiled, as she contemplated how to orchestrate their next encounter to draw closer to Yi Bai. As a former agent, she understood the art of leveraging male desire to achieve her objectives, a requisite skill for every female operative. Unfortunately for Natasha, Yi Bai's heart was as tranquil as still waters. Unless it was his wife Hela, no other woman could captivate him. Natasha's schemes were destined for failure. After all, how desperate could Yi Bai be to pursue someone like Natasha? The Black Widow, with her background, had likely charmed countless suitors before. Hela, on the other hand, approached relationships with an innocent slate, wholly devoted to Yi Bai. The purity of their affections was incommensurable. Following Natasha, Yi Bai continued to sign books for another 2 hours at the event. Fortunately, his physical resilience far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, his hand would surely have succumbed to fatigue. Soon, the signing event concluded successfully and midday arrived. Logically, Yi Bai should have returned home to prepare lunch for his beloved wife Hela. However, he had matters to attend to and did not yet intend to head back. Jean Bing, Yi Bai thought to himself. Naturally, he would not let the provocations by Jean Bing slide easily. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. This is the guiding principle of Yi Bai. Poor Jean Bing, however, remains blissfully unaware that his troubles are far from over. At this moment, Jean Bing is hiding in an underground warehouse with his most trusted lieutenants. This clandestine facility has been secretly constructed by Jean Bing to safeguard his personal assets, which include billions of dollars in cash, 10 tons of gold, and a plethora of jewels. Given the staggering magnitude of this fortune, one can only imagine the formidable defenses in place. The walls are reinforced with steel plates nearly 2 meters thick, impervious even to missiles. Moreover, over 100 elite gangsters, armed with heavy weaponry, stand guard to ensure absolute security. It is only upon arriving here that Jean Bing finds a semblance of safety. Target Eye, have you contacted the individuals? Jean Bing inquires of his chief assassin. Target Eye, a killer endowed with extraordinary abilities, is well acquainted with many other mutants possessing similar powers. Following the demise of his decoy at the hands of Hela, Jean Bing has begun to assemble these mutants into a protective guard for his security. Rest assured, boss. They will be here shortly, Target Eye replies calmly. Unlike Jean Bing, who is paralyzed by fear, Target Eye remains unfazed. Though Hela is formidable, Target Eye believes he possesses the capability to confront her. In this modern era, relying on primitive methods of attack seems absurd. Does one not understand that firearms reign supreme? Make them hurry. I have a nagging feeling that this is not over yet, Jean Bing says, exhaling a puff of cigar smoke, his unease palpable. Many who gaze upon Jean Bing's appearance might hastily conclude that he is a man of brute strength devoid of intellect. This, however, is a complete misjudgment, a misconception fostered by his imposing physique. While he is indeed courageous, he is far from foolish. Otherwise, he could not have ruled the underworld for a decade. Had he been mindless, he would have long since been blown to smithereens. Boss, you are overly cautious. Why not give me 100 million, and I will take care of that woman for you? Target Eye suggests, displaying a distinct lack of reverence towards Jean Bing. In truth, the relationship between Target Eye and Jean Bing can be characterized as a long-term collaboration rather than a traditional superior-subordinate dynamic. If you seek death, I have no objections. But do not involve me. That woman is beyond your capabilities, Jean Bing retorts, casting a sidelong glance at Target Eye, silently cursing his foolishness. How has such a person survived this long? Just as Target Eye looks down upon Jean Bing's timidity, Jean Bing similarly scorns Target Eye's lack of discernment. As for who is the stronger of the two, the answer is evident in who holds the title of boss. Boom. Just as Jean Bing and Target Eye engage in conversation, a thunderous explosion suddenly reverberates, sending a wave of tension through the room. What is happening? What is going on? Jean Bing immediately rose from his seat, inquiring of his subordinates. He was like a startled bird, his heart racing at the slightest sound. The commotion was unlike any he had encountered before. It seemed as though something was assailing the wall. One of Jean Bing's subordinates spoke with a hint of bitterness. Fear not. These walls are reinforced with 2 meters of steel. Not even a missile could breach them. The bullseye remained composed and unperturbed, exhibiting no concern for the integrity of the walls. However, that calm soon dissipated as another deafening crash resonated from the wall to their right. Unlike the previous disturbances, this time, the wall visibly bulged, indicating that the 2-meter-thick steel barrier was being forcefully penetrated. What in the world is this? Jean Bing exclaimed. His composure shattered as he vented his anxiety with expletives. Boss, you were right. We have indeed provoked forces beyond our reckoning, Bullseye replied, his face now a mask of worry, devoid of the confidence he had previously displayed. No amount of arrogance could lead him to believe that he could breach 2 meters of steel, Such a feat was beyond human capability. Jean Bing shot a scathing glare at Bullseye, as if to say, "Do you really need to state the obvious?" With a resounding crash, a third impact reverberated, causing the bulge in the wall to become even more pronounced. The entire structure appeared to swell, as if some ferocious beast were poised to burst through at any moment. Prepare yourselves. Whatever comes through that wall, we shall fire upon it. Despite the chaos, Jean Bing maintained a semblance of control, directing his subordinates. Meanwhile, he stealthily positioned himself behind the others, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. A fourth crash echoed, accompanied by a gaping tear in the steel wall. Though the opening was still too small for a person to pass through, it was enough to instill terror in their hearts. Then came the final thunderous impact, and a substantial breach appeared in the wall. A man, dressed casually and possessing striking features, stepped through the opening. Undoubtedly, it was Yi-Bai. Endowed with the physique of a Kryptonian courtesy of General Zod's template, Yi-Bai could gain strength from sunlight and boasted extraordinary hearing. It was this heightened sense that led him to discover Jean Bing's underground warehouse, and now he had arrived, having punched through the 2-meter-thick steel. Open fire. The moment Yi-Bai entered, Jean Bing was struck with astonishment. Before him stood a human, yet the actions displayed were anything but human. Could an ordinary man truly breach 2 meters of steel? Without hesitation, Jean Bing commanded his men to unleash their firepower, determined to use technology to eliminate the monstrous figure before him. Confronted by a barrage of heavy fire, Yi-Bai stood resolute, not flinching nor even closing his eyes. To combat Kryptonians with firearms could only be deemed an exercise in futility, as even the most fragile of human eyes could not be pierced by their weaponry, let alone other parts of the body. Yi-Bai allowed the onslaught to rain upon him, akin to a gentle shower. Then, before the eyes of all present, he faced the metallic tempest and commenced his grim harvest of lives. The human form appeared woefully fragile before the Kryptonians, akin to mere paper. Witnessing Yi-Bai's unrestrained slaughter, Jean Bing was utterly bewildered, unsure how to contend with such a monstrous entity. Perhaps retreat was the wisest course. Jean Bing judiciously opted for a strategic withdrawal, yet Yi-Bai denied him that opportunity. After swiftly dispatching all present, Yi-Bai approached Jean Bing, obstructing his escape. As for the unfortunate target, his neck had already been ruthlessly snapped by Yi-Bai. Wait, can we not sit down and discuss this? Resistance was utterly futile. Jean Bing had never contemplated such a course. Who could possibly withstand a being of such formidable power? Thus, engaging in a dialogue seemed prudent, in hopes of securing a more dignified demise. Very well, how would you prefer to converse? Yi-Bai was unconcerned, for in the face of overwhelming strength, he held no fear of Jean Bing's tricks. You are Mr. Yi-Bai, correct? I have seen your photograph. Regarding the earlier incident, I offer my sincerest apologies. That was not my intention. It was a foolish decision made by one of my subordinates, who has since met his end, now serving as nourishment for the dogs. He must pay for his transgressions. Therefore, might you spare me? I swear I never intended to harm you. Under the looming specter of death, Jean Bing had lost all semblance of his previous jovial demeanor, resembling a remorseful child scrambling to absolve himself of blame. Is that so? And then? Yi-Bai maintained his cold smirk, his heart unmoved. Should Jean Bing fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, his fate was sealed. Yi-Bai understood the principle of uprooting a weed. If not completely eradicated, it would inevitably sprout anew. Jean Bing took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed before responding. Very well, even if you were to kill me, what would you truly gain? You would only inherit a chaotic Big Apple City, and a new underground emperor would rise to challenge you. For your value is simply too remarkable. Spare me, and I shall become your loyal subordinate. I promise that no similar incidents will occur again, and no one will disturb you or your lady. What do you think of this arrangement? Jean Bing understood that his survival did not hinge on Yi-Bai's forgiveness. Such an outcome was beyond the realm of possibility. Rather, he needed to demonstrate his worth. As long as Yi-Bai perceived him as useful, his chances of survival would significantly increase. Time would reveal that Jean Bing's choice was not misguided. Chapter 11. Yi-Bai contemplated the scene following Jean Ping's demise and acknowledged that Jean Ping's assertions held merit. As the reigning emperor of the underworld, Jean Ping's death would undoubtedly incite chaos within the subterranean realm of Big Apple City. When the unrestrained marauders of the underworld were liberated from the confines of order, it was inevitable that turmoil would ensue. Although Yi-Bai harbored no fear of these ruffians, they nonetheless posed a considerable inconvenience. Thus, he resolved against eliminating Jean Ping at that moment. You are quite astute. You have successfully persuaded me, he stated. I hope you remember my words today and refrain from troubling me again. Otherwise, next time, I shall sever your head from your shoulders. I speak with conviction. He added, do not doubt my ability to locate you. As long as you are on this earth, there is no escape. This overt threat served as a warning to Jean Ping. Whether Jean Ping chose to believe it was his own concern, should he dismiss Yi-Bai's words, Yi-Bai would indeed fulfill his promise to behead him. How could Jean Ping possibly doubt him, considering he had penetrated a steel plate 2 meters thick? Jean Ping certainly did not perceive his own body as more resilient than steel. Upon hearing that Yi-Bai was willing to grant him another chance, Kingpin felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if he had narrowly escaped death. He resolved that he would never again provoke Yi-Bai and his partner, even if it meant taking his own life. Moreover, Kingpin planned to deploy numerous operatives to lurk near Yi-Bai's estate, ensuring that no unwitting souls would dare to offend this harbinger of death. In keeping Kingpin alive, Yi-Bai not only achieved his objective, but also averted numerous potential troubles. With Kingpin's assistance, at least some of the more insignificant figures would pose no threat to Yi-Bai. Those gangsters contemplating kidnapping Yi-Bai would find themselves disposed of by Kingpin before they ever approached him. After resolving matters with Kingpin, Yi-Bai departed from the underground warehouse. Before leaving, he took a set of Kingpin's clothes, as his own garments had been utterly destroyed during the previous metallic storm, though he himself remained unharmed. Such was the price of ostentation. Once the formidable figure of death had completely departed, Kingpin exhaled a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The encounter had been terrifying. Facing a creature like Yi-Bai was genuinely daunting. Kingpin, known for his audacity, was nonetheless left pale and shaken. An ordinary individual might have perished from sheer fright. Fortunately, he had managed to cling to life. After a considerable time, Kingpin regained his composure, his regal demeanor as the emperor of the underworld reasserting itself. He intended to summon his subordinates and issue a significant decree. Henceforth, anyone in Big Apple City who dared oppose Yi-Bai would be considered an enemy of Kingpin himself. Why did you return so late today? Yi-Bai finally arrived at his estate as the sun dipped below the horizon. Hela, now awake, gazed at him with a mixture of reproach and concern, reminiscent of a wife chastising her husband for returning home too late. After the book signing event, Yi-Bai had dinner with the publisher, which delayed his return. To ease Hela's worries, he told a harmless lie. A man should not bring the storms of the outside world into his home, nor should he allow his wife to fret over him. Hela, not giving it much thought, merely asked out of habit. With the powerful artifact ring she had created now in Yi-Bai's possession and the mastermind behind their troubles already vanquished, her concern for Yi-Bai's safety was considerably diminished. Let me ask you a question. If one day you discover that I am not the person you know, what would you do? Hela suddenly posed a perplexing question, leaving Yi-Bai somewhat bewildered. However, upon seeing her expectant and anxious gaze, his heart softened. Silly girl, I love you for who you are. No matter what form you take, Yi-Bai said, stepping closer to Hela and gently stroking her hair with a smile. This affectionate gesture caused Hela's cheeks to flush, as she was still unaccustomed to such intimacy, though she did not oppose it, only feeling shy. If one day you find that I am a villain, would you still love me? Hela, ignoring Yi-Bai's playful hand, gazed at him once more and asked another daunting question. Yi-Bai did not respond immediately. He sensed that Hela seemed a bit different today. He couldn't quite articulate it, but he felt she was harboring some hidden thoughts. He withdrew his hand from her head and wrapped his arms around her waist. You are my wife. Even if you were a villain, you would still be my wife. No matter how you change, I will always love you, he gently whispered in her ear, his warm breath causing her earlobe to redden visibly. How annoying. Hela pretended to struggle, but soon closed her eyes, allowing Yi-Bai to continue his affection. As night fell, it was prudent to take Hela to rest first. Meanwhile, aboard the helicarrier of S.H.I.E.L.D, Natasha resumed her cool demeanor, concealing the adoring expression she had shown in front of Yi-Bai. She quickly entered Nick Fury's office to report her findings. I had my initial encounter with the target, but there was not much progress. I am not his type, Natasha stated, referring to Yi-Bai. Her mission to approach him had been sanctioned by Nick Fury. Otherwise, she would not have even known who Yi-Bai was. That's to be expected. According to our investigations, Yi-Bai has a strong relationship with his wife and is a good man, Nick Fury replied confidently, unfazed by Natasha's initial report. Before approaching Yi-Bai, he had conducted thorough research, and naturally, he could not overlook Hela, as she was Yi-Bai's wife. What puzzled Nick Fury, however, was the fact that he could find no information on Hela. All he knew was that she had seemingly appeared out of nowhere about a year ago, as if she had fallen from the sky. This compelled Nick Fury to ponder deeply about Hela's true identity. Was her acquaintance with Yi-Bai merely a coincidence? Or was she an operative placed beside him by another organization? The former scenario seemed benign, yet the latter warranted serious consideration. Thus, why was this task not delegated to Coulson? Was it his intention for me to disrupt the bond between the target and his spouse? I do not recall S.H.I.E.L.D being responsible for matters of divorce, Natasha quipped, still unable to comprehend Fury's rationale behind instructing her to engage with Yi-Bai. Upon hearing Natasha's remark, Nick Fury nearly choked. The situation was undeniably awkward. Nevertheless, Natasha was not entirely incorrect. He had indeed contemplated the notion of having her seduce Yi-Bai, ideally ensuring that Yi-Bai became utterly dependent on her. Compared to Hela, whose background remained enigmatic, Yi-Bai's spouse, a woman well acquainted with Natasha, was evidently a more suitable choice, aligning better with S.H.I.E.L.D's interests. Of course, such matters were beyond Nick Fury's control, relying ultimately on Natasha's own inclinations. As for Hela, if circumstances permitted, Nick Fury would also like to make contact to ascertain her true nature. Chapter 12. After resolving matters concerning Jean Bing, Yi Bai entered a period of tranquility. He spent his days flirting with Hela and indulging in activities he cherished, living rather comfortably. Additionally, during this time, Yi Bai's sign-in system yielded some peculiar items: the dragon-head staff of the Speaker, Lucy's Heart of the Ocean, the Scepter of the Last Pharaoh, the Compendium of Dark Magic, and the Master-level collection of classical music. While these strange rewards were not entirely useless, such as the Compendium of Dark Magic, the issue was that Yi Bai had no practical use for them at present. In simple terms, their utility was insufficient. For Yi Bai, they were akin to mere trinkets, useful only for show. It is noteworthy that during this period, the events of Iron Man 1 had transpired. Tony Stark had emerged as Iron Man, publicly acknowledging this fact before the world's media. Unlike other superheroes, Tony Stark did not conceal his identity. He was an arrogant and self-assured individual, unafraid of challenges and devoid of pretenses. This candor and sense of responsibility perhaps contributed to Iron Man's popularity among the masses. Yi Bai certainly admired Tony Stark. At the very least, this man was refreshingly honest. By the way, seizing the opportunity presented by the previous decline in Stark Industries stock prices, Yi Bai had acquired a substantial amount of shares at a low point. Now, Yi Bai had become one of the shareholders of Stark Industries, holding a significant stake. The dividends alone from these shares provided him with a fortune ample enough to ensure a life of luxury without the need for financial struggle, allowing him to enjoy a life of leisure funded by a share of the profits. In this regard, Hela felt nothing. She had no concept of wealth. Rather than concerning herself with Yi Bai's fortune, she was more interested in the delectable dishes he prepared for her. "Are you going out again later?" she inquired, sipping her thin porridge at the dining table. Yi Bai nodded. "Yes, Tony Stark has invited all the shareholders to a gala, and I must attend. Would you accompany me, my dear?" Hela furrowed her brow and shook her head. "I shall not go. I dislike crowded places." In a certain sense, she was a fugitive, naturally averse to being in the spotlight. Indeed, a fugitive from Asgard. That is indisputable. "Very well, I shall go alone. You may rest at home or engage in some exercise. If you wish to take a stroll, remember to bring a bodyguard. Do not let me worry," Yi Bai advised thoughtfully. Being with Hela, Yi Bai never considered confining her. That was simply unrealistic. Should Hela desire to venture outside, he was more than willing to acquiesce, provided a bodyguard accompanied her for safety. Although Hela had never stepped outside since they met a year ago, preferring the comforts of home, she was, at least in Yi Bai's presence, quite the homebody. She appreciated Yi Bai's concern immensely. "Worry not. I can take care of myself," she retorted with her usual haughty demeanor, though a smile betrayed her true feelings. Yi Bai had grown accustomed to Hela's contradictory nature and chose not to expose it. After planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, he departed the estate. Once Yi Bai left, Hela moved to the window, gazing in a particular direction, her lovely brows furrowing slightly. "Is the destroyer coming for me?" she murmured. As the armor that had accompanied Odin in countless battles, Hela was certainly familiar with the destroyer. Its sudden appearance in Midgard could not go unnoticed by her. After all, she had stealthily escaped from Odin's seal. Who knew if he would seek to capture her and confine her once again? The thought of that dreadful old man, Odin, dampened Hela's good spirits from the morning. She relished her current life, cherishing the carefree days spent with Yi Bai. Each day was filled with anticipation for the next sumptuous meal he would prepare and the playful banter they shared. Such a life was beyond Hela's wildest dreams, and she treasured the feeling of being cherished. In her eyes, the throne of Asgard paled in comparison to the joy of being with Yi Bai. Yet, who would believe her if she claimed to have no interest in Asgard? Even if she truly felt that way, Odin would never let her escape his grasp. Hela foresaw a day when she would inevitably confront Asgard and Odin. It was her destiny, an inescapable fate. At that moment, uncertainty clouded her heart regarding whether she could still be with Yi Bai. "Odin, you have already shattered my existence once. Surely you cannot destroy it again," Hela thought. If Odin sought to obliterate her current happiness, she vowed that he would pay a bloody price. In New Mexico, Loki wielded the destroyer armor, relentlessly pursuing Thor. Although Odin had decreed that Thor must not be killed, Loki reveled in the chase, delighting in the spectacle. "Run faster, little Thor. Your plight is quite amusing," he mocked. As a brother, Loki had grown weary of Thor's arrogant demeanor, which he had long endured due to his own inadequacies. Now that Thor had been stripped of his powers, Loki seized the opportunity to torment him. Moreover, Loki's inherently cunning nature was inclined towards mischief. Yet, beyond tormenting Thor, Loki harbored a greater objective. Would the sister spoken of by their father make her appearance? Loki descended to Earth in the destroyer armor, not only to test Thor, but primarily for Hela's sake. Odin could not possibly forget that Hela had escaped her confinement. He understood that one day she would return to Asgard. Rather than waiting for Hela to come of her own accord, it was more strategic to draw her out. If Hela felt the presence of the destroyer armor and could not resist intervening, Odin's goal would be achieved. At that juncture, whether to reseal Hela or to capture her back to Asgard, Odin would hold the reins of power. Of course, this revelation was not a welcome one for Loki. Damn it, I have an older sister, he thought, feeling the weight of being the middle child and now realizing he was actually the youngest. Particularly after learning of Hela's formidable reputation as the goddess of death from Odin, Loki felt a profound apprehension. He could only hope that Hela would not become an obstacle in his ascent to the throne. Chapter 13. As for the events of Thor, the Dark World, Yi-Bai was blissfully unaware. At that moment, he found himself in an opulent hall, engaging in lively conversation with the guests. Such high society gatherings had become second nature to him. During his rise to fame as a renowned writer, he had attended countless similar events. After all, Yi-Bai now counted himself among the ranks of successful individuals, a billionaire who had entered the circles of social elite. That mutant is back again. It's truly haunting. He thought. What is the host thinking? When did mutants become part of such gatherings? I am troubled by the thought that one day we may awaken to find the world overrun by mutants. This is a perilous group, and the politicians of White House ought to apprehend them all. Never mind, let us change the subject. I refuse to allow these inferior beings to tarnish my good mood today. Listening to the conversations of successful individuals around him, Yi-Bai quickly discerned the arrival of a well-known figure. Indeed, shortly thereafter, an elderly bald man in a wheelchair was escorted in by a lady clad in a flowing red gown. The woman in the red dress is named Jean Grey, a teacher at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. While her name may not be widely recognized, many are familiar with her moniker, the illustrious Dark Phoenix, one of the hosts of the cosmic force known as the Phoenix. Thus, the identity of the man in the wheelchair became abundantly clear. He is none other than Charles Xavier, the founder of the X-Men, commonly referred to as the Professor. An alpha-level mutant, he possesses the most formidable telepathic abilities on Earth, capable of reading anyone's mind. Professor, I fail to comprehend why these individuals do not welcome us. Why must we still attend? Jean lamented as she pushed the professor forward. In today's society, mutants face blatant discrimination, looked down upon by all. Under such circumstances, why does the professor insist on attending this gathering, subjecting himself to disdain? Jean, I am aware that many regard us with contempt, yet we do not come for their approval. Every attendee at this banquet wields significant influence in society. If we can find but one friend, it could greatly aid our current predicament, the professor patiently explained. He was not oblivious to the sentiments of these so-called social elites. Were it within his power, he too would choose to avoid their scorn. However, the plight of mutants today is dire. Not only do ordinary citizens harbor animosity towards mutants, but there are also many within the government who harbor ill will towards our kind. He must attend to seek out allies or those sympathetic to the mutant cause. Only in this way can he better protect the mutant community. After listening to the professor's counsel, Jean fell silent, fully aware of the grim reality facing mutants. The situation had become exceedingly bleak, especially following the recent incident where Magneto nearly transformed high-ranking federal officials into mutants, leading to a surge in anti-mutant rhetoric in society. Suddenly, the professor, who had been scanning the surroundings, seemed to have an epiphany and gestured for Jean to approach Yi-Bai directly. Greetings, Mr. Yi-Bai, I am Charles Xavier. You may call me Charles. I am an admirer of your work, aliens, and forming friendships with extraterrestrials has been a dream of mine since childhood. If society were filled with individuals like Mr. Yi-Bai, it would be a much better place. In the face of lives that differ from their own, humanity ought to embrace greater tolerance and kindness, rather than resorting to malicious speculation. The professor articulated this with great finesse, implying that mutants should be likened to extraterrestrials, aspiring for a camaraderie with humans rather than enmity. Observing the professor's outstretched hand, Yi-Bai pondered for a moment before reluctantly accepting the gesture. You are indeed correct, Professor. I am honored to have such an extraordinary admirer of my work. When I penned Extraterrestrial, I too considered the plight of mutants. Hoping to extend a helping hand to you all, Yi-Bai did not rebuff the professor's goodwill, though future interactions seemed unlikely. One shouldn't turn away from a friendly gesture. Yet, the instant he clasped the professor's right hand, Yi-Bai's demeanor transformed drastically, turning into a mask of fury. Get out of my head. The sudden outburst from Yi-Bai drew the attention of many onlookers, leaving the professor's complexion ashen. As he regarded the enraged Yi-Bai, the professor felt not only confusion but an overwhelming sense of regret. Just moments ago, in the act of shaking hands, he instinctively attempted to glimpse into Yi-Bai's mind. Let us not overestimate the professor's integrity. He had engaged in such behavior before, though most were oblivious to his subtle maneuvers. Yi-Bai was different. He felt as if his brain had been pricked by needles at the moment of contact, and soon realized it was the professor's doing. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. In truth, the professor bore no ill intent towards Yi-Bai. The invasion of his psyche was merely a habitual, subconscious act. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yi-Bai had caught him red-handed, caught in the crossfire. Is this how you treat a friend? Is this the attitude mutants have towards humans? Yi-Bai glared fiercely at the awkward professor, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yi-Bai harbored significant secrets, whether as a time traveler or a system. These were matters that must remain concealed from others. Yet the professor had indiscriminately pried into these secrets. To be candid, at that moment, Yi-Bai harbored murderous intent towards the professor. This old rogue had crossed a line he could not tolerate. The professor, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that he was entirely in the wrong. Should Yi-Bai expose this incident, it would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to the already precarious situation of mutants. Additionally, the professor grappled with a perplexing question. How did Yi-Bai discern his actions? Could it be that Yi-Bai, like them, was not an ordinary person? This question eluded the professor, and he had no time to ponder it further. Before him loomed an even more pressing issue: how to placate the furious Yi-Bai. I sincerely apologize, my friend. This misstep is entirely on my part. I assure you, I saw nothing. And I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me this once. The professor lamented, his face contorted in regret as he addressed Yi-Bai. Yet Yi-Bai was entirely unfazed by this. Did he truly believe that an apology could simply absolve him of this incident? It was only because Yi-Bai sensed the professor's intrusion that he even considered the notion of an apology. Had he not been aware, would he have even bothered to apologize? You shall pay for your actions today, I assure you. Given the presence of numerous onlookers, Yi-Bai refrained from voicing his thoughts. Nonetheless, this matter could not simply be brushed aside. The professor must face the consequences of his deeds. Even Jesus could not save him, as Yi-Bai remarked. Chapter 14. Since Yi-Bai's arrival in this Marvel universe, he had come to realize that its essence was fundamentally dark. Trust was a rare commodity. Even the so-called superheroes were not to be relied upon. However, Yi-Bai was still taken aback that the renowned and highly esteemed professor would publicly engage in such behavior. The current plight of mutants was not solely the fault of humanity. They themselves harbored numerous flaws. Emboldened by the superpowers granted by their genes, they often regarded themselves as superior to ordinary humans, leading to a sense of arrogance that precipitated outrageous actions, a pattern clearly demonstrated by the professor. If even a highly regarded professor could behave in such a manner, one could only imagine the conduct of other mutants. Moreover, one must acknowledge that if Yi-Bai were a politician, upon discovering such a formidable group as the mutants, the first course of action would surely be to seek control over them. A terrifying weapon should prompt thoughts of mastery. Only if mastery proves impossible would one contemplate destruction. Who would be foolish enough to harbor animosity towards mutants from the outset? It was the mutants' own hubris and self-importance that had led to the current predicament. To put it plainly, the mutants had brought this upon themselves. While it is true that some mutants are victims and innocent, the professor is certainly not among them. Initially, Yi-Bai had hoped to forge a friendship, envisioning a future where he could enlist the professor's assistance in dealing with troublesome mutants. However, after this incident, the idea of friendship was utterly extinguished. Should any mutant dare to provoke him again, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, leaving no survivors. Were it not for the multitude of witnesses present, Yi-Bai would have had no qualms about confronting the professor. Those who dared to covet the secrets of his heart deserved no mercy. As Yi-Bai seethed with rage, the professor's embarrassment became palpable, freezing on his face. He had never wished for the situation to escalate to this level. Who could have anticipated that a mere perusal of Yi-Bai's memories would lead to such turmoil? However, the enmity was already forged. Regardless of the professor's reluctance, he could alter nothing and could only seek a way to mitigate the fallout. Of course, there existed another option, to ensure Yi-Bai's demise. Once Yi-Bai was dead, the enmity would cease to exist. With this grim thought in mind, the professor ultimately chose silence, watching as Yi-Bai disappeared into the crowd. The cautionary words he had meant to share remained unspoken. Professor, is this truly an appropriate course of action? Behind the professor, Jean Grey furrowed her brow. Even she found the professor's recent actions to be somewhat inappropriate, though they were deemed necessary. As one of the potential collaborators, I felt compelled to comprehend Mr. White's genuine sentiments towards the mutant community. I did not wish for matters to unfold in this manner. The professor sighed, acknowledging that his plans for the day had gone awry. Initially, he intended to leave a favorable impression on Mr. White before discerning his true opinions about mutants. If all went well, the professor would then inform Mr. White that he had recently attracted the attention of Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants. Ideally, Mr. White would be left flustered and anxious, allowing the professor to emerge as a savior, assuring him that he could handle Magneto and the Brotherhood. This would cement a significant position in Mr. White's esteem. In due course, Mr. White's wealth and immense social standing could serve as a boon for mutants. Alas, even the most splendid plans can falter, and this one was no exception. Should Mr. White become privy to the professor's true intentions, he might very well reassess the concept of a superhero. Yet, such a reaction is not without rationale. For this is a tangible Marvel universe. The initial encounter with mutants was undeniably a failure. Mr. White remained preoccupied with the professor's actions, oblivious to the fact that another mutant leader had set their sights on him. At that moment, Mr. White was engaged in conversation with Tony Stark. Mr. White, is it? I have heard of you. Though I am loath to admit it, I am indeed a devoted fan of your work. Would you be so kind as to sign an autograph for me? Tony Stark, shedding his public persona of arrogance, appeared almost starstruck, leaving Mr. White astounded. This reaction was quite understandable. While Stark was undoubtedly a tech enthusiast, Who is to say that a tech savant cannot enjoy literature? Moreover, in a certain sense, Mr. White and Tony Stark belong to the same echelon of intellect. One a literary genius, the other a technological prodigy. The notion of heroes appreciating heroes seems to manifest here. Naturally, I have always been accommodating to my admirers, especially considering that your company's stock has afforded me considerable gains. Mr. White smiled and clinked glasses with Tony, harboring no aversion to his goodwill. After all, Mr. White's entire fortune was invested in Stark Industries, and he was counting on Tony for future dividends. Furthermore, forging friendships with exceptional individuals is, in itself, a delightful endeavor. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they exchanged phone numbers, promising to meet up for leisure in the future. Subsequently, Tony dashed away in pursuit of a charming lady, leaving Mr. White to glance at his wristwatch and realize that it was getting late, prompting him to contemplate his departure. Just then, Natasha, whom he had encountered previously, appeared before him. "Esteemed author, we meet again. May I treat you to a drink?" Natasha revealed a captivating smile as she nonchalantly lowered her neckline, exposing a generous expanse of porcelain skin. Such a lure would undoubtedly be fatal to an ordinary man. However, it held no sway over Yi Bai, who instead felt a profound aversion. Initially inclined to indulge in a playful interaction with S.H.I.E.L.D., his patience had now evaporated, prompting him to lay all cards on the table. "Miss Natasha, please cease your charade, and convey to the agents lurking behind you that further probing will not be met with restraint. I cannot guarantee my actions if provoked." With that, he disregarded Natasha's frosty demeanor and turned to exit the gathering. After two unexpected encounters with Natasha, it would be sheer folly for Yi Bai not to grasp the underlying motives. Nick Fury, that cunning rogue, evidently sought to ensnare him in a web of seduction. Yi Bai was certainly not one to fall for such tricks, yet the implications for Hela were uncertain. Should any misunderstandings reach her ears, it could spell real trouble. To avert such a scenario, Yi Bai dismissed any notion of conversing with Natasha and left without a backward glance. He was not desperate. He was hardly the sort to be ensnared by the presence of a woman. With Hela as his partner at home, he found no appeal in someone like Natasha. Watching Yi Bai depart without so much as a glance back, Natasha felt a twinge of irritation, questioning whether her charm had faded. Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous, as she had grown weary of the lengths she had to go to in order to approach her target. Though she held a modicum of admiration for Yi Bai, it was solely for his unwavering loyalty to Hela. In truth, he was not her type. Chapter 15. Sign-in successful. Reward. 1 resurrection coin. Upon waking, the first matter at hand was the arrival of the sign-in reward from the system. A resurrection coin? Yi Bai pondered, surprised that such a thing could be obtained through sign-in. Nonetheless, there was no denying the value of a resurrection coin. It provided Yi Bai with a chance for redemption, a safety net that bolstered his confidence for the future. Soon enough, Yi Bai rose from his bed and made his way downstairs to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Shortly after his departure, Hela opened her eyes, gazing in the direction he had gone, her expression flickering with contemplation. "Yi Bai, what secrets are you harboring from me?" Hela mused. Indeed, she had sensed something amiss with Yi Bai lately. His strength was growing more formidable by the day, a fact she could perceive distinctly. Hela was convinced that Yi Bai was concealing something significant from her. Yet, she was in no position to cast stones, as she too was keeping her own identity hidden from him. This thought brought a wave of frustration. She intended to confront Yi Bai and reveal the truth, but found herself retreating each time the moment approached. Fear gripped her. The dread that revealing her true self might irrevocably alter their relationship. Moreover, her reputation was hardly pristine. She was known as a harbinger of death, her hands stained with blood. Unbeknownst to the countless cosmic races obliterated by Hela, could the deeply flawed self of Yi Bai truly be accepted? This uncertainty weighed heavily on Hela's heart, serving as the fundamental reason she hesitated to confront Yi Bai. She feared that upon learning of her past, he might choose to depart. Sighing, Hela contemplated that perhaps there would be another opportunity to reveal the truth. As usual, Yi Bai found himself with idle time on his hands today. He felt no compulsion to don the mantle of a superhero and save the world, nor did he need to fret over matters of livelihood. In this current chapter of his life, his greatest task was simply to be by Hela's side and relish the joys of existence. Recently, he had even ordered a luxurious yacht valued at over $80 million, intending to find an occasion to whisk Hela away for an adventure beyond their abode. Though comfortable, their days spent sequestered within the confines of the house lacked a certain zest. Life, after all, is meant to be savored. To explore uncharted landscapes and to experience the unfamiliar is a pursuit worthy of one's time. Just as Yi Bai was preparing to take Hela out for a delightful escapade, an unexpected visitor arrived at his doorstep. Nick Fury, having found that both Coulson and Natasha were unsuccessful in reaching Yi Bai, resolved to take matters into his own hands and seek him out for a discussion. The meeting took place at Yi Bai's estate, where Fury was flanked by Coulson and a cadre of agents clad in dark suits. "Greetings, I am Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I have come to discuss our relationship," he declared forthrightly, approaching Yi Bai with an air of confidence and a commanding presence. We have no relationship, and I am not affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Yi-Bai retorted, unimpressed by Fury's demeanor and furrowing his brow at the intrusion. Why do the inhabitants of the Marvel Universe possess such an inflated sense of self-importance? He had clearly stated on numerous occasions his desire to be left undisturbed. Why could they not heed his words? What I have to say is of great significance to you. I suggest you listen carefully, Fury insisted, well aware of Yi-Bai's aversion to complications. Nevertheless, Fury was undeterred. He perceived Yi-Bai's exhibited abilities as insufficient grounds for concern. Unbeknownst to Fury, he was ignorant of the incident involving Kingpin. Had he known that Yi-Bai could effortlessly pierce through 2 meters of steel, perhaps he would have approached the situation with greater caution. After hearing Fury's words, Yi-Bai felt a surge of disdain. The familiar refrain of "I am here for your own good" was a hallmark of the typical Western paternalistic mindset. Historically, many civilizations have suffered under the guise of such benevolence, a narrative that is far from novel. Were it not for S.H.I.E.L.D's lack of threat towards him, combined with Yi-Bai's inherently nonviolent nature, he might have reacted differently. Nick Fury had no opportunity to engage in conversation, having long since met his demise at the hands of Yi-Bai. Speak plainly, but let me clarify that I will neither cooperate with you nor join S.H.I.E.L.D. Spare yourselves the effort, Yi-Bai stated coldly, showing no regard for Nick Fury. This was to be expected, as Yi-Bai now possessed both strength and wealth, harboring no desire for anything Fury could offer nor any interest in the hollow title of a superhero. He simply wished to live a peaceful life at home, devoid of any inclination towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Were it not for the organization's awareness of boundaries, Yi-Bai would have dismantled Fury's celestial aircraft carrier himself. There is someone targeting you, someone you cannot handle. Nick Fury discerned Yi-Bai's impatience and decided to be forthright. Who is it that seeks to confront me? Upon hearing Fury's words, Yi-Bai's interest was piqued. You cannot deal with them? Has one of the 5 cosmic deities descended upon Earth? Oblivious to the fact that he and Fury were no longer on the same wavelength, Yi-Bai pondered which primordial being might visit Earth to confront him. Could it be Galactus? It seemed that Galactus had indeed harbored intentions of consuming Earth. Have you heard of the Brotherhood? Nick Fury unveiled the mystery, revealing that it was, in fact, the mutant brotherhood that had set its sights on Yi-Bai. Upon hearing this, Yi-Bai did not exhibit the panic Fury anticipated. Rather, he regarded him with a peculiar expression, as if to say, the Brotherhood of Mutants? Is that all? Indeed, when Fury mentioned the Brotherhood as a threat, Yi-Bai genuinely felt this way. If it were one of the 5 cosmic deities, it would warrant Yi-Bai's serious attention. But mere mutants, even an alpha-level mutant like Apocalypse, were in Yi-Bai's eyes nothing more than jesters. As long as they did not provoke him, Yi-Bai had no desire to concern himself with Apocalypse's antics. However, should Apocalypse dare to trouble him, Yi-Bai would not hesitate to remind him what it meant to be a god among mortals. You are not the least bit surprised by this news. Now it was Nick Fury who appeared somewhat bewildered. In an era when superheroes had yet to proliferate, the Brotherhood of Mutants was undoubtedly the most formidable villainous organization. Many mainstream media outlets believed that Earth would inevitably meet its doom at the hands of the Brotherhood. Apocalypse had long made the annihilation of human civilization his lifelong goal. In the past, when Nick Fury approached others to inform them that the Brotherhood had them in their sights, those individuals would invariably succumb to panic and beseech S.H.I.E.L.D. for protection. This tactic had proven infallible, and Fury had profited immensely from it. Were it not for the fact that Magneto is an extreme pro-mutant supremacist, one might even suspect a collusion between him and Nick Fury. One employs intimidation while the other collects protection fees. It is indeed a perfect match. However, when this tactic was presented before Yi-Bai, it failed to yield the desired effect that Nick Fury had anticipated. In fact, Fury sensed that upon hearing of the Brotherhood of Mutants' interest in him, Yi-Bai seemed to exhale in relief. Did he truly believe that the Brotherhood posed no threat to him? Nick Fury, the king of spies, demonstrated his impeccable ability to read between the lines. Just from Yi-Bai's tone and demeanor, he discerned the young man's innermost thoughts. This was undoubtedly compounded by the fact that Yi-Bai had no intention of concealing his sentiments. Why would Magneto of the Brotherhood have set his sights on me? Frankly, Yi-Bai did not perceive being targeted by mutants as a significant concern. Yet, he was somewhat puzzled as to why they had chosen to focus on him. Shouldn't mutants direct their ire towards those in government who persecute them? Was it perhaps due to the incident involving the professor? Do you not realize how valuable you are at this moment? Nick Fury lamented, recognizing that he and Yi-Bai were operating on entirely different wavelengths. Moreover, Yi-Bai displayed no awareness of his status as a billionaire at all. While other billionaires may possess greater wealth, much of it is tied to their enterprises, assets that cannot be easily liquidated. Yi-Bai, on the other hand, held a fortune primarily in cash flow, a rarity indeed. This meant that whoever could gain his favor could unlock access to the vast sums of wealth amounting to billions behind him. With the recent surge in Stark Industries stock price, Yi-Bai's net worth was approaching the 100 billion mark. Such an astronomical fortune would undoubtedly pique the interest of many. In fact, in recent days, Kingpin had assisted Yi-Bai in dealing with several gangs that sought to exploit him. It became clear Magneto had his eyes set on Yi-Bai's wealth. Yi-Bai furrowed his brow, grasping the crux of the matter. Nick Fury nodded, affirming Yi-Bai's deduction. Wealth is a powerful motivator, and even in the Marvel Universe, a fortune of such magnitude would attract numerous covetous gazes. Not to mention, the Brotherhood of Mutants was in dire need of funds, making Yi-Bai an even more enticing target. Beyond his personal fortune, his immense social standing posed another complication. Imagine the impact of controlling him and leveraging his influence to advocate for the mutant community. The ramifications for the world would be profound. Nick Fury articulated this piercingly to Yi-Bai. Beyond his apparent value, Yi-Bai possessed a substantial latent worth. He was a prolific writer, one of the most outstanding literary talents of recent years. In today's America, nearly everyone could be considered a reader of Yi-Bai. It is easy to imagine the magnitude of influence his words could wield. Upon hearing your words, it indeed seems to hold a semblance of truth. Yi-Bai nodded slightly, acknowledging the veracity of Nick Fury's information. He had also come to the conclusion that Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood, had truly set his sights on him. It was not merely his wealth that they coveted, but also his very being. However, Yi-Bai was indifferent. With his prowess, why would he concern himself with those mutants? Would a dragon regard the malice of mere ants? Should you choose to ally with us, S.H.I.E.L.D. will extend its protection to you, and the Brotherhood of Mutants shall pose no threat. Nick Fury had laid the groundwork meticulously, now revealing his true intentions. He aimed to leverage the menace of the Brotherhood to draw Yi-Bai into S.H.I.E.L.D., intending to make him a mere tool of the agency. In Fury's estimation, Yi-Bai had no grounds to reject his proposal, unless he intended to confront the Brotherhood alone. In truth, that was precisely Yi-Bai's inclination. The Brotherhood was but a trifling concern, insufficient to instill fear within him. This matter is non-negotiable. I shall not join S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the Brotherhood, feel free to send them my way, Yi-Bai retorted disdainfully, completely dismissing the likes of Magneto and his fellow mutants. Observing Yi-Bai's resolute stance, Fury furrowed his brow, if he had one. Despite racking his brain, Fury could not fathom why Yi-Bai would spurn his proposition. However, in light of Yi-Bai's unwavering attitude, Fury was compelled to temporarily shelve his plans to recruit him. Rest assured, protection for Yi-Bai would still be assured. Fury was determined to thwart the Brotherhood's objectives. Failure to do so would lead to significant turmoil and immense pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D. Very well. Whenever you come to your senses, S.H.I.E.L.D. will welcome your membership. Additionally, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Although today's primary objective was not achieved, Nick Fury, while disappointed, did not dwell on it. He shifted his focus to the second topic of discussion. What is it? Yi-Bai inquired, his curiosity piqued. Could there be others, aside from the mutants, who had their sights set on him? Who could it be? Hydra? Or perhaps another large organization? Your wife, Hela, are you well acquainted with her? Nick Fury asked in a hushed tone. At this, Yi-Bai's expression shifted dramatically. If he had previously regarded Fury with indifference, he now felt a surge of aversion. This wretched, conniving man had led him to believe there was a pressing issue, only to seek to sow discord between him and his wife. Sensing Yi-Bai's disgust, Fury hastily attempted to clarify, do not misinterpret my intentions. I am not attempting to incite discord in your marriage, merely offering you a word of caution. We have conducted an investigation into your wife's background, and the findings reveal that prior to her appearance in your life, there was no record of anyone named Hela in existence. She had no past, no parents, as if she had fallen from the heavens. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Yi-Bai remained silent, contemplating Nick Fury's words, for he found a semblance of truth in them. If even Fury's S.H.I.E.L.D. could not unearth any information regarding Hela, then her history must hold a significant narrative. This suggested that either Hela was not of this world, or someone had deliberately erased her existence. Consider this carefully. Is it truly mere coincidence that you and your wife crossed paths, or could it be an intricately orchestrated ruse? Fury continued. Though he did not articulate it outright, his meaning was unmistakable. He was implying that Hela harbored secrets. Chapter 17. Reflecting upon Fury's words, Yi-Bai was engulfed in contemplation. Many events, when experienced, seemed trivial, yet upon reflection, they appeared strikingly fortuitous. For instance, Yi-Bai had met Hela a year prior. On that fateful day, upon opening his door, he discovered Hela lying bloodied outside. She was gravely injured, and it was Yi-Bai who carried her into his home, saving her life. From that moment, he began to care for her, nurturing feelings that eventually blossomed into matrimony. Initially, Yi-Bai merely felt fortunate to have stumbled upon a wife. But now he found himself questioning the circumstances. What if she had been placed in his path by someone else? Furthermore, Fury's assertion that Hela's background was untraceable suggested an enigma surrounding her origins, mysterious enough to evade even the formidable grasp of S. S.H.I.E.L.D. This only deepened the intrigue of Hela's identity in Yi-Bai's mind. Nevertheless, outwardly, Yi-Bai continued to harbor disdain for Fury, as if he were entirely disbelieving of his assertions. My bond with Hela is unwavering. Regardless of her identity, she is my wife, and that is an irrefutable truth. You should take your leave. Do not compel me to expel you. Yi-Bai reprimanded coldly, disregarding the fact that Fury had traveled a considerable distance to provide him with information. Fury, however, paid no mind. He had conveyed what he needed to, and whether Yi-Bai chose to believe it was of no consequence to him, his objective had been achieved. As he departed, Fury left behind his business card, suggesting that Yi-Bai could reach out should any questions arise. Yi-Bai didn't even glance at the card, discarding it directly into the trash. If there were matters that Yi-Bai could not resolve, what purpose would S.H.I.E.L.D. serve? Moreover, regardless of whether Hela was a pawn placed beside him by another organization, one fact remained unalterable. Hela entirely belonged to Yi-Bai, a truth that no one could contest. If Hela were to belong to a particular organization, Yi-Bai would annihilate that organization and keep Hela by his side. The most effective way to deal with a sweet trap is to consume the candy and return the projectile. With clarity of thought, Yi-Bai did not dwell on such matters. He found it far more fruitful to contemplate preparing a nourishing meal for Hela. He worried that if they were to have children in the future, they would not suffer from hunger. No child should endure hardship. On the second floor of the manor, although Hela lay in bed, she heard every word exchanged between Yi-Bai and Nick Fury. When she overheard Nick Fury attempting to sow discord between her and Yi-Bai, she nearly rushed down the stairs to smash his bald head. However, when she heard Yi-Bai's resolute trust in her, a smile inevitably graced her lips. That scoundrel. At least he possesses a conscience. My efforts in allowing him such advantages are not in vain. Simultaneously, Hela felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, her greatest concern did not materialize. Had Yi-Bai truly begun to doubt her because of Nick Fury's words, she would have been at a loss for what to do. She certainly could not resort to violence against Yi-Bai. That would mean a lifetime of solitude. Fortunately, Yi-Bai's response left Hela immensely satisfied, and she silently resolved to reward this scoundrel tonight. The unconventional ideas she usually opposed would now serve as a reward for Yi-Bai's performance today. Yet, Hela remained vigilant. While she was pleased that Yi-Bai believed in her unconditionally, it also sounded an alarm within her. Sooner or later, her true identity would be revealed to Yi-Bai. When that day arrived, would he still choose to trust her as he does now? Hela was uncertain and felt a lack of assurance. Perhaps she should begin to subtly disclose fragments of her past to him, preparing him for the truth. This way, when the reality was finally unveiled, he might find it easier to accept. In that moment, Hela grasped a profound truth. Love is undoubtedly the most intricate emotion in the world. She even felt that the challenges she faced while devising war strategies beside Odin paled in comparison to the difficulties of romance. Navigating a relationship is truly arduous. Aside from these personal matters, Hela had no intention of letting Nick Fury off the hook. That unscrupulous man had audaciously attempted to manipulate the bond between her and Yi-Bai, an act that was utterly intolerable. He must receive a lesson, otherwise, one could only imagine what further schemes he might concoct. Additionally, there was the matter of the Brotherhood of Mutants. From the conversation between Nick Fury and Yi-Bai, Hela learned that an organization known as the Brotherhood of Mutants had recently set its sights on Yi-Bai. How dare they lay their hands on my man? They clearly have no understanding of the consequences of their actions. Hela had made up her mind. First, she would confront the unscrupulous egg vendor, and then she would annihilate the Brotherhood of Mutants. My man, I shall protect him myself. At that moment, Hela experienced an unprecedented urge to safeguard someone dearly. Unbeknownst to her, this desire for protection stemmed from love. Meanwhile, the aging Magneto was devising his plans in an abandoned factory, oblivious to the fact that his Brotherhood of Mutants had caught the attention of Death. Through our investigations, we learned that there were numerous bodyguards stationed around Yi-Bai's estate. Should we attempt a direct assault, the likelihood of causing an uproar would be exceedingly high. Magneto pointed to the blueprint of Yi-Bai's estate on the blackboard and addressed the members of the Brotherhood. What Magneto did not realize was that those bodyguards, in his eyes, were actually gang members planted nearby by Jean Bing. The primary mission of these gangsters was not to ensure Yi-Bai's safety, but to guarantee that no unwitting individuals would provoke him. Jean Bing had no desire to experience the thrill of being dragged from an underground warehouse again. Since a direct assault is out of the question, what shall we do? Use cunning? A burly member inquired, eyeing the schematics beside Magneto. Indeed, we must resort to stratagems. Storming into the estate would incite chaos and attract the attention of those bothersome enforcers. Magneto nodded in agreement with the tactical approach, swiftly beginning to outline specific arrangements. First, you, Mystique. Your task is to infiltrate the estate and find a way to lure Yi-Bai out. Magneto instructed a woman adorned with blue, scaly skin. Mystique nodded. Utilizing her mutant abilities, this task would pose little challenge for her. Next, we must find a way to subdue Yi-Bai's wife. She is his Achilles heel. With her in our grasp, Yi-Bai will acquiesce to anything. Magneto succinctly outlined the plan, which, while not infallible, was grounded in reason and carried a high probability of success. With this thought, a slight smile crept across Magneto's lips, a smile of impending victory. Chapter 18. Thor had been feeling rather vexed lately, a sentiment he had never experienced before. As the god of thunder in Norse mythology, the prince of Asgard, and the foremost heir to the throne, Thor was inherently good-natured. His demeanor was often whimsical. However, a series of recent events had left the young Thor feeling utterly distressed. After centuries of existence, he had never encountered such turmoil. Initially, his beloved brother, Loki, with whom he had shared a tumultuous bond for hundreds of years, was revealed not to be his biological sibling. Moreover, Loki's true identity was that of the child of the frost giant king, the sworn enemy of Asgard. During a previous battle, Odin had brought Loki back to Asgard to raise him. This revelation would have sufficed, as Thor believed that bloodlines did not tarnish the affection between him and Loki. However, Loki harbored a different sentiment. Upon discovering that he was not of the bloodline of the Odinson family, he succumbed to darkness. Taking advantage of Odin's slumber, he usurped the throne of Asgard and dispatched the destroyer armor with the intent to eliminate Thor. Ultimately, the bond between the two brothers shattered, and Loki plunged into the abyss of the cosmos, his fate unknown. The brother who had accompanied him for centuries was lost, leaving Thor in profound sorrow. Yet, what troubled Thor even more was Odin's sudden revelation that he had a sister. Her name was Hela, Odin's firstborn and the rightful heir to Asgard. However, Hela had been twisted by Odin's influence, becoming a ruthless harbinger of death, and was thus imprisoned. Recently, Hela had escaped her confinement, her whereabouts now a mystery. The convergence of these two events left Thor in a state of distraction, leading him to question his very existence. Even while standing in Odin's golden palace, his thoughts lingered on Loki and the enigmatic sister whose face remained obscured. Meanwhile, Odin too was preoccupied with thoughts of Hela. He found himself vexed, perhaps even more so than Thor. Odin was aware of Loki's usurpation and had tacitly allowed it. However, sending the destroyer armor to Midgard was not merely a trial for Thor, it was also an attempt to trace Hela's whereabouts. While Thor met the challenge set before him, Hela's trail remained elusive, a source of great concern for Odin. Deep down, he understood that Hela would never forgive him for his past transgressions, and her eventual return to Asgard would undoubtedly pose a grave challenge. The most prudent course of action would be to re-imprison Hela before her strength was fully restored. Yet, the key to sealing Hela away once more lay in locating her, and without her presence, how could one seal away a ghost? Where could such a formidable being as Hela possibly be hiding, invisible to all? With a heavy sigh, Odin succumbed to his worries. Nevertheless, one thing he was certain of was that Hela remained somewhere in Midgard, for it was there that Odin had originally sealed her. Yet, with Midgard's vastness, how could he ever hope to find her? At that moment, Odin's gaze shifted downward to Thor. Perhaps it was time to illuminate Midgard with the glory of Asgard. He contemplated. Rather than relying solely on Asgard to seek Hela, why not enlist the aid of the mortals inhabiting Midgard? The strength of many could expedite the search for Hela. With a newfound resolve, Odin spoke without hesitation. Thor, my child, I have a task I need you to undertake. His voice startled Thor from his reverie, prompting an instinctive glance toward his father. What is it? Thor inquired, his expression one of earnest curiosity. Odin's lips twitched imperceptibly, a hint of sorrow stirring within him. How could someone as cunning as he, and a woman as virtuous as Frigga, produce a simpleton like Thor? Could it be that Hela inherited all of his superior genes, leaving Thor with an inherently deficient intellect? Though these thoughts lingered, Odin refrained from voicing them. Have you visited Midgard? What are your impressions of its mortals? Odin inquired of Thor. Reflecting on his encounters, Thor's mind was drawn to Jane Foster. They are vast, fair, soft, and possess a kindness at their core, he replied. Only upon uttering these words did he realize their inappropriateness, but it was too late. Odin's expression had darkened considerably. Suppressing his ire, Odin continued, would you be willing to return to Midgard? Thor's eyes lit up with excitement, banishing his earlier worries. Struggling against the impulse to strike Thor, Odin muttered, this is my own blood, this is my own blood. After finally managing to quell his inner turmoil, Odin nodded. However, this is not a leisure trip. There is a task at hand, he stated. Thor quickly affirmed, understanding that the mission took precedence over his personal affairs. His intention to assist his father outweighed any desire to frolic with his girlfriend. On this journey to Midgard, in the name of Asgard, you must enlist the help of those mortals to trace Hela's whereabouts. Do you understand? Odin outlined his plan, motivated by the need to deal with Hela. Until he resolved the matter of his daughter, he would find no peace. Thor, preoccupied with thoughts of his large, fair, and soft girlfriend, barely absorbed the details of the mission. As soon as Odin finished speaking, he nodded vigorously, fearing that any delay would cause Odin to retract his offer. Odin, feeling a twinge of regret, doubted whether Thor was the right choice for this task. How he wished Loki were present. Loki was far more dependable than this simpleton. Yet, ultimately, he suppressed these thoughts and urged Thor to depart. Each glance at him caused Odin's heart to ache a little more. Once Thor had left, Odin rose slowly from his throne, his solitary eye surveying the land of Asgard, filled with nostalgia. "This is my Asgard, and it shall forever remain my Asgard," Odin mused. As long as he remained unwilling to relinquish his throne, no one could claim kingship, not Hela, nor Thor. The throne could be bestowed upon others. But his children could not usurp it, for this was his Asgard, the realm he had built and led to prosperity. Many perceived Odin as a kindly elder, particularly in Thor, Ragnarok, where he appeared exceedingly benevolent. Yet, few are aware that in his youth, Odin was renowned throughout the cosmos as a fervent warmonger. The infamous goddess of death, Hela, stands as Odin's most admirable creation. However, even Hela's hands, stained with blood, pale in comparison to Odin's countless transgressions. Chapter 19. It was a splendid day, sunny and breezy. Yi-Bai awoke early, and before he could even rise from his bed, a notification resonated in his ears. Sign-in successful. Reward, complete collection of Conan manga. Upon hearing the day's system reward, Yi-Bai's lips twitched in frustration. The system had abruptly dashed his cheerful mood. Nevertheless, reflecting on Hela's cooperation the previous night and the delightful novelties they experienced, his expression brightened once more. Truly, one's spouse can be a source of understanding and warmth. After savoring the recollection of last night's pleasures, Yi-Bai rose to prepare breakfast. Today he awoke even earlier than usual. Previously, he would rise around 8. But for the past few days, he had been up by 7. This early rising had its reasons. The luxurious yacht Yi-Bai had ordered some time ago had finally arrived, now moored at his private dock. Thus, Yi-Bai planned to take Hela out for a day of relaxation. With life now devoid of worries, it was high time to indulge in leisure. Yi-Bai envisioned embarking on the yacht from New York City, sailing along the coastline to Angel City. In Beverly Hills, he owned a lavish villa, and it was the perfect moment to bask in the Californian sun and revel in the sights of bikinis. With this thought, he pulled out his phone to check for the latest news. The first thing that caught his eye was a video. In it, a familiar giant was seen battling military personnel, seemingly on a university campus. The hulking figure, clad in eco-friendly colors, was none other than the Marvel Universe's premier tank, the Hulk. It appeared that a storyline involving the Hulk was unfolding. Yi-Bai mused over this, but paid it little mind. He had no intention of becoming a savior or a hero. The Hulk's affairs were best left to S.H.I.E.L.D. to manage. After all, the battleground of the Hulk and Abomination lay in Manhattan, far removed from Yi-Bai's life, as he owned no property there. His seaside estate was on the outskirts of New York City, effectively making him a neighbor of Tony Stark. Having glanced at the news, Yi-Bai quickly forgot about the Hulk's situation. Instead, he pondered what ingredients to bring aboard the yacht. Hela's physique was still somewhat frail and required nourishment. Though he could manage with one hand, Yi-Bai wouldn't mind a little more. After all, it was also for the sake of their future child. Undeniably, Yi-Bai was a man, but he prided himself on being principled, desiring only his wife Hela's form. Other temptations held no allure for him. At this moment, Hela groggily rose from her slumber. Feeling the fatigue in her body, she blushed and silently cursed Yi-Bai for being too beastly. However, more than that, her heart swelled with sweetness. Who wouldn't wish for the affection of the one they adored? Moreover, after the personal investigation conducted the previous night, Hela was now convinced that Yi-Bai was no ordinary mortal. His strength and endurance led her to believe that he was akin to a deity, just like her. As for the specifics of his divinity, that was of little importance. What truly mattered was that Yi-Bai loved her, wasn't it? Dragging her weary body, Hela slowly descended the staircase. Upon seeing Yi-Bai busily working in the kitchen, warmth flickered in her cold eyes. The sensation of waking up each day to someone caring for her was truly delightful. As she entered the kitchen, Hela gently leaned against Yi-Bai's back, inquiring, "What are we having today?" Her tone was laced with an innocent anticipation. "I'm making you soup to nourish your body. You worked hard yesterday," Yi-Bai replied, with a double entendre that earned him a playful eye roll from Hela. "Then you continue with your work. I'll freshen up, or I might smell a bit off," she said, casting another reproachful glance at him. She reached out and playfully pinched the muscle beneath his ribs, twisting it firmly. "Ouch!" Yi-Bai exclaimed, nearly losing his grip on the soup pot. Satisfied, Hela sauntered towards the bathroom on the first floor while Yi-Bai watched her with amusement, shaking his head affectionately at her childlike demeanor. He had completely forgotten a crucial detail. With Yi-Bai's current physical prowess, how could a frail woman possibly inflict pain upon him? His skin, impervious even to bullets, was easily twisted in pain by Hela's delicate fingers, a fact that spoke volumes. Yet, in that moment, Yi-Bai was enveloped in sweet thoughts of Hela, oblivious to this discrepancy. After a simple breakfast, the two boarded a yacht, a pristine white vessel aptly named Goddess. Indeed, it was a gift from Yi-Bai to Hela. The yacht was entirely devoid of crew, as Yi-Bai alone could operate it. The skills he had acquired from the reward of tomcats, mouse-catching wisdom, had not taught him how to catch mice. But he had mastered a plethora of elegant music, refined sports, various modes of transportation, and even an array of technological knowledge. Yet, the art of catching mice remained a mystery, suggesting that the cat named Tom was perhaps not adept at that task. Shaking off these miscellaneous thoughts, Yi-Bai promptly set the yacht in motion. Under Hela's expectant gaze, the two reclined on the deck, sailing toward the City of Angels on the far side of the continent. Their splendid holiday had officially commenced. Meanwhile, within Yi-Bai's estate, the transformed shapeshifter was left pondering her existence in the now deserted manor. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Mystique exerted considerable effort to infiltrate the heavily guarded estate, only to discover that her target had already fled. Could it be that the plan had been compromised? This shouldn't be the case. Confounded, Mystique stood amidst the opulent, yet desolate mansion. In a dim alley of Angel City, Bruce Banner was cautiously concealing his whereabouts. When did such a life begin? It seemed to have commenced with that fateful experiment. Bruce reflected on the recent past, when he had not found himself in such dire straits. Back then, he was a quintessential success story, a globally renowned physics professor, in a relationship with a wealthy and beautiful woman, seemingly at the pinnacle of life. He had believed he would continue to thrive until he was pierced by gamma rays. From that moment, a demon was born within Bruce Banner, and his nightmare began in earnest. The military was hunting him, agents pursued him, and even private laboratories sought him. This situation of being besieged on all sides left Bruce in utter despair. He could only run and hide, feeling neither human nor ghostly. Chapter 20. If one were to ask Bruce Banner if he regretted his choices, the answer would undoubtedly be affirmative. Had he known he would end up in such a state, he would never have engaged with that cursed gamma ray experiment. Unfortunately, life offers no remedies for regret. Some events, once set in motion, are irrevocable. Bruce was no longer the rising star of physics, but rather a pitiable wanderer without a home. Hearing the echoes of footsteps surrounding him, Bruce curled his body tighter. How cold, how hungry, how desperately he wished someone could see through his bravado, strip away his FAAD, and tell him, "Do not fear, I will help you." Alas, such solace existed only within the realms of Bruce's dreams. Meanwhile, Yi-Bai, basking in the sunlight at sea, remained oblivious to the fact that the chaos meant to unfold in Manhattan involving the Hulk and Abomination had shifted to Angel City, all due to the flutter of his butterfly wings. In a state of extreme hunger, Bruce Banner had stealthily infiltrated the lavish villa belonging to Yi-Bai in Beverly Hills. At that moment, Yi-Bai was engaged in playful banter with Hela, completely unaware that his opulent residence had been occupied. "Yi-Bai, do you like Captain Barbassa?" "Not at all. Who could possibly like that old codger?" Yi-Bai replied candidly, puzzled by Hela's peculiar question. "What about the Dark Lord Sauron?" "Not a fan either." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, just curious," Hela responded with a smile, her gaze briefly evasive. "And what of Voldemort?" "Not likable at all. Who would ever favor a villain?" Yi-Bai felt exasperated. Why did Hela incessantly pursue such trivial inquiries? Very well, he conceded. Hela, albeit reluctantly, decided not to press further. Yet, in her heart, she contemplated that the time to confront Yi-Bai with the truth must be postponed. Unbeknownst to Hela, Yi-Bai's aversion to the antagonist was not rooted in their malevolence, but rather in their unappealing appearances. How could one possibly harbor affection for such figures? Men, after all, often allow their principles to be swayed by physical allure. If Hela were to inquire whether Yi-Bai held any fondness for Jiang Yuyan, he would undoubtedly respond in the affirmative. It could only be said that Hela had yet to grasp the complexities of men. Though she was unclear about the purpose behind Hela's questions, Yi-Bai could discern that she bore a burden of her own. He chose not to pry, instead enveloping her in his embrace. Actions often speak louder than words, serving to convey Yi-Bai's sentiments more directly. Initially filled with trepidation, Hela now surrendered to the moment, relishing the beauty of their shared tranquility. The Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters is renowned within the Marvel Universe. It serves as the headquarters for the X-Men and stands as a sanctuary for mutants. Currently, one of the most powerful mutants on Earth, the Professor, oversees this haven, providing refuge for numerous homeless mutant children. With the Professor's connections and influence within the Federation, many ambitious adversaries are deterred from encroaching upon this sanctuary. However, in recent days, the Professor, the guardian of countless mutants, has fallen ill. Yet, it is not merely an ailment. He appears to be under assault from an enigmatic force. At this moment, he lies upon a pristine hospital bed, his pallid visage marred by darkened veins. Although he has lapsed into unconsciousness, he intermittently furrows his brow, clearly enduring some unspeakable torment. "Jean, what is the Professor's condition?" Scott Summers, known as Cyclops and adorned with quartz lenses, inquired anxiously of Jean Grey. Jean's countenance was grim as she slowly shook her head. The Professor's condition was dire. His abilities were deteriorating, and the peculiar energy within him was waning. If a solution were not found, the Professor could survive no more than 3 days. Jean endeavored to maintain her composure, striving not to succumb to tears, yet her words elicited tears from the eyes of the other X-Men. The Professor had always been their protector, a figure of utmost respect among them. Yet, this venerable elder, who had devoted his life to safeguarding mutants, now faced such a grim fate. The news weighed heavily on the hearts of all mutants. Damn it, how could this happen? How could the Professor fall ill? Cyclops struck the wall beside him in frustration, The pain in his hand paled in comparison to the anguish within his heart. Yet, this was merely an expression of his impotence, offering no alleviation to the professor's current plight. Please recount the events of recent times. Why did the professor collapse without warning? Surely, there must be a reason. Consider whether the professor might have been the victim of some underhanded scheme. Among us, Storm possesses the most rational perspective, understanding that anxiety resolves nothing. After hearing her words, the gazes of the group shifted towards. Reflecting deeply, recalled her experiences with the professor over the past few days. There seemed to be an incident, the connection to the professor's ailment uncertain. She remembered the conflict between the professor and Yi Bai. It appeared that the professor's health had begun to deteriorate shortly thereafter. Upon listening to's account, the other X-Men fell into silence. If Gray's assertions held any truth, then Yi Bai might indeed be the architect of the professor's current plight. However, the situation was initiated by the professor himself. Had he not recklessly delved into Yi Bai's memories, he would not have provoked such a response. From this perspective, the professor bore some responsibility. Even with a desire for vengeance on the professor's behalf, one could not easily bypass their moral compass. The X-Men each adhered to their own ethical principles and were capable of empathetic reasoning. Logically, if someone sought to invade their thoughts, they would eliminate the threat. Thus, even if Yi Bai was indeed responsible for the professor's dire state, it could be argued that the professor brought this upon himself. In truth, it was indeed Yi Bai's doing. Let us not forget that Yi Bai possesses mastery over dark magic. A single curse could easily seal the professor's fate. Mental manipulation cannot confer immunity against dark curses. Yi Bai is not one to suffer without retaliation. I must confront him. I must compel him to spare the professor. As the one who had received the most assistance from the professor, Cyclops could no longer remain passive upon learning of a target. He immediately turned to leave. Scott, you cannot go. Your actions will only escalate the conflict. This situation arose from our initial missteps. Gray called out to the impulsive Cyclops, attempting to prevent him from seeking trouble with Yi Bai. I must go. I cannot bear to watch the professor perish before my eyes. Besides, who says I am seeking trouble? Cyclops halted, determination etched on his face, veins bulging in his clenched fist. What is your intention then? Inquired a burly figure, curiosity lacing his tone. It was Wolverine, the seasoned veteran among the X-Men. I will plead with him to spare the professor. If he refuses, I shall kneel before him. If he continues to deny me, I shall remain on my knees, no matter where I go, Cyclops retorted with a fierce tone, uttering the most cowardly of words. Chapter 21. Ultimately, the X-Men did not prevent Cyclops from proceeding. Perhaps it was worth a try. What if he succeeded? Moreover, the professor's condition was exceedingly dire. If a solution was not found promptly, he truly might not survive. Thus, the numerous agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. fervently wished for Laser-Eye to succeed. Otherwise, the professor would certainly be in dire straits. Nick Fury felt a deep sense of indignation. Who was he? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The king of agents, the invisible guardian of Earth. Yet those damned politicians had the audacity to regard him as a mere diplomat, compelling him to engage in diplomatic endeavors. This was not only a waste of talent, but also a profound insult. Indeed, just an hour prior, the spokesperson of the United States had contacted Nick Fury, requesting his attendance at a diplomatic conference. Fury, in his exasperation, had scratched his head countless times over this obligation. Thankfully, being bald spared him from losing any hair in the process. However, upon arriving at the conference room, Nick Fury found himself perplexed. This diplomatic gathering was far more prestigious than he had anticipated. Not only had the U.S. spokesperson personally arrived, but significant figures from various nations across the globe were also present. Was this diplomatic meeting perhaps concerning extraterrestrials? Nick Fury pondered inwardly. Such a grand spectacle was not something even Wakanda could boast of. Nick Fury, do you have any idea who the attendees of this meeting are? This level of grandeur is quite rare, inquired his old comrade, Alexander Pierce, quietly at his side. Nick Fury remained composed, slowly shaking his head. Although he held a deep trust in Alexander Pierce, he genuinely knew nothing about this occasion. Soon enough, as each participant took their seats, this unprecedented diplomatic conference officially commenced. The first to take the stage was the U.S. spokesperson, Mr. Unreliable. With his distinctive gait, Mr. Unreliable sauntered to the center of the podium and began to speak in a storytelling manner. To be honest, Nick Fury was not particularly impressed by Mr. Unreliable. He only caught a few significant phrases from the spokesperson's discourse. A brand new ally has found us. Humanity is not alone. And finally, we welcome our friends from Asgard. Nick Fury was aware of Asgard, having studied Norse mythology. Of course, he also recognized that Asgard was indeed real. Only recently, a god of thunder had descended in New Mexico. Could it be that the god of thunder from Asgard had returned? Nick Fury instinctively sensed the truth. And when Thor made his entrance, his suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, this diplomatic meeting was convened to welcome Thor. Thor, as Odin had foretold, reached out to high-ranking officials of humanity upon arriving on Earth. After substantiating Asgard's existence, he immediately became the guest of honor. "Greetings, mortals of Midgard. I am Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard," Thor proclaimed as he took the stage, eliciting a grimace from those surrounding him. The god of thunder's words were somewhat brash. However, Thor perceived them as a candid expression of truth. His visit to Midgard was primarily motivated by two objectives. The first was Asgard's desire to cultivate amicable diplomatic relations with humanity. As we inhabit the Nine Realms, it is only natural that we should be allies. The second aim was to enlist your assistance in leveraging your resources to locate my sister. Thus, these encapsulate Thor's intentions for this journey. Firstly, to make mortals aware of Asgard's genuine existence, and secondly, to utilize humanity's aid in the search for Hela. One inquisitive soul ventured to ask, "What is your sister's name?" After all, how could they embark on a search without even a name? Moreover, Norse mythology had never alluded to Thor having a sister. This is to be expected. The so-called myths are largely fabrications and cannot be entirely aligned with reality. You are correct, my sister's name is Hela. As for her appearance, I have yet to behold her, though I imagine she is quite fair, Thor hastily supplemented, realizing the inadequacy of his initial information. Yet, with only a name and no description, the task at hand was undoubtedly daunting. Many furrowed their brows, pondering how they might assist Thor in locating his sister amidst the vast human populace. Only Nick Fury, upon hearing the name Hela, nearly spewed his drink in astonishment. Were it not for his dark complexion, his face would have surely flushed with embarrassment. However, he was too absorbed in Thor's words to concern himself with such trivialities. Hela? Hela. Fury recalled where he had encountered that name before. Could it truly be this fortuitous? Yet, considering Hela's largely blank past, he felt the likelihood of this connection growing increasingly plausible. Perhaps this Hela truly had descended from the heavens? Lost in contemplation, Nick Fury failed to notice that his reactions had not gone unnoticed by his friend, Alexander Pierce. Presenting himself as the head of the Security Council and a high-ranking official in S.H.I.E.L.D., in truth, he was an arrogant Hydra operative. After meticulously observing Fury's response, he pondered the implications. Could it be that Nick Fury knew the whereabouts of this Hela? No, I must investigate further, Pierce resolved. As someone capable of infiltrating Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., his abilities were unquestionable. His skill in reading others was no less adept than Fury's. Based on Fury's reaction alone, he had already drawn numerous conclusions. Soon, the meeting concluded, and the attendees exited the conference room. Thor, the god of thunder, departed amid a throng of high-ranking humans, basking in their adulation. Unlike his peers, Nick Fury silently retreated to a secluded corner. The first action taken was to elevate the confidentiality status of the files pertaining to Hela and Yi-Bai to the highest level. Only he, as the director, held the authority to access them. Once this was accomplished, a slight sense of relief washed over him. If my conjecture holds true, then Yi-Bai is indeed a fortunate individual, Nick Fury mused enviously. To what a bona fide goddess surpasses even the most exaggerated tales of cinema. Could it be that Yi-Bai saved the galaxy in a past life? How else could one explain such extraordinary fortune? Unbeknownst to Nick Fury, Alexander Pierce was concurrently investigating matters concerning Hela. He initially accessed the S.H.I.E.L.D. database, yet found himself at a loss. How peculiar. He recalled having perused the reports on Hela just yesterday. Why were they now elusive? Chapter 22. While Pierce was in a state of utter frustration, another group was in a state of urgency, led by Warpath and the students of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, the Mutants. Cyclops had intended to kneel before Yi-Bai, beseeching him for mercy on behalf of the professor. He was even prepared to sacrifice his own life to spare the professoress. However, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that he could not ascertain Yi-Bai's current whereabouts. They journeyed to Yi-Bai's estate, yet found it devoid of his presence. Only an empty manor awaited them. Even the opportunity to kneel was denied. This outcome nearly drove Cyclops to the brink of despair. Without locating Yi-Bai, the professor could not endure for long. It was conceivable that by the time Yi-Bai returned, the professor's funeral would have already taken place. Amidst this turmoil, Storm, a member of the team with a multitude of ideas, proposed a method to prolong the professor's life. This involved leveraging the mischievous mutant's abilities to transfer Wolverine's life force into the professor's body. Wolverine's most formidable trait was his healing capacity, rendering him a beast that could defy death. This plan proved to be viable. Upon receiving Wolverine's life force, the professor's condition improved considerably, though still in a comatose state. At the very least, his physical health no longer deteriorated. The sole unfortunate soul in this scenario was Wolverine. The robust figure, previously an imposing warrior with muscles radiating strength, now appeared listless, his complexion pale, resembling a shell of his former self. When he gazed at the seemingly innocuous mischievous one, his eyes were filled with trepidation and aversion. The prospect of enduring such a state for an extended period led Wolverine to entertain thoughts of despair. Never before had Wolverine been so fervently eager for Cyclops to succeed swiftly. In fact, He longed to locate Yi Bai without delay, to prostrate himself and implore Yi Bai to swiftly reclaim his abilities. Otherwise, if this situation persisted, the professor might not succumb to death, but he himself could very well be rendered a mere husk by the mischievous one. Xavier Academy for gifted youngsters was a matter of little concern to Yi Bai. He paid scant attention even to the professor's circumstances. After employing dark magic to punish that old rogue, Yi Bai had dismissed the affair entirely. If the man had perished, so be it. Yi Bai felt no pangs of remorse. If he remained alive, it mattered not, provided he did not cause any disturbances in Yi Bai's presence. At this moment, Yi Bai was reclining on the deck with Hela, yearning for the sight of land. This marked the third day of their yachting expedition. And to encapsulate the experience in a single phrase, it had become somewhat tedious. Gazing at the monotonous expanse of the endless ocean, Yi Bai felt an acute sense of folly in embarking on this maritime journey. The first day was tolerable, yet by the second day, ennui had set in. In truth, a yacht was not designed for travel. It served primarily as a vessel for revelry. This explains why the affluent of the Eagle country seldom invest in yachts. Its cost-effectiveness is dismally low, and the travel experience is far from satisfactory, as they are predominantly utilized for hosting parties or fishing excursions. For genuine travel, one must rely on airplanes. Thus, the prevalence of private jets in the Eagle country. Yi Bai even contemplated acquiring a private jet himself, as he currently lacked for funds. At long last, after 3 days of monotonous navigation, Yi Bai and Hela arrived at the private harbor situated in Angel City. There, a dozen individuals awaited them. These were the butlers Yi Bai had employed, tasked with overseeing his daily needs. This was the essence of enjoying life. Otherwise, if one had to handle every chore personally, even a billionaire like Yi Bai would lack prestige. Sir, the car is ready. Shall we proceed directly to the villa? As Yi Bai and Hela disembarked, an impeccably gentlemanly elder approached, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "Let us return home first, then we shall assess the situation," Yi Bai replied, accustomed to such interactions. Before taking Hela's hand and stepping into a luxurious, extended Rolls-Royce. Though Yi Bai had undergone socialist education prior to his transmigration, he could not deny that capitalism possessed its commendable virtues. For the affluent, capitalism offered unparalleled convenience and a greater capacity to relish life. Many concerns need not trouble one's mind, as a dedicated team would arrange everything seamlessly. All one needed to do was to pause and savor the experience. After 3 consecutive days of sailing, Hela, too, felt some fatigue, resting her head upon Yi Bai's shoulder to rejuvenate. "What? You say Hela is the goddess of death? How could she possibly be weary from travel? Ah, but you must consider with whom Hela is traveling." In the midst of boredom aboard the yacht, Yi Bai naturally sought some amusement. Unfortunately for Hela, there was no escape. After 3 days, it was hardly surprising that she felt fatigued. Silence enveloped the air as the elongated Rolls-Royce came to a halt before a luxurious villa in Beverly Hills. Yi Bai chose not to have his team of butlers follow him any further, opting instead to dismiss them. He then assisted the somewhat unsteady Hela as they made their way into the opulent residence. Before even crossing the threshold, Yi Bai's brow furrowed slightly. He detected the unmistakable sound of human breathing within his villa. Had someone entered? The thought ignited a flicker of anger within him. This was his home, his private property. He was determined to uncover who dared intrude. Let it be remembered that in the United States, the castle law permitted him to defend his abode with lethal force against trespassers. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Bruce Banner was fast asleep. Since arriving at this grand estate, he had enjoyed a life of relative comfort, free from the relentless pursuit he had once faced, for few would dare trespass into such a mansion. His only concern was the return of the villa's owner, preferably never to return, he mused. Suddenly, Bruce stirred slightly, awakening from his slumber. Thanks to recent experiences, his vigilance had heightened, enabling him to remain alert even in sleep. Upon hearing noises from the first floor, his initial reaction was that of a burglar. But then he reconsidered. Was he not the intruder? Thus, this theory was swiftly dismissed, leaving only one conclusion. The owner of the mansion had returned. Realizing this, Bruce roused himself fully, contemplating his escape route. In the United States, a delayed exit could very well result in a swift execution by the homeowner. Moreover, should he meet his end within this house, it would be in vain. Chapter 23. Yi Bai gently placed Hela on the sofa on the first floor, allowing her to rest comfortably. He then ascended the staircase, making his way to the second floor. Yi Bai was acutely aware that an unwelcome guest had invaded his upper quarters. His curiosity piqued. He sought to discover who possessed such audacity as to trespass upon his private sanctuary. Hearing Yi Bai's unmistakable footsteps, Bruce Banner's anxiety surged. He began to scout for an escape route, yet found none in the immediate vicinity, left to anxiously pace in place until his gaze locked with Yi Bai, who had now reached the second floor. In that moment, the atmosphere grew still. Both Bruce and Yi Bai stared at one another, momentarily bewildered. "Oh my God, it's you. Yi, what a relief. I no longer need to fear execution." Bruce was the first to regain his composure, a look of joy spreading across his face as he opened his arms to embrace Yi Bai. Yi Bai rolled his eyes, astonished that the intruder in his home turned out to be this individual. Isn't this fellow currently in the Big Apple? How did he end up in Angel City? As Bruce Banner approached for an embrace, Yi-Bai halted his motion. Banner, how did you find yourself here? And in this form? Yi-Bai feigned ignorance. Indeed. Yi-Bai and Bruce Banner were acquainted, sharing a cordial relationship. Bruce Banner was an unequivocal genius, having earned 7 doctoral degrees at a remarkably young age. A feat unparalleled in the entirety of Eagle Country. Even the formidable Tony Stark could not claim such an accomplishment, underscoring the extraordinary nature of Banner's intellect. Of course, Stark's inability was not due to a lack of capability, but rather his propensity for laziness. Yi-Bai, too, was a prodigy, albeit in the realm of literature. The two geniuses, having graduated from the same university, shared a fraternal bond. Naturally, their paths crossed, as their circles were rather limited at their level of achievement. Yi-Bai was well aware that Bruce Banner was the Hulk, and his initial friendship with Banner was partly motivated by this fact. At that time, Yi-Bai's signing-in system had yet to awaken, and he sought to ally himself with a powerful ally. Subsequently, he met Hela, leading to the current narrative. Due to Banner's preoccupation with scientific pursuits, the two had not crossed paths since. To encounter him today in such a manner was unexpected. Banner, how have you been lately? What brings you to my home? In the living room on the first floor, Yi-Bai offered a simple reception, casually reaching for a bottle of beer worth over $1,000, brewed from glacial water. Banner accepted the beer, took a hearty swig, and then replied, "It's a long story, all due to a damned experiment." Bruce Banner had no intention of concealing the truth from Yi-Bai. He recounted the recent tribulations he had faced. From the initial experiment that exposed him to gamma rays to the emergence of a demon within him, he became a target of global pursuit. The sorrowful tone in his voice revealed the weight of his plight, as he was not yet the future superhero known as the Hulk, but merely an ordinary doctor who had not encountered much adversity. For an ordinary individual to endure such overwhelming tribulations without succumbing to despair was a testament to his resilience. Yi-Bai offered his sympathy. Poor Banner had indeed fallen into misfortune. However, Yi-Bai had no intention of intervening, believing that Banner would eventually weather this storm. What do you plan to do moving forward? Will you continue to hide? Yi-Bai inquired, curious about Banner's next steps. As for assisting Banner, that was best left aside. Yi-Bai had no desire to invite trouble. Besides, he held no ulterior motives concerning Banner and had no intention of recruiting the Hulk as a subordinate. Thus, he remained indifferent to Banner's situation. I don't know either. I'll take it one step at a time, Banner replied. If all else fails, I shall seek refuge in the wilderness, where the prying eyes of the federal government are scarce. I might as well live out my days as a native among the wilds. Banner shook his head, responding with a hint of bitterness. He naturally wished for Yi-Bai's assistance, but was acutely aware of the futility of such hope. To be frank, Yi-Bai's choice not to cast him out upon learning of his circumstances was already a considerable kindness. Banner felt increasingly reluctant to burden Yi-Bai any further. Moreover, he recognized that Yi-Bai was entirely unable to aid him in this matter. He would not risk enmity with the world on Banner's behalf. As a friend, I wish you the best of luck. However, I believe the future cannot be as dire as the present, for it is already quite bleak. Yi-Bai said with a smile, attempting to comfort Banner. Though he had no intention of involving himself in the situation, Yi-Bai was determined not to forsake their friendship. Much like with Tony Stark, the joy of associating with remarkable individuals was a reward in itself. Thank you. I feel considerably better now. You are right. It is hard to imagine a situation worse than this one. I intend to take my leave, as I have troubled you these past few days, Banner said. Rising to bow to Yi-Bai, he understood that remaining in Yi-Bai's company would only invite further complications for him. Yi-Bai nodded slightly, showing no desire to retain him. Banner's departure would benefit both parties. However, Yi-Bai's expression shifted, a frown creasing his brow. In his perception, a substantial contingent of soldiers had surrounded the villa. The military had arrived. Recognizing this, Yi-Bai cast a resigned glance at Banner, aware that trouble was now unavoidable. Banner seemed to sense something amiss as well, a look of fear creeping onto his face. It appeared that the harrowing escape attempts had instilled a considerable psychological burden upon him. Just then, the doorbell of Yi-Bai's villa rang out. Yi-Bai rose, giving Banner a reassuring glance, and proceeded to the entrance. The first to enter was a sharp-eyed middle-aged man. If Yi-Bai's guess was correct, he was Banner's father-in-law. General Ross of the military, a future adversary of the mighty Hulk. Where is he? General Ross inquired, his tone dripping with arrogance, prompting Yi-Bai to furrow his brow. I do not understand your words. Furthermore, this is my private property, and you have no authority to intrude here, Yi-Bai protested, his expression cold. Such was the tradition in this land. Even the police required a warrant to search a home, lest the homeowner be entitled to defend their safety with lethal force. It may sound surreal, but this encapsulates the essence of freedom in this nation. As the standoff between General Ross and Yi-Bai intensified, Dr. Banner stepped forward, unexpectedly alleviating the tension in the atmosphere. General Ross no longer regarded Yi-Bai with a haughty gaze, and Yi-Bai's murderous intent gradually dissipated. Yi, I appreciate your assistance. But I no longer wish to evade this matter, he confessed. You are right. There is nothing worse than the present. Banner, adopting an air of profound realization, caused Yi-Bai to furrow his brow. It was evident that Banner had come to terms with his situation and was no longer inclined to flee. After all, escape seemed futile. It was better to accept his fate. Furthermore, had Banner not intervened earlier, Yi-Bai would undoubtedly have encountered considerable trouble, which was one of the reasons for Banner's decision. Observing Banner, Yi-Bai ultimately chose not to interfere. Very well, after all, this ordeal was one that Banner must endure. As for himself, he did not wish to jeopardize his tranquil life due to Banner's predicament. General Ross ceased his opposition to Yi-Bai and instead turned to command his subordinates to apprehend Dr. Banner. After casting one last glance at Yi-Bai, he departed the villa with his entourage. To General Ross, Yi-Bai was also a source of concern. After all, Yi-Bai was no ordinary individual. He was a super-rich tycoon with substantial social influence. Opposing such a figure required careful consideration, even for someone as powerful as General Ross in the military. Ultimately, in a capitalist society like theirs, it was the affluent who wielded true power. Once the military personnel escorted Dr. Banner away, Yi-Bai shook his head and returned to his room. He was resolute in his decision not to intervene, as there was no need to do so. It would be unreasonable to harm everyone simply because of his good relationship with Dr. Banner. That would not aid Banner, but rather harm him. Is everything all right? Hela inquired as she emerged from her room, having taken a moment to rest. All is well. This matter does not concern us, Yi-Bai replied succinctly, completely dismissing Dr. Banner's situation from his mind. With the time at hand, he thought it better to prepare a delightful meal to nourish his wife. He indeed intended to reward Hela, who had worked hard over the past 3 days. Since Dr. Banner had been taken by the military, life for Yi-Bai and Hela settled into a peaceful rhythm. It must be said that the climate in Angel City was far more pleasant than that of Big Apple City, making it a more suitable place for living. Over the next few days, Yi-Bai and Hela completely forgot their troubles and indulged in a life of leisure. They occasionally hosted barbecue parties with celebrities or took their yacht out to the sea for fishing. They even found time to attend a Lakers home game, watching as the legendary Kobe Bryant struggled through an entire game of missed shots. After all, he was the historical king of bricks. As for Hela, she found this leisurely lifestyle somewhat disconcerting. It was too comfortable for her taste. However, she did not refuse it. Instead, she endeavored to adapt, albeit maintaining a stoic demeanor in the presence of outsiders. This was a significant improvement, indicating that Hela had begun to change for Yi-Bai's sake. A saying goes, when one harbors affection for another, one hopes the other will change for them. However, in love, one is willing to transform oneself for the beloved. Hela embodies this notion, gradually evolving for the sake of Yi-Bai. Although this metamorphosis is slow and perhaps imperceptible to Hela herself, in due time, when she reflects upon her journey, she may be astonished by her own transformation. Whether this change is beneficial or detrimental is evident in the tenderness reflected in Hela's gaze. While Yi-Bai revels in life, Dr. Banner endures days of inhumane torment. Initially, he is injected with a serum suppressant to prevent the monstrous entity within him from surfacing. Subsequently, he is subjected to numerous blood extractions and rigorous examinations. During these days, Banner is hardly human. He resembles a mere laboratory mouse. The notion of human rights and freedom becomes a farcical concept under the military's scrutiny. Banner keenly feels the malice of this world, experiencing the unrelenting blows of capitalism. He often fantasizes about how different things might have been had he not been so naive. Indeed, the military is hardly trustworthy. Within the confines of this clandestine research facility, a perilous experiment is underway. Colonel Blonsky, are you certain you wish to proceed with this experiment? The risks are exceedingly high, and we have never tested this on a human subject before, inquired a lab-coated researcher, addressing the soldier bound to the examination table. Hasten this damned experiment. I can wait no longer. I am confident I will succeed. I will obtain this power, Colonel Blonsky declared with a grimace, incessantly urging the researchers to inject Hulk's serum into him. Indeed, the essence of this experiment lies in the military's ambition to recreate another Hulk using the serum. Should they succeed, they would possess the means to mass-produce Hulks. At that juncture, not even Earth could thwart their ambitions. Their sights are set on the stars. Understood. The experiment will commence immediately. The researcher commanded the remaining assistants, swiftly initiating the procedure. Outside the laboratory, General Ross gazes through the window, observing the unfolding events with eyes glimmering with ambition and a fervent desire for success. The origins of this experiment trace back to the super soldier program during World War II, where scientists utilized the super soldier serum to create the first superhero, Captain America. However, the research into super soldiers was abruptly halted. Recently, General Ross has revived this project, aiming to forge a super soldier more formidable than Captain America himself. Dr. Banner was initially the principal architect of this endeavor. This experiment indeed achieved success, albeit not in the manner envisioned by General Ross and Dr. Banner. They indeed succeeded in creating a super soldier more formidable than Captain America. Yet this super soldier proved to be uncontrollable. The Hulk, a creature consumed solely by destruction and rage. This was the outcome of the experiments conducted by General Ross and Dr. Banner. Presently, General Ross aspires to utilize the serum derived from Hulk's blood to forge a controllable version of the Hulk. General, the experiment is about to commence. It would be prudent for you to vacate the area, his aide advised, indicating the inherent risks involved. Indeed, no one could ascertain whether the result of this endeavor would yield a valiant warrior or another Hulk. Acknowledging the wisdom of his aide's words, General Ross nodded in agreement. As the aide rightly stated, the aftermath of the experiment could birth either an angel or a demon. Given his esteemed position and the value of his life, he certainly would not linger in such perilous circumstances. The situation was best left to his aide. He would remain in the rear, awaiting the experiment's outcome. Chapter 25. Unbeknownst to General Ross, the experiment he fervently directed would give rise to yet another monster, one known as Abomination. Shortly thereafter, General Ross received a call from his aide. Without hesitation, he answered the call. "William, what is the status?" General Ross inquired. "Sir, the experiment has been remarkably successful. We have created a super soldier comparable to the Hulk. The only concern is that this super soldier appears somewhat uncontrollable," his aide responded. Peering through the laboratory window at the terrifying creature within, his voice tinged with anxiety. "I have faith in Colonel Blonsky. He is our finest soldier. His will more unyielding than steel. He shall not disappoint us. We are destined for success," General Ross proclaimed confidently, unperturbed by the potential for failure. Colonel Blonsky had long been under Ross's command, having risen through the ranks from the lowest echelons of soldiers, a testament to Ross's belief in his capabilities. Upon hearing General Ross's affirming words, the aide felt a sense of reassurance. Just as he was about to end the call, a horrifying scene unfolded within the laboratory. The creature that had emerged from Colonel Blonsky broke free from the confines of the operating table and brutally crushed the skull of the nearest researcher. The gruesome sight left everyone in shock, transfixed by the sight of the monstrous being. "This is the power I seek, an unparalleled force." Blonsky, no. It should now be referred to as Abomination, murmured, intoxicated by the surging might coursing through its veins. His resolve was indeed unwavering, as General Ross had asserted. However, what the general failed to comprehend was that the Abomination did not seek glory, but rather absolute power. Upon transforming into the Abomination, Blonsky's first inclination was not to pledge allegiance to General Ross, but to vanquish Hulk as a testament to his own strength. As for the surrounding researchers, a cruel smile curved the lips of the Abomination. He would not spare these scientists. After all, if they had the capacity to create him, they could just as easily conjure another monstrosity. Such formidable power was best kept solely for himself. The world did not require an abundance of powerful beings. One was sufficient. This encapsulated the Abomination's thoughts, now heavily influenced by the Hulk serum. What followed was a gruesome massacre. Under the might of the Abomination, every researcher in the laboratory was slain, leaving no survivors. Subsequently, the Abomination's gaze pierced through the laboratory glass, locking eyes with General Ross's aide. "What is happening over there? Why is there silence?" General Ross's voice emanated from the phone, but the aide found himself rendered speechless. The creature known as the Abomination stood before him. The towering, grotesque figure stripped the aide of all courage, leaving only trembling instincts and a blank mind. With a swift crack, the aide was crushed without mercy. The Abomination then leaned down to observe the phone that had fallen to the ground, recognizing the name of General Ross. "General, your aide will no longer respond. I have sent him to the embrace of God." The Abomination sneered, delivering words that plunged General Ross into silence. Though he had not witnessed the events firsthand, the general could surmise what had transpired. Alongside his fury, there lingered a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had departed in time. Had he not, the consequences would have been unthinkable. "You are Colonel Blonsky?" General Ross inquired through the phone. The Abomination grinned widely. "General, there is no longer a Blonsky in this world. From this moment forth, there exists only the Abomination." With that declaration, the Abomination crushed the phone beneath his foot and strode towards the exit. Gunfire accompanied by flashes of light. Screams mingled with cries. This was the fate of the secret military base. On a bustling street in Los Angeles, Yi-Bai strolled hand in hand with Hela. Spending too much time indoors could become monotonous, and occasionally venturing outside proved quite delightful. Hela had not declined. For as long as she was with Yi-Bai, she would never refuse. The two resembled any couple on the street, hands entwined and drawing close together. They gazed at the myriad of shops and passers-by, softly sharing their little secrets. This constituted their daily routine, exchanging affection, scattering love, and savoring life. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries erupted ahead, accompanied by a violent explosion. Yi-Bai looked over in confusion, noticing that numerous pedestrians were recklessly fleeing for their lives. What could have transpired over there? Hela inquired, her eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. Yi-Bai shook his head. Despite his superhuman hearing, it was impractical to maintain it constantly, as it would be exceedingly exhausting. Thus, He remained oblivious to the events unfolding at the end of the street. Could it be that the renowned chaos of the Eagle Nation had commenced, perhaps a $0 shopping spree? The dreams of a gunfight among 300 million people, the vast battlegrounds of survival games, the carefree shootouts of a free nation? The mere thought of those American anecdotes nearly elicited laughter from Yi-Bai. However, he had no intention of joining the fray and instead turned to leave with Hela. He was not a superhero. After all, there was no need for him to stick his neck out. Besides, this was not his homeland. Why should he concern himself with the fates of those free citizens? What Yi-Bai did not realize was that, at that very moment, the entire Eagle Nation was fixated on Angel City. Numerous news outlets had dispatched helicopters to capture aerial footage of the turmoil engulfing the city. In the videos, a grotesquely monstrous being wreaked havoc throughout the urban landscape. It was the Abomination, having just escaped from a military base. The vehicles caught in its path were akin to oversized toys, effortlessly tossed aside. As for the occupants within, those fortunate enough might emerge intact, while the less fortunate would find themselves reduced to a viscous and solid amalgamation. "Hulk, come out!" the Abomination bellowed, desperately yearning for a confrontation with Hulk to prove itself as the mightiest of beings. Regrettably for it, the response was not Hulk, but rather the military. General Ross had completely miscalculated, creating another uncontrollable monster, much like Hulk before it. The lesson humanity ought to glean from history is that it seldom learns from its past mistakes. History may not repeat itself, but it often resonates with rhyme. Such was the situation now. General Ross had once again repeated the same error. Destroy it before the damage escalates beyond control, General Ross commanded his troops. If he failed to minimize the havoc wrought by the Abomination, his future would be jeopardized, potentially leading to a court-martial. Chapter 26. The military of the Eagle Nation is undoubtedly one of the most elite forces on Earth. Both in terms of quality and weaponry, it stands at the pinnacle. If this upheaval were instigated by a terrorist organization, the military would undoubtedly quell it with ease. Alas, this time, the adversary was a creature that should not exist. Can conventional human weaponry contend with Hulk? Clearly not. Similarly, conventional weapons would prove ineffective against the Abomination. The most advanced arms, when turned upon the Abomination, could barely breach its skin. Even the most formidable missiles can only inflict suffering upon the Abomination. A mere fraction of the devastation wrought upon countless innocent civilians caught in the onslaught of military aggression, perishing beneath the weight of human-engineered weaponry. In an instant, the entirety of Angel City descended into chaos, with throngs of individuals crying out in desperation as they fled for their lives. At this moment, Yi-Bai and Hela had already boarded their vehicle, distancing themselves from the vicinity of the Abomination. Observing the scenes of the Abomination wreaking havoc through a video on his phone, Yi-Bai felt an irrepressible urge to laugh. The military of this so-called Eagle Nation truly exemplifies the Marvel Universe. An ordinary person, with a mere twist of fate, could easily become a harbinger of calamity. In such a world, the destiny of the average individual is all too predictable. Setting aside the impending invasion of the Chitauri, the casualties inflicted by the Abomination alone have reached staggering numbers, exceeding 10,000. The peril inherent within the Marvel realm is thus made abundantly clear. Perhaps it is time for me to invest in establishing a construction company, Yi-Bai mused. The dawn of a true superhero era is upon us, where destruction akin to that wrought by the Abomination will frequently occur. Should I establish a construction firm, future prospects would undoubtedly be prosperous. Yet for now, it remains merely a notion. Yi-Bai intends to contemplate the formation of a company upon his return to the Big Apple. As for halting the Abomination's destruction of the city and becoming a revered hero among the populace, apologies, but Yi-Bai possesses not the slightest interest. Even if he had the capability, he would refrain from intervening. He is no saint, merely a self-serving traveler. Having avoided harming the innocent is already a fulfillment of his responsibilities. Beyond that, he holds no concern for others. Moral coercion? Hela, on the other hand, exhibited remarkable composure, even taking a keen interest in studying the Abomination depicted in the video, as the goddess of death and the most infamous butcher of the 9 realms. Expecting Hela to become a hero to save humanity is akin to anticipating Satan's redemption from hell. This, in a sense, is a testament to the adage that those not of the same kin shall not enter the same door. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of Yi-Bai and his wife, General Ross was on the verge of frantic desperation. It is essential to recognize that the Abomination is a creation of his own making. All destruction wrought by the creature would inevitably reflect upon him. Should he fail to swiftly eliminate the Abomination, he would face dire consequences, as his political adversaries would not relent. Had the Abomination manifested in the wilderness rather than Angel City, he would even entertain the notion of deploying a tactical mushroom bomb. At that moment, his daughter, Elizabeth Ross, approached with Bruce Banner in tow. Elizabeth Ross is none other than the girlfriend of Dr. Banner. What on earth have you done bringing him here? Did I not confine him? General Ross could hardly contain himself upon seeing Banner following closely behind his daughter. As a protective father, he instinctively harbored animosity towards any male who ventured near his daughter, and Dr. Banner was no exception. Not to mention that Dr. Banner is still the Hulk. He is certainly not favored by General Ross. Father, now is not the time to dwell on such matters. We must find a way to eliminate the abomination, mustn't we? Elizabeth Ross addressed her father, successfully diverting General Ross from pursuing the issue of her releasing Banner. As for Dr. Banner, he had voluntarily offered his assistance. Unlike Elizabeth, Dr. Banner possessed the qualities inherent to a hero. He could not tolerate the abomination's incessant destruction of the city, as the creature's very existence was, to some extent, linked to him. Moreover, Dr. Banner understood that relying solely on the military to deal with the abomination was utterly impractical. Only by unleashing the Hulk could there be a possibility of confronting the abomination. Let me go. I can handle that monster. Banner did not beat around the bush, but directly stated his intention. He aimed to summon the Hulk to confront the abomination. Otherwise, Angel City might very well face annihilation. No, the Hulk within you has been suppressed and cannot emerge in the short term. Going would be tantamount to seeking death. Therefore, you cannot proceed. Ross swiftly dismissed Banner's proposal without a moment's hesitation. He could not afford to risk losing the Hulk again. While the abomination may be a lost cause, the Hulk had to remain firmly under his control as it pertained to his future. Just as the two were at an impasse, General Ross's phone rang, and upon answering, his expression swiftly darkened. The call was from high-ranking officials in the military, and its purpose was to reprimand him for his recent blunder. Furthermore, they demanded that he resolve the abomination issue immediately. The United States could not accept the destruction of Angel City. Angel City and the Big Apple were the two largest metropolises in the nation, each more significant than the other. The loss of either would severely damage the United States. Such circumstances were certainly not something the nation wished to witness. Feeling the pressure from the higher-ups, General Ross fell silent. The situation was urgent. He could no longer afford to hesitate and needed to act swiftly. With this thought in mind, General Ross turned to Dr. Banner. I wish you all the best. He agreed to Dr. Banner's request, realizing that it was indeed wise to employ a monster to combat another monster. As for other matters, they could be addressed after the abomination was dealt with. Once General Ross granted his consent, Dr. Banner quickly boarded a military helicopter, setting off towards the location of the abomination. General Ross and his girlfriend Elizabeth did not accompany him. What influential figure would willingly place themselves in a perilous situation? Hulk, I am counting on you this time, Dr. Banner thought as he sat in the helicopter, knowing that the only way to halt the abomination's rampage was to let the Hulk confront it. As for whether the Hulk is a formidable adversary, Dr. Banner himself harbored little confidence. He resolved to take things one step at a time. What else could he do? Soon, Dr. Banner found himself soaring above Angel City, witnessing the devastation wrought by the abomination. This grotesque creature was rampaging unrestrained, reducing the city to ruins. Banner understood that he had to act. Without hesitation, he leaped from the helicopter, plummeting towards the location of the abomination below. Chapter 27. Upon returning to the villa, Yi-Bai and Hela chose not to rest immediately. Instead, they turned on the television to watch the news. Normally, Yi-Bai did not indulge in such habits, but today was an exception. Indeed, the news reported on the very events concerning the abomination. Intriguingly, the abomination was no longer solely focused on wreaking havoc in the city, but was engaged in a fierce struggle with a green giant. Undoubtedly, this giant was the Hulk, a commendable warrior, Hela mused. In her eyes, both the abomination and the Hulk possessed considerable potential as warriors. If unleashed on the battlefield, they could undoubtedly become akin to a meat grinder. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. Hela was not yet prepared to reveal to Yi-Bai that she was, in fact, a war enthusiast. Yi-Bai was also engrossed in the battle between the Hulk and the abomination, observing the brutal exchanges between the two titanic monsters. However, it was evident that the Hulk was currently at a disadvantage, being held down by the abomination. This was not due to the Hulk being inferior. Rather, he had previously been injected with a suppressant. Otherwise, the abomination's strength paled in comparison to that of the Hulk, who thrived on rage and could grow more powerful with it. Moreover, the Hulk's various unique modes were on an entirely different level from the abomination. While watching the news, Yi-Bai contemplated another matter. Let us return to Big Apple City in a few days. With such extensive destruction in Angel City, it may take a long time to rebuild, he suddenly announced to Hela, intending to conclude their holiday. Hela nodded in agreement, refraining from dissent. After all, wherever Yi-Bai went, she would follow, as is the nature of a devoted partner. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Angel City, the Hulk and the abomination were engaged in a primal struggle, brutal and savage, yet profoundly striking. However, as the combat continued, the Hulk found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, sporting numerous injuries and clearly showing signs of impending defeat. Whether this time the Hulk could vanquish the abomination as per the original narrative remained uncertain. Is this it? Weren't you supposed to be fierce? Why do you falter now? Did you not deem me a mere insect? The abomination mocked as it relentlessly pounded the Hulk. He had awaited this day for far too long, and thus his heart brimmed with delight. Such is the nature of power, it intoxicates and ensnares the soul. Although the Hulk roared with fury, his wrath proved futile, as he was unable to mount an effective counterattack. Instead, he found himself continuously assailed by the abomination, his defeat becoming increasingly apparent. Just as the Hulk inadvertently exposed a vulnerability, on the verge of being seized by the abomination to further its advantage, a thunderous clap erupted. In the wake of the lightning, a formidable warrior descended from the heavens. The abomination scarcely had time to react before being struck down by this heavenly champion. Its body propelled away with great force. As the brilliance of the lightning faded, the armored figure of Thor, draped in a crimson cloak, emerged upon the battlefield. It turned out that while the abomination wreaked havoc upon the city of angels, the human leaders had sought Thor's aid, hoping that this deity of thunder from myth could intervene. Considering humanity's potential value and their generally favorable treatment of him, Thor acquiesced. After all, he was a warrior at heart, and a battle was an opportunity he would never refuse. The sudden appearance of Thor transformed the tide of battle. The abomination, once assured of victory, now found itself in a desperate struggle. Both Thor and the Hulk possessed power that rivaled, if not exceeded, that of their opponent. Engaging in a one-on-one confrontation was already a daunting task, let alone facing two formidable foes. Thor, the god of Asgard, had centuries of combat experience, making him an exaggerated force of nature. Against such an adversary, it was nothing short of absurd for the abomination to expect victory. Meanwhile, within a villa, Yi-Bai and Hela regarded the sudden arrival of the thunder god with surprise. Was this the butterfly effect at play? The narrative had diverged completely from its original path. Yi-Bai remained contemplative, pondering whether his presence had disrupted the established storyline. Hela, however, was consumed by a singular focus. Her gaze fixated on the hammer in Thor's grasp. Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. Few knew that Mjolnir was originally Hela's weapon, bestowed upon her by Odin as a mark of honor. However, following a rift between Hela and Odin, the hammer was reclaimed by Odin and subsequently fell into Thor's possession. This revelation underscored Thor's identity as an Asgardian. With this realization, Hela felt a surge of anxiety. Encountering an Asgardian on Earth was undeniably troubling. She understood that Asgard had taken notice of this small realm, and it was only a matter of time before she would be discovered by her kin. Perhaps it would herald the onset of war. In that moment, an acute sense of urgency welled within Hela. She sensed that her time was dwindling. While Yi-Bai and Hela each wrestled with their thoughts, they remained silently attuned to the unfolding battle. With Thor's entrance onto the battlefield, the abomination's fate was sealed. Under the relentless assault of the thunder god's hammer, the abomination sustained increasingly grievous injuries. Soon after the abomination was struck by Thor's hammer, it succumbed completely and was rendered unconscious. Thus, the calamity that had befallen Angel City came to an end. The aftermath was now a task that no longer concerned Thor. After sharing a brief smile with his comrade Hulk, with whom he had fought side by side, Thor swung his hammer and vanished from the scene, leaving behind the ruins of Angel City and the countless citizens moaning amidst the debris. This was a stark reality, rendering it all the more brutal. Behind the era of superheroes lay the harrowing tales of countless ordinary lives. General Ross breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that the abomination had been subdued. However, his feelings were tinged with complexity and a sense of dissatisfaction. The abomination was a creature he had meticulously crafted, only to be shattered by a mere wielder of a hammer. Did this not imply that his creations and efforts were utterly worthless? Nevertheless, the display of Thor's formidable prowess was, in fact, good news for General Ross. It alleviated his fears of retribution from higher authorities within the Federation. The more potent the Asgardians appeared, the greater the vigilance it would incite among humanity. While the relationship between Asgard and humanity was relatively amicable for the time being, the future remained uncertain. It was prudent to prepare in advance. Humanity needed to ensure it could stand its ground when facing Asgard. In this context, General Ross's plan appeared rather astute. Despite its numerous flaws, the might of the abomination was undeniably evident. If they could produce a battalion of super soldiers akin to the abomination, they would possess a significant advantage even against Asgard. Chapter 28. The repercussions of the abomination were merely beginning. On the day following the conclusion of the events, widespread protests erupted across the United States. The citizens expressed their outrage towards the military, demanding accountability for the abomination's existence. Such a terrifying creature warranted an explanation. However, none of this concerned Yi-Bai, as he had already departed from Angel City and returned to his seaside estate in New York City. As for the abomination, Yi-Bai did not dwell on it. The populace would inevitably grow accustomed to it in due time. Shortly after Yi-Bai returned to the estate, Cyclops, who had been waiting for several days, came knocking at the door. Accompanying him was another individual who was even more impatient, Wolverine. Heaven knows how miserable Wolverine had been over the past few days. Each morning, he was dragged to the professor's bedside, where, under the influence of the mischievous mutant abilities, his life force was siphoned away to prolong the professor's existence, ensuring he did not perish suddenly. While the professor's life was preserved, Wolverine suffered greatly, feeling utterly drained and listless. Thus, upon hearing that Yi Bai had returned to his seaside estate. He could hardly contain his eagerness and promptly accompanied Cyclops to the entrance of the estate. After ringing the doorbell, Wolverine stood obediently at the entrance alongside Cyclops, awaiting Yi Bai's emergence. This time, Wolverine resolved that if Yi Bai refused to spare the professor, he would, much like Cyclops, kneel before Yi Bai without hesitation. Wherever Yi Bai went, he would follow suit and kneel. Before long, Yi Bai opened the grand door of the estate, sparing Cyclops and Wolverine from prolonged waiting. Observing the two formidable men who had come to seek him, Yi Bai felt a twinge of confusion. How had they located him? Could it be that they were here to cause trouble? However, Cyclops' sudden action startled Yi Bai considerably. With a swift motion, Cyclops knelt before Yi Bai. Such attitude and speed reflected true professionalism. What is the meaning of this? Yi Bai was utterly perplexed. He had initially thought they had come to confront him. Yet here they were, kneeling before him without provocation. To an onlooker, one might think he was their parent. Yi Bai, it would be prudent for you to spare the professor. Otherwise, our conflict will persist. Wherever you go, I shall kneel in your presence, Cyclops declared, maintaining a fierce tone while uttering the most submissive words. The audacious display left Yi Bai both amused and bewildered. It was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar form of intimidation. Wolverine, observing Yi Bai's nonchalant demeanor, began to waver internally. Should he also kneel? Yet, the dignity of manhood compelled Wolverine to wait and gauge the situation further. The professor had brought this upon himself. His demise was well-deserved. If they sought vengeance for him, they could come directly to him. Though it was amusing, Yi Bai was not easily threatened. Given the professor's previous actions, it was hardly unjustifiable for Yi Bai to eliminate him. In fact, Yi Bai considered this to be an act of mercy. Alternatively, he could have wielded dark magic to manipulate the professor's soul, which would have been truly cruel. You are correct, the professor was at fault. However, he has rendered me significant kindness, and I cannot bear to witness his demise before my eyes, hence my kneeling today. I shall remain here. Kneeling, Cyclops conceded, recognizing that they were not in the right, and thus had no intention of retaliating against Yi Bai. The X-Men adhered to their own moral code and would not resort to such actions. Although the professor had indeed erred, he could not be allowed to perish. If he did, countless mutant children would suffer the same fate. The best outcome would be their capture, subjected to endless experimentation. For this reason alone, Cyclops could not permit the professor's death. Upon hearing Cyclops' words, Yi Bai found himself speechless. The crux of the matter was their unwavering stance. They had approached him with such earnestness that it was challenging for him to retaliate. It felt akin to encountering a rogue, entangled in their unreasonable demands. One found oneself at a loss. Yet, this was also a reflection of Yi Bai's own principles, as he was reluctant to indulge in the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Had it been someone else, like Hela, they might have taken immediate lethal action without a second thought. After some contemplation, Yi Bai concluded that perhaps it was best to let the matter rest. After all, the professor had certainly learned a valuable lesson, while he would not perish. He had suffered considerable damage, rendering his physical state almost incapacitated. It was likely that, following this incident, the professor would adopt a more compliant demeanor and would be less inclined to trouble Yi Bai in the future. Should he dare to provoke Yi Bai again, he would find that even the might of his laser vision would be futile. Yi Bai would not hesitate to sever his neck. Having weighed the situation in his mind, Yi Bai arrived at a decision. He could spare the professor this time, but it must be understood that such transgressions would not be tolerated a second time. If the professor were to persist in his folly, not only would he meet his demise, but his companions would share the same fate. Though he chose to show mercy, Yi Bai felt it necessary to impart a stern warning. It would be exhausting to have to constantly fend off unwarranted troubles. Upon hearing Yi Bai's words, Cyclops nodded vigorously, anxious that any delay in his agreement might lead Yi Bai to retract his decision. As for the conditions set forth by Yi Bai, they would be executed unconditionally. There was no question that the mutants would refrain from provoking Yi Bai again. Who among them would dare to invite the wrath of such a formidable presence? Once Cyclops expressed his agreement, Yi Bai did not hesitate to lift the curse afflicting the professor. However, he took precautions by leaving behind a small dark enchantment. Should the professor ever contemplate retaliating against Yi Bai, this minor hex would trigger and ensure his demise. It was now up to the professor to determine his own fate. With the matter resolved, Cyclops departed with Wolverine. Their objective had been achieved, and lingering any longer held no purpose. After all, they could not remain prostrated before Yi Bai indefinitely. Mutants, too, had their pride. Once these two left, Yi Bai closed the door behind them and returned to his abode. The hour was still early, and he resolved to seek out some engaging pursuits. A construction company seemed a promising venture, especially with the increasing prevalence of superheroes, ensuring a steady stream of business. With this in mind, Yi Bai began to leverage his connections to find partners for his enterprise. This construction company would serve as a recreational endeavor for him. Even if it were successfully established, he intended to act as a hands-off proprietor. Yi Bai would provide the capital, while the day-to-day operations would be entrusted to professionals. After all, if it required a significant investment of his time, it would be counterproductive. Yi-Bai was not in need of money, nor did he feel an urgent desire to accumulate wealth. He simply sought a means to occupy his time and stave off boredom. This inclination was also tied to his current circumstances. After all, he had married early. Were it not for Hela, he would likely find himself, much like Tony, engrossed in various social gatherings. However, with Hela in his life, he recognized the need to focus. Such is the responsibility of a man. Chapter 29. After taking Hela for a stroll outside, Yi-Bai found himself devoid of any desire to roam. He decided instead to stay at home, spending a few tranquil days with Hela. However, despite his intentions to avoid trouble, it invariably sought him out. "Aunt Lu, what brings you here?" Yi-Bai asked, perplexed, as he lounged by the pool, basking in the sun. Aunt Lu was a caregiver he had employed, renowned for her exceptional skills in preparing Sichuan cuisine. On occasions when Yi-Bai felt too lazy to cook or had engagements outside, he would invite Aunt Lu to prepare meals. Yet, this unannounced visit was an unprecedented occurrence. "Mr. Yi, I have a matter that requires your assistance," Aunt Lu said, her expression revealing a hint of distress, as if burdened by some unspoken dilemma. Noticing her demeanor, Yi-Bai became slightly more serious. He shared a good rapport with Aunt Lu, and if she was genuinely facing difficulties, he felt inclined to offer his help. "Please, take your time to explain." "I will see what I can do," Yi-Bai replied gently, though he refrained from committing himself too firmly. If it were a simple matter or one that required minimal effort, he would be willing to assist. However, if the situation proved to be complicated, he would need to reconsider. Aunt Lu, reassured by Yi-Bai's words, began to unfold her predicament. It was not Aunt Lu herself who was in trouble, but rather her son. She disclosed that her son had recently found himself in dire straits, having accrued substantial debts that he could not repay. He was currently being held captive by his creditors, who had issued threats of dire consequences should he fail to settle his dues. As an ordinary citizen, Aunt Lu had little means to alleviate this burden. In desperation, she had turned to Yi-Bai, hoping he could assist in extricating her son from this perilous situation. Yi-Bai had only heard of such distressing circumstances before. He never anticipated encountering them firsthand. Yet, he remained somewhat skeptical, his mind beginning to cloud with doubt. While it was true that Aunt Lu had a son, he was an upstanding individual whom Yi-Bai had met before. Could someone of such character truly find himself in such a predicament? Moreover, Aunt Lu's insinuations seemed to suggest that she wanted Yi-Bai to accompany her somewhere, which struck him as unusual. Shouldn't she be seeking a loan instead? Was this somehow directed at him? Yi-Bai pondered quietly, increasingly convinced of the possibility. After all, he had recently attracted the attention of Old Wan, and if memory served him correctly, one of Old Wan's subordinates was a mutant known as Mystique. With this thought, Yi-Bai's gaze sharpened, and he began to grasp Aunt Lu's true intentions. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Let us retrieve your son first and address the situation thereafter." With a smile, Yi-Bai addressed Aunt Lu before greeting Hela and driving away from the estate with her. Since Aunt Lu had been so intent on having Yi-Bai visit, he felt it would be impolite to refuse. He decided to see what tricks these mutants were planning, intending to resolve any troubles in one fell swoop, thus preventing future complications. As Yi-Bai drove away with Aunt Lu, Hela's gaze gradually turned cold. For the past few days, Yi-Bai had been inseparably by her side, leaving her little time for other pursuits. Now that she had some time to herself, Hela was determined not to squander it. In her mind, she had already devised a target: S.H.I.E.L.D. and the mutants. Hela thought coldly. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the mutants posed problems that needed resolution. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., she had not forgotten the grievances stemming from the manipulative actions of that unscrupulous individual who had tried to sow discord between her and her husband. As for the mutants, those who dared to cast their gaze upon Yi-Bai should be swiftly eradicated. They were an eyesore. Quietly, Hela vanished from the estate. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in Nick Fury's office, he found himself mired in confusion, staring at the documents before him. The files contained all the information he could gather on Hela, which solidified one thing in his mind. Yi-Bai's wife, whom he suspected might be problematic, was essentially a being from Asgard, specifically, the sister Thor had mentioned not long ago. Nick Fury's turmoil stemmed from this realization. Knowing that Hela was a bona fide goddess raised the question of whether he should engage with her or not. However, he had no suitable candidates or opportunities. Hela was too reclusive. On the other hand, ignoring such a powerful entity was not something Nick Fury could easily reconcile. Perhaps he should start with Yi-Bai and then approach Hela? This seemed to be the best course of action he could devise. As for the relationship between Yi-Bai and Hela, Nick Fury had entirely relinquished any thoughts of interference. They were a match made in heaven. What need had he, a mere mortal, to oppose them? Moreover, he feared the consequences should Hela discover his attempts to meddle in their relationship. His fate would be dire. Tony had already demonstrated Asgard's might. The gods were not mere tales. As Thor's sister, Hela's power was likely not inferior to his own. Offending such a goddess would weigh heavily on Nick Fury. Deeply troubled, Nick Fury sighed heavily. only to look up and find Hela standing before him. The air grew suddenly still, and he could even hear the pounding of his own heart. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for his earlier words, realizing how foolishly prophetic they had been. What one fears often manifests, and just moments ago, she pondered whether Hela would seek revenge on him. Now, in the blink of an eye, she stood before him. Hela's icy gaze bore into the dark figure before her, her heart brimming with murderous intent. This individual had recently attempted to sow discord between her and Yi-Bai, and she was resolute in avenging that affront. "Good day, Miss Hela. It is a pleasure to meet you," Nick Fury said, his tone somewhat awkward. He was acutely aware of Hela's murderous aura, and his heart raced with trepidation. Were it not for his dark complexion, his face would surely have turned as pale as snow from fear. "Are you investigating me?" Hela inquired, disregarding Fury's anxious demeanor as her eyes fell upon the documents on the table. She recognized the figure in the files all too well. It was herself. "This is part of my duty. I have no choice," Fury replied, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "However, rest assured, we will no longer intrude upon Mr. Yi-Bai or yourself." Fury understood precisely why Hela had come. It was evident that she was aware of the provocative words he had exchanged with Yi-Bai. Meanwhile, his mind raced, contemplating how he might preserve his own life. Chapter 30. Nick Fury possessed limited knowledge about Hela, learning of her identity solely from Thor. Had he been privy to her past, recognizing the countless cosmic races she had obliterated, he might have shifted his concern from his own safety to the very existence of humanity. "Do you think acknowledging your mistake will suffice?" Hela scoffed, her disdain palpable as she considered Fury's fate. Did this black-hearted individual realize that his earlier provocations nearly instilled mortal fear within her? Had Yi-Bai been swayed by Fury's words, casting doubt upon their bond, Hela's wrath might have led her to contemplate the extinction of humanity itself. Such an act was well within her capabilities. Thus, humanity on Earth was exceptionally fortunate. Yi-Bai's feelings for Hela remained steadfast. Had he been even slightly less devoted, humanity would have faced imminent doom. In that light, Yi-Bai emerged as the unsung hero of humankind, saving them from annihilation. Despite lacking the grandeur of other superheroes, his contributions to humanity were no less significant. Unbeknownst to Fury, he had nearly become the architect of humanity's demise. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that if he failed to provide Hela with a satisfactory explanation today, his life would likely be forfeit. Observing Fury's continued attempts to fabricate excuses, Hela shook her head. The night sky sword materialized in her grasp, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Fury. "You hail from Asgard, do you not?" Fury suddenly interjected, managing to momentarily halt Hela's advance and buy himself a fleeting reprieve. "You know of me?" Hela neither denied nor felt the need to deny. Nick Fury nodded and continued, "You witnessed the battle in Angel City, did you not? The one wielding the hammer is none other than Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard." He made a conscious effort to avoid glancing at the sword of night that Hela held. Otherwise, he feared he might lack the courage to proceed. "And what of it? Do you think I would fear?" Hela remained motionless, choosing to listen to Nick Fury's words for the time being. As for Thor, Hela held him in contempt. The god of thunder? More like the god of hammers. It seems Odin has truly aged to have nurtured such a fool. It appeared that their relationship was far from amicable, but that was a matter for Asgard to contend with. What I intend to convey is that the god of thunder from Asgard is currently utilizing human resources to locate you. Nick Fury understood that at this juncture, an apology would be futile. To apologize or plead for mercy at the brink of death would not enhance one's chances of survival in the slightest. The only true means of ensuring one's life lay in demonstrating one's worth. Those who possess value are the ones deserving of life, a truth that Nick Fury, the king of spies, grasped profoundly. Just as previously, when facing the formidable Yi-Bai, pleading for mercy had proven utterly ineffective. It was the display of value that guaranteed survival. After hearing Nick Fury's words, Hela fell into a brief silence. This was indeed a predicament. If Asgard were truly employing human means to track her down, she would soon be discovered. The intricate web of human society made it all too easy to locate an individual. Noticing Hela's contemplative demeanor, Nick Fury sensed an opportunity for his own survival. He promptly added, "But rest assured, S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses considerable resources. I can ensure that Asgard does not find you easily. In exchange, let us regard our past misunderstandings as though they had never occurred. What do you say?" Nick Fury spoke with a fearless resolve. Should Hela refuse, he would be left awaiting his demise. Hela furrowed her brow, her mind weighing the options. In truth, she did not fear being found by Asgard. Her injuries had nearly healed, and her strength had returned to its peak. Confronting Asgard did not intimidate her. Furthermore, even if Asgard did not seek her out, she would inevitably cause them trouble. What truly troubled Hela was Yi-Bai. The more one cares, the more one fears loss. This was the mindset that now enveloped Hela. Until she could ascertain whether Yi-Bai would accept her past, she was reluctant to reveal her true identity. Although the truth would eventually surface, Hela hoped it would do so as late as possible. Viewed in this light, Nick Fury's proposed deal began to hold some merit. Remember your words. Should you fail to deliver, I will find you at any time, and you shall have no opportunity to speak. Hela retorted with a menacing tone before vanishing from Nick Fury's sight. She essentially concurred with Nick Fury's assertion, trading one life for the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury would conceal her identity, ensuring that Asgard would not easily track her down. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. fail in this endeavor, Hela would afford Nick Fury no further opportunity to speak. Only after confirming Hela's departure did Fury's taut nerves finally begin to relax. It was at this moment that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. The pressure exerted by Hela was immense. She was, after all, a genuine goddess. Her power unfathomable. If she truly desired his demise, it would likely be as effortless as crushing an ant. Among those Fury knew, only Captain Marvel could stand against Hela. Unfortunately, Captain Marvel had long been absent from Earth, currently lost in some distant galaxy. After the encounter with Hela, Nick Fury came to a profound realization. What good is power if one lacks strength? Without the requisite might, one remains mere prey on the butcher's block. Perhaps it was time to consider an alliance with General Ross, he mused. Initially, he had opposed the General's super soldier serum project, but now it seemed utterly essential. Humanity needed the fortitude to oppose a civilization as formidable as Asgard. After settling matters with S.H.I.E.L.D., Hela did not immediately return to her estate. Instead, upon locating the residence of the Brotherhood of Mutants, she made her way there directly. The Brotherhood was hiding in an abandoned factory on the outskirts. By the time Hela arrived, only around 20 mutants were gathered, as most had ventured out. Faced with these mutants, Hela couldn't be bothered to speak. She commenced a massacre without hesitation. She had granted Nick Fury the opportunity to speak because he had never harmed Yi-Bai, but the same could not be said for these mutants. Hela showed no mercy to those who dared to threaten Yi-Bai. Offering no explanations, she simply executed them. With over 20 mutants, each possessing diverse abilities, they would have constituted a formidable force elsewhere. Yet, before Hela, they were utterly insignificant. From the moment she unleashed her wrath to its conclusion, mere seconds passed before all the mutants were annihilated. Regrettably, these were mere small fry. The true core members of the Brotherhood had vanished without a trace. Chapter 31. Returning to Yi-Bai's perspective, upon arriving at the designated location with Aunt Lu, he and she disembarked from the vehicle. This was a rather secluded warehouse situated in the slums of New York City. Is it in there? Yi-Bai inquired, standing before the warehouse entrance. Aunt Lu nodded and gestured with her eyes, urging him to enter swiftly. Witnessing this, Yi-Bai's resolve only strengthened, a cold smile forming within him. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. With a resounding clang, Aunt Lu, who followed Yi-Bai, promptly locked the door behind him after he entered the warehouse. Then, a group of oddly shaped mutants emerged from the corners, casting malevolent glances at Yi-Bai. The mutants' rejection by human society is largely attributed to their peculiar appearances, each resembling a bizarre amalgamation of animal and human traits. Only a select few mutants bear a closer resemblance to humans, and these are often more formidable than their grotesque counterparts. Simultaneously, an elderly man, adorned with a metallic helmet and in his 60s, slowly approached Yi-Bai from behind. Yi-Bai knew without a doubt that this man was none other than Magneto. Mr. Yi-Bai, I have long admired your reputation. It is a pleasure to encounter you in such a place. Magneto greeted with an air of self-assured elegance, his demeanor suggesting that he had everything under control. Magneto, the pleasure is mine, Yi-Bai responded with a smile, though the coldness in his eyes grew increasingly pronounced. This time, it was Magneto who felt astonished. His surprise did not stem from Yi-Bai's recognition of his identity, which was to be expected given Magneto's notoriety over the years. Rather, it was the calmness with which Yi-Bai acknowledged his identity that intrigued him. Did he possess some form of leverage? Contemplating this, Magneto glanced at Mystique behind Yi-Bai, as if seeking clarification. Mystique shook her head, indicating that nothing had occurred along the way. It had been a smooth journey. At that moment, Mystique had shed her disguise, no longer appearing as a middle-aged Chinese woman, but reverting to her true form. Upon receiving Mystique's response, Magneto dismissed any concerns. Even if Yi-Bai had some form of support, he was not intimidated. They had him in their grasp, and escape was not an option. With that thought, Magneto scrutinized Yi-Bai once more. He had to admit that Yi-Bai's composure bordered on excessive, seemingly oblivious to the hostile gazes of the surrounding mutants. This instilled in Magneto an unsettling premonition. Nevertheless, Magneto spoke up. We hope, Mr. Yi-Bai, that you might exhibit a spirit of humanitarianism by supporting our mutant movement. Furthermore, we would appreciate it if you could lend your voice on behalf of mutants, advocating for our cause. Magneto's tone was benevolent, and to the uninitiated, he might appear as a kindly old man. Yet Yi-Bai scoffed. What eloquent words you speak. You merely seek funding and desire me to advocate for your kind, do you not? In truth, you covet my wealth and the considerable influence I wield in society. What if I decline? Yi-Bai retorted coldly, his patience wearing thin. If you refuse, you will become our adversary, and the means we employ against our foes are not ones you would wish to witness. I trust Mr. Yi-Bai will agree. Magneto, realizing that Yi-Bai was not easily swayed, resorted to threats. If Yi-Bai were merely an ordinary man, he would indeed find himself at a loss, either stripped of his wealth and reputation, leading to his utter disgrace, or subjected to relentless torment until death, while also being robbed of his possessions and honor, a far grimmer fate. Alas, Yi-Bai is no ordinary individual. In the very instant Magneto issued his threats, Yi-Bai swiftly extended his hand, seizing Magneto by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. Why does a long-range sorcerer prefer to leap before me? Yi-Bai remarked with a cold smile directed at Magneto. Despite Magneto's considerable power, he bore a significant flaw, his frail constitution. Comparatively, he was not much stronger than an ordinary person, making him an easy target for Yi-Bai. Had Magneto been more cautious, keeping his distance, Yi-Bai might have needed to exert more effort to make him struggle. Unfortunately, this individual was too audacious. Had he perhaps been influenced by Gandalf, developing an infatuation with close combat? Magneto yearned to retort to Yi-Bai's jibe, but with his throat ensnared, he could barely breathe. He grasped desperately at Yi-Bai's hand, striving to escape his grip, yet Yi-Bai's hold was as unyielding as iron, rendering him powerless. The unexpected turn of events stunned all the mutants. Their leader had been captured by Yi-Bai. With Magneto's face turning crimson, it was evident that if Yi-Bai did not relent, Magneto would soon perish. At that moment, the quickest to respond was Mystique. She drew a gleaming dagger and lunged towards Yi-Bai's back. With a clang, the dagger shattered as though it had struck the hardest steel. Yi-Bai glanced back at the flustered Mystique, revealing a cruel smirk. Then, tightening his grip on Magneto's throat, he twisted. With a sharp crack, Magneto's tibia snapped, and his body slumped, devoid of strength. Thus fell Magneto, the once great leader of the mutants, a figure who had traversed the world for decades. Yi-Bai's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect, casually discarding Magneto's lifeless form aside. For Yi-Bai, ending Magneto's life bore no psychological burden. This was a confrontation Magneto sought. His demise was self-inflicted. Yi-Bai was not one to play the benevolent gentleman, nor did he harbor intentions of allowing Magneto to face judgment. It was a simple matter to eliminate him. If Yi-Bai could resolutely deal with the professor, he would have no qualms about Magneto. As for the other mutants, truth be told, Yi-Bai had no intention of sparing them. Despite their portrayals of suffering in films, their plight was entirely of their own making. Within the ranks of mutants, there may exist innocents. However, among the members of the Brotherhood of Mutants, none are without guilt. These individuals, fervently loyal to Magneto, harbor an intense disdain for humanity. Surprised? Do not fret, your turn shall come soon enough. Observing the incredulous Mystique, Yi-Bai coldly proclaimed. Before suddenly unleashing his wrath upon the surrounding mutants, Yi-Bai had fully assimilated General Zod's template, transforming into a formidable Kryptonian general. Not a single challenger stood against him on Earth, if not throughout the entire universe. The Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, might pose a modicum of threat, given the Kryptonians' vulnerability to magic. Yet, in Yi-Bai's eyes, these mutants were mere lambs destined for slaughter, incapable of resistance. Chapter 32. Mystique, known by her birth name Raven Darkholme, was adopted by Professor X at a young age, effectively becoming his childhood companion. However, as their ideologies diverged, she departed from the professor's side to follow Magneto. Committed to the noble cause of mutants, Mystique was willing to undertake any risk or action. Little did she foresee that it would be her own actions that would lead to the Brotherhood's demise. As she gazed upon the lifeless bodies of her fellow mutants, mercilessly annihilated by Yi-Bai, Mystique trembled with a blend of rage and fear. She could scarcely comprehend how someone who appeared so innocuous could be so ruthlessly lethal. From the moment he struck until the end, less than a minute elapsed, during which over 30 elite members of the Brotherhood were swiftly dispatched by Yi-Bai. She alone remained as the last survivor. Staring at the motionless form of Magneto on the ground, a profound sense of faith crumbled within her. Confusion clouded her mind, leaving her uncertain of the path forward. Yet, she would not have the opportunity to ponder this dilemma. Yi-Bai would not grant her such mercy. He approached Mystique, seizing her by the throat with one hand and lifting her off the ground. Yi-Bai had never shown leniency towards his foes. He understood that the cycle of life and death was an immutable truth. As Mystique struggled against the suffocating grip, her instinct for survival surged forth. Suddenly, a wave of energy rippled through the blue scales of her skin. In an instant, she transformed into a visage Yi-Bai knew all too well, Hela. The scene shifted dramatically, with Yi-Bai now clutching Hela's throat. Confronted with Hela's pleading gaze, Yi-Bai felt a flicker of hesitation. Despite his hardened heart, he found it difficult to deliver the final blow to Hela. Mystique's ruse proved effective, yet alas, Yi-Bai remained resolute in his intention to not let her escape. They were all adults, accountable for their choices. Having chosen this path, one must be prepared for the inevitability of death. Just as Yi-Bai was about to crush Mystique's neck, Her expression suddenly transformed, as if she had become an entirely different person. Mr. Yi-Bai, I implore you to spare Raven. She has merely been misled, and her heart is not inherently wicked. Mystique spoke unexpectedly, adopting a remarkably mature tone. Professor? Yi-Bai inquired tentatively, suspecting that the old rogue had seized control of Mystique's mind. It is I. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasantness we encountered previously. Once again, I extend my heartfelt apologies. However, Raven has been my companion since childhood. I cannot stand idly by while she faces death. Thus, I humbly beseech you to grant her this reprieve. I assure you she will retain no memories of you, and will pose no further trouble. The professor, controlling Mystique's body, pleaded with Yi-Bai. The moment Magneto was slain by Yi-Bai, the professor had already grasped the unfolding events. Understanding the intricate details, he felt a desire to confront Magneto once more. Why must you drag Raven into your self-destructive path? Despite mourning Magneto's demise, as they had shared a strong bond, the professor recognized that Yi-Bai's swift actions left no room for intercession. He also comprehended that this predicament could not be blamed on Yi-Bai. It was merely a stroke of ill fortune that had led him to encounter such a formidable adversary. After listening to the professor, Yi-Bai sneered, refusing to acquiesce. Why should he extend any courtesy to the professor? Simply because the professor was balding? It was undeniable that bald figures often held power. Even Thanos was bald, after all. Yet, Yi-Bai was now stronger, and even greater authority. Thus, despite the professor's entreaties, Yi-Bai's murderous intent towards Mystique remained unyielding. Only the deceased adversary could be deemed a worthy foe. Mr. Yi-Bai, I implore you, do not kill her. I am willing to pay the price. How about shares in Stark Industries? I possess 12 and can relinquish them all to you. I will also erase Raven's memories, ensuring she retains no knowledge of you and will not trouble you in any way. The professor, sensing Yi-Bai's murderous intent, spoke hastily. For Mystique's sake, he was even willing to forfeit a fortune, demonstrating the depth of his emotional ties. Moreover, it was evident that he was truly affluent, given his ability to control minds. How could the professor possibly lack wealth? In fact, even now, Yi-Bai and the professor's financial status could only be deemed modest in comparison. After contemplating the professor's proposal, Yi-Bai felt a flicker of temptation. Shares in Stark Industries were indeed a staggering fortune. The company's current market valuation exceeded $700 billion, with 1% amounting to $70 billion. Who would not be enticed by such wealth? Furthermore, the professor's guarantee to erase Mystique's memories and prevent any future disturbances significantly lessened Yi-Bai's murderous intent. After all, what tempest could a mere Mystique conjure? If the professor were truly wise, he would refrain from provoking him further. Otherwise, he would be met with a dead end. Contemplating this, Yi-Bai devised a plan in his mind. You have successfully persuaded me. Thus, the deal is sealed. With that, Yi-Bai released his grip, allowing Mystique to collapse onto the ground. He continued, I shall have my manager contact you. I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain and refrain from any trickery. After finishing his words, Yi-Bai turned his back on Mystique and departed from the warehouse. As for how the professor would erase Mystique's memories, that was no longer Yi-Bai's concern. This excursion not only eliminated the potential threat of the Brotherhood of Mutants, but also yielded a substantial fortune. Yi-Bai felt quite satisfied, smiling as he drove towards his estate. Meanwhile, Mystique lay on the ground, her eyes vacant, as her memories were swiftly being erased. The professor, though a good man, was not one to hesitate when necessary. After all, how could a benevolent soul protect so many mutants? Did he truly believe that the military and politicians were easy to deal with? Yi-Bai did not dwell on this matter for long. It was merely a minor interlude in life. Rather, he found it more practical to consider ways to deepen his relationship with Hela. Speaking of which, under Yi-Bai's recent efforts, it seemed that Hela had indeed matured somewhat. Though the change was subtle, Yi-Bai could sense it, having experienced it firsthand daily. This was a promising beginning, and Yi-Bai resolved to continue his efforts, aiming to cultivate a more formidable Hela. By that time, he would no longer need to worry about the child going hungry. Chapter 33. Shortly after Yi-Bai's departure, Storm from the X-Men arrived at the warehouse. Upon pushing open the large doors and witnessing the numerous mutant corpses within, even someone as seasoned as Storm was taken aback. The overwhelming sight evoked a profound fear from the depths of her soul. The X-Men were the most authoritative witnesses to the might of Magneto's Brotherhood in a direct confrontation. They might not have emerged victorious, yet such formidable power had been vanquished single-handedly by Yi-Bai. Observing the shattered walls and bent steel within the warehouse, Storm grasped for the first time what it meant to be a god among men. Aurora, bring Raven back. As for the mutants, I shall handle it. The professor instructed Storm. Though he was not present at the scene, he could easily imagine the devastation that had unfolded. Had he known that Magneto and his followers would meet such a fate, he would have intervened without hesitation. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. If Magneto had not targeted Yi-Bai's wealth, he would not have faced such a dire end. Storm said nothing, silently lifting the unconscious Mystique and departing from the warehouse. After this battle, the name Yi-Bai became an absolute taboo among mutants, a name that no one dared to touch. The threat posed by mutants was thoroughly resolved with the intervention of Yi-Bai and Hela. With the lessons learned from Professor X and Magneto, it is unlikely that any foolhardy individual would dare to provoke Yi-Bai again. Furthermore, Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. had just been warned by Hela, making him even less inclined to meddle with Yi-Bai. Consequently, Yi-Bai and Hela enjoyed a period of tranquility, free from any troublesome interlopers. Upon successfully signing in, Yi-Bai received the ancient Doomsday template as a reward. One morning, as he awakened and opened his eyes, he had yet to push aside Hela's jade-like arm draped over him when he heard a remarkable statement. His lingering sleepiness vanished, replaced by boundless excitement. After a stretch of days filled with peculiar and largely useless items, Yi-Bai had finally obtained a truly formidable reward. With the ancient Doomsday, he felt invincible. Suppressing the urge to shout in exhilaration, Yi-Bai reveled in his heart. While others might not grasp the significance of ancient Doomsday, Yi-Bai understood it all too well. The mere mention of ancient Doomsday conjured memories of a certain film, Batman v Superman. In that tale, Superman met his demise at the hands of Doomsday, leading to mutual destruction. However, it is crucial to note that the Doomsday depicted in the film was not the true ancient Doomsday. The cinematic version, which killed Superman, was a synthetic creation, born from the genes of ancient Doomsday, mixed with General Zod's Kryptonian DNA, an imitation far inferior to the original. The genuine ancient Doomsday was birthed within the laboratories of Kryptonian scientists. It is a killing machine, a true ultimate life form, impervious to death and annihilation. Even when cast into a black hole or subjected to the cataclysmic forces of a cosmic explosion, it would endure. Any form of attack would only yield results during the initial encounter, after which ancient Doomsday would become completely immune. Moreover, any assault could potentially trigger its evolution, rendering it even more formidable. In simpler terms, this is a life form that cannot be killed, and the more it is attacked, the stronger it becomes. It is easy to imagine the immense power of the template Yi-Bai had acquired. He could distinctly feel his body becoming ever stronger. This was due to the autonomous evolution of ancient Doomsday, which would undergo numerous transformations in a remarkably short time. Initially concerned about the 5 creator gods and other cosmic deities, Yi-Bai now felt an unwavering confidence. The template of General Zod was indeed powerful, given that Zod's genes belonged to a Kryptonian war god. However, Zod was not Superman. He lacked the codex of life and could not evolve endlessly. In essence, General Zod possessed a potential limit, a boundary that Yi-Bai gradually began to perceive. In recent days, Yi-Bai found that even basking in the sun could not significantly enhance his abilities, as he had reached the growth ceiling of General Zod's template. To ascend further, one would need Superman's codex of life. Yet, in the Marvel Universe, where Superman does not exist, Yi-Bai could not seize such an opportunity even if he desired to. Initially, he contemplated seeking out the Infinity Stones to bolster his power, for even an ordinary Kryptonian, like General Zod, could assert dominance on Earth. But facing cosmic deities would indeed pose a challenge. However, at this moment, such concerns seemed entirely unnecessary. The ancient Doomsday template endowed Yi-Bai with ample confidence. Even Thanos wielding the Infinity Gauntlet would stand no chance against him now. In a perilous world like Marvel's, nothing brings greater joy than the enhancement of one's own strength. With newfound power, Yi-Bai could not only safeguard himself, but also protect his beloved Hela. What's the matter? Grinning like a fool so early in the morning? At that moment, Hela awakened, her eyes meeting Yi-Bai's playful demeanor. Yi-Bai chose not to divulge his greatest secrets, his system and his journey through time, keeping them hidden even from Hela. Thus, when she playfully teased him, he merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Hela, unfazed, simply inquired, "Go get something to eat. I'm hungry." She nudged Yi-Bai in a coy manner, her usual aloofness replaced by a touch of adorableness and allure that made her even more captivating. Yi-Bai felt a surge of daring inspiration. "Let us postpone breakfast. It's still dark outside. Let us sleep a bit more," he proposed with a smile, indulging in mischief. After a brief resistance, Hela rolled her eyes at him, then closed her eyes, allowing him to proceed with his whims. Soon, the symphony of life began to play. Once satiated, Yi-Bai transitioned into a sage-like state, preparing for lunch. Why lunch, you ask? Because he had undoubtedly overslept. Following Yi-Bai's enthusiastic antics, Hela had succumbed to a deep slumber. Now impervious to any attempts to awaken her, Yi-Bai paid it no mind. It had indeed been a taxing day for her, filled with exhilaration. The emergence of the ancient Doomsday template had significantly bolstered Yi-Bai's inner resolve, alleviating all his worries. Moreover, his physical prowess had surpassed the limits of General Zod's template. Just how formidable he had become was a mystery, even to Yi-Bai himself. For without a worthy opponent, he could not ascertain whether he could vanquish 5 deities with a single blow. Chapter 34. S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander Pierce's office. In recent times, Pierce had been diligently searching for information regarding Hela. The expression of Nick Fury during their last encounter remained vividly etched in Pierce's memory. Pierce was certain that Nick Fury knew something. However, Fury acted swiftly, immediately classifying the files on Yi-Bai and Hela as top secret. Unfortunately for Fury, there was little that could escape his scrutiny within S.H.I.E.L.D. After considerable effort, Pierce finally obtained the files on Yi-Bai and Hela. First, he examined Yi-Bai's file, which detailed everything from his initial encounter with Daredevil to the recent incident where he had slain Magneto and a host of mutants. The revelations left Pierce trembling. Such a formidable being was also a super-rich magnate. It wasn't just Pierce who was taken aback. Nick Fury himself had been startled when he first learned about Magneto's demise. It was at that moment that Fury realized neither Yi-Bai nor his partner was to be trifled with. Hela, the goddess of Asgard, possessed immeasurable power, while Yi-Bai, having dispatched one of Earth's mightiest mutants, was undeniably a threat. Indeed, the old adage rang true. Those who do not belong to the same family should not enter the same door. Subsequently, Pierce turned his attention to Hela's file. In stark contrast to Yi-Bai's extensive dossier, Hela's information was relatively sparse, primarily due to her brief time on Earth, which left little for investigation. What shocked Pierce, however, was Hela's identity as the goddess of death from Asgard. Goodness, this couple was indeed extraordinary. Pierce harbored no further thoughts, nor dared to entertain any. Despite Hydra's prowess, they were merely a mortal organization. Could they truly contend with the divine? Perhaps it was best to avoid provoking these two individuals. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Pierce closed the files on Hela and Yi-Bai. There was no need to look further. He lacked the audacity to act upon such knowledge. Pierce was no fool. He understood that courting danger with beings of such power was tantamount to courting death. Not everyone was as reckless as the mutants. Suddenly, an immature thought flickered in Pierce's mind. Perhaps, just perhaps, Hydra might indeed seek to engage with Hela. Of course, not to incite conflict, but rather to ally with her. No, how could he entertain such an idea? Hydra served the great inhuman deity, Hive, and would never betray their own beliefs. As soon as this notion surfaced, Pierce swiftly discarded it. It was essential to remember that Hydra's enduring purpose was to welcome back their god. Hydra's origins could be traced back to 1,400 years ago, founded by an inhuman known as Hive. Subsequently, Hive was exiled to a distant, unknown planet, leaving Hydra without their leader. To reclaim their deity, Hydra had orchestrated a millennia-long scheme known as the Project Star, aimed at bringing Hive back from the far reaches of another world to once again lead Hydra in its dominion over Earth. However, until now, the Far Star project has yet to officially commence, primarily because Hydra has not even grasped the circumstances surrounding the exile of the Hive to that distant planet. Presently, the internal sentiment within Hydra holds little hope for the Far Star project. Perhaps, I should seek the opinions of others, Pierce suddenly pondered. Hydra is an extensive organization, encompassing numerous divisions, each led by a leader, with Pierce presiding over the S.H.I.E.L.D. division. In addition, there are several other leaders, and when Pierce mentioned discussion, he referred to these individuals. Before long, Pierce discreetly reached out to several other leaders from different Hydra divisions, articulating his intentions and ideas. He had braced himself for a scolding, as his plan could be deemed a betrayal of their creed. To his astonishment, the leaders from the other divisions encouraged him to give it a try. Could it be that Hydra is not loyal to the Hive? Are they all contemplating defection? I shall lead the way, then it is of no concern. In truth, this reaction is quite understandable. The Hive has been absent for 100 years. Amidst such a lengthy passage of time, where can loyalty be found? Furthermore, Hela's stature is formidable. She is the goddess of death, perfectly suited to become Hydra's new deity. Yet, the primary reason remains that Hydra is in urgent need of a powerful ally. Despite Hydra's current substantial influence in numerous clandestine divisions, even infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D, it is far from its former glory and is merely surviving. It resembles a perilous tightrope walk. Should S.H.I.E.L.D become aware of Hydra's existence, they could swiftly nullify years of effort. An organization, no matter how potent, cannot rival a nation. Hydra's zenith was supported by a formidable empire, which was the fundamental reason for its flourishing. As for now, one might inquire which nation would support Hydra. After receiving responses from the leaders, Pierce began to contemplate the possibility of surrendering. Should he succeed in gaining Hela's backing, Hydra would secure its future, clinging to the powerful leg of Asgard. Conversely, failure would yield severe consequences, necessitating a retreat into obscurity. The risks and rewards are substantial, leaving no room for Pierce to act carelessly. After much reflection and analysis, he resolved to take the plunge. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. With this thought, Pierce instructed one of his agents to initiate contact with Hela. As for the outcome, it would be left to fate. Hydra, eternally loyal to the goddess Hela, Pierce murmured with a smile, praying for the success of this endeavor. Today, Yi-Bai received a curious invitation, the location being somewhere in the Big Apple. Yi Bai had initially intended to disregard the invitation, yet upon noticing the signature, his resolve shifted. At the conclusion of the missive, the name inscribed was that of the Ancient One. As the protector of Earth, the Ancient One, revered as the supreme sorcerer, warranted Yi Bai's respect. Furthermore, given that the Ancient One safeguarded the Time Stone, Yi Bai felt compelled to pay a visit. After exchanging pleasantries with Hela and promising to return promptly, Yi Bai set forth on his journey. He soon arrived at his destination, the sanctum located in New York City. There were 3 sanctums of Kamartaj, situated in the Fog City, New York, and Hong Kong. Each sanctum was imbued with unique enchantments, rendering them invisible to the ordinary eye. However, Yi Bai, possessing extraordinary sight, entered the sanctum of New York. Chapter 35. Upon stepping inside, Yi Bai was enveloped by an ancient atmosphere, indicative of the sanctum's centuries-old history. At that moment, a sorcerer approached him. Esteemed guest, the supreme sorcerer has been expecting you. This sorcerer was not one seen in the films, and thus Yi Bai paid him little mind. Nodding slightly, he followed the sorcerer deeper into the sanctum. Before long, a golden circle materialized before him, presumably a portal. Please, the sorcerer said with utmost respect. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yi Bai chose to enter. His confidence in his own strength alleviated any fears of the Ancient One harboring ill intentions. Additionally, Yi Bai was intrigued to discern the reason behind the Ancient One's invitation. Upon stepping through the portal, Yi Bai found himself atop a snow-capped mountain. Before him stood a cloaked figure in a sorcerer's robe, facing away. Sensing his presence, the figure turned to face Yi Bai. It was none other than the supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One. Greetings, Mr. Yi Bai, the Ancient One said politely, nodding in acknowledgement. Yi Bai reciprocated the greeting before inquiring about the purpose of his summons. Supreme Sorcerer, may I ask what prompted your invitation? He queried candidly, curiosity piqued. Do not be concerned. I merely wish to make your acquaintance and forge a friendship. I harbor no ill will towards you, the Ancient One replied with a smile, her demeanor serene and her gaze clear. It appeared that she indeed bore no malice. Yet, Yi Bai remained somewhat skeptical, aware that vigilance was prudent. Upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, Yi Bai discovered that this realm was not as idyllic as he had envisioned. The superheroes were not as magnificent as portrayed in films. For instance, the professor he had previously encountered was merely an old rogue. To make a friend, must you go to such lengths? A mirror dimension, do you intend to trap me here? Yi Bai remarked coolly, refusing to easily place his trust in the identity of the supreme sorcerer. Moreover, this realm is a mirror space, and apart from Yi Bai and Ancient One, he senses no other life forms. This is not the demeanor of one seeking friendship. It feels more like a prelude to confrontation. Ancient One shook her head, maintaining her serene composure. Indeed, it is a gesture of camaraderie. I find you quite intriguing. To be frank, your previous display startled me. Her words revealed a truth. She had indeed been observing Yi Bai for some time and recognized the extraordinary strength he possessed, strength that was almost excessive. What she did not realize was that Yi Bai was far more formidable than she had surmised. Let us dispense with the circumlocution. If you truly seek to befriend me, you would not have brought me to this mirror space. The more Ancient One spoke, the more Yi Bai's suspicions were confirmed. This supreme sorceress clearly intended to confront him. Yet, Yi Bai felt no fear. He was uncertain of his own current power, but he was confident it was beyond Ancient One's capacity to contend with. Very well. I am here at the behest of an old friend, but I do not intend to strike against you. That would only entrench us in opposition. How about a wager? If you manage to escape this mirror space, I shall impart all the magic I know unto you. Should you fail to break free, fret not. A month hence, I shall grant you your release. Ancient One revealed her intentions, a gamble. As for the old friend she mentioned, she chose not to elaborate, nor did she wish to confide in Yi Bai. Upon hearing Ancient One's proposal, Yi Bai felt no tumult within. In fact, he was almost amused. To believe that this mere mirror space could confine him was either a sign of Ancient One's arrogance or a misjudgment of his capabilities. Moreover, having already entered the mirror space, did the decision to wager even rest with him? Even if he wished to refuse, it seemed he had no choice but to play along. Nevertheless, it appeared that Ancient One bore him no ill will, at most. She intended to keep him for a month. But what lay behind this? What significant events might transpire in that time? Yi Bai pondered deeply. At the level of a supreme sorceress, nothing was ever straightforward. Every action she took carried profound implications, and he must tread carefully to avoid being ensnared. As for the spells Ancient One possessed, he held little regard for them, yet acquiring them would not be without merit. After all, the convenience of a teleportation portal could save him the cost of airfare. Thus, the wager begins. I look forward to your performance. Ancient One smiled, and then her form exploded into countless butterflies, vanishing within the mirror space. Yi Bai shook his head in resignation. Had he known it would be this troublesome, he would have declined Ancient One's invitation. Now that events had unfolded, he hesitated no longer. What was a mere mirror space to him? With little fanfare, Yi Bai clenched his fist and raised it high. With a decisive aim at the ground beneath his feet, he struck down with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed through the air. The towering snow-capped mountain under Yi Bai's feet shattered, revealing vast cracks. The mountain began to crumble, obliterated by Yi Bai's singular blow. This was merely the inception of his power. Yi Bai was uncertain of the extent of his own destructive capability. But one thing was indisputable. He possessed the strength to shatter the very planet itself. His punch not only fractured the snow mountain, but the immense force reverberated through the mountain, rippling to the surface. Countless terrifying fissures radiated outward from the mountain's core, resembling a spider's web. These rifts in the earth continued to expand, delving deeper and deeper. Gradually, even the tectonic plates began to fracture, leading the foundational structure of the land to collapse. An endless flow of magma surged through the cracks, transforming what was once a tranquil world into a hellish landscape. The world ignited in flames as streams of lava poured forth. Thunderous roars filled the air, accompanied by horrifying earthquakes. The tectonic plates began to disintegrate, and the entire continent started to break apart. Ultimately, the planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, transforming into a magnificent display of fireworks. Thus, the mirrored space was shattered, and Yi Bai emerged victorious. After breaking the mirrored realm, Yi Bai freed himself from that dimension and appeared before Ancient One. This was the real world, and Yi Bai now stood atop a snow-covered mountain in Kamartaj. "Your performance surpasses my expectations," the Ancient One remarked, having witnessed Yi Bai's destruction of the mirrored world. That realm was, in fact, an exact replica of Earth, constructed by the Ancient One herself. Yi Bai's ability to obliterate that mirrored world indicated that he could likewise annihilate the entire Earth with a single punch. Such capacity for destruction even left the Ancient One astounded. Chapter 36. Shall we gamble again? Yi Bai remained silent, coldly regarding the Ancient One. He had no desire to confront her, yet that did not imply he was intimidated. The Ancient One had refrained from making a move against him. Otherwise, his punch would have struck far beyond the mirrored space. "No need," the Ancient One replied, shaking her head as she observed Yi Bai. "You are stronger than I imagined. As a wager, I shall impart all of my magical knowledge to you, should you wish to learn. I will not impose any obligations upon you. I merely hope that you refrain from such outbursts in the future, for there is only one Earth." The Ancient One smiled at Yi Bai, maintaining her composure even in his presence. Setting aside all else, Yi Bai could not help but admire her demeanor. "Let us discuss magic another time. I must return now. I will seek you out again when the opportunity arises." Yi Bai had no intention of lingering, nor did he wish to cultivate a rapport with the Ancient One. It was unnecessary. As long as she did not trouble him, that was sufficient. Ancient One did not intervene this time. Instead, she proactively escorted Yi Bai back to the sanctum in the Big Apple. It was only after Yi Bai had completely departed that a subtle smile graced the corners of her lips. From the very outset, Ancient One had never anticipated that the mirror dimension could confine Yi Bai. Perhaps an infinite loop with the time stone might have had some potential. Yet, there was no necessity for such measures. If she were to pursue that path, Yi Bai would undoubtedly become enraged. And it was quite possible he could shatter the earth in his fury. Moreover, the wager itself was one that Ancient One had inherently set to lose. Some individuals devote their lives to the pursuit of magic, yet find no trace of its existence. Conversely, there are those, regardless of their interest, who are compelled to learn. Yi Bai belonged to the latter category. The purpose behind Ancient One's desire for Yi Bai to study magic was straightforward. She hoped to cultivate a bond with him. She did not seek for Yi Bai to become a protector of Earth like herself. Rather, she simply wished for him to assist when peril arose on the planet. Of course, beyond this personal ambition, there was another significant reason, an obligation to a friend. This old acquaintance did not aim to confine Yi Bai, but rather to eliminate him. However, Ancient One had no intention of proceeding in such a manner and recognized the futility of it. "Odin, I shall not meddle in your familial affairs. It is best left to you," she thought to herself with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, the old friend to whom Ancient One referred was none other than Odin. As the guardian of Earth, how could Ancient One not be acquainted with Odin? After all, Earth is one of the 9 realms, the very Midgard. As for why Odin sought to take action against Yi Bai, it was, naturally, due to Hela. In Asgard, within the Golden Palace, Odin was currently engulfed in fury, consumed by a desire for vengeance. The source of his rage was none other than Hela, his wayward daughter. Even after Hela escaped her binding, Odin had not been so incensed. At most, he felt a twinge of concern. However, upon learning that Hela had wed a mere mortal, Odin was utterly incensed. His daughter, the eldest of the Odinson lineage, the Grand Princess of Asgard, the noble heir to the divine throne, had chosen a commoner as her husband. This was nothing short of an affront to the honor of Asgard. Moreover, as a father, Odin's fury was exacerbated by the thought of his cherished daughter being sullied by a mere mortal. "Damnable mortal, I shall hang you upon the Bifrost, tormenting you for 1,000 years. Odin seethed, his anger nearly manifesting in smoke. Though his relationship with Hela was fraught, she was, after all, his blood. Hela was his daughter, a fact that could never be altered. Yet, The knowledge that his daughter had chosen a mortal was a reality that Odin could never accept. Even more painful than her previous rebellion. Heimdall informed Thor to slay that mortal. Odin commanded, his desire to witness S.H.I.E.L.D's demise burning fiercely within him. Dare to disrespect my daughter, Odin? You are surely unaware of the depths of my wrath. Upon hearing Odin's words, Heimdall's expression soured. Your Majesty Odin. I fear the more likely outcome is that Thor will be swiftly dispatched by Hela, Heimdall murmured, hoping Odin might reconsider his decree. This was not a command to slay S.H.I.E.L.D. It was a directive that would lead Thor to his demise. At present, Thor is far too inexperienced to be a match for Hela. To confront her would only result in his needless death. Odin, upon reflecting on Heimdall's caution, internally chastised himself for his folly. Yet, his anger only intensified. How could it be that my own daughter has not only fled with an outsider, but also aids them in tormenting our kin? Is reconciliation even possible? No. I shall personally journey to Midgard, seal that ungrateful daughter away, and dismantle that mortal piece by piece. Odin seethed, his beard nearly bristling with indignation, and the veins on his neck throbbed with fury. However, if I proceed in such a manner, the entirety of Midgard may well be obliterated. And have you forgotten? You have forged an agreement with the Celestial Assembly to refrain from intervening in other civilizations, Heimdall cautioned, hoping to temper Odin's ire. The Celestial Assembly is a mysterious organization that has existed for countless ages, with each member exhibiting formidable strength. Long ago, Odin had engaged in battle with members of this assembly, slaying several, which led to their accord to cease forceful interference in the development of other civilizations. Without the assembly, Asgard would likely dominate half the cosmos. The Kree Empire, which now roams the universe with impunity, was but a trembling, primitive civilization in the glorious era of Asgard. Upon hearing mention of the Celestial Assembly, Odin's fury began to subside, and he sighed in resignation. It appeared there was truly no way to thwart Hela. Yet, the thought of his daughter in a romantic entanglement with a mortal, contemplating marriage and progeny, ignited his rage anew. Despite Hela's excessive filial piety, she remained his daughter. He could chastise her, but how dare a mere mortal presume to encroach upon his family? No, that mortal must perish. Odin seethed, unable to reconcile the notion of his daughter being claimed by a mere human. At that moment, Queen Frigga emerged. I did not witness such fury when Hela rebelled, Frigga remarked, her tone laden with reproach. In recalling that incident, she harbored deep resentment towards Odin. Now, with Hela being courted by a mortal, the blame ultimately lies with you. Had you not misguided Hela, would she have rebelled? If Hela had not rebelled, would she be sealed away in Midgard? And if not sealed there, would she have escaped her confinement? If Hela does not escape her seal, will she be embraced by a mere mortal? While such a notion is posited, Frigga finds herself devoid of anger. Rather, it is Odin's ire that she feels. As for the affair between Hela and S.H.I.E.L.D., Frigga harbors no objections. If Hela deems it worthwhile, as a mother, she supports her wholeheartedly. This exemplifies the distinction between a father-in-law and a mother-in-law. Chapter 37. S.H.I.E.L.D., from the very outset, has misconstrued a fundamental truth. He yearns for a tranquil existence, desiring to lead a simple life with another, devoid of excessive complications. Yet, more often than not, troubles come knocking unbidden. The crux of the matter lies in S.H.I.E.L.D's considerable worth, which inherently attracts such predicaments. Beyond S.H.I.E.L.D's own capabilities, the wealth he has amassed over the years as a writer is sufficient to draw numerous troubles to his doorstep. This is despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous. Otherwise, he would find himself besieged by even greater tribulations. In dealing with these dilemmas, S.H.I.E.L.D. often invites even larger predicaments upon himself. Akin to the butterfly effect, where the flutter of a small butterfly's wings culminates in a monumental storm. From initially being targeted by gangsters such as Jean Bing, he now finds himself in the sights of the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. This is merely the beginning. S.H.I.E.L.D. remains oblivious to the fact that Asgard has also set its gaze upon him. In addition to S.H.I.E.L.D., Hela too finds herself easily attracting trouble. As the goddess of death, her very identity draws numerous individuals, regardless of her actions. While S.H.I.E.L.D. is summoned by the supreme sorcerer for a meeting, an unexpected guest trespasses into his seaside estate. This intruder is a female agent from Hydra. Upon entering the estate, the agent swiftly catches Hela's attention. Initially, Hela contemplates ending the intruder's life, but upon realizing the lack of hostility, her curiosity compels her to inquire about the intruder's purpose. Should the agent's response fail to satisfy Hela, she would not hesitate to claim the agent's soul. Who are you? What brings you here? Hela suddenly appears at the top of the staircase, her imposing presence questioning the female agent. The agent, although cautious, lowers her guard upon recognizing Hela as her mission's target, replacing wariness with humility. I am Christie, from Hydra. I have been commanded by my superior to come here and pledge my loyalty to you. The Hydra agent, named Christie, speaks reverently to Hela, her gaze fervent and devout. It is evident that she has been thoroughly indoctrinated prior to her arrival. While Hydra may lack in many aspects, their prowess in brainwashing is undeniably formidable. After hearing Christie's words, Hela furrows her brow slightly. Pledge loyalty? Hydra? Having lived with Yi-Bai for a year, she is well aware of the name Hydra. Hela was aware of the existence of such an organization, yet had never deemed it worthy of her attention. This mortal assembly was hardly worthy of her regard. Thus, it came as a surprise when this very organization chose to seek her favor. Before being sealed away by Odin, Hela had numerous followers, including various races that pledged their allegiance to her. Consequently, she possessed considerable experience in accepting the fealty of others. Hydra? I do not accept loyalty devoid of value. Articulate your worth, Hela stated, neither rejecting nor readily embracing Hydra's overtures. Not just anyone was fit to follow the illustrious goddess of death. This was precisely why many of Hela's former adherents were either sealed away or had perished, leaving her with a dire shortage of followers. Otherwise, she would not have deigned to glance at Hydra, a mere congregation of mortals, and ponder their potential worth. Upon hearing Hela's words, Krista did not hesitate. She eagerly began to extol the virtues of her organization, detailing Hydra's current capabilities and myriad advantages. It was akin to marketing a product, her desire to present her organization to Hela palpable. No, it was more akin to offering it to Hela in exchange for substantial support. The leaders of Hydra were desperately yearning to restore their former glory, and Hela represented the most favorable opportunity to achieve that. Without a formidable ally, Hydra would be unable to rival S.H.I.E.L.D, which enjoyed the backing of global nations. After listening to Krista's introduction of Hydra, Hela shook her head in disappointment. The organization's value was far less than she had anticipated. Although Hydra had its strengths, having infiltrated numerous countries and wielding significant influence on Earth, Hela's perspective was shaped by her experiences as a conqueror of the cosmos. To her, Hydra's power seemed pitifully insignificant. However, it could not be dismissed entirely. At the very least, Hydra still held considerable sway on Earth. Coincidentally, both Hela and Yi-Bai now resided on this planet. Gaining control over Hydra could undoubtedly aid Yi-Bai in evading numerous troubles, for Hela was well aware that trouble was what Yi-Bai abhorred most. With this thought in mind, Hela formulated her plan, even if not for her own sake. Consideration for Yi-Bai warranted a decision. Thus, she nodded and proclaimed, "In that case, I accept Hydra's loyalty. Convey to your superiors that I wish to discuss matters directly." With that, Hela turned and ascended the stairs, not lingering any longer. To her, the acceptance of Hydra's allegiance was a trivial matter. Were it not for Yi-Bai, she would have paid little heed to such a mortal organization. Moreover, Hydra could serve as a strategic piece left on Earth, potentially proving useful when the time called for it. After receiving a response from Hela, Christie felt a sense of relief within, then hastily exited the manor, ready to report this good news to his leader. Little did Yi-Bai realize that during his brief absence, his wife had managed to subdue the infamous Hydra within the Marvel Universe. This was merely the beginning. Hela's journey of chaos was destined to continue unabated. Having lived with Yi-Bai for over a year, Hela's injuries had largely healed. She began to contemplate her future, considering how to reclaim the divine throne that rightfully belonged to her. It was indisputable that Hela would return to Asgard, but before doing so, she needed to address her relationship with Yi-Bai. Informing him of her true identity and helping him come to terms with her past was her foremost concern. Hela was troubled, uncertain of how to reveal her identity to Yi-Bai. The wife he cherished was, in truth, a formidable sorceress responsible for the annihilation of countless races. Hela genuinely feared that Yi-Bai might not accept this truth. If the situation were to unfold in such a manner, Hela herself could not fathom what action she might take. Oh, how she wished they could have a child. For the first time, Hela found herself nurturing this desire within her heart. She yearned for a child to forge a bond between them. Unfortunately, due to the laws of the universe, the more powerful a being, the more challenging it became to conceive. It was not for lack of effort on the part of Yi-Bai and Hela. It was simply an arduous endeavor. Today, Hela was also grappling with how to help Yi-Bai accept her identity. Chapter 38. While Hela was troubled about how to confess her identity to Yi-Bai, he too was plagued by similar concerns. In his heart, he had begun to harbor doubts regarding Hela's true nature. Initially, he had not perceived any irregularities, but as they spent more time together, he gradually sensed that his wife was not quite ordinary, to say nothing of her unusual demeanor during their moments of shared joy. Hela's behavior was far from that of an average person. Could any ordinary being withstand the trials Yi-Bai had devised? He even began to suspect that his wife, Hela, might indeed be the Grand Princess of Asgard. After all, they shared the same name. In the Marvel realm, the only notable figure named Hela appeared to be the Grand Princess of Asgard. Yet, Yi-Bai's suspicions remained just that, suspicions. He could not definitively ascertain her identity, for, according to the narrative, the Grand Princess of Asgard was currently sealed by Odin. It would not be until the events of Thor, Ragnarok that the Hela he suspected would make her entrance. Thus, Yi-Bai found himself in a state of uncertainty regarding the true nature of his wife. Perhaps he would inquire further when the opportunity arose. He believed that if Hela wished to share her secrets, she would undoubtedly do so in due time. Resolving to set aside his worries, Yi-Bai decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. What is Hela's identity? Is she not simply his wife? Regardless of the world collapsing around them, Hela remains his wife, so why ponder further? Today unfolded as yet another tranquil day, and Yi-Bai reflected thus as he rose from slumber. Upon successfully checking in, he was rewarded with a cup of combustible oolong tea. The newly awakened Yi-Bai's lips twitched at the mention of this reward. This infernal check-in system presents rewards that vary too drastically. On fortunate days, one might receive the ancient template of doomsday, while on less fortunate days, it is but a cup of combustible oolong tea. There are even items of negligible value, such as the bunny plush from Cheongmei. However, after some time with the system, Yi-Bai has come to comprehend its peculiarities, and his internal fortitude has strengthened considerably. Yet, he still feels a twinge of displeasure upon receiving absurd rewards. Recently, Yi-Bai's life has finally settled into a semblance of stability. No longer do unwitting individuals seek to create trouble for him, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. has vanished from his existence. Unbeknownst to him, S.H.I.E.L.D. chose to back down after receiving a warning from a certain individual. Aside from S.H.I.E.L.D., the underground gangs of New York, mutant factions, and even Hydra have all been dealt with by the couple. Now, each of them behaves with utmost caution, no longer daring to provoke them. However, Yi-Bai has noticed that Hela seems to be preoccupied with something these days. Several times, he caught her glancing at him, words unspoken on her lips, only for her to ultimately remain silent. This caused Yi-Bai to furrow his brow, wondering if his recent actions had frightened Hela. Little does he know, Hela intends to confront him directly about her secrets. Yet, each time she sees him, her words are swallowed back down. Perhaps she ought to wait a little longer. Each time, she reassures herself, only to delay further. The more one loves, the more one fears loss. This is the state of mind Hela currently endures. Her deep concern has led her to hesitate, reluctant to reveal her true identity to Yi-Bai. What if he were to harbor reservations upon discovering her past? It is not a matter of distrust towards Yi-Bai, but rather Hela's unwillingness to gamble with her heart. Although she knows it is improbable that Yi-Bai would abandon her due to her history, she remains hesitant to take that risk. This state of uncertainty is something Hela has never before experienced. Love is not merely filled with sweetness, it is also accompanied by myriad worries. Hela has begun to grasp this notion, realizing why Frigga once cautioned her not to easily entrust her heart to another. Tony has organized a barbecue and invited us. Will you attend? Yi-Bai inquired of Hela at the dining table, probing for her sentiments. As for Tony, Yi-Bai has developed a decent rapport with him over this period, and they can now be considered good friends. Occasionally, during gatherings, Tony extends invitations to Yi-Bai. I do not wish to go. I plan to take a day to rest, Hela replied. Hela shook her head, coldly refusing. Yi-Bai felt helpless. Hela's demeanor was too frigid for his liking, and he wished for her to exhibit a bit more vivacity. However, Hela appeared uninterested at the moment. Yet, Yi-Bai decided not to press her. There was ample time ahead. He would take things slowly. Once he resolved not to dwell on the matter any longer, he made a promise to return early and left the manor. As for Hela, after finishing her breakfast, she ascended to the second floor, where she found Frigga waiting for her in the room. Indeed, Asgard had located Hela, but for various reasons, they had yet to take action against her. What brings you here? Hela asked Frigga, her tone cool and somewhat brusque, though devoid of outright hostility. If it had been Odin, Hela would not have uttered a word, drawing her sword instead. I came to see you. I heard you have established a family here, Frigga replied gently, not taking Hela's aloofness to heart. She understood Hela well enough to know that her words often belied her true feelings. Is that a problem? Hela maintained her indifferent demeanor, as if standing before a stranger rather than a beloved guardian. No, I am here to offer my blessings. Your choice is commendable, Frigga said with a smile, which slightly thawed Hela's coldness. This subtle shift did not escape Frigga's notice, prompting her to reflect that this mortal indeed held significant weight in Hela's heart. However, your father Odin is quite furious about this matter. You must be cautious, Frigga continued, serving as a warning for Hela. At these words, Hela's expression turned icy once more, her gaze laden with lethal intent. He is not my father. He is merely a hypocritical scoundrel, Hela retorted, revealing the extent of her animosity towards Odin. Their relationship had always been fraught, and Hela's current predicament could largely be attributed to Odin's actions. Among those she despised most, Odin was at the forefront. Nevertheless, Frigga's words resonated with Hela, making her acutely aware that Asgard had begun to focus its attention on Yi-Bai. This realization troubled her greatly. She knew all too well the arrogance of the Asgardians. Extinguishing a mortal's life was trivial to them. Despite Hela's own arrogance, her genuine affection for Yi-Bai complicated matters. Be careful. Asgard will not remain indifferent to you, Frigga cautioned Hela once more before vanishing from sight. This was merely Frigga's projection, not her physical presence. For her true self could not evade Odin's notice. Chapter 39. It is certain that Asgard will not remain indifferent to Hela's situation. In the eyes of Asgard, The union of Hela with a mere mortal to form a family was deemed a profound affront to the honor of Asgard. Odin, that rigid and obstinate figure, was so incensed he could have devoured Yi whole. However, for reasons of his own, Odin found it inconvenient to descend to Earth personally, resorting instead to subtle manipulations to achieve his ends. Thus, misfortune befell Yi, with a series of extreme coincidences unfolding around him. First, he encountered a car accident on the road, followed by a collapsing billboard, a gas pipeline explosion, and even a bolt of lightning on a clear day. This string of calamitous events led Yi to suspect that some unknown force was targeting him, much like the narrative depicted in Final Destination, where an unseen harbinger of death seeks to claim his life. Unbeknownst to him, these were Odin's machinations, aimed at eliminating the one who besmirched the bloodline of the Odinson family. After enduring countless tribulations, Yi finally arrived at Tony's villa. Although the villa was not far from Yi's estate, the journey had consumed an inordinate amount of his time. By the time he arrived, Tony's barbecue party was already in full swing. Observing Tony surrounded by a throng of supermodels, Yi couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. This playboy certainly lived life to the fullest. Had Yi not known Hela, he mused, he might have turned out much like Tony. In addition to Tony, Yi encountered several familiar faces, characters who had graced the screen before. There was War Machine, Tony's military ally, and his personal bodyguard, Happy. To Yi's surprise, even Black Widow and Hawkeye, members of the original Avengers, were present. This left Yi pondering. Had Tony already joined S.H.I.E.L.D's Avengers initiative? Considering the timeline, it seemed plausible, as Nick Fury had conceived the idea during Iron Man. In fact, Yi had initially been part of Fury's plans. Yet, as Yi and Hela continually showcased their formidable powers, Fury had abandoned that notion. Truly, these two titans were not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, Nick Fury remained undeterred. Today's gathering could be seen as a subtle test of Yi. While he could not directly extend an invitation to join, fostering a relationship with Yi was a prudent step. Realizing a hint of Fury's intentions, Yi couldn't help but laugh softly. He perceived S.H.I.E.L.D. as akin to an obsequious sycophant before him, utterly humbled. Yet, he mused, it was far preferable for S.H.I.E.L.D. to play the role of a devoted follower than for him to assume that position. Yi's arrival swiftly became the focal point of the soiree. Tony warmly welcomed him, even beginning to introduce him to the supermodels present. The supermodels gazed at Yi with eyes full of admiration, akin to a pack of wolves spotting a succulent piece of meat. Yi possessed an undeniable allure. His striking features and impressive physique captivated all. Young, affluent, and a best-selling author of considerable renown, he wielded significant influence globally. Such a paragon of youthful excellence was undoubtedly the epitome of an ideal partner. While they did not dare to aspire to be his wife, merely being linked to Yi in rumors would yield them substantial gains. Yi was acutely aware of the supermodels' intentions. They coveted his physicality. However, having already committed to Hela, he resolved to be a devoted man and dismissed all advances. Hey, my friend, you shouldn't be so heartless. Look at how disheartened those girls are, Tony remarked, approaching Yi with the wisdom of experience. Yi simply smiled, offering no further explanation. Their temperaments were fundamentally different. Tony was the quintessential playboy, reveling in the pleasures of life, seemingly wishing for days to stretch to 48 hours to fully indulge in his hedonistic pursuits. It was only after a series of transformative experiences that Tony evolved his mindset, maturing into a competent superhero while tempering his infatuations to embrace the responsibilities of a husband. Yet, at present, he remained a child at heart. Yi chose not to elaborate to Tony, recognizing their differing personalities and philosophies. He felt content with his current state, free from the burdens of life, focusing solely on cherishing his days with Hela. After exchanging a few words with Tony, who swiftly immersed himself back into the throng of admirers, Yi felt no envy, merely perceiving Tony's behavior as somewhat juvenile. Soon after, Natasha approached him. "We meet again, brilliant author," she greeted with a smile. The once seductive agent now approached Yi with a genuine desire for friendship, devoid of any prior allure. "Hello, Agent Natasha. I trust you are not here on a mission this time," Yi jested, open to engaging in conversation as long as she bore no ulterior motives. In truth, Yi's demeanor was quite easygoing. His coldness was reserved solely for adversaries. After a brief exchange, Natasha departed, aware that Yi held no romantic interest in her, thus choosing not to waste time. She was here for leisure, not work, and would not compromise her enjoyment. Once Natasha left, Hawkeye approached. "Allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Barton," he said in a friendly manner, extending his right hand. "Yi, a pleasure to meet you," he replied, equally pleased by the encounter. Yi exchanged greetings with Hawkeye, establishing a mutual acquaintance. Hawkeye, a venerable member of the Avengers and a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., bore a striking resemblance to Yi. Like Yi, Hawkeye cherished his family, having a beloved partner and children. After engaging in light conversation, Yi-Bai and Hawkeye found themselves enjoying each other's company, rapidly deepening their camaraderie. Hawkeye even extended an invitation to Yi-Bai to visit his home, fostering a closer bond between them. After a brief response, Hawkeye soon took his leave. As for Yi-Bai, after lingering for a while, he contemplated returning home. His primary gain from this gathering was the acquaintance of several esteemed Avengers and a glimpse of the nascent Avengers team. However, just as Yi-Bai was about to depart, an unexpected arrival interrupted his thoughts of leaving. The Asgardian prince, Thor. Chapter 40. Thor had been experiencing a period of great fortune. Upon his return to Earth, he was promptly welcomed with the highest honors by the human government. He also forged numerous new friendships, including with Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark. His relationship with his earthly girlfriend, Jane Foster, had also progressed significantly, nearly reaching an inseparable bond. Today, Thor had come at Tony's invitation to attend a party. Among the things Thor cherished most about Earth, aside from beer, was undoubtedly the exuberance of parties. During his time in Asgard, Thor had been quite fond of lively gatherings. Parties, in particular, captivated him, indicating his potential to become a second-party prince. Upon learning of this, Odin, far away in Asgard, was infuriated to the point of nearly descending to Earth to confront his wayward son. It is indeed a bittersweet reality. Odin's 3 children each had a penchant for trouble. Hela rebelled and formed a family with mortals. Thor, the well-meaning fool, chose a mortal girlfriend, and Loki, the cunning schemer, was either causing mischief or plotting it. This illustrates the failures of Asgardian education. Thor's arrival brought immense joy to Tony. The rapport between Tony and Thor was strong, not only due to their similarly sounding names, but also because they shared common interests. Both were heirs and had a penchant for revelry. Interestingly, Thor arrived unaccompanied by his girlfriend. As soon as he entered the party, Thor began to charm the stunning supermodels, showing signs of transforming into a notorious playboy. This was not to suggest that Thor was a cad. Rather, he was simply exuberantly playful. "Hey Thor, allow me to introduce a friend of mine. This is Yi, a brilliant writer." Tony held Yi-Bai in high regard and wasted no time in introducing him to Thor. "Greetings, my friend. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Hailing from Asgard. Would you care to join me for a drink?" Thor, embodying the spirit of camaraderie, casually draped his arm over Yi-Bai's shoulder, exuding the demeanor of a good friend. This unexpected familiarity left Yi-Bai somewhat taken aback. However, he graciously accepted Thor's kindness. "It is a pleasure to meet you. Yi-Bai, by the way, where is Asgard located?" Yi-Bai inquired with a smile, his curiosity piqued. He yearned to witness the legendary Asgard with his own eyes, eager to ascertain whether it was even more magnificent than portrayed in the films. At that moment, Yi-Bai remained blissfully unaware that the jovial Thor before him was, in fact, his brother-in-law. Ultimately, Yi-Bai departed from the gathering, having formed several friendships and, more crucially, gleaned significant information from Thor. According to Thor, his primary purpose for visiting Earth was to search for his sister, the fabled goddess of death, Hela, the Grand Princess of Asgard. Furthermore, Yi-Bai learned that Hela had already broken free from her seal, an event that had transpired a year prior. The threads of this narrative began to weave together in Yi-Bai's mind, revealing an astonishing truth. His wife appeared to be none other than Hela, the formidable princess of Asgard. Previously, Yi-Bai had harbored suspicions regarding this matter, as there was only one formidable being named Hela within the Marvel Universe. Now, the revelations shared by Thor served to confirm Yi-Bai's conjectures. "My wife is a great demon," Yi-Bai mused inwardly, grappling with the surreal nature of his circumstance. To think that he had casually stumbled upon a wife who was, in fact, the mighty Hela. He found himself at a loss as to whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. Upon uncovering Hela's true identity, a pressing question lingered in Yi-Bai's mind. How should he confront Hela? Should he continue to feign ignorance regarding her identity? Or should he lay bare his willingness to accept her, regardless of her status? Yi-Bai leaned toward the latter option, but ultimately dismissed it. Since Hela had not revealed her true self to him, there must be a purpose behind her secrecy. There was no need for haste. It would be wiser to wait for Hela to confide in him. He believed that the day would surely come when Hela would unveil her truth. For she could not conceal her identity indefinitely. Beyond these contemplations, Yi-Bai had to ponder the ramifications of Hela's identity. Her status would undoubtedly invite a multitude of challenges. First and foremost, would Asgard allow Hela to go unpunished? This seemed highly improbable, as the conflict between Hela and Asgard was irreconcilable. Consequently, Yi-Bai might find himself embroiled in a confrontation with Asgard in the future. With Yi-Bai's current prowess, there is no need for concern regarding Asgard. In his eyes, it holds little significance. Consequently, Yi-Bai swiftly adjusted his mindset, resuming his activities without hesitation. After all, Hela is already his wife, and he has fulfilled all obligations that come with that title. Could she possibly flee? Even if Hela were to ascend to the role of a dark overlord, intent on annihilating the entire universe, Yi-Bai would not waver. He aspires to be the man behind the Dark Lord. Upon this realization, Yi-Bai found the thought rather exhilarating. In the United States Space Agency, a research institution established by the federal government, staff were transfixed by a massive screen, seemingly under the spell of a petrifying enchantment. Each individual bore expressions laden with despair and confusion. Lawson, one of the agency's senior officials, was present on site. As he scrutinized the data displayed on the screen, Lawson cradled his head in disbelief, his eyes reflecting a profound hopelessness. Before him, a colossal black shadow inexorably approached Earth. As an experienced veteran, Lawson recognized the ominous implications of this shadow. It was a black hole, the ultimate entity in the cosmos. In essence, a vast black hole was drawing nearer to Earth. Undoubtedly, this heralded a catastrophic event, one far graver than the asteroid impact that transpired 65 million years ago. Back then, a gargantuan asteroid, comparable in size to Angel City, collided with the Earth's surface, unleashing devastation that led to the extinction of the dominant species of that era, the dinosaurs. Now, an even more terrifying calamity loomed. Under the threat of the black hole, not only would humanity on the Earth's surface meet a fate akin to that of the dinosaurs, but the entire planet would be consumed, vanishing entirely from the cosmos. In comparison to the disaster now confronting Earth, the asteroid impact of 65 million years ago pales in significance. Chapter 41. In the Pentagon, the erratic President of the United States was engrossed in his smartphone, perusing the latest comments on his Twitter feed. Encountering amusing remarks, he would occasionally grant them a like. While he may not be the most illustrious president in American history, he is undoubtedly the most approachable. Just as he reveled in his Twitter escapades, an aide burst through the door of his office, interrupting his leisure activity. "Hey, you ought to knock first, you rude individual," he chided, discreetly shutting off his phone screen to conceal some provocative images. "I apologize, Mr. President, but I believe you must see this immediately." The trusted minister was panting heavily, clearly in a state of urgency, having almost sprinted to his destination. He placed a document on the most unreliable of desks. Have those space fools detected yet another habitable planet? Over the past 6 months, I had received 20 similar reports, all of which were ultimately proven to be fabrications. Mr. Unreliable scornfully remarked, his disdain evident. Yet, despite his complaints, he diligently perused the report before him. The more he read, the graver his expression became. By the end, a hint of madness flickered in Mr. Unreliable's eyes. "Oh my God, please tell me this isn't real." Mr. Unreliable was on the brink of insanity, utterly unable to fathom what lay before him. If his trusted minister were to declare this all an April Fool's joke, he would not be angered. Rather, he would invite the minister for a celebratory drink. Unfortunately, Mr. Unreliable's hopes were destined to be dashed. "Mr. President, I regret to inform you that this report is genuine. Our astronauts aboard the space station can corroborate this information. The apocalypse is indeed upon us." The minister spoke laboriously, wishing fervently that this report were a mere jest. If it were so, none would blame him. Yet, the harsh reality stood before them, undeniable. A colossal black hole was hurtling towards Earth. In no more than 3 days, the planet would be consumed by this immense void. This catastrophe was far more terrifying than the one that occurred 65 million years ago. Mr. Unreliable was utterly paralyzed with fear, standing in stunned silence, unable to gather his wits. Finally, he rolled his eyes back and fainted, not only at the Pentagon, but also at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury received this alarming news. Upon reading the confirmed report, Nick Fury swallowed hard. The end of the world was imminent. In that moment, even though Nick Fury was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., one of the most powerful men on Earth, he found himself utterly unnerved. His usually resolute gaze was now clouded with confusion. He was at a loss for how to confront this crisis. His usual strategic prowess felt like a cruel joke. And for the first time, he felt helpless in the face of adversity. A black hole. Was this something Nick Fury could contend with? Not only he, but all life on Earth combined seemed insignificant before such a phenomenon. It was an existence beyond the realm of human confrontation. Suddenly, Nick Fury thought of someone. He retrieved the communicator he had cherished for over 20 years, hesitating as he pondered whether to use this final resort. Captain Marvel, the most formidable individual known to Nick Fury on Earth, serves as the greatest source of confidence for S.H.I.E.L.D. in the face of Asgard. After a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury ultimately decided to send a message to Captain Marvel using the pager. He contemplated that if anyone could devise a solution to this impending peril, it would be her. In Fury's mind, Captain Marvel was now his sole lifeline. In Asgard, Odin was seething with anger over Hela's matters. At that moment, Heimdall strode in hastily. "Your Majesty, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention." Heimdall's anxious expression was immediately discerned by Odin. "What is it? Has Thor caused another mishap?" Odin inquired. "Not related to Thor," Heimdall replied, "but rather, Midgard is facing a grave crisis." Heimdall continued. "One of the 5 great deities, the devourer of worlds, has appeared near Midgard, likely with intentions directed towards it." Heimdall's insights far surpassed those of mere mortals. Thus, he swiftly recognized that the approaching entity was not a black hole, but a far more terrifying presence. The Devourer of Worlds, known as Galactus, is one of the original 5 gods, a being reviled by all cosmic races. To Galactus, planets are mere sustenance, with numerous worlds consumed annually. Not long ago, Galactus devoured a colonial planet of the Kree Empire, which led to a relentless bombardment by the Kree fleet. However, to Galactus, the Kree fleet was merely a swarm of insignificant pests, causing him no concern whatsoever. Astonishingly, after consuming a Kree planet, Galactus had now set his sights on Midgard. Why on earth would Galactus focus on Midgard? Odin pondered, furrowing his brow at this grave news. This was indeed a significant matter. If things went awry, Midgard could be lost. While Galactus was regarded as a disgrace among the 5 great deities, to underestimate him would be sheer folly. As the king of Asgard, Odin was acutely aware of Galactus's terrifying nature. At his peak, Galactus could contend with Oblivion, who is hailed as the mightiest among the 5. Of course, in his weakened state, Galactus would appear somewhat less formidable, barely able to withstand even Mephisto. Odin's only hope now rested on the fact that Galactus was currently in a diminished state. In such a case, he might still be able to repel him. Where are those accursed Celestials? Are they truly willing to stand idly by while a civilization is devoured by Galactus? Odin thought with frustration. The most notorious instigators in the universe are undoubtedly the Celestials. This organization, which frequently stirs up chaos under the guise of maintaining cosmic balance, assumes the role of cosmic enforcers. Yet, at critical moments, why do these Celestials vanish? Certainly, Odin often expresses his grievances regarding his tumultuous relationship with the Celestial Assembly, seizing every opportunity to cast aspersions upon them. He is acutely aware that the Celestial Assembly was established by the 5 great deities, with the planet Devourer as their superior. In this context, it is evident that the Celestial Assembly would not dare to provoke the planet Devourer. In the eyes of the Celestial Assembly, Earth is merely a mundane planet. Its annihilation would elicit little concern. In fact, Earth was destined for destruction long ago, were it not for Odin's intervention. As Odin wrestles with the decision of whether to take the perilous step of confronting the planet Devourer, there are others on Earth who similarly gaze toward the cosmos. Atop the Himalayas, in Kamartaj, the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, stands upon the mountain peak, her expression grave as she surveys the skies above. As Earth's guardian, Ancient One has repelled countless foes throughout the ages, safeguarding the planet from the shadows. However, this time feels different. For the first time, she finds herself devoid of confidence. Even in her confrontations with the Dark Dimension's Lord, Dormammu, she had unwavering certainty in her victory. Yet, the current threat is far more daunting. One of the 5 great deities, the planet Devourer, is a being that strikes terror into the hearts of any cosmic civilization. The targeting of Earth by the planet Devourer equates to a death sentence for all life on the planet. Contemplating this grim reality, Ancient One lets out a heavy sigh. The only hope lies in the possibility that the planet Devourer currently resides in a state of vulnerability, providing a slim chance for resistance. Otherwise, they are resigned to a fate of waiting for death. Strangely, Ancient One's thoughts drift to Yi Bai. Previously, within the mirror dimension, she had witnessed Yi Bai's immense power. Perhaps he possesses the potential to confront the planet Devourer and emerge as the pivotal force in averting this catastrophe. Nevertheless, Ancient One refrains from directly seeking Yi Bai's aid, disinclined to impose moral obligations upon him. To request his intervention would risk the appearance of ethical coercion. Thus, she patiently awaits his own decision. Yi Bai, too, is acutely aware of this impending calamity. In fact, he became cognizant of the planet Devourer's arrival well before others. At this juncture, Yi Bai himself remains uncertain of the extent of his own strength, merely recognizing that he possesses extraordinary power. Long before the planet Devourer approached, he sensed its presence, a terrifying perceptiveness that had eluded him until he acquired the template of the ancient Destruction Day, bestowing him with this formidable ability. Should he intervene? Yi Bai ponders, as the planet Devourer draws near and time dwindles. If he remains passive, Earth faces inevitable consumption by the planet Devourer, with no alternative outcome. Given the current roster of superheroes on Earth, it is clear that they lack the capacity to contend with such a formidable foe. Iron Man is still in his infancy, far from the stage where he would develop myriad counterarmors. Hulk has only just begun to adapt to his formidable powers, and his green scar form remains a distant prospect. Thor, the god of thunder, has yet to unlock his own potential, let alone harness the might of Odin. The Dark Phoenix has yet to awaken, remaining imprisoned by Professor Xavier. As for the Scarlet Witch, her whereabouts are shrouded in mystery. The chaotic magic capable of rebooting the universe appears to be a far-off dream. Regarding the Ancient One, Hela, and Captain Marvel, while each possesses formidable strength, they are by no means a match for Galactus. For at this moment, Galactus is far from the weakened state he once endured. After much contemplation, Yi Bai realizes that he may be the only one capable of preventing Galactus from consuming the Earth. Yi Bai does not aspire to be a hero. as the burdens of heroism are indeed cumbersome. However, the current circumstances dictate that he has little choice but to embrace this role. Otherwise, the Earth faces dire consequences. This realization evokes a sense of resignation within him, for heroes are often forged by necessity. Yes, Yi-Bai has resolved to take action. What other course of action remains? Without intervention, the Earth would surely perish. He has numerous enterprises on this planet, and parting with them is unthinkable. Additionally, Yi-Bai acknowledges a deep-seated affection for the Earth. Though it may not be the same world, it is still the same fragile sphere. Before confronting Galactus, Yi-Bai makes a brief return to his estate. Having decided to thwart Galactus, he feels it necessary to inform Hela. Of course, he will not naively disclose his true intentions, but will rather seek a plausible excuse for his departure. As for Hela's identity, Yi-Bai chooses not to inquire further. He trusts that if Hela wishes to share, she will do so in her own time. There is no need to rush. After all, having already indulged in each other's company, would he truly fear her departure? As is his custom, Yi-Bai prepares a lavish feast. At the dining table, he casually mentions his plans to Hela. She does not question him, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Aside from advising him to exercise caution and return swiftly, she has no further concerns. Hela remains unaware of Yi-Bai's true purpose and is oblivious to the impending threat posed by Galactus. Unlike the Ancient One, who possesses the Time Stone, Hela lacks the foresight granted by Heimdall's all-seeing eyes in Asgard. Without sufficient intelligence, it is indeed astonishing that Hela could grasp the magnitude of Galactus's approach. At most, through the Hydra organization, she may have received word of a black hole nearing Earth. To her, this matter seems trivial. Perhaps ordinary mortals are gripped by panic, viewing the black hole as an insurmountable disaster. Yet Hela understands that the depths of Earth's resources run profound. Not to mention, with figures like Odin and the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, on their side, they could easily contend with a mere black hole. Hela, seemingly indifferent to the matters concerning black holes, found herself preoccupied with another issue, Asgard. Through Frigga, she had learned that Asgard had discovered her existence. This revelation held little significance for her, as Hela had never intended to remain concealed from Asgard. The crux of the matter lay in Odin's attitude towards Yi-Bai. Frigga's warnings echoed in her mind. It was highly probable that Odin would take action against Yi-Bai. Without needing to speculate, Hela could easily surmise that the old curmudgeon would be displeased with her choice of a mortal as a consort. Perhaps Odin viewed her actions as a desecration of the Odinson lineage. Yet, what did it matter? Hela's own affection was sufficient. Moreover, the thought of Odin's furious visage filled her with a sense of vengeful delight. You old scoundrel, I shall drive you to the brink of madness for your previous duplicity. However, beneath this veneer of satisfaction, Hela's heart was heavy with concern. Odin's formidable power posed a significant threat to Yi-Bai. Should Odin inadvertently slay him, Hela swore she would descend into madness. Thus, she contemplated how to ensure Yi-Bai's safety as much as possible. She herself had no need for worry. Odin could not kill her unless he was willing to obliterate Asgard. Her anxiety primarily stemmed from her ignorance of Yi-Bai's capabilities. Had Hela been aware of his current strength, her confusion would have dissipated, and she might have even relished the notion of Odin confronting Yi-Bai. Chapter 43. At this moment, there remained 2 days until the Devourer of Stars would reach Earth. Today, Yi-Bai, as was his custom, rose early to prepare breakfast for Hela. Little did he know that the inhabitants of the small, battered sphere were on the verge of insanity. The enlightened leaders of humanity, privy to the truth, awaited the impending doom with despair in their hearts. Meanwhile, those common folk, who would never earn the right to know the truth, remained perplexed by the unusual tranquility enveloping the world. Military forces across various nations unearthed their resources, preparing for a desperate fight. With no alternatives left, humanity had no choice but to resist. Although the notion of employing technological weaponry against a black hole seemed absurd, what else could be done? They resolved to witness one final display of fireworks before extinction, the grandest fireworks, dedicated to the civilization on the brink of annihilation. In addition, Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a frenzy. His phone rang incessantly as he contacted every superhero he knew. Upon receiving the news, Tony Stark abandoned his research on the Mark armor and hurried to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The Fantastic Four concluded their respective journeys and convened in New York City. Dr. Banner, having ended his prolonged evasion, made his way to the great city under the protection of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Even the mutants received invitations from S.H.I.E.L.D., intending to partake in this final celebration. As everyone believed that humanity was doomed, the fledgling superheroes found themselves utterly powerless in the face of the black hole. Yi-Bai, oblivious to this grim reality and the despair that had gripped some on Earth due to the arrival of the Devourer of Worlds, bid farewell to Hela after breakfast. He then drove to a secluded area on the outskirts of New York City, ensuring that no one would notice his presence. Yi-Bai stepped out of the vehicle and, crouching slightly, soared skyward in the next instant. As an inheritor of General Zod's and the ancient Doomsday's templates, flying was second nature to him. His ascent was astonishingly swift. The moment he took off, he broke the sound barrier, leaving a massive conical shockwave in his wake. This was a result of Yi by deliberately moderating his speed, for a faster ascent might disrupt the Earth's atmosphere. Nevertheless, he quickly exited Earth's orbit and officially entered the realm of outer space. After determining a direction, Yi vanished from Earth's orbital path at an unimaginable velocity. Not far from the solar system, a realm of purest blackness was moving rapidly. This was the greatest threat that Earth currently faced, the black hole, specifically the devourer of worlds. One of the 5 deities. Within the black hole's periphery, a silvery figure was flying ceaselessly. This was the Silver Surfer, a superhero from outer space. At that moment, however, the Silver Surfer served merely as an envoy for the devourer, tasked with assisting in the search for planets to consume. Suddenly, the Silver Surfer halted his motion, focusing his attention ahead. In his line of sight, an unidentified object was hurtling towards him. In the blink of an eye, the object materialized before the Silver Surfer. It was a human, none other than Yi. Gazing at the Silver Surfer standing on his surfboard and the enormous black hole looming behind him, Yi realized he was confronted with the devourer and his envoy. Neither party expressed any desire for dialogue. Communication was futile in the vacuum of space, where sound could not travel. Moreover, Yi's intention was to instigate conflict, to repel the devourer. Thus, conversation was unnecessary. Direct confrontation was the course of action. Yi charged toward the Silver Surfer, determined to eliminate the devourer's envoy before facing the devourer himself. The Silver Surfer, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure, raising his hand to unleash a cosmic ray. His power was formidable, on par with, or even surpassing that of a celestial being, for his master, the devourer, had bestowed upon him immense cosmic abilities, rendering his combat prowess extraordinary. In cinematic depictions, he had even demonstrated the capacity to perish alongside the devourer, albeit in a severely weakened state. This, however, subtly illustrated the Silver Surfer's formidable strength. After all, even in a state of extreme weakness, one must possess the strength of a celestial being to contend with the likes of Star-Eater. However, the Silver Shadow's power is formidable, and Yi's prowess surpasses even that. Merely embodying the template of General Zod elevates Yi's abilities to an astonishing level. Each Kryptonian is inherently formidable. Furthermore, there exists the ancient Doomsday template, a being capable of overpowering the notorious villain Darkseid during its peak. Faced with the cosmic rays emitted by the Silver Shadow, Yi exhibited a remarkable confidence, opting not to evade but to confront the attack head-on. When his corporeal form met the cosmic ray, not only did he emerge unscathed, but he also grew even stronger. In a display that astonished the Silver Shadow, Yi delivered a single, devastating punch that sent his adversary hurtling away. This blow was so potent it could shatter a planet akin to Earth. Yet, the Silver Shadow did not perish. Instead, he was propelled a great distance, succumbing to severe injuries and unconsciousness, left adrift in the cosmos, perhaps awaiting the gravitational embrace of some distant celestial body to end his fate of drifting through space. A single punch, a decisive victory, against an opponent of the Silver Shadow's caliber. One can only imagine the terrifying magnitude of Yi's strength. This, of course, was under the condition that Yi had not fully harnessed his potential. Theoretically, the ancient Doomsday could undergo continuous self-evolution, growing increasingly powerful. Yet, in practice, the most effective means for the ancient Doomsday to rapidly ascend in strength is through relentless combat. Only through enduring injuries and death can the ancient Doomsday become ever more formidable. In this respect, Yi appears somewhat lacking, for since acquiring the ancient Doomsday template, he has yet to face death even once. This has consequently hindered his ability to unlock the full potential of the ancient Doomsday. Unlike General Zod's Kryptonian warrior template, which gains strength from basking in sunlight, the ancient Doomsday requires a different approach. Nevertheless, Yi's current combat prowess is undeniably extraordinary. Yet, Yi does not indulge in excessive pride. His true adversary is not the Silver Shadow, but Star-Eater. Ultimately, the Silver Shadow's might is a gift bestowed by Star-Eater. If the Silver Shadow possesses such strength, how could Star-Eater be any weaker? In Yi's perception, one of the 5 deities, Star-Eater, resides deep within the heart of this black hole. Without hesitation, Yi plunged directly into the black hole. The black hole, the most fearsome celestial entity in the universe, represents the convergence of all physical laws, the ultimate existence. However, it is evident that the black hole cannot claim Yi's life, for he is the man with the ancient Doomsday template. Upon entering the threshold of the black hole, Yi immediately felt an almost infinite gravitational force pressing down upon him. This gravity sought to ensnare him as he advanced deeper into the abyss, simultaneously striving to tear his very being apart. Before his traversal, Yi had watched a scientific program that posited that if a person were to be consumed by a black hole, they would be stretched into an infinitely long thread. This thread would never reach the center of the black hole, as the flow of time within it is nearly eternal. Yi-Bai remained non-committal regarding this notion, for he did not perceive time as being frozen. He was still able to maneuver within the black hole's confines. Initially, the overwhelming gravitational forces acting upon him made his movements arduous, but he soon acclimated. The template of the ancient cataclysm was indeed quite peculiar. What Yi-Bai did not realize was that his inability to sense the stagnation of time stemmed from his transcendence over the temporal continuum. Time could not ensnare him, allowing him to roam freely within the black hole. In the Marvel Universe, transcending the flow of time is almost a prerequisite for the powerful. If one could not surpass the currents of time, they would scarcely merit the title of a strong being. The power of the Time Stone is formidable, yet it proves ineffective against true titans. For instance, Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension, exists beyond the constraints of temporal laws. Doctor Strange can only vex Dormammu by perpetually looping his own demise, unable to traverse the timeline to eliminate a youthful Dormammu directly. This is because Dormammu has transcended time, rendering his past untraceable within the temporal flow. Moreover, had the laws of time held any sway over Dormammu, he would not have been plagued by the infinite cycle of time, as each repetition would be his first encounter with Doctor Strange, devoid of any sense of monotony. If even Dormammu can transcend the temporal continuum, so too can Yi-Bai. Thus, he traversed the prolonged gravitational embrace of the black hole, plunging directly into its core and touching the singularity. In the next moment, Yi-Bai's figure vanished, replaced by a mysterious expanse. This was the true interior of the black hole, a different universe, with the singularity merely serving as a gateway to this realm. Within this universe, Yi-Bai beheld countless floating planets. Simultaneously, he also encountered the Devourer of Worlds, a deity whose form dwarfed millions of planets. If Yi-Bai's conjecture held any truth, these planets were likely those consumed by the Devourer over countless eons. The black hole merely served as the Devourer's means of consumption. This universe constituted its stomach. All planets devoured by the entity would ultimately be digested here. As Yi-Bai surveyed this universe, the Devourer of Worlds was likewise observing him. However, the Devourer paid Yi-Bai little heed. Even though Yi-Bai had traversed the black hole and transcended the flow of time in the Marvel realm, the number of beings who have achieved such transcendence is staggering. However, the 5 original deities remain but 5. There are indeed challengers, countless in number, aspiring to usurp the 5 great deities. Yet, what ultimately becomes of them? They all meet their demise. Thus, the Devourer of Stars possesses the confidence to gaze down upon all existence. Interesting little creature, articulate your intentions, absent a reasonable explanation. You may find yourself to be my next envoy. The voice of the Devourer resonated throughout this universe, and Yi-Bai was not taken aback. This universe, in essence, is the creation of the Devourer, who wields dominion over its every rule. Even in the vastness of space, sound still traverses. For the Devourer is the architect of this realm. It is quite simple. The planet you covet cannot be consumed by you. Perhaps you should seek another target for your appetite. Yi-Bai, in the face of the Devourer, did not immediately engage in battle. A flicker of apprehension lingered within him, for the imposing form of the Devourer loomed large. Very well, but there shall be a price to pay. Do you know that long ago, another sought my mercy for his homeworld? Do you wish to know how that tale concluded? The Devourer spoke indifferently, its voice reminiscent of a cold, unfeeling machine, or a god, devoid of empathy, surveying a tumultuous world. Are you referring to Silver Shadow, the one who rides the waves? Yi-Bai ventured a guess, though his knowledge of Silver Shadow's backstory was scant. Indeed, he is a man deserving of respect. He became my envoy, and I fulfilled my promise, sparing his homeworld. If you wish to save your own, you too must become my envoy, seeking new planets for me in the cosmos. The Devourer delineated its terms, eyeing Yi-Bai's prowess with intent to recruit him. This proposal was one Yi-Bai could not accept. He had a wife waiting for him, and Hela was not to be neglected. Moreover, even considering his own disposition, he had little interest in becoming another's subordinate, regardless of the fact that the proposer was one of the 5 great deities. If that is the case, then perhaps a battle is inevitable, Yi-Bai retorted coolly, adjusting his entire being to its zenith, fully prepared for the impending conflict. The strength of the Devourer was beyond question, especially as it was not currently weakened. Though Yi-Bai's ancient template of annihilation was formidable, he had yet to delve deeply into its potential. In a true confrontation, the outcome between him and the Devourer remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Yi-Bai held steadfast in his belief that he would not be defeated, if necessary. He could endure death and resurrection multiple times, evolving with each cycle. The Devourer was taken aback by Yi-Bai's unexpected defiance. Yet, it soon resolved to make Yi-Bai acutely aware that the majesty of the 5 deities is not to be trifled with. Throughout the eons, the Devourer had encountered many proud and formidable beings. However, those who challenged it invariably learned humility after a confrontation. In the Devourer's eyes, Yi-Bai would be no exception. In an instant, the Devourer raised its right hand, flattening its palm into a colossal appendage comparable to a galaxy, and brought it crashing down upon Yi-Bai. Beneath this colossal palm, countless celestial bodies were reduced to mere dust. The might of the five deities is indeed formidable. In truth, the so-called universe appears exceedingly fragile when confronted by such beings of immense power. Nearly every one of the five deities possesses the capability to effortlessly annihilate the cosmos. Faced with the overwhelming force of the star-devouring hand descending upon him, Yi-Bai boldly chose to resist. With a stance reminiscent of a titan cleaving the heavens, he struck upward at the encroaching palm with all his might, delivering a peak blow. However, the outcome was brutally harsh. The disparity in strength between Yi-Bai and the Star Eater was staggering. Under the immense palm of the Star Eater, he suffered great setbacks, finding it difficult to withstand the onslaught. Yet, Yi-Bai remained undaunted, his heart swelling with exhilaration. He could palpably sense the acceleration of his evolution, his power surging with unprecedented rapidity. The ancient Destruction Day was truly a monstrosity, growing stronger with each confrontation, impervious to death, and continuously evolving. In the cosmos, even beings of the Life Code regarded the ancient Destruction Day as their lifelong adversary. In the Marvel Universe, the Star Eater would be among the first to experience the terror of the ancient Destruction Day. Chapter 45. On Earth, a congregation of superheroes assembled, determined to make a final stand for humanity. The military forces of various nations were also prepared, ready to showcase the arsenal accumulated over the years. It was a grand display, a magnificent tribute to the impending annihilation of human civilization. At that moment, even the most oblivious citizens sensed that something was amiss. The world today was unnaturally silent. However, just as everyone was bracing themselves for a desperate effort, a shocking announcement echoed through the air, leaving all in astonishment. The black hole had come to a standstill. Upon receiving this news, not only were the scientists of various nations bewildered, but even Nick Fury, typically unfazed, found himself at a loss. Could a black hole truly halt its motion like a car coming to a stop? Do not inquire further. They had never encountered such a scenario. Should we perhaps wait a little longer? Nick Fury suggested, observing the eager superheroes around him. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps a turn of events was imminent. The other superheroes exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in silent agreement. What other options did they possess? Could they genuinely rely on themselves to confront this black hole? They had no desire for self-destruction. Surely, living was preferable. Within the cosmic domain of the Star Eater, the conflict between Yi-Bai and the Star Eater raged on. To be precise, it could hardly be deemed a battle. It was primarily Yi-Bai enduring a relentless onslaught. The Star Eater would only be deemed a disgrace among the five deities under conditions of extreme weakness. Yet the Star Eater confronting Yi-Bai now was far from feeble. Its combat prowess was nothing short of terrifying. With a mere flick of its hand, it shattered a portion of the starry expanse and unleashed magnificent cosmic rays with a mere utterance. Such combat strength was indeed remarkable. However, Yi-Bai's performance was even more astonishing. Faced with the onslaught of the Devourer of Worlds, Yi-Bai initially found himself utterly powerless. However, with each demise, his evolution accelerated. And now he could stand toe-to-toe with the formidable entity. With a resounding crash, Yi-Bai once again clashed with the Devourer, this time successfully repelling its colossal hand. For the first time, a fleeting expression of pain flickered across the Devourer's otherwise stoic visage. A moment that did not escape Yi-Bai's keen observation. You are indeed remarkable. It is no wonder you dare to challenge me. After this minor setback, the Devourer refrained from further assault, instead gazing intently at Yi-Bai and speaking slowly. The Devourer now harbored genuine curiosity towards Yi-Bai. For such an intriguing life form was a rarity. Indestructible and resilient, Yi-Bai possessed an astonishing vitality. Even more astonishing was his rapid ascent in strength. It seemed that with every blow he received, he emerged exponentially more powerful. This was a phenomenon the Devourer had never encountered before, inevitably stirring a sense of intrigue within him. You are formidable as well, deserving of your title among the five great deities, Yi-Bai remarked, genuinely impressed by the Devourer's strength. It was only after engaging in battle with the Devourer that Yi-Bai realized he had previously harbored a degree of arrogance. He had assumed that possessing the template of the ancient Doomsday would grant him dominance in the Marvel Universe. Yet he discovered that the depths of this world were profoundly unfathomable. While the ancient Doomsday was indeed extraordinary, it required significant development. Given Yi-Bai's rather lackadaisical approach, he had made little progress. This was the fundamental reason why he struggled against the Devourer at the outset, not due to the inadequacy of the ancient Doomsday template, but rather because of Yi-Bai's own complacency. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, Yi-Bai managed to survive the fierce confrontation with the Devourer, rapidly undergoing numerous evolutions. Now, he could barely hold his own against the current incarnation of the Devourer. Many would dismiss the Devourer's less-than-stellar track record, perceiving it as merely mediocre. However, the truth is that the Devourer possesses an extraordinary level of strength, one that is almost surreal. The mad titan Thanos, wielding the Infinity Gauntlet, was overshadowed by the Devourer in his prime, underscoring the latter's immense power. The Infinity Gauntlet, capable of annihilating half the universe with a mere snap, proved ineffective against the Devourer, indicating that it was not a match for any of the 5 great deities. Yi Bai's ability to contend with the Devourer to such an extent is indeed remarkable. Shall we strike a bargain? The Devourer proposed. If you can withstand my final blow, I shall spare your home planet and never regard it as sustenance. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Bai nodded in agreement. The Devourer's proposal effectively signaled a concession regarding Earth, for he had already witnessed the tenacity of Yi Bai and did not believe a single strike would suffice to vanquish him. In truth, the most effective method to confront the ancient cataclysm is to banish it entirely. The same principle applies when dealing with Yi Bai. Engaging in a futile struggle against him would be the folly of a fool. The most prudent course of action would be to exile Yi Bai to an unknown realm. Yi Bai has come to recognize this vulnerability of his own and has devised countermeasures in his mind. Once he has vanquished the Devourer of Stars, he plans to return and master the portal of the Supreme Mage. At that point, even if he is cast into an uncharted dimension, he shall effortlessly return. This can be seen as a form of foresight, a preemptive elimination of his weaknesses. Upon Yi Bai's acceptance of their pact, the Devourer of Stars hesitated no longer. 2 immense orbs of light erupted with boundless brilliance from its eyes. Then, a surge of cosmic energy, rivaling that of a gamma ray burst, erupted from the Devourer's maw, hurtling directly towards Yi Bai. Yet, Yi Bai did not sit idly by. His own pupils radiated a terrifying luminescence. In the next moment, a similarly fearsome beam of cosmic energy was unleashed from his mouth. This technique was a replication of the Devourer's assault, instinctively mirrored by the template of the cataclysm after Yi Bai endured the attack. Its power was formidable enough to effortlessly pierce an entire star system. The cosmic rays unleashed by Yi Bai and the Devourer collided with catastrophic force, obliterating numerous planets in their wake. Then, a sound akin to the cosmic explosion resonated through the void. Before the dreadful aftershocks could devastate the surrounding celestial bodies, the Devourer preemptively suppressed any potential chaos. Soon, the world returned to a chilling silence. At this juncture, the Devourer turned its gaze towards Yi Bai, a flicker of acknowledgement gleaming in its eyes. Only the strong are deserving of the respect accorded by the strong. Yi Bai had indeed compelled one of the 5 great deities to acknowledge his prowess through sheer force. As you wished, I shall spare your home planet. The Devourer had no intention of reneging on its word, promptly affirming its previous declaration. This was one of the Devourer's virtues. It honored its promises. This deity, both virtuous and malevolent, had fought alongside superheroes and stood against them as well. Yet, it had never wavered in the commitments it made. Chapter 46. Although the journey was fraught with difficulties, the outcome was ultimately satisfactory to Yi Bai. Not only did he rapidly elevate his strength under the Devourer's oppressive pressure, but he also successfully dissuaded it from devouring Earth. Yi Bai's objectives were entirely fulfilled. What Yi Bai remained unaware of, however, was that the Devourer spared Earth solely to conserve its precious energy. As a being perpetually starved, the Devourer's energy was invaluable, with its only means of replenishment being the consumption of planets. Thus, when the cost outweighed the benefits, the Devourer's decision to relinquish its intention became entirely rational. After all, any planet would suffice. Why obsess over Earth? Furthermore, Yi Bai's performance had indeed astonished the Devourer. As Yi Bai grew more formidable, he was regarded as an entity on par with a certain monstrous being, leading the Devourer of Stars to refrain from provoking him. After all, should Yi Bai hold a grudge in the future, the consequences for the Devourer would be dire. You may leave. I shall no longer take action against your homeworld. It is time for me to seek new sustenance. The Devourer spoke to Yi Bai in a deep, mechanical tone, devoid of warmth. Yi Bai had no intention of lingering. His objective had been achieved, and it was time to withdraw. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he hoped he could still return in time to prepare dinner for Hela. After exchanging farewells, Yi Bai retraced his path, effortlessly escaping the confines of the black hole. The threshold of a black hole is limited to the speed of light, but with a velocity surpassing that threshold, one can escape its grasp. Now, with his speed fully unleashed in the cosmos, Yi Bai had no trouble evading the immense gravitational pull of the black hole. Upon identifying the cerulean planet, he hastened towards it. Meanwhile, after Yi Bai's departure, the Devourer began to manipulate the black hole's trajectory, swiftly exiting the solar system. A potential catastrophe that could have obliterated Earth was quietly averted, unbeknownst to all. On Earth, as researchers watched the screen showing the black domain of the black hole vanish, they were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the event. After a prolonged silence, a resounding cheer erupted, nearly lifting the roof off the building. Everyone was releasing the pent-up despair of recent days. Simultaneously, they began to celebrate, disregarding decorum, rejoicing that humanity and Earth had narrowly escaped disaster. After this emotional catharsis, the researchers collectively pondered a pressing question. How had such a vast black hole simply vanished? Was it a miracle from the divine? Or had the black hole previously encountered merely been a misunderstanding? Each person harbored similar uncertainties, as the resolution of this crisis seemed inexplicably abrupt. However, the researchers soon buried their questions and commenced dispatching various reports. They had survived a calamity, yet many on Earth remained in despair, awaiting their fates. It was time to inform the world that divine favor had smiled upon Earth. In the Eagle Country, within the Pentagon, the unreliable president sat with his head cradled in his hands, listening despondently to the reports from those assembled below. Unlike the usual political discussions, this meeting was predominantly attended by military personnel. Mr. President, our base is ready with 132 nuclear warheads, poised for launch at a moment's notice. Mr. President, our base's warheads are also prepared. Please issue the command. Let us employ humanity's ultimate weapon to deliver a final salute to our impending demise, spoke the high-ranking military officials, each holding at least a major general's rank, with a tone of gallant resignation directed towards the president. All their firepower was primed, awaiting only a command from the president, at which point countless weapons would ascend into space, heralding humanity's demise. This was not merely the case for the Americans. Other nations were equally poised. In the face of a black hole, the ultimate celestial entity, humanity felt exceedingly insignificant. Unless they could incite the Earth to flee, extinction was inevitable. I understand. But please wait a moment. The rather unreliable president possessed more knowledge than the military, fully aware that the black hole had mysteriously come to a standstill. Thus, he resolved to bide his time, hoping for a potential turn of events. Although he was acutely conscious of how slim that possibility was, just then, the conference room door swung open, and his close minister rudely barged in. Mr. President, urgent news, good news. The black hole has vanished. Our crisis has been averted. The minister, having rushed over in a fit of urgency, spoke while catching his breath. Yet, every individual present listened intently to his report, unwilling to miss a single word. Upon fully absorbing the news, a wave of exhilaration surged through everyone, a feeling akin to having narrowly escaped death. However, it was not long before some regained their composure, questioning the veracity of the announcement. Is this true? Could it be a fabrication? Are we being deceived? This illustrates how sudden shifts in fortune can render one's mindset vulnerable to confusion. The rather unreliable gentleman, moving with a speed unbecoming of a septuagenarian, rose from his seat and swiftly approached the minister to seize the report. After confirming the report's authenticity, this elderly man could not contain his tears of joy. It was a redemption from hell to heaven. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon receiving the news, Nick Fury's face remained as impassive as ever. Turning around, he noticed that everyone present gazed at him with eager anticipation. Director, what is the situation? Some, unable to contain their impatience, directly inquired of Nick Fury, including even the superheroes, who fixated intently on the report in his hands. Chapter 47. The essence of fervor lies in rising from the depths to the pinnacle. The essence of redemption lies in transitioning from despair to hope. At that moment, all who learned of the black hole's disappearance and the safety of Earth could no longer suppress their inner excitement, expressing their emotions freely. God knows how desperate and helpless they felt in the face of the black hole. Fortunately, all of that was now behind them. That accursed black hole had vanished. The entire world plunged into a sea of jubilation, with countless individuals sharing the truth on Twitter, proclaiming, God bless Earth. Yet, after the revelry, an awkward question loomed that everyone had to confront. The question of how black holes ultimately vanish has stirred contemplation among the masses as they awaken from their revelry. Some speculate that the entire phenomenon is merely a grand misunderstanding, a jest played upon humanity by a higher power. They propose that black holes were never real, but rather the result of significant errors in perception. Otherwise, the sudden emergence and disappearance of black holes remain inexplicable. Others conjecture that a certain superhero, unbeknownst to humankind, has safeguarded the Earth. However, this theory has been met with scorn. For what kind of superhero could possibly repel a black hole? Even the legendary deity would struggle against such a formidable force. In fact, within the Marvel Universe, deities and angels do exist. Long ago, a god led his angels to propagate his teachings upon the Earth. Yet, this divine being encountered a formidable warmonger and was consequently sealed away in another realm, the 10th world beyond the 9 realms. The entity responsible for this sealing was named Odin. Odin, though powerful, has recently refrained from intervening. Amidst the multitude of humans seeking the reason behind the disappearance of the black hole, atop the Himalayas in Kamartaj, the Ancient One stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing westward with a sense of satisfaction. Unlike those oblivious to the truth, the Sorcerer Supreme was aware of who had repelled the Devourer of Worlds. She felt content that ultimately, Yi-Bai had made his choice, becoming a hero in the shadows, a path she herself had once taken. While other superheroes clamored for recognition after thwarting calamities, the Ancient One had quietly guarded the Earth for millennia, vanquishing countless hidden foes. Yet, few knew of her deeds, even in Kamartaj. It was rare to find anyone aware of how many invasions she had thwarted. Yi Bai's actions mirrored the Ancient One's. Both preferred to work quietly and let their deeds speak for themselves. This similarity fostered an instinctive kinship in the Ancient One towards Yi Bai. Unfortunately, Yi Bai was not destined to be her successor, nor could he become the next Sorcerer Supreme. However, given his displayed prowess, he hardly needed to be. What the Ancient One did not realize was that Yi Bai's decision to confront the Devourer of Worlds was not driven by a desire for heroism or for the sake of the oblivious denizens of Earth, but rather a simple wish to avoid relocating. Moreover, with so many enterprises on Earth, he was not inclined to leave. As humanity speculated about the true nature behind the black hole incident, in Asgard, upon the throne of the All-Father, Odin had already received word of the Devourer's repulsion. He was not taken aback by this news, for the fluctuations in the Devourer's power were too erratic, dependent wholly on its state. In moments of strength, the Devourer of Stars was unstoppable. In times of weakness, it brought shame upon the 5 great deities. Odin himself was confident that he could repel the Devourer in its severely weakened state. What truly occupied Odin's thoughts was the identity of the one who had intervened to drive the Devourer away. Could it have been the Supreme Sorceress, the Ancient One? It seemed quite plausible. The illustrious sorceress, who had safeguarded Midgard for millennia, commanded a level of respect even from Odin himself. The Trinity god, the Vishanti, also remained a potential contender. As the source of the Ancient One's white magic, the Vishanti's power was indeed formidable and shrouded in mystery, residing on Earth and seldom making their presence known. Even Odin remained uncertain of the true extent of their abilities, only aware of their existence. As for Hela, Odin dismissed the possibility. He understood her character well enough to know that she would never act against the Devourer for the sake of Earth. Thus, after much contemplation, Odin concluded that the most likely candidate for repelling the Devourer was indeed the Supreme Sorceress. With that, the matter of the Devourer had reached its conclusion, and Odin did not dwell on it for long. In contrast to the Devourer, what truly warranted Odin's attention was Hela. As Odin's eldest daughter, her strength and potential were beyond question. Standing upon the soil of Asgard, her power could amplify infinitely. By this metric alone, Hela's potential surpassed that of Odin himself. Hence, he regarded her as a significant threat. Most critically, Odin understood that his time was limited. He needed to address the situation with Hela swiftly, laying the groundwork for the ascension of the next ruler of the gods. In his youth, he had waged countless battles, leaving him with deep-seated injuries. Now, as his life approached its conclusion, it was time to consider an heir. Originally, Hela was the ideal candidate for succession, but alas, she had gone astray. With Hela out of the equation, only Thor remained. Loki was not an option. Aside from Loki's dubious lineage, his potential precluded him from ever becoming king. The ruler of Asgard must inevitably be its mightiest warrior, a fact that could not be undermined. While Loki's strength might serve well as a support to the king, he was unfit to ascend to the throne. As for Thor, the mere thought of him caused Odin considerable distress. He had observed Thor's recent antics on Earth with a growing sense of exasperation. This son of his, resembling a bumbling dog, shared a fondness for mortals akin to that of his sister Hela. What a misfortune for the family. Each time Odin reflected on this, a pang of sorrow struck his heart. Here he was, the king of the 9 realms, having traversed the cosmos for years, earning a formidable reputation. Yet, in his twilight years, he could not find a single worthy heir. Hela was too bloodthirsty, while Thor, in his foolishness, seemed to have lost all sense of duty. Sending Thor to Earth had resulted in the latter becoming so enamored with his new surroundings that he was reluctant to return. If not for the deteriorating condition of his body, Odin would have felt an impulse to strive once more, perhaps even to nurture a little one with Frigga. The matter concerning Hela could no longer be postponed. It must be resolved. As for Thor, Odin wished for him to mature and become a true god king. With a sigh, he reflected upon his life, feeling regret for certain actions taken in his youth. Had he shown a modicum of concern back then, perhaps Hela would not have transformed into what she is today. Chapter 48. Recently, Hela has discovered a troubling issue. It appears that Yi Bai has been regarding her with increasingly peculiar looks. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to the expression of, "So, this is the true Hela." On some nights, Yi Bai inexplicably becomes exuberant, often leaving her restless and unable to sleep. Additionally, it should be noted that Yi Bai's physical prowess has been growing stronger, making Hela feel somewhat overwhelmed. Various signs have led Hela to understand one undeniable truth. Yi Bai seems to have uncovered her true identity. Of course, this is merely her conjecture, lacking direct evidence. Nevertheless, it instills a sense of urgency within her, as she realizes that the moment of revelation may be imminent. In fact, Hela's instincts were correct. Yi Bai indeed knows her true identity. However, he harbors no ulterior motives. Whether as the ordinary girl Hela or the Grand Princess of Asgard, she is still his beloved wife. In truth, upon discovering Hela's identity, Yi Bai's interest has only heightened in certain aspects. The thought of his beloved Hela, a formidable dark queen, fills him with a sense of satisfaction. Simply put, It is a manifestation of male vanity, believing his wife to be remarkable. Just as men often fantasize about celebrities, many girls possess beauty comparable to that of stars, yet the allure of celebrity is undeniably captivating. Hela is no exception. The aura of a dark queen surrounding her fills Yi Bai with a profound sense of accomplishment. What of her fierce nature? She is still his wife. At this point, it has been over a month since Yi Bai last repelled the devourer of stars. During this time, their lives have been remarkably tranquil, devoid of any disturbances. The only source of Yi Bai's displeasure has been the underwhelming rewards from the system's sign-in during this period. It seems he may have exhausted his fortune after drawing the ancient Doomsday template last time. Successful sign-ins yielded an array of perplexing rewards: a special burger from Crab Boss, 3 servings of sweet flour-brewed chicken, a draft sketch by the budding artist Ji-Ming Zhenbai, $1 million, and a limited edition figurine of the adorable character King. Such bizarre rewards abound, leaving much to be desired. The only item of some utility might be a set of battle attire that is impervious to damage. Yet, its sole function is simply that it remains undamaged. There is not a shred of enhancement in combat prowess. During this period of system sign-ins, Yi Bai has begun to question whether he has become ineffectual, or perhaps his striking handsomeness has adversely affected his fortune. It is said that those who are aesthetically pleasing often suffer from ill luck, and Yi Bai finds this notion to hold some truth. Aside from the lack of favorable rewards from the system, he remains quite content in other aspects. The world has finally grown serene, free from any disturbances. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. has learned its lesson, refraining from troubling Yi Bai and his spouse. This is only logical, knowing that they cannot provoke him. Why would they dare approach? No matter how arrogant Nick Fury may be, following his previous encounter with Hela's deathly threats, he has learned to temper his bravado. The Black Egg, as he is often called, knows all too well that should he utter a single disparaging word about Hela, she would not hesitate to pierce him through with her sword. As for the mutants, they have been thoroughly intimidated by Yi Bai. Although some mutants now clamor for vengeance in the name of their great leader Magneto, the vast majority remain oblivious to the identity of his killer. Regarding the emerging superheroes, Yi Bai has taken notice. However, as long as they do not cause him any trouble, he will not concern himself further. If pressed to articulate his feelings, Yi Bai perceives himself as a traveler in this world, observing the unfolding events with a detached gaze, seldom intervening. Only in the company of Hela does he feel a sense of belonging, as they stand upon the familiar lands of Asgard, just as beautiful as in his memories. Hela wanders, somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend how she has suddenly arrived here. But before she can ponder this question, a figure appears before her, clad in armor and wielding a spear. It is Odin, the All-Father. Odin's presence is nearly identical to Hela's recollections. He remains as cold and arrogant as ever. Odin. When enemies meet, the tension is palpable. If one were to inquire who Hela despises most, it would undoubtedly be Odin. Upon recognizing the figure standing before her, Hela swiftly draws the sword of the night sky and charges at Odin. In her mind, there is but one thought: to eliminate the man before her, even if he is her own father. Observing Hela's approach, a flicker of disappointment crosses Odin's eyes. Despite the passage of time, Hela has not altered her disposition. She remains, as ever, cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Any other intentions Odin may have held are extinguished by the sight of her. It seems that the years of her confinement have not instilled in her a sense of repentance. Shaking his head, Odin sighs, as if Hela's demeanor has deeply disappointed him. However, Hela had no intention of reminiscing with Odin, as the sword of night mercilessly pierced through his form. Yet, Odin's body appeared insubstantial, becoming ethereal upon being struck by the sword, only to solidify once more. This was not the true Odin, but merely a shadow of him. Hela regained her composure, though her striking eyes sparkled with an overwhelming intent to kill. This sight caused Odin a twinge of frustration, realizing that the possibility of reconciliation with Hela was nearly non-existent. Alongside his frustration was an overwhelming sense of disappointment. A competent king of the gods must learn to master his emotions and murderous intent. Had you grasped this lesson, you would have become my most perfect successor. Alas, you have failed to learn. Odin shook his head, sighing. Had Hela not been so deeply ensnared by her bloodlust back then, he would have likely retired long ago. Upon hearing Odin's words, Hela scoffed, harboring no belief in his claims. After all, who was responsible for her transformation into this current state? The goddess of death, Hela, who was her mentor. Had Odin truly forgotten? Very well, it seems we have nothing further to discuss today. Perhaps we shall revisit this when you have calmed down. With that, Odin vanished, and the entirety of Asgard crumbled to ruins. In an instant, Hela opened her eyes, only to discover that she had been lying in her bed all along, having ventured nowhere. Reflecting on her recent conversation with Odin, a look of confusion clouded her eyes. Was it merely a dream, or an illusion? Hela was aware that Odin, as the god of magic, possessed formidable magical prowess. Creating an illusion would pose no challenge for him whatsoever. Chapter 49. In Asgard, Odin wearily closed his eyes. Just moments ago, he had wielded the divine power of Gungnir to construct a vivid illusion. Within that illusory realm, Odin and Hela had encountered one another. As anticipated, Hela's immediate reaction was a desire for his demise. The thought caused a slight pang in Odin's heart. His daughter regarded him as an enemy, seeking his life upon their first meeting. For anyone, such a reality would be unbearable, and Odin was no exception. But whom could he blame? Wasn't this very Hela a product of his own nurturing? In truth, Odin's primary objective for meeting Hela was to assess her current character, to discern whether she had undergone any transformation. If Hela could relinquish her past hatred, Odin might contemplate bequeathing the throne of the gods to her. After all, Hela had begun to embrace love and learn the nuances of affection. Theoretically, her character should have shifted, even if just slightly. Regrettably, the outcome was a stark slap to Odin's face. Hela had not altered in the slightest. Her hatred remained unabated, and her initial reaction upon their meeting was still one of seeking his death. She is truly a daughter shrouded in mourning. The fleeting thought of bequeathing the throne of Asgard to Hela dissipated entirely within Odin's mind. A Hela, who cannot relinquish her past grievances, is undoubtedly unfit for the role of a sovereign. Odin's sudden contemplation of Hela's character stemmed from a lack of alternatives. Were Thor sufficiently exceptional, would Odin ever consider Hela? Thor's recent conduct on Earth has been under Odin's watchful eye, and in Odin's estimation, Thor is even less suited to rule. Thor possesses the qualities of a hero, or perhaps the fiercest warrior on the battlefield, but to ascend as a king would surely lead Asgard to ruin. Just consider Thor's recent deeds on Earth. He has not only befriended mortals, but has also fallen in love with one. Recently, he even joined a mortal organization known as the Avengers. How could one who so easily abandons the identity of the god of thunder to work for a blackguard be deemed fit for kingship? As for the Avengers, Nick Fury had long been preparing for this initiative. During the previous crisis involving the black hole, he seized the opportunity to convene the superheroes and successfully establish the Avengers. Presently, this iteration of the Avengers boasts a number of members far more formidable than those in the original timeline. Although Captain America remains in a frozen slumber, the Fantastic Four have joined the ranks as new superheroes. Thor, too, succumbed to the blackguard's persuasion and became a part of this organization. Nonetheless, the Avengers, untested by any adversity, remain in a state of disarray, each member pursuing their own interests. Thor spends his days idling with Tony Stark, the two seemingly kindred spirits, despite their original narrative destined for conflict. It is precisely Thor's behavior on Earth that has caused Odin to waver in his judgment. He begins to fret over what Asgard might become under Thor's leadership after his demise. This concern has led Odin to reconsider Hela once more. Yet Hela, with her unabashed hatred, has successfully interrupted his musings. The son with whom he shares a good relationship is unsuitable for succession, while the daughter who appears fit for the role has a particularly strained relationship with him. Thus, Odin finds himself in a predicament, unable to select a satisfactory heir, left with only the option of choosing one who is comparatively less flawed. Indeed, even in the Marvel Universe, it ultimately remains a world of misfits. In addition to meeting with Hela to gain insight, Odin has not forgotten about S.H.I.E.L.D. This wretched mortal, who has sullied the honor of his daughter, shall not escape Odin's wrath easily. S.H.I.E.L.D. must pay the price for tarnishing the noble lineage of the Odinson family. Therefore, after concluding the illusion with Hela, Odin constructs yet another illusion, this time directed towards S.H.I.E.L.D. In the realm of illusions, this encounter took place upon a cliff by the sea. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. was utterly bewildered. He distinctly remembered resting. How had he suddenly arrived here? Was it the work of the Ancient One? Just as S.H.I.E.L.D. pondered this perplexity, Odin made his entrance. Brandishing the eternal spear Gungnir, he stood atop the clouds, gazing down upon S.H.I.E.L.D. with an air of superiority. Bold mortal, you have sullied the bloodline of the Odinson family. You deserve death. By the name of Odin, I pronounce your doom. If Odin had faced Hela with a sense of guilt and regret before S.H.I.E.L.D., he was consumed only by seething rage. The mere thought that his daughter had been defiled by a mortal nearly drove him to the brink of fury. It was only then that S.H.I.E.L.D. comprehended the situation. His father-in-law had come to settle a score. As for Odin's murderous intent, S.H.I.E.L.D. remained indifferent. Having faced the devourer of worlds, could Odin truly be more formidable? Yet, Odin's appearance served as a stark reminder for S.H.I.E.L.D. While he was indeed powerful, he still harbored significant vulnerabilities. His weakest point lay in his low magical resistance. The template of General Zod was a case in point. The Kryptonians were well aware of this. Hadn't they witnessed Superman's struggles against magic? Any adversary wielding even a modicum of sorcery posed a formidable challenge for Superman. As for the ancient Doomsday, although it possessed an immortal trait, its magical resistance was equally lamentable. The core structure of the ancient Doomsday was derived from Kryptonian genetics, resulting in similarly low magical resistance. While it was nearly impossible to kill, magic could still incapacitate or even seal it away. S.H.I.E.L.D. found himself in a comparable predicament. Currently, the most formidable foes he faced were those possessing powerful magical abilities akin to those of the Supreme Sorcerer. Odin's emergence only reaffirmed this reality. His ability to effortlessly pull Yi-Bai into this illusion stemmed from Yi-Bai's inherent vulnerability to magic. As Yi-Bai contemplated his strengths and weaknesses, Odin's fury reached a boiling point. Not only have you bedded my daughter, tarnishing the Odinson lineage, but you dare to disregard me, he thundered. In his wrath, an immense storm of lightning gathered behind Odin, ultimately coalescing into a colossal spear forged of thunder. Die? Odin scoffed, hurling the lightning spear directly at Yi-Bai. This strike would be lethal, even for a being as powerful as Thor. Though Odin had not wielded his power in some time, it did not imply a decline in his strength. While he could not entirely extinguish Yi-Bai's life within this illusion, erasing his soul was well within his capabilities. In that event, a soulless Yi-Bai would be condemned to exist as a living corpse. Chapter 50. Since learning that Hela had been with a mortal, Odin's heart has been ablaze with fury. He has been consumed by thoughts of slaying that wretched mortal. Now, he has finally found his opportunity. Whether Yi-Bai is innocent or not is of no consequence to Odin. Throughout his life, he has traversed the cosmos, conquered the 9 realms, and countless innocents have perished at his hands. The addition of one more innocent soul matters not to him. As the divine spear, akin to apocalyptic thunder, hurtles towards him, and perceiving the unmistakable murderous intent radiating from Odin, Yi-Bai's gaze turns icy. Upon discovering Hela's true identity, Yi-Bai had contemplated whether to mediate the relationship between Odin and Hela, but it seems there is no longer any need for such considerations. Since Odin harbors intentions to kill him, he might as well meet his demise. Yi-Bai will not tolerate the actions of this old man simply because he is Hela's father. Moreover, it is possible that Hela herself harbors greater desires to see Odin dead. High above the clouds, Odin furrows his brow as he observes Yi-Bai's detached demeanor. Something feels amiss. Logically, under his divine authority, Yi-Bai should be quaking in fear. What accounts for this calmness? A vague sense of foreboding stirs within Odin, though he cannot pinpoint exactly what is wrong. Yet, it matters little. After all, this mortal is on the brink of death. As the thunderous spear descends, poised to strike Yi-Bai, he clenches his fist and retaliates with a single punch aimed at the oncoming bolt of lightning. An unimaginable force erupts from Yi-Bai, so powerful that it threatens to unravel the very fabric of this illusionary world. The spear, forged of thunder, collides with Yi-Bai's fist and, in an instant, disintegrates, extinguishing countless bolts of lightning. Before absolute power, all magic appears frivolous. With a single punch, one can shatter myriad spells. Odin, clearly unprepared for such an outcome, stands in stunned silence, staring at the remnants of the shattered thunder. Throughout his years of battle, Odin has encountered formidable opponents, even coming perilously close to death when facing the ancient pantheon. Yet, among all those powerful beings, none are as extraordinary as Yi-Bai. Yi-Bai lacks the ostentatious techniques of others, instead wielding raw, unparalleled strength. Under the weight of that single punch, Odin's divine power seems laughable. No matter how unrivaled your thunder may be, I shall obliterate it with a single blow. The sheer simplicity and brutality of this assault starkly contrast with its devastating effect, leaving Odin with an overwhelming sense of unreality. What astonishes Odin even more is the display of power from Yi-Bai. Is this not a mere mortal? Should he not be crushed like an ant beneath his heel? What sorcery has rendered him so formidable? Can he still be considered a mortal? At this moment, Odin is utterly bewildered. Yet, while Odin remains in a daze, Yi-Bai does not. After shattering the divine spear forged from thunder, Yi-Bai did not cease his actions. Instead, he soared into the air, charging directly towards Odin. Yi-Bai was not one to endure blows without retaliating, since Odin sought to strike him. He was determined to impart a profound lesson. Although he could not inflict harm upon Odin's true self within the realm of illusions, humiliating him was entirely sufficient. By the time Odin regained his composure, it was already too late, for Yi-Bai had materialized before him, and his single eye could only watch as Yi-Bai's hand grew increasingly larger. With a resounding slap, Yi-Bai struck Odin forcefully, relishing the moment. Meanwhile, Odin trembled with rage, incredulously staring at Yi-Bai, having ascended to the throne of the All-Father. It was the first time in many years that anyone had dared to desecrate his authority in such a manner. Though this transpired within an illusion and not against his corporeal form, what mattered more was that Yi-Bai had the audacity to strike him, delivering a slap that was nothing short of an affront. This was not merely an act of insubordination. It was a trampling of his dignity as a king, a blatant disregard for his sovereignty, and an utter humiliation for Asgard. Realizing this, Odin shook with fury, for in his entire existence, no one had ever dared to confront him in such a way. He longed to utter a few harsh words to assert his authority, but alas, the illusion he had devised shattered completely. In the end, he could only gaze at Yi-Bai with a look of disbelief, rendered speechless. This marked the conclusion of Yi-Bai's first encounter with Odin. In the estate, Yi-Bai opened his eyes and was immediately met with the anxious visage of Hela. From the moment Yi-Bai was drawn into the illusion, Hela had sensed something amiss. As she awakened from the illusion, she quickly surmised that Odin had attacked Yi-Bai. This thought filled her with anxiety. She could scarcely imagine what she would do if something befell him. She had even contemplated annihilating all of Asgard to avenge Yi-Bai. Fortunately, he awakened just in time, evading Odin's grasp. Nonetheless, upon seeing Yi-Bai regain consciousness, Hela rushed to embrace him. "Thank goodness, you're awake," she exclaimed. Overwhelmed with a surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears, she had nearly believed she would lose him forever. The joy of having him back brought down her icy demeanor entirely. Yi-Bai gently patted Hela's back in a comforting gesture. "Do not fear, he cannot harm me." Truth be told, Yi-Bai felt a stir of emotion within him. Few could genuinely care for another's well-being, rejoice, or weep for them without being moved. Though Yi-Bai was inherently rational and seldom swayed by emotions, in this moment, he felt a warmth enveloping his heart. "I love you." All feelings ultimately culminate in these 3 words. This marks the first time Hela has uttered such a phrase since her acquaintance with Yi-Bai. In a departure from her usual passive demeanor, Hela embraced Yi-Bai, offering him her all. Yi-Bai yearned to reciprocate, to express his own sentiments. But Hela's fervent initiative silenced his thoughts. Such is the nature of affection, it often emerges uncontrollably. Despite having lived for an extensive duration, Hela remained a blank slate in matters of the heart, having never experienced such emotions nor received guidance on how to navigate them. In her youth, the sole skill she acquired was the art of efficient slaughter. Consequently, she sometimes found herself at a loss when faced with Yi-Bai's assertiveness. Yet today, Hela finally expressed her feelings for Yi-Bai with a self-taught confidence. It is only after nearly facing loss that one recognizes the value of the person before them. To be candid, Yi-Bai found himself somewhat unaccustomed to Hela's proactive approach. Traditionally, he had been the one to set the rhythm of their interactions. Never before had Hela taken the lead. However, this new dynamic was refreshing. Hela's initiative opened a door to a new realm for Yi-Bai, presenting opportunities to apply knowledge that had previously lain dormant. Chapter 51. If this crisis has fortified the bond between Yi-Bai and Hela, it has simultaneously ignited a deeper fury within Odin. He has long harbored murderous intentions toward Yi-Bai, resenting this individual who has sullied the noble lineage of Odin's son. Now, as Yi-Bai strikes at him and tramples on his pride, Odin's murderous intent has reached a fever pitch. "Despicable mortal, you shall pay for your transgressions." After centuries of self-discipline, Odin found himself thoroughly provoked by Yi-Bai. He revealed his true nature, his fierce countenance starkly contrasting with the benevolence people often associate with him. A crucial truth must be acknowledged. No matter how amiable Odin appeared in Thor, he was once a warmonger, a harbinger of countless genocides, a true butcher of the battlefield. Can such a being truly possess a gentle temperament? Who would believe that? Yet, as he aged, Odin tempered his brutality, presenting a facade of virtue in hopes of guiding Thor and Loki. However, when pushed to the brink by Yi-Bai, that veneer of composure was cast aside, lost in an unknown corner of his mind. In this moment, he yearned to incite war, to lead the armies of Asgard to Earth and eliminate Yi-Bai. Thus, he summoned Heimdall without delay, announcing the mobilization of Asgard's forces in his presence. The 9 realms have long forgotten the might of Asgard, and he believes it is imperative to rekindle the memories of the terror once wielded by Asgard. Yet this time, even Heimdall disagrees with Odin's decree. "My liege, you must comprehend that Asgard is no longer suited to instigate a war," Heimdall asserts to Odin. He is indeed correct. The present Asgard is ill-prepared for warfare, not due to a lack of capability, but rather a deficiency in suitability. Odin has grown old, and Thor has yet to mature. To wage war at this juncture would only mire Asgard deeper into turmoil. Worse still, such a course of action would render Thor a target for countless adversaries. Once the seeds of hatred are sown, they will inevitably yield bitter fruit. As a veteran who has served Odin for many years, Heimdall understands this all too well. Even now, the cosmos is rife with former foes of Asgard, casting covetous glances upon them. However, if this were the sole concern, Heimdall would not dare voice dissent before Odin. The true impetus behind Heimdall's audacity to challenge Odin is Frigga. "You are correct, Odin. It is indeed time for you to exercise restraint," Frigga interjects, seeking to quell Odin's impulsive tendencies. Having already quarreled with Hela, should a similar conflict arise, Hela would never forgive Asgard. A potential heir, who ought to be a paragon, would instead become a sworn enemy of Asgard. Frigga does not wish to witness such a fate, for she believes there remains a chance for Hela to return to Asgard. "Are you also here to thwart me, Frigga?" Odin's expression mirrors that of an enraged lion, his fierce demeanor suggesting he is poised to rend his adversaries to shreds. Even Heimdall feels the immense pressure emanating from Odin in this state. Only Frigga stands unflinching. "Indeed, have you not long lamented the absence of a worthy heir? I believe Hela could be that heir. She has changed." Frigga implores Odin. She is a gentle woman and an astute first sorceress, more aware than Odin that Thor is not the ideal candidate to inherit the throne of the God King, despite Thor being her own flesh and blood. While Hela is not. She has not changed. Her initial reaction upon seeing me was to threaten my life. "Do you truly believe I should cultivate an heir who is ever ready to slay me?" Though Odin remains angry, a semblance of rationality begins to surface. Yet, he refrains from affirming Frigga's suggestion. Hela has changed? What nonsense. The moment she lays eyes on me, she wishes for my demise. Is that what you call change? She has learned the art of protection, no longer mindlessly pursuing slaughter. She has found her own beloved, and she is no longer the emotionless harbinger of death. One must adopt a more rational perspective on one's offspring, rather than clinging to outdated views. Frigga gently urged, truly hoping to avoid witnessing the current state between Odin and Hela. As the queen of Asgard, she should also select a worthy heir for the realm. Otherwise, the future of Asgard could be bleak. Upon hearing Frigga's words, Odin's inner fury began to subside, and he pondered her counsel with care. If Frigga spoke the truth, and Hela had indeed changed, she would be a fitting candidate to inherit his legacy. Hela possesses formidable strength, a ruthless nature, and exceptional prowess in warfare, ensuring Asgard remains unassailable. Moreover, as his eldest daughter, her veins coursed with the noble blood of the Odinson lineage. In every aspect, Hela appeared to be the most suitable choice for the throne. However, her obsession with bloodshed and inability to temper her ferocity posed significant concerns. This very reason led Odin to ultimately reject her as his successor, for a ruler consumed by violence would spell disaster for the 9 realms. Yet now, if Hela had truly learned the virtue of guardianship, she would indeed be devoid of flaws as a candidate for the throne. Nevertheless, the thought of Hela choosing a mortal as her husband ignited Odin's ire. Hela, the grand princess of the Odinson family, carries the most illustrious bloodline of the 9 realms. How could she possibly accept a mere mortal? Thor, after all, is a man, and thus one could somewhat accept his choice of a mortal girlfriend. Men often find themselves in advantageous positions in such matters. But Hela is his daughter. It is outrageous for her to be claimed by someone else. The entirety of recent events stemmed from Hela's decision to marry a mortal. Had that not occurred, the situation would not have escalated to this point. If Hela desires the throne, she must eliminate that mortal to cleanse the Odinson name of its disgrace. This is the sole condition. If Hela cannot fulfill it, she shall never ascend to the throne. Thus, Odin concluded. Chapter 52. Regardless of Odin's true intentions regarding Hela's ascension, one thing is certain, he must see Ye-By dead. This mortal, who dared to tarnish the Odinson bloodline, could only provoke Odin's ire further. The demand for Hela to slay Ye-By was Odin's condition. He could not forgive her previous rebellion, a persistent thorn in his heart. If Hela wishes to appease him, she must take decisive action. To eliminate Ye-By would indeed be a significant act, should Hela choose to do so. It would serve as a tacit admission of her submission to him. The pivotal aspect lies in the fact that if Hela were to slay Ye-By, it would be an act that pierces the heart as well as the flesh. Regarding whether Hela would acquiesce to such a condition, Odin believed the likelihood was substantial. Hela harbored an intense obsession with the throne of the gods, a certainty Odin held firmly. According to his understanding, should he inform Hela that by eliminating a specific individual she could ascend to the throne, she would act against that person without hesitation. Odin knew Hela's character all too well. Meanwhile, Frigga, overhearing Odin's words, wore a bittersweet smile. In truth, she too was uncertain whether Hela would indeed follow Odin's directive and take Ye-By's life. However, one thing Frigga was certain of was that should Hela pursue Odin's suggestion, it would be a devastating blow, both for Ye-By and for Hela herself. Hela had endured a life steeped in solitude, accompanied by violence, and had finally found someone she genuinely cherished. Why must Odin seek to tear them apart? Is the noble lineage of the Odin family truly more valuable than Hela herself? For the first time, Frigga found Odin to be a stranger before her. Ultimately, she sighed, resigning herself to the complexities of the father-daughter dynamic, disinclined to involve herself further. As for Hela's eventual decision, that remained a mystery beyond Frigga's insight. Hela was still unaware of Odin's demands. After a period of indulgence, she lay languidly on the bed, casting a resentful glance at Ye-By. You beast, cannot you be more considerate? My back feels as if it might break. Nonetheless, her gaze resembled more of a playful pout. My dear, I must share something with you, Hela suddenly declared, her demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. Ye-By blinked, encouraging her to proceed. Yet, he had an inkling of what Hela was about to reveal. Perhaps she was ready to lay her cards on the table. Indeed, that was her intention. Hela resolved to completely unveil her true self to Ye-By. By now, she had surmised that Ye-By was likely aware of her identity. Though he might still be oblivious to her past actions, it was only a matter of time before he uncovered the truth, was it not? Rather than allowing Ye-By to discover it on his own later, she preferred to confess voluntarily. As for whether Ye-By would accept her as the flawed woman she was, Hela held a glimmer of hope. Their feelings for one another were genuine, and she firmly believed in that truth. In truth, my identity is Hela, the goddess of death from Asgard. With that, Hela laid bare her identity, her eyes reflecting a mix of trepidation as she awaited Ye-By's response. Wow, I had long known that my wife was a goddess. Yet I never anticipated that she would be the goddess of death. How incredibly cool. What do you think of my reaction? Ye-By quipped in a playful tone. winking at Hela. Observing Yi Bai's mischievous demeanor, Hela felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a solid punch. Simultaneously, she realized that Yi Bai had indeed been aware of her true identity all along. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real concern lay in Hela's past. Would Yi Bai be willing to accept a woman stained with blood? Hela felt uncertain. Although the possibility of Yi Bai abandoning her due to her history seemed slim, she could not shake off the anxiety. She feared losing this relationship because of her past. Ultimately, after a deep breath, Hela resolved to divulge her history to Yi Bai, determined to seek his understanding and compassion. Confessing was far better than having Yi Bai uncover the truth himself. Yi Bai remained silent, listening attentively to Hela's account. It must be said that her past sent chills down his spine. In the movies, Hela appeared as the ultimate villain, exuding an aura of coolness and power. Yet little was revealed about her deeds. Only through Hela's own words did Yi Bai learn more about her history. Upon concluding her narrative, Yi Bai's first thought was that this woman was undeniably ruthless. Hela was a veritable harbinger of slaughter, having single-handedly annihilated entire civilizations on more than one occasion. Frankly, Yi Bai found it challenging to reconcile the image of the cold-blooded Hela with the anxious woman before him. Moreover, Hela was an ambitious soul. In her quest to become the ruler of Asgard, she had once rebelled, even decimating Asgard's elite Valkyrie squad in the process. She embodied the essence of a tragic heroine. While her peers reveled in parental affection, Hela was already honing her skills for battle. While other girls dreamt of romantic love, Hela was leading armies into war. Undoubtedly, Odin bore a significant portion of the responsibility for Hela's transformation into the formidable being she had become. He had shaped her into a dark queen, and in some respects, Hela could be seen as a youthful reflection of Odin himself. In a certain sense, she resembled him more closely than any of Odin's other offspring. After recounting her past, Hela could no longer meet Yi Bai's gaze, lowering her head instead. She was terrified that Yi Bai might forsake her because of her history. Yet, Yi Bai would not act in such a manner. He could never do so. Regardless of Hela's past, one thing was certain to Yi Bai: Hela was his wife. Wholly and completely his. Her heart, her body, had already taken the shape of Yi Bai's own. Thus, as Hela anxiously awaited Yi Bai's response, he gently embraced her. "You have not betrayed me. I will never betray you. Even if it means standing against the world, I shall always stand before you. For I believe you would do the same for me." A genuine relationship is never characterized by the unilateral devotion of one party. That is not love, but rather a form of servitude. Yi Bai can accept Hela and is willing to do anything for her. Equally, Yi Bai believes that Hela would forsake everything for him. Their love for one another is profound, as they support each other in all endeavors. They are not only lovers, but also kin, having formed a family where their affection flows through their very veins. As the ancient saying goes, "If you do not betray me, I shall not betray you." In the year that Yi Bai and Hela have known and loved each other, Yi Bai has never asked Hela for anything in return, nor has Hela, despite Yi Bai's abilities being able to assist her greatly. Their love is genuine, stemming from a heartfelt desire to care for one another, which is the fundamental reason Yi Bai can focus solely on Hela, disregarding the distractions of the outside world. Hela fulfills all of Yi Bai's imaginings of what a partner should be. Although Hela anticipated Yi Bai's reaction and knew that his feelings for her would not waver due to her past, she was still moved in that moment. From her inception to the present, Hela has traversed a long journey, yet never has anyone believed in her as unconditionally as Yi Bai does. This unwavering trust brings Hela both solace and profound emotion. In that instant, her previous fears and anxieties melted away like snow under the sun. "I believe in you," Hela said softly, gazing deeply into Yi Bai's eyes. Had it not been for their wild escapade the previous evening, which left Hela physically exhausted, something more might have transpired. But that is of little consequence. Sometimes, life requires not only passion but also tranquility to firm it. Yi Bai and Hela remained still, quietly savoring the peace of the moment. Hela's confession was not unexpected for Yi Bai. It felt more like a minor interlude in their lives. It did not alter their relationship significantly, aside from deepening their bond. Yi Bai continued to prepare delectable meals for Hela every day and took delight in teasing her, relishing her bashful reactions. Hela, in turn, showed little change. She still displayed an exasperated expression along with a playful roll of her eyes when faced with Yi Bai's affectionate gestures. However, after their full disclosure, Hela found herself much more at ease. At least now, she could occasionally playfully tease Yi Bai in return, even if most times he seized the opportunity to playfully torment her. Yet, both relished these exchanges. As the affection between Yi Bai and Hela intensified, the world outside was undergoing monumental transformations. The narrative of Iron Man 2 commences with Tony Stark facing an assault at the racetrack. Compounding Tony's distress is the grim reality of his impending demise, as palladium poisoning has nearly sealed his fate. If he fails to discover a new element to replace palladium, he is destined for an untimely end. While Yi Bai is aware of this predicament, he refrains from intervening, for Tony's father had preordained everything. Ultimately, Tony will navigate through these challenges, evolving from a perpetual child into a superhero. It can be said that this near-death experience is the pivotal catalyst for Tony's profound transformation. Yi-Bai prefers to remain a spectator, akin to an observer in the Marvel Universe, closely witnessing the unfolding events. Additionally, Yi-Bai is particularly intrigued by the emergence of Captain America, the inaugural superhero born of the Eagle Country, who reappears after decades encased in ice. More significantly, Captain America's revival heralds the arrival of another crucial artifact, the Tesseract. Familiar with the storyline, Yi-Bai understands that the Tesseract houses the Space Stone, symbolizing the Marvel Universe's formal entry into an era of superheroes. Subsequently, a deluge of superheroes is poised to erupt, marking the dawn of the most exhilarating epoch in the Marvel world. Simultaneously, a certain entity, drifting through the cosmos, embarks on its fateful journey. Thanos, the mad titan of the Eternals, is fervently pursuing the collection of all 6 Infinity Stones to fulfill his lifelong ambition. A splendid yet perilous era is on the horizon. Once again, Hela finds herself ensnared in an illusion created by Odin. Faced with the loathsome visage before her, Hela exerts considerable effort to refrain from plunging her sword into him, for she knows that she cannot inflict harm upon Odin in this realm and does not wish to squander her energy. What brings you here? Are you testing where my next strike would land upon your body? Hela coldly inquires, harboring no lingering affection for her father, whom she deems a scoundrel without question. If I were to offer you a return to Asgard, how would you choose? Odin's opening remark leaves Hela momentarily stunned. She can hardly believe such words could emanate from him. Has Odin truly aged? Has he become senile? Such utterances do not align with Odin's typical demeanor. Are you pleading for mercy? Asking me not to take your life? Hela is perplexed, unable to fathom Odin's intentions for seeking her out. No, I simply require a worthy heir. At present, you are the most suitable candidate. If you can successfully complete my trial, I shall grant you an opportunity. As for past grievances, I can choose to selectively forget them. Odin spoke earnestly to Hela, the authenticity of his words remaining uncertain. At the very least, Hela found herself somewhat convinced. This was largely due to Thor's dismal shortcomings. It is not that Thor is inherently flawed, but rather that he is woefully inadequate as the heir to the throne of a god. Although Hela had never met Thor, she had gleaned much about him through the insights provided by the Hydra. This unfamiliar brother had piqued her interest for a time. However, after witnessing Thor's various antics on Earth, even Hela had to concede that Thor's mind seemed to be devoid of intellect, filled instead with sheer brawn. It was precisely this realization that made Hela more inclined to believe Odin. After all, she was evidently far more suited than an incompetent heir. Observing Hela's silence, Odin discerned that she was intrigued. She had neither agreed nor opposed. Was that not sufficient? Thus, Odin continued, the trial is quite simple. Your abilities render it entirely achievable. You must slay the mortal who accompanies you. He has sullied the bloodline of the Odinson family. After such a lengthy setup, Odin had finally revealed his true intentions. Hela, do you not yearn for the throne of the Allfather? Here lies your chance. All you must do is eliminate one mortal. This should pose no challenge for you, correct? What took Odin by surprise was that the previously composed Hela underwent a complete transformation upon hearing his words. A dreadful killing intent emanated from her, causing even Odin to frown in concern. Chapter 54. Odin could not comprehend why Hela would unleash such fierce animosity in response to his proposition. To him, the condition he laid out seemed quite reasonable. After all, merely killing one mortal in exchange for the throne of a god was an exceedingly lucrative deal for someone as fixated as Hela. However, what Odin was oblivious to was the immense significance that Yi-Bai held in Hela's heart. Odin, do you understand? In my long and shadowy existence, he is the sole light that has penetrated my darkness. I would forsake everything for him, even the title of the god of the 9 realms. Hela's aura surged forth, and the former goddess of death re-emerged. The terrifying divine power she wielded imposed a considerable pressure even upon Odin. What astonished Odin further was Hela's profound regard for Yi-Bai, the sole light, that mere mortal. Though Odin felt a sense of guilt and disappointment towards Hela, he could not help but feel a pang of jealousy at that moment. How infuriating it was to realize that as a father, he had been relegated to the status of an adversary in his daughter's eyes, while a mere mortal had captured her entire heart. For the first time, he experienced a sense of defeat, a feeling of having lost. Yet, the predominant sentiment was one of murderous intent towards Yi-Bai. This accursed mortal not only sullied the lineage of the Odinson family, but also tarnished Hela's heart. Before Odin could voice any opinion, Hela continued, I yearn to ascend as the god king of the 9 realms. That is my rightful place. Yet, I shall not bow to you. I will reclaim what is rightfully mine through my own strength. Hela's intentions were crystal clear. She longed to seize the title of god king through rebellion in her own means. This declaration was tantamount to a second declaration of war. In that moment, Odin's heart sank. He realized that this child had utterly severed her feelings for him and had become Asgard's gravest threat. You will come to regret this, Odin uttered coldly, before dissolving the illusion. Hela remained unfazed. The true battle was never fought within illusions. Asgard would be her destination, where she would reclaim all that she had lost. Rebellion was an esteemed tradition of the Odinson family, and Hela had inherited this legacy splendidly. In truth, Odin's claim to the throne was itself tainted. Few knew that Odin had two brothers, an elder and a younger. Initially, Odin was not the first heir to the throne. It was his elder brother who held that title. However, Odin's potential cast doubt on the rightful succession. Thus, a bloody struggle for the throne ensued, son against father, brother against brother. Odin's elder brother murdered their father, the previous god king, usurping the throne. In turn, Odin killed his brother, seizing the title for himself. Compared to Odin's actions, Hela's intentions could be deemed mere child's play. Upon returning to reality, Hela found herself before Yabai. "I am unharmed," she reassured, meeting his concerned gaze. As she recalled her earlier conversation with Odin, a cold smile crept upon her lips. The notion that she might kill Yabai for the throne was utterly laughable. Hela would sooner slay Odin and forsake the throne than lay a hand on Yabai. Nonetheless, contemplating the throne reignited her ambition to return to Asgard. Odin had occupied that throne long enough. It was time for a change. With this thought, Hela shared her intentions with Yabai. In his presence, she felt no need for pretense. She could express her true thoughts freely. After hearing Hela's plan to return to Asgard, Yabai nodded in agreement, offering no dissent. Coincidentally, he too had a score to settle with Odin. Yabai was not one to tolerate any aggression directed at him. Those who dared to strike would find themselves his adversaries. Facing his wrath, Odin was no exception. Having shown hostility towards Yabai, he would not escape unscathed. It was indeed time to confront Odin and settle the long-overdue account. The couple reached a mutual understanding and promptly decided to journey to Asgard to confront Odin. As for the throne of the God King, Hela was resolute in her pursuit, confident that after a prolonged period of dormancy, she had acquired the strength to challenge Odin. Indeed, Hela, capable of crushing Mjolnir with her bare hands, posed a significant threat to Odin. While Odin was formidable, Hela was no less so. A fleeting thought crossed Yibai's mind as he queried Hela, "If you ascend to the throne, what becomes of me?" Yibai had no aspirations for the title of God King. Leadership held no allure for him. Yet, this predicament rendered his position somewhat awkward. The lover of the God King? Upon hearing Yibai's words, a smile danced upon Hela's lips. "My dear, you shall be my queen," she replied mischievously. Thor felt rather unfortunate. After arriving on Earth, he experienced a period of joy. However, he soon received a message from Asgard demanding his immediate return. The most troubling aspect was that Odin had scrutinized his every action on Earth, indicating that he was due for a reckoning. Thor held a mix of respect and trepidation for his father. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for Thor had grown accustomed to receiving a few beatings throughout his life. After all, he had not committed any grave offenses. He had merely indulged in a bit of revelry. Surely, Odin would not be overly furious, he reasoned. With this thought in mind, Thor bid farewell to his girlfriend, Jane Foster, and a cadre of Avengers. He promptly contacted Heimdall to open the Bifrost. In no time, Heimdall descended with the Rainbow Bridge, successfully transporting Thor back to Asgard. However, it soon dawned on Thor the gravity of the situation. Odin was not only angry about his actions on Earth, but also profoundly disappointed. He lamented the fact that his son had turned out to be such a fool. Odin's despair over lacking a suitable heir left him troubled about Asgard's future. Even Frigga, who had always doted on Thor, looked at him with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Frigga had never doubted Thor's potential. Indeed, he was a good son, brave, strong, and imbued with integrity. Yet, Thor was not a fitting heir to the throne. His Navvet was glaring. If only he possessed a fraction of Loki's cunning. Both Frigga and Odin would have been satisfied. In truth, Thor did eventually mature. By the time of Thor, Ragnarok, he had transformed into a worthy king. Alas, the price of this transformation was steep: the loss of his parents, the destruction of his homeland, and the slaughter of Asgard's people. In the growth forged through tragedy, one can only imagine the depths of Thor's impending suffering. However, with the addition of Yibai, Thor's future has become laden with uncertainties. Perhaps his path will not be as torturous as depicted in the original narrative, or it may plunge into even darker realms. Chapter 55. Father, have I erred once more? At this moment, Thor, still oblivious to the tragic fate looming over his life, cautiously regarded Odin and inquired. Odin sighed, closing his eyes to recalibrate his emotions before turning his gaze back to Thor. Your matters will be addressed later. For now, gather the troops. The enemy approaches. Odin spoke of the enemy, naturally referring to Hela. Since the conclusion of the previous illusion, Odin was acutely aware that Hela would undoubtedly return to Asgard, and the time would not be far off, certainly while he still drew breath. For Odin understood that, more than the throne of the All-Father, Hela coveted revenge against him. Thus, he summoned Thor back, anticipating the imminent arrival of Hela. As for Thor, one could only hope for his eventual growth. The once resplendent Asgard now stood on the precipice of a significant crisis. It must be said, the heavens spare no one. as Asgard prepared to face a great battle. Yi-Bai arrived at Kamar-Taj with Hela in tow. Indeed, they sought the supreme sorcerer. Ancient One, unperturbed by the couple's arrival, exuded an aura of calm mastery. Esteemed guests, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Ancient One regarded Yi-Bai with respect, for he had previously saved the earth, a fact known solely to her. Sorceress, I am aware of your profound expertise in spatial magic, and I have come to beseech your assistance. I hope you can open a passage to Asgard. I would greatly appreciate it. Yi-Bai addressed Ancient One. Despite his less than favorable impression of her, he understood that one must adopt the proper demeanor when requesting a favor. Moreover, Ancient One was undeniably a true unsung hero, deserving of reverence. From any perspective, it was challenging to find fault with the sorceress. Asgard, are you preparing for war? Ancient One cast a sidelong glance at Hela, deducing her identity. It was only natural that she surmised Hela and Yi-Bai's intentions. Their aim was clearly directed at Odin, the All-Father of Asgard. This was not unexpected, as Ancient One was familiar with the previous insurrection in Asgard, having knowledge of Hela's prior imprisonment on Earth. Furthermore, Yi-Bai's quest for trouble with Odin was no surprise to Ancient One. He had previously approached her, seeking to eliminate this mortal. However, she had declined, promising only to impart some lessons to the mortal in question. In truth, the Ancient One merely sought to ensnare Yi-Bai, ensuring that he would owe her a favor. As for becoming an adversary of Yi-Bai, the Ancient One had not yet lost her sanity. This matter is beyond your concern, Master Ancient One, for it bears no relevance to Earth. At this moment, Hela stepped forward and spoke to the Ancient One. The most efficient means of traversing from Earth to Asgard is undoubtedly via the Bifrost. However, it was evident that Asgard would not transport the two of them, thus necessitating alternative methods. For instance, seeking the assistance of the Supreme Sorcerer would be a commendable option. Very well, as you wish, the Ancient One did not refuse, consenting to send Yi-Bai and Hela to Asgard. As for whether this would inconvenience Odin, the Ancient One was unconcerned, for she understood that both Odin and she were destined for demise, marking the end of their era. In the presence of Yi-Bai and his wife, the Ancient One extended her hand, parting the air to unveil a vast portal. On the other side of the portal lay the Bifrost of Asgard. Once they crossed this threshold, Yi-Bai and Hela would arrive in Asgard. Such abilities are indeed quite convenient. Should you find yourself intrigued, you are always welcome to come and learn. My promises to you remain valid at any time. Sensing Yi-Bai's contemplations, the Ancient One smiled and addressed him. This was, in fact, part of her strategy. Even if she could not induct Yi-Bai into Kamar-Taj, she at least wished to establish a bond of goodwill. It is far more beneficial for a powerful individual like Yi-Bai to be a friend rather than a foe. If the opportunity arises, I shall seek your guidance. Yi-Bai nodded in agreement, his mind already contemplating the prospect of learning from her. Alternatively, acquiring the Space Stone would also be quite advantageous. The Space Stone, being more potent and versatile, can facilitate longer distances of teleportation. Who knows, perhaps one day in the future, he might even gather all 6 Infinity Stones to experiment with. Of course, those matters are for another time. Yi-Bai and Hela stepped forward without hesitation, crossing the portal and entering the domain of Asgard. Odin, you shall perish. Thor stood ready on the Bifrost, for before him, a portal was widening. Before long, 2 figures emerged from the portal, stepping onto the rainbow bridge. Yi-Bai? How can it be you? Thor, who had anticipated an enemy, was astonished to see the 2 figures emerging from the portal. It was indeed Yi-Bai and Hela. Do not forget, Yi-Bai was acquainted with Thor. He had learned of Hela's true identity during the party hosted by Tony Stark. Thus, upon seeing Thor, Yi-Bai was also taken aback. Logically, his brother-in-law should have been on Earth. You know each other? Hela inquired, puzzled by the fact that Yi-Bai was familiar with this oaf. It seems they are still friends. I hope this fool's lack of intelligence isn't contagious. It appears I must remind Yi-Bai not to associate with imbeciles. Having met once, they could be considered friends, yet Yi-Bai offered little explanation. For soon they would no longer be friends, but rather potential enemies, Thor's father's avenger. At this moment, Hela ceased to suppress her true self. Upon returning to the familiar land of Asgard, she felt an overwhelming surge of power. Standing on this soil, she could endlessly augment her strength. In the presence of all, Hela gathered her dark green hair and swept it over her head, at which point a peculiar crown adorned her brow. Even her attire transformed from a modest black gown into an imposing suit of black armor. Hela possessed an unwavering affinity for the color black. This was her true visage, a side of her Yi-Bai had never witnessed, the genuine goddess of death of Asgard. Sensing the immense pressure radiating from Hela, Thor's heart grew heavy. In that moment, he discerned her identity. His sister, whom he had never met, was now Asgard's greatest adversary, a rebellious usurper intent on seizing the throne. Where was Odin? Why did he not emerge? Was he afraid? After returning to her familiar surroundings, Hela reclaimed her original demeanor. She was a fiercely tempestuous goddess, domineering and unyielding. Only in the presence of Yi-Bai did she reveal a softer, more vulnerable side. Before others, she was ever confrontational. Chapter 56. Hela, fully embodying the essence of the goddess of death, imposed a significant burden upon Thor. The pressure she exerted was even greater than when facing Odin, not because Hela was stronger, but because Odin would never manifest such lethal intent towards him. Thor was acutely aware that Hela wished to kill him, and she possessed the resolve to do so. Nevertheless, despite his somewhat foolish demeanor, Thor's courage was unquestionable. He was an intrepid warrior, never harboring thoughts of retreat in the face of an adversary. Having established Hela as his foe, Thor no longer hesitated. He hurled Mjolnir directly at her with precision. The act of wielding his hammer in such a manner was second nature to him, and it had consistently yielded favorable results in the past. Unfortunately, what Thor did not realize was that his opponent was more adept with the hammer than he was. As the mighty hammer of the thunder god soared toward her with devastating force, Hela smirked coldly. Just as Mjolnir was about to strike her, she extended her left hand and firmly grasped the incoming hammer. Witnessing Mjolnir's struggle in Hela's palm, Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. This scene was something Thor had never imagined. No matter how he tried, he was aware that he was unlikely to be a match for Hela, yet he harbored a confidence that he would not fall too short. Surely, he could manage to resist her on some level. However, the scene before him delivered a staggering blow to his expectations. The mighty Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, had been caught by someone. It is worth noting that Mjolnir was a divine artifact crafted by the dwarves under Odin's command, imbued with Odin's own power, rivaling that of the eternal spear Gungnir. For an ordinary opponent, it would be nearly impossible to even stir the hammer, let alone grasp it as Hela had. Even someone as formidable as the Hulk could not budge Mjolnir in the slightest. Those unworthy of its recognition could not lift the hammer at all. Yet, Hela shattered this understanding. Given her nature, there was no way she could be deemed worthy of Mjolnir. She was no Captain America. The current scene could only indicate one thing. Hela had completely subdued the divine power left within Mjolnir by Odin through sheer strength. This was inconceivable. Upon considering this possibility, Thor exclaimed in disbelief. He found it hard to fathom that this sister he had never met could possess power that rivaled Odin's. Thor had felt Odin's power most profoundly. It was a divine sovereignty that he could not hope to challenge at present. Upon hearing Thor's words, a flicker of disdain crossed Hela's eyes. Truthfully, Thor's reaction disappointed her somewhat. She wondered how Odin had trained him. Despite being so grown, he displayed such limited strength. Indeed, Odin had grown old. Sweetheart, you have no idea what possibility truly means. Hela coldly retorted in response to Thor's incredulity. With that, she tightened her slender, pale fingers, intent on crushing Mjolnir. Hela was no stranger to the hammer, for it had once been her weapon. However, unlike Thor, she had always been the goddess of death, not the goddess of the hammer. Ultimately, Mjolnir was merely a tool to her. She had never relied on it. Her formidable reputation had been built solely upon her own prowess. Thor, on the other hand, although Mjolnir was indeed his ally, had also become shackled by it. His excessive dependence on the power of Mjolnir was the very reason he struggled to awaken his own divine potential. As despair clouded Thor's eyes, Hela's fingers closed in. Invisible cracks began to form on Mjolnir. For the first time, this meticulously forged artifact by Odin, having endured countless battles and earned immense renown, faced the risk of destruction. Hela showed no mercy. The strength in her left hand continued to escalate. With nothing but her physical might, she was more than capable of obliterating this artifact. Indeed, as Hela's power continuously escalated, the fissures in Mjolnir multiplied and widened. Ultimately, with a mournful wail, a tempest of lightning erupted from the hammer, which then shattered, transforming into a heap of scrap metal at Hela's feet. The only remnant intact was perhaps the grip of the mighty hammer. After accomplishing this, Hela cast a cruel gaze upon Thor, taking a grim satisfaction in the despair and disbelief etched upon his face. You call yourself the god of thunder? Perhaps you should be known as the god of hammers instead, Hela declared mercilessly. In that moment, the true visage of the Dark Queen was unveiled. Yi stood behind Hela, observing this scene with a peculiar glint in his eyes. He had never witnessed such a formidable Hela before, domineering, cold, powerful, and self-assured. Truly, she was the goddess of death, and indeed, his wife. As for Hela's actions, Yi felt no repulsion. It was only natural. After all, Hela was his wife, and whatever she did was justified in his eyes. He himself was not a person of high moral standing. Moreover, upon learning of Hela's past, Yi sincerely believed that she bore no fault for any transgressions against Asgard. This perspective stemmed from the understanding that Odin and Asgard had treated her unjustly. No one is born a villain. Even malevolence requires justification. Hela could not have arrived at such a point without reason, and Odin undoubtedly held responsibility in this matter. It can only be said that the calamities of today are merely the consequences of Odin and Asgard's own actions, a reckoning for their past misdeeds. Blame cannot be cast elsewhere. Furthermore, Yi had not endured the tribulations that Hela had faced, and thus lacked the authority to critique her actions. Those who urge others towards kindness without grasping the full context are truly insufferable. Returning to Hela, after shattering Mjolnir, she did not stand in shock like Thor. Instead, she strode forward, slowly approaching him. With a flourish, 2 night sky swords materialized in her hands. She intended to teach her foolish brother what the harshness of the world truly entailed. Thor, for his part, quickly steadied his emotions. Though a sense of uncertainty lingered in his heart, he did not falter. After a fierce roar to bolster his courage, he charged toward Hela with clenched fists. He was the god of thunder, a valiant warrior. However, before he could reach Hela, the 2 night sky swords she wielded flew from her grasp, piercing through Thor's thigh and left shoulder with astonishing speed. In the presence of the Dark Queen, the Thor who had just emerged from the trials of Thor appeared as naive as a child. Yet, despite the severe injuries his body endured, Thor gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain without uttering a sound. His will is indeed commendable. However, it fails to alter the unfortunate reality of his diminished strength. Hela advanced toward Thor with deliberate steps, each one weighing heavily upon him. Yet Thor did not succumb to despair. As Hela closed the distance, he gritted his teeth and, using his uninjured right hand, swung a fist toward her. Unfortunately, this attack was swiftly thwarted as Hela seized his arm, rendering it immobile as if ensnared by iron pincers. "You are disappointingly weak," she remarked disdainfully. "When I was your age, I was far more formidable. Surely Odin has not yet coerced you into slaughtering your foes on the battlefield. If so, you are truly pitiful." As she contemptuously restrained Thor's right arm, she cast a dark glance toward Odin. Thor, upon hearing Hela's words, felt a twinge of fear. Was being forced to kill on the battlefield part of Hela's past? Before he could fully comprehend this troubling thought, Hela tightened her grip on his arm and twisted it violently. A cacophony of bone-cracking sounds ensued as Thor's right hand was rendered useless. This time, Thor could no longer suppress his agony and let out a blood-curdling scream. Yet, his cry was abruptly silenced as Hela forcefully slammed his head against the surface of the Rainbow Bridge. "When I was but a child, I was compelled to learn the art of killing, teetering daily on the brink of life and death. You ought to be grateful that I spared you from such a hellish existence. Yet, therein lies your tragedy. Your overly comfortable life has bred your weakness." As if to vent her hatred toward Odin, Hela unleashed her fury upon Thor with unrelenting ferocity. Thor, stunned and powerless, lay on the ground, devoid of the strength to struggle. However, Hela's words echoed relentlessly in his mind, stirring a profound disillusionment regarding his father, Odin. For the first time, he began to question the veneration he had for the king he once viewed as wise and benevolent. Hela's very existence stood as irrefutable evidence of a darker truth. In fact, it was precisely due to Hela's failures that Odin had altered his approach to raising Thor. Had he imposed upon Thor the same trials Hela once endured, the outcome would likely have been no better for him. No one is inherently accustomed to slaughter. Hela, too, began as a blank slate, only to be darkened by Odin's influence over time. As Thor's beliefs began to waver, Hela showed no signs of relenting in her assault. Seizing the collar of Thor's armor, she hoisted him up and smashed him against the Rainbow Bridge. Just then, a massive sword hurtled through the air from a distance, poised to strike Hela. Reacting swiftly, she deflected the sword and turned to confront the newcomer, only to see Heimdall leading a battalion of Asgardian soldiers charging toward them across the Rainbow Bridge. Upon witnessing this scene, Hela ceased her relentless assault on Thor, kicking him aside before striding towards Heimdall and his companions. In that moment, Hela epitomized the essence of a grand villain, her presence overshadowing all in attendance. Unbeknownst to Hela, Thor, whose will had been shattered by the blows, experienced flickers of purple lightning in his vacant eyes. The latent power residing within him, one that genuinely belonged to Thor, began to awaken. In the original narrative, it was only after Hela had bested Thor that he discovered his true divine strength, subsequently wielding the Stormbreaker as he descended from the heavens in Avengers, Infinity War. Meanwhile, Heimdall and the warriors of Asgard swiftly engaged Hela in combat. Yet, their collective might was insufficient to challenge her. With each movement, Hela claimed a life, her strikes both precise and graceful, akin to witnessing an artful display of slaughter. Soon, the Asgardian warriors fell, each pierced by a blade forged from the night sky, leaving only Heimdall to withstand Hela's onslaught. In the absence of Odin's intervention, Asgard posed no threat to Hela. "Heimdall, it has been too long. I see you still draw breath," Hela remarked, relentlessly targeting Heimdall's vital points. As a longtime companion of Odin, Heimdall was acutely aware of Hela's formidable prowess and recognized that he could not hope to match her strength. Engrossed in her words, Heimdall dared not divert his attention, for a moment's lapse could spell his demise. In stark contrast to the monstrous Hela, his own weakness felt almost pitiable. Heimdall's sole hope now lay in Odin's timely arrival. Otherwise, he feared for his life. Just as Hela seemed to leisurely corner Heimdall to the brink of annihilation, the mightiest of Asgardians finally made his entrance. "Cease this at once, Hela." The aged voice resonated softly, yet it echoed in the hearts of all present. Hela halted her assault, shifting her gaze towards the far end of the Rainbow Bridge, where Odin stood, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, his countenance etched with fury. Beside him stood Frigga, her eyes reflecting an inexplicable sorrow as they rested upon Hela. Time to settle the score. Hela relinquished her hold on the vulnerable Heimdall and grasped two blades of the night sky, advancing towards Odin. This encounter was markedly different from their previous illusion. This time, it was a matter of life and death. For the first time, Yi-Bai beheld the true Odin, who, to his surprise, appeared rather unremarkable. The once mighty god now bore the weight of years, his visage frail and his back slightly hunched. At first glance, he appeared no different from an ordinary old man on earth. Yet, this unremarkable figure was none other than Odin, the undisputed sovereign of the Nine Realms. As Yi-Bai scrutinized Odin, the latter returned the gaze, and upon recognizing Yi-Bai, the mortal who had once brought him humiliation, Odin's remaining eye flashed with a chilling intent to kill. If one were to inquire as to whom Odin despised most in the present moment, it would undoubtedly be Yi-Bai. Not only had Yi-Bai slept with his daughter, but he had also dealt Odin a slap across the face. Such disgrace was intolerable. Odin could scarcely swallow the thought of leaving Yi-Bai unpunished, wishing instead to see him torn to shreds. What astonished Odin even further was Yi-Bai's audacity to come seeking him. Did he truly believe that this god-king was an easy target? It was evident that even without taking any action, Yi-Bai's mere presence behind Hela was sufficient to draw Odin's ire. He stood as the focal point of animosity in the arena. Yi-Bai had not anticipated that he could evoke such intense hatred merely by standing idle. However, it mattered little. He had accompanied Hela with the intention of settling accounts with Odin. Initially, Yi-Bai harbored no hostility towards Odin, nor did he feel any particular fondness. Yet, Odin's determination to eliminate him due to his relationship with Hela had crossed a line. This infringement upon Yi-Bai's dignity ignited a fierce resentment within him. Coupled with Odin's haughty demeanor during their previous encounters, Yi-Bai's disdain for him reached its zenith. It was inconceivable for Yi-Bai to refrain from retaliating against such an arrogant and violent individual who harbored murderous intent towards him. The principle of retribution dictated that a killer must themselves be killed. This was the essence of fairness. Thus, upon arriving in Asgard, Yi-Bai's intentions were twofold: to protect Hela from unforeseen dangers and to neutralize the threat posed by Odin. Therefore, when Odin made his entrance, Yi-Bai was already resolved to take action, aiming to sever the old man's head. However, someone was faster in their resolve than Yi-Bai, Hela. When it came to the desire for Odin's demise, none were more fervent than she. The enmity between them was not a fleeting grudge, but rather a deep-seated resentment born from years of betrayal by Odin. If there remained even a sliver of reconciliation possible for Yi-Bai, it was wholly absent for Hela. In her eyes, the decree was clear: Odin must die. With two night sky swords in hand, Hela charged towards Odin with remarkable speed, her overwhelming deathly power enveloping her being. Odin was no weakling like Thor or Heimdall, and Hela was acutely aware of this. Thus, when facing Odin, she would not act recklessly. She would unleash her full might. Even her divine powers, previously withheld during her confrontation with Thor, were now fully summoned. Odin gazed at Hela, who charged towards him with an expression brimming with murderous intent, and felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Regret? Perhaps. Yet, such remorse was futile now. Odin understood that even if he were to acknowledge his faults, Hela would never grant him forgiveness. Moreover, as the king of the gods, his pride forbade him from bowing his head in contrition. Thus, Odin gripped his eternal spear, Gungnir, and prepared to confront the oncoming Hela. In that moment, he appeared anything but aged, his agility surpassing even that of Hela. With Gungnir firmly in hand, he thrust fiercely towards her. This marked the second clash of life and death between father and daughter. Many hold the misconception that Odin's power is mediocre. However, those who delve into his illustrious history would never utter such a claim. He subdued the Nine Realms, compelling the other deities to acknowledge their subjugation under Asgard. He vanquished a peak-formed Surtur, claiming the eternal flame for his own treasury. During his zenith, he exerted dominion over a significant portion of the universe, rendering its civilizations breathless. Most notably, Odin had slain the Celestial Assembly. In days of yore, the Assembly had intended to use the Nine Realms as a testing ground, only to encounter Odin's fierce resistance. Clad in the armor of destruction and wielding Gungnir, Odin engaged in a cataclysmic battle against the ancient Celestial Assembly. The outcome was one of grievous injury to Odin, yet several members of the Assembly perished. This confrontation irrevocably solidified Odin's standing, liberating the Nine Realms from the fate of becoming the Assembly's experimental arena. It is fair to assert that Odin's formidable reputation was forged through his own endeavors. He can undoubtedly be regarded as the most powerful king of Asgard in history. Even Hela, formidable as she is, found herself at a disadvantage in the face of Odin. Not long into their battle, Hela began to falter. The combat experience she had amassed on the battlefield seemed somewhat juvenile when juxtaposed with Odin's extensive history of warfare. The reason for this disparity lay in the sheer number of battles Odin had endured compared to Hela. Once more, Odin wielded Gungnir to send Hela hurtling through the air. The immense force of his attack could easily rend mountains asunder. Yet, Hela was no weakling. Such an assault could not harm her in the slightest. Realizing that she could not gain the upper hand in close combat against Odin, Hela swiftly altered her strategy. In the next moment, a dense aura of pitch-black divine power emanated from her being. This was the power of death, distorting the very fabric of space around her. Accompanying this was the manifestation of a vast realm, the realm of the dead, the kingdom of death. Within this domain, countless souls of the departed wailed in anguish. Strange creatures, composed of various forms of life, struggled and crawled, as if yearning to escape the kingdom of death and enter Asgard. In this moment, Odin finally adopted a solemn demeanor. Faced with Hela's unwavering determination, he recognized the necessity of treating her with the utmost seriousness. Observing Hela summon forth her own realm of the dead, Odin raised his divine spear, Gungnir. A tremendous surge of divine power coalesced around the spear, and then, with precision, he hurled it directly at Hela and the realm of death behind her. The eternal spear, infused with an immense reservoir of Odin's divine energy, seemed to transform into a meteor, trailing a brilliant tail of flame as it soared through the heavens towards Hela. The Spear of Destiny, known also as the Meteor Spear, would never cease until it had struck its target, remaining untainted by the blood of its victim, a lethal weapon in Odin's arsenal. Hela, with a grave expression, watched the celestial projectile approach her. The overwhelming power of death gathered within her night sky sword. Once her divine energy reached a critical threshold, she bellowed a command and brought her sword down forcefully against the incoming meteor. The dark energy transformed into a colossal arc of light, radiating an unsettling aura that instilled fear in all living beings, colliding with the oncoming meteor. A thunderous explosion erupted, causing the majority of the less powerful Asgardians to cover their ears, terrified of being deafened by the sound. Simultaneously, the shockwave from the collision spread outward. The waters beneath the Rainbow Bridge were swept up, forming towering waves hundreds of meters high, surging towards Asgard. On Earth, the residual energy from Hela and Odin's clash would suffice to trigger an apocalyptic disaster. However, this was Asgard. As the colossal waves approached the city-state, they were halted by an invisible, transparent barrier, Asgard's protective measure, famously known as the Wall of Asgard. Despite this, the magnitude of the disturbance left all witnesses in awe. Many Asgardians, who had never before witnessed Odin in action, grasped for the first time the essence of true strength. Thor lay on the ground, catching a glimpse of the unfolding scene with a sense of bitterness. He realized the vast chasm between himself and Hela was far greater than he had previously perceived. During their earlier encounter, Hela had hardly exerted herself, easily subduing him. Perhaps every younger brother is destined to receive a thrashing from his elder sister. Yet, compared to others, Yi-Bai was more focused on the specifics of this clash, eager to discern the outcome. Who had emerged victorious, Hela or Odin? Soon, the results became evident. Hela was propelled backward by the force of the collision, landing behind Yi-Bai. Her aura had undeniably weakened, indicating a significant setback in this confrontation. In stark contrast, Odin stood majestically above, surveying the scene with a commanding gaze directed at Yi-Bai and Hela below. The outcome of the confrontation between Odin and Hela remained unchanged from their previous encounters. If Odin could seal Hela once, he could undoubtedly do so again. In terms of sheer strength, Hela was still no match for Odin. Upon witnessing this, the people of Asgard collectively exhaled in relief, subsequently erupting into cheers for their powerful king. With such a formidable ruler, the Asgardians felt an immense sense of pride. Meanwhile, after repelling Hela, Odin's gaze turned toward Yi-Bai. Although Yi-Bai still appeared to Odin as merely a mortal, he was no ordinary one. Thus, this time, Odin did not underestimate him, treating Yi-Bai as a genuine opponent. Moreover, Odin's intent to kill Yi-Bai was far more intense than it had been toward Hela. The authority of Asgard was not to be challenged. Those who showed disrespect to the king would face death. Odin declared coldly, as if pronouncing a death sentence upon Yi-Bai. He then raised Gungnir, the Spear of Eternity, aiming its tip directly at Yi-Bai below. The infallible spear, Gungnir, would pierce the enemy like a shooting star, penetrating his heart. Unlike his previous encounter with Hela, Odin was considerably more serious this time. He even unleashed Gungnir's true name, striving for a decisive strike. In that moment, not only did Odin's immense divine power converge within Gungnir, but the very ground of Asgard responded to the release of the spear's true name. An inexhaustible force surged from the earth, transforming into countless resplendent auroras that fused with Gungnir. This strike was exponentially more terrifying than the previous meteor. It was said that the ancient pantheon of gods had perished beneath this very technique of Odin. Undoubtedly, the power of this move transcended that of the All-Father, reaching an entirely different realm. Even before the attack struck, Yi-Bai felt a chilling sensation, as though he were being targeted. However, he had no intention of retreating. He stepped forward, prepared to confront the unleashed true name of Gungnir head-on. At that moment, Hela appeared before Yi-Bai. Her intentions were clear. She aimed to shield him from the lethal spear. Hela understood that Yi-Bai was strong, though she was uncertain of the extent of his power. Thus, without hesitation, she positioned herself in front of him, determined to protect him. In truth, Hela had no certainty of being able to withstand this strike. Yet behind her stood the one she loved most. Upon grasping Hela's intentions, Yi-Bai felt a profound sense of gratitude within. To have a wife willing to risk everything to shield him was indeed a stroke of fortune. Nevertheless, this time, Yi-Bai was resolute in facing the challenge himself. Odin was clearly targeting him, and there was no way he would retreat. Therefore, Yi-Bai slowly stepped past Hela, leaving her with a simple declaration, "My dear, leave this to me." Yi-Bai believed that a man should not always stand behind his wife, especially in such circumstances. Death. Odin naturally observed the unfolding events between Yi-Bai and Hela. Upon witnessing Hela resolutely place herself in front of Yi-Bai, Odin felt a surge of anger, yet simultaneously, a sense of inexplicable comfort washed over him. Hela had finally learned the essence of protection. However, his murderous intent towards Yi-Bai intensified. As Yi-Bai surpassed Hela, Odin no longer hesitated. He unleashed Gungnir, his divine spear, now freed from its true name, casting it directly towards Yi-Bai. At that moment, Gungnir had transformed into a radiant beam, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtling towards Yi-Bai. No one doubted the lethality of this strike, save for Hela. Watching Yi-Bai's silhouette, Hela felt an unexplainable sense of reassurance. The feeling of having someone stand before you, shielding you from the storms of life, was truly delightful. As for Yi-Bai, he took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and slowly raised it. Inch power. Yi-Bai uttered those two words as Gungnir, shimmering with celestial light, surged forth to strike. Open the heavens. Just as Gungnir was poised to pierce Yi-Bai's heart, he swung his fist, colliding directly with the spear's tip. In an instant, the radiant light shattered, a multitude of colors exploding forth. The divine spear, which had slain countless foes, could not advance an inch against Yi-Bai's overwhelming strength. Even more terrifying was the multitude of fine cracks that began to spread along the spear's shaft from its tip. Once hailed as the eternal spear, it was now shattered by a greater force. Gradually, it crumbled. Not only that, but the residual force from Yi-Bai's punch also shattered the so-called impenetrable walls of Asgard, cleaving the atmosphere above the land in a straight line. The waters below parted as well, split in two by Yi-Bai's fist. The might of a single punch was truly horrifying, effectively giving Asgard a middle parting. Silence reigned, a silence akin to death. Everyone stared blankly at Yi-Bai's tall and upright figure, rendered speechless. The people of Asgard could scarcely fathom that such a seemingly ordinary body could unleash such terrifying power. Odin too stood frozen, gazing at Yi-Bai, devoid of any trace of his prior arrogance. He found himself at a loss, grappling with a profound sense of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? The three ultimate questions of life floated through Odin's mind. Not just him. Even Hela gazed at Yi-Bai in disbelief. It was hard to believe that the man who had just unleashed such a cataclysmic punch was indeed her husband. Although Hela knew of Yi-Bai's formidable strength, she could never have imagined it to be of such an alarming magnitude. This was, truly, unbelievable. Observing the aftermath of his actions, Yi-Bai nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the reason for his restraint. Otherwise, a single blow could have obliterated all of Asgard. Nevertheless, he had effortlessly vanquished Odin. At that moment, Odin's ludicrous pride lay shattered upon the ground. As he gazed upon the fragments of the divine spear, Gungnir, obliterated by Yi-Bai's fist, Odin's eyes dulled, and he plummeted from the skies. This was inconceivable. It was the eternal spear. How could this be? Even as the reality unfolded before him, Odin struggled to accept it. He found it hard to believe that the eternal Gungnir could be shattered by anyone, particularly by Yi-Bai, whom he despised most fervently and longed to eliminate. Not only Odin, but the Asgardians behind him were also steeped in despair. If even the king of the gods, Odin, had failed, and the so-called eternal spear had been destroyed, who could possibly thwart that man? Was it conceivable that the Asgard, which had endured for countless eons in the cosmos, was destined for annihilation today? No one could provide an answer, for none dared to voice it. At this moment, the hearts of all Asgardians were filled solely with profound despair and unease. As for Yi-Bai, he was far from bewildered. He was acutely aware of the destruction he had wrought. As Odin succumbed to the blow and began to descend helplessly, Yi-Bai slowly approached him. This old fool would face the consequences today. How dare he refuse to sanction his union with Hela, who granted him the audacity? Hela was to be his bride, and no one could dissuade him from that. However, just then, Hela hastened forward and called out to Yi-Bai. "Let me handle this," she implored, her tone imbued with earnestness. It was clear that she wished to claim Odin's life herself. Yi-Bai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. This was fitting, for the enmity between Hela and Odin was theirs to resolve. Upon receiving Yi-Bai's consent, Hela's face broke into a smile. With a commanding stride, she gripped the sword of night and advanced toward Odin. Yet, Odin appeared oblivious to her approach, his gaze still vacant, fixated on the remnants of the eternal spear. Even now, he could not come to terms with the reality of his defeat. For S.H.I.E.L.D's strike had not only shattered Gungnir, but had also torn through the heavens, fracturing his pride in the process. For the first time in millions of years, Odin, who had traversed the cosmos, found his arrogance trampled underfoot. It was entirely natural for him to struggle with such a blow, to the extent that he was unaware of Hela, the goddess of death, drawing near. However, as Hela approached Odin, Frigga, the queen, stepped forth, positioning herself before Hela. "Child, that is enough," Frigga implored, her eyes filled with desperation as she looked at Hela. Though she was deeply angered by many of Odin's actions, he was still her husband, with whom she had shared countless moments. How could you allow Frigga to witness Odin's demise? Yet, Hela's gaze remained resolute as she shook her head. She could not relent in her pursuit of Odin, just as he would not spare her. Even if Frigga pleaded for mercy, Hela's mind was unyielding. "Step aside. Do not presume I lack the resolve to slay you," she coldly declared, eyeing the unwavering Frigga before her. Undeniably, Frigga had once shown her kindness, but what of it? Ultimately, had she not watched as Odin molded her into this very iteration? Had Frigga intervened to halt Odin when it mattered? Had she reached out to save her as she plummeted into the abyss? Would today's events have transpired? At times, merely witnessing malevolence without intervening constitutes a wickedness in itself. Consider this my plea: spare your father. He is at fault, yet you cannot take his life. For you shall bear the infamy of parricide, Frigga implored, unwilling to yield, her arms outstretched before Hela. She could not bear to witness her daughter take her father's life. Thus, she was determined to thwart Hela's actions, not only for Odin's sake, but for Hela's as well. Should Hela indeed slay Odin, she would forever carry the stain of a father's blood upon her hands. Nevertheless, no matter Frigga's entreaties, Hela's eyes remained steadfast. The urge to kill had arisen, and it could not be quelled. "One last time, step aside, or I shall end you alongside him," Hela declared coldly, her patience waning. Frigga shook her head, tears streaming down her face, yet she remained resolute, unwilling to retreat. At that moment, Odin regained his composure and noticed Frigga standing defiantly before Hela. A bittersweet smile graced Odin's lips. "Frigga, please step aside. This is between her and me." Rising from the ground, he spoke wearily. Frigga turned, meeting Odin's unwavering gaze. Reminiscent of times long past, when he would heed her counsel, Frigga wished to voice further protest, but Odin had lost his patience. With a surge of divine power, he enveloped Frigga, preventing her from obstructing Hela any longer. Hela did not hesitate, stepping past Frigga to approach Odin. Eventually, she halted before him. "I have triumphed," Hela proclaimed to Odin, refraining from immediate action. Odin nodded, a flicker of reluctance crossing his features. Surely, he felt a deep sense of injustice. Who could have anticipated his defeat at the hands of a mortal? Yet, pondering such matters now held no significance. "You bear an uncanny resemblance to me, even in your actions," Odin remarked suddenly to Hela, the previous animosity in his eyes replaced by a hint of pride. His comparison undoubtedly referenced rebellion and regicide. Is not Hela's current endeavor reminiscent of Odin's past actions? The distinction lies in the fact that Hela is an executioner of her father, while Odin was a fratricide. "I am the product of your nurturing. You have fashioned me into what I am today. If blame is to be apportioned, it must lie solely with you." Hela suddenly felt no urgency to strike Odin down. Without the Allfather's spear, Odin resembled a tiger stripped of its claws, no longer a match for her. Thus, Hela was inclined to engage Odin in further conversation. Deep down, she yearned to hear him confess his regrets. "Indeed, I harbor no remorse for my actions, for I have beheld in you a worthy successor. Do you not understand? The moment I witnessed you standing before that mortal, I recognized you as my finest heir. A king must not only wield destruction, he must also learn to protect the citizens of his realm. At last, you comprehend this truth," Odin said with a serene smile. He had wronged Hela in numerous ways, many of which he still found hard to forgive himself. Yet, in this moment, gazing upon Hela before him, Odin felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the outcome. Should Hela lead Asgard in the future, he could rest easy. "What purpose do your words serve? I shall still end your life." Hela's murderous intent remained unshaken by Odin's remarks. They were utterly futile. In summary, Odin must perish today, aware of his fate. And with his time nearly at an end, Odin felt little regret. "Come, my child, take my life, and you shall become the new god king of Asgard, acknowledged and endorsed by me, Odin." He offered no resistance, willingly bequeathing his throne to Hela. Some may fail to grasp Odin's intentions, yet Frigga understood. Odin sought redemption, atoning for his past transgressions against Hela. However, hatred remained unrelated to the divine crown. Hela possessed the capability to ascend as god king and could lead Asgard to greater heights. This was a truth Odin believed wholeheartedly. This was also the rationale behind Odin's decision to transfer his throne to Hela. He sought a worthy ruler for his Asgard. Hela recognized this truth. Yet it did not serve as a justification for forgiving Odin. After contemplating Odin's words, Hela raised the night sky sword, poised to pierce Odin's heart. At that moment, a figure crackling with thunder surged from behind. "Stop! If you seek vengeance, direct it at me." The newcomer was Thor, who, judging by his demeanor, had awakened his true potential. Upon witnessing Hela's intent to slay Odin, Thor could no longer restrain himself and intervened. Hela's movements hesitated, influenced by Thor's presence. Odin reopened his eyes, gazing at his approaching son. "My child, I take pride in your bravery. However, you should not attempt to intervene. This is a transgression of my own making, and I must atone for it myself. Furthermore, I hope you can let go of this hatred. Take good care of your mother, and live happily." Odin spoke to Thor, seemingly indifferent to his own fate. He had completely found peace. Then, he turned his gaze to Frigga. "After my death, assist Hela well. You have always had a good relationship with her. And please, look after Thor and prevent him from making foolish decisions." Once all was said, Odin felt no more attachments, closing his eyes to await death. Hela did not hesitate, gripping the sword of the night sky firmly, and swiftly pierced Odin's chest. As Odin had stated, he must pay the price for his past. Even if Odin were to repent in the end, Hela would never forgive him. Yet, after finally killing Odin, Hela found no joy, only an overwhelming sense of emptiness. At that moment, Thor could no longer contain himself, his body crackling with lightning as he charged towards Hela. Frigga, having freed herself from Odin's divine restraint, intercepted the rushing Thor. "Thor, stand down," she exclaimed, witnessing the sorrow and hatred etched upon his face. Then, turning to Hela, she said, "This was his own choice. I will not blame you. I only hope that, as he wished, you will become a great ruler." Odin was dead, and Frigga was deeply saddened. A sentiment clear to all. Yet, she bore no resentment towards Hela, for this was merely a matter of settling debts. Ultimately, Odin had paid for his actions, but he had also nurtured a successor stronger than himself. Hela remained silent, saying nothing more, simply approaching Yi-Bai and taking his hand. She had initially believed that upon realizing her ambition of becoming the goddess king, she would feel exhilarated and thrilled. Yet, in this moment, she felt only a profound emptiness within her heart, a disorientation after achieving her goal. To this, Yi-Bai offered no words, merely embracing Hela in comfort. Soon, Frigga emerged from her sorrow, channeling her divine power to address all the people of Asgard. "From this day forth, Hela shall be the new goddess king of Asgard. She is of the rightful bloodline of the Odinson family, the chosen heir of Odin, and the ruler of us all." Following this proclamation, Frigga approached Hela, grasping her hand and slowly leading her towards Asgard. As for Odin, he was cradled by Thor, who followed behind. As Hela made her way forward, the people of Asgard stirred with agitation. They could hardly believe that such an enemy of Asgard was to become their new goddess king. Yet, with Queen Frigga herself acknowledging Hela's rightful place, it was indeed a statement of great significance. Regarding Hela's lineage as a member of the Odinson family, the people of Asgard remained somewhat skeptical. However, it is unlikely to be false. Otherwise, Frigga would not have acknowledged Hela's status. So do they have a new king? Many Asgardians hesitate, as the fierce battle between Hela and Odin is still fresh in their memories. Yet, as they behold the approaching figures of Hela and Frigga, a portion of the crowd begins to accept Hela's identity. Surely, the Queen Frigga would not deceive them. Soon, the first individual kneels before Hela. And with this act of submission, more follow suit. They acknowledge Hela's identity in their own way, pledging allegiance to her as their sovereign. Witnessing this scene, a smile finally graces Hela's lips. This moment is precisely what she has longed for. The throne of Asgard rightfully belongs to her, and at last, her dreams have been realized. Hand in hand with Queen Frigga, Hela strides into the midst of the Asgardian people. Amidst the adoration of countless subjects, Hela is crowned as queen. Although the journey has been fraught with challenges, the outcome is ultimately favorable. Hela has finally accomplished her long-desired ambition and successfully donned the crown. From henceforth, she is no longer the goddess of death, but Queen Hela. On the following day after her coronation, Hela sought out Yi-Bai, leading him to a particular location. This was Odin's treasury, a repository of the many treasures accumulated by Odin over the years. "Let me introduce you to some individuals," Hela said to Yi-Bai, pulling him deeper into the vault. Along the way, Yi-Bai's eyes were opened wide as he beheld numerous artifacts, including the Infinity Gauntlet, albeit a replica, and the ancient spear wielded by Asgard's legendary heroes, still glimmering with a cold light, reminiscent of an everlasting flame. Passing by the eternal flame, Hela reached out to grasp a spark before continuing further into the depths. Upon reaching an expansive floor, Hela came to a halt and summoned the sword of the night sky, transforming it into the shape of a mighty hammer, which she brought down forcefully. A profound chasm appeared before them. "Let us descend and explore," Hela instructed Yi-Bai, taking his hand as they ventured into the abyss together. Chapter 59. After an indeterminate descent into the dark, deep chasm, Yi-Bai and Hela finally touched solid ground. Utilizing the eternal flame that burned in Hela's hand, Yi-Bai discerned their surroundings. They found themselves in an immense graveyard, where countless skeletons lay buried. Most striking was the corpse of a colossal wolf. Hela approached, gazing at the great beast, its body pierced by numerous weapons, her eyes reflecting nostalgia. Once, The giant wolf Fenrir had been her only trusted companion during her rebellion. The great wolf Fenrir was vanquished by the Asgardians. Fortunately, all was not lost, for she had also gained the loyalty of Yi-Bai. After casting a glance at the lifeless bodies of the soldiers who had once fought valiantly alongside her, Hela made her way to the heart of the grand burial ground. Raising her hand, ignited by the eternal flame, she struck it against the earth. In an instant, a ring of fire expanded outward from Hela, engulfing the area. The warriors who had perished began to stir, rising from their slumber and forming ranks before her. A ghostly green light ignited upon Fenrir, who soon clawed his way back to life. After shaking off the remnants of his former state and discarding his weapons, Fenrir's gaze fell upon Hela. The fearsome wolf approached her like a playful pup, yet at that moment, he noticed Yi-Bai standing nearby. Unfamiliar with this newcomer, Fenrir bristled with suspicion, baring his teeth and emitting a low, threatening growl toward Yi-Bai. With an unceremonious slap, Hela struck Fenrir on the head. "Behave yourself," she admonished. "You dare snarl at my man. One day, I shall stew you." Stung by her reprimand, Fenrir subdued his ferocity, letting out a low whimper. Yi-Bai, however, was unfazed. He found Fenrir rather striking and imagined how impressive he would be as a steed. After awakening her former comrades, Hela did not linger in the burial ground. Her visit was brief, for she had pressing matters to attend to. As the newly crowned goddess, Hela faced an array of responsibilities. Meanwhile, Yi-Bai found himself with little to occupy his time, content to treat his visit to Asgard as a leisurely excursion, taking in the sights. He could wait for Hela to finish her duties before they embarked on their shared life together. While Hela busied herself in consolidating power and establishing her authority, the realms beyond were far from tranquil. Earth remained blissfully unaware of Asgard's affairs, lacking even a concept of the Nine Realms. However, in other realms, unrest brewed. In Vanaheim, Njord of the Vanir was receiving reports from his subordinates. "Odin is dead? Is this news confirmed?" Njord inquired, furrowing his brow. "Great king, I assure you of the veracity of this information. Many in Asgard witnessed the event. Odin has truly met his end. The vile goddess of death, Hela, has slain her father, Odin, in a bid for power, a grievous crime indeed," one of Njord's kneeling subordinates pledged fervently. As for the descriptors of vile and shameless, they were merely embellishments. Indeed, the people of Asgard have reluctantly come to accept Hela as their sovereign, while they harbor dissatisfaction over her slaying of Odin. The support and explanations offered by Frigga have managed to placate the masses, at least for the time being. Asgard has always held a deep reverence for strength. In this realm, one is cherished solely based on their prowess. In essence, Asgard is a land where the very essence of violence courses through its veins. "Well, Odin, you have met your fate." Upon confirming the veracity of this news, Njord immediately rose in excitement, exclaiming his approval. "Well done. Hela has acted justly. Odin deserved his demise long ago." This sentiment echoed the genuine thoughts of Njord and many gods across the Nine Realms. Odin had been exceedingly domineering during his reign. Other deities were compelled to bow before him or face dire consequences. Now, a sense of liberation filled the air, for that old wretch Odin had finally perished. Those who had been suppressed by Odin for ages could finally rise against their oppressor. Dispatch the orders. Prepare the entire army. We shall avenge the fallen King Odin. Njord swiftly composed himself and instructed his subordinates. However, vengeance was, in reality, an improbable endeavor. Who would willingly seek retribution for Odin's past transgressions? Rather, it was an opportunity to seize power. Njord had meticulously devised a plan, under the guise of avenging Odin. He would usurp Hela's throne and elevate the young Thor as the new king, positioning himself as the advisor. In truth, he aimed to make Thor a puppet king, allowing himself to emerge as the true ruler of the Nine Realms. Njord felt confident in the success of this scheme. If he could not vanquish Odin, how could he not overpower Odin's daughter? Moreover, he did not intend to undertake this endeavor alone. He would enlist several allies to assist him. As the king of the Vanir, he had no doubt he could find willing companions for his cause. With his resolve firmly established, Njord reveled in the prospect of becoming the sovereign of the Nine Realms. Within these realms, two divine clans stand as the most formidable, the Aesir of Asgard, led by Odin, and the Vanir of Vanaheim, headed by Njord. These two clans have a long history of rivalry, marked by countless conflicts. It was only after Odin's ascendance that the Aesir began to relentlessly pursue and subdue the Vanir. Ultimately, the Vanir conceded, acknowledging Odin as the king of the Nine Realms, deeming themselves his subjects. However, the flames of hatred do not easily extinguish. Now that Odin is gone, the Vanir naturally seek revenge to erase the shame of their past. Unbeknownst to Hela, her claim to the throne is not yet secure, for new challengers are poised to emerge. In a dark expanse of the cosmos, a formidable fleet lies anchored, ready to set forth. Within the grandest of flagship vessels, a statuesque figure resembling a purple tuber listened intently to the report from his subordinate. "Ebony Maw, Great Father, we have ascertained that Odin, the god king of the Nine Realms, has indeed met his demise. despite his unattractive visage. Ebony Maw carried himself with an elegance befitting nobility. The reason he referred to Thanos as father was due to Thanos being their adoptive parent, and the Black Order were, in essence, his foster sons. Is that so? Are you certain? It cannot be a falsehood. Upon hearing Ebony Maw's report, Thanos turned sharply, seeking confirmation. His formidable presence cast a vast shadow, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even Ebony Maw felt a hint of trepidation in Thanos' presence. However, he quickly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it has been confirmed. Odin is truly dead. After digesting Ebony Maw's words, Thanos nodded, though he concealed the tumult of excitement roiling within him. How long has it been? That old fool has finally passed. Heaven knows how fervently Thanos desired Odin's swift departure from this world. Long ago, Thanos had set his sights on the Infinity Stones. Upon learning that the Space Stone was lost on a planet called Earth, he could hardly contain his desire to reclaim it. Alas, the young Thanos had encountered Odin and received a thorough reprimand. It was fortunate that he had not ventured to Earth himself. Otherwise, he would have met his end. The fleets dispatched to Earth were obliterated by Odin before they could even approach the solar system, reduced to countless fragments of space debris, still adrift beyond the orbit of the solar system. Had Thanos been present at that time, the outcome would not have been any more favorable. Since that incident, Thanos understood that to gather the Infinity Stones, Odin was an insurmountable obstacle. Direct confrontation was futile, patience was required. Finally, after a considerable passage of time, he had outweighted Odin. Thrumming with excitement, Thanos yearned to board his spacecraft and hasten to Earth to seize the Infinity Stones. However, he quickly stifled his impulsive thoughts. He knew he must proceed with caution. Having learned from past recklessness, Thanos had grown considerably wiser. Even the endeavor of collecting the Infinity Stones was meticulously planned. He believed that with careful steps, success would ultimately be his, for he was destined for greatness. Ebony Maw, you are to journey to Nidavellir and engage with the dwarves. Instruct them to commence the forging of the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos commanded. The creation of the Infinity Gauntlet was the first step in Thanos' grand design. Without it, even gathering all 6 Infinity Stones would prove futile. At once, my lord, Ebony Maw responded, setting forth to fulfill the command. Striving for perfection in all tasks assigned by Thanos, he would ensure that this endeavor was no exception. After the disappearance of the ebony throat, Thanos revealed a smile. Although his large mouth may appear somewhat intimidating, his spirits were undeniably high. With the weight of destiny upon him, Thanos believed he would ultimately achieve his objectives and become the savior of the entire universe. Hela, however, remained oblivious to the impending storm. She was seizing control of Asgard while simultaneously preparing for Odin's funeral. As the former king of the gods, Odin's funeral required a display of considerable grandeur. Though Hela had been the one to end Odin's life, Asgard was steeped in a history of rebellion. Was it not Odin himself who had traversed such a path? With Frigga's unwavering support behind her, who would dare voice dissent? Of course, whispers of discontent would inevitably arise, as the stigma of patricide was far from favorable. Yet, there was no alternative. Odin had to be eliminated. Given Odin's prior actions, there was no justification for sparing him. As for the murmurs of criticism, let them persist. In 1,000 years, who would even remember this affair? Time is the most exquisite means of concealing the truth. Moreover, during this period, Hela tirelessly promoted her past contributions to Asgard. Undeniably, Hela had indeed played a significant role in Asgard's prosperity, and her efforts were integral to its current flourishing. However, Odin had long overshadowed her achievements. Thus, Hela sought to remind the people of Asgard of her past glories, a strategy to win their favor. In truth, most of the Asgardians were indifferent to who their king was, as long as he bore the name Odinson and possessed formidable strength. It was this very reason that dissenting voices against her rule had dwindled significantly. Yet, at this juncture, Hela received unsettling news. Njord, the king of Vanaheim, had summoned a group of reclusive gods with the intent of overthrowing her, the so-called tyrant. In simple terms, these individuals, seeing Odin's demise, planned to incite turmoil. If possible, Hela wished to avoid initiating conflict, especially during this delicate transition of power. However, should they come to her doorstep, the situation would be vastly different. If she could excel in confronting these adversaries, she might garner immense public support. Nothing could solidify a king's authority more than the triumph of war. Contemplating this, a cold smile crept upon Hela's lips. To those who sought to exploit this opportunity for chaos, if you dare approach, none shall escape. Soon, the day of Odin's burial arrived. Under Frigga's guidance, Odin's body was placed in a floral ship, destined to drift along the river and into the sea. This was a tradition of Asgard. A similar ritual had been observed when Frigga passed in Thor, the Dark World. As Odin's lifeless body was poised to drift down the river, an unexpected assembly of intruders suddenly appeared. Leading the charge was Njord, accompanied by a formidable contingent of the Vanir, along with his gathered allies, who boldly set foot upon the sacred grounds of Asgard. Without the slightest semblance of courtesy, they unleashed their overwhelming presence, signaling their ill intentions. Where is Hela, the patricide, the usurper of the throne? Let her be brought to justice. Njord's thunderous voice resonated throughout Asgard, immediately inciting the ire of its denizens. Who is this audacious figure, demanding the death of Asgard's new deity upon his arrival? Regardless of Hela's past transgressions, they remain internal matters of the Aesir. Who are you, an outsider, to meddle in our affairs? Moreover, Njord and his entourage displayed an arrogance that was egregiously excessive, barging into Asgard without so much as a greeting. Historically, it has always been the Asgardians who have displayed such hubris. When did it become the turn of the Vanir? At that moment, Frigga emerged from the crowd, her gaze fixed upon the brazen Njord. Naturally, she recognized him, not only due to her status as queen, but also because of her origins from Vanaheim, the land of the Vanir. Though Frigga is the queen of Asgard, her roots lie in Vanaheim, thus she is of the Vanir. In essence, her union with Odin was a political marriage, forged during the era when the Aesir and Vanir were embroiled in relentless conflict. The brutal war left both pantheons weary, each yearning for an end to the senseless strife. The most effective means of cessation, it seemed, was through the bond of kinship. Hence, Frigga became Odin's wife. And with that union, the war between the two factions concluded. Yet, within this political alliance, Frigga cultivated profound affection for Odin, leading her to wholly embrace her role as queen of the Aesir rather than a daughter of the Vanir. Thus, when confronted by the imposing Njord, Frigga's demeanor was one of fierce indignation. King of the Vanir, you must elucidate your purpose for trespassing upon Asgard, she declared. Furthermore, you owe an apology for your insolent remarks. While Frigga had always exuded a benevolent aura by Odin's side, she possessed an undeniable authority. In this moment, as she defended the dignity of Asgard, she resolutely stepped forward to confront Njord. Odin's demise was a source of profound sorrow for Frigga, yet she understood that it was Odin's own choice. Moreover, regardless of Hela's actions, they pertained to internal matters of Asgard. It was not the place of outsiders to interject. Njord was evidently taken aback by Frigga's defiance. This situation is entirely contrary to his expectations. Logically, Freya should have sought his assistance, leveraging his power to overthrow Hela, the treacherous daughter who seeks to usurp the throne. Moreover, given that Odin was clearly slain by Hela's own hand, why does Freya still support Hela in her ascension as the ruler of the gods? It is evident that Njord, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the circumstances, finds himself bewildered by the current state of affairs. Nonetheless, this confusion will not deter his resolve. Since Freya refuses to cooperate, he will have to take matters into his own hands. After all, with Odin deceased, who in Asgard can stand in his way? Odin was the king of the 9 realms, the illustrious sovereign of the 9 worlds, and my closest brother. It is unfathomable to accept that my dearest brother could perish at the hands of his own daughter. This is a monumental act of treachery. Thus, I must avenge Odin. Hela must pay for her actions in blood. Njord adopts the stance of avenging Odin, which only serves to infuriate Freya further. Bah, were you this bold when Odin was alive? Do you think others are unaware of the fate that befalls Odin's brothers? Surely, you understand the implications. Freya has perceived this shift. Njord can no longer contain his ambition after Odin's death and seeks to challenge the supremacy of the Aesir. This is quite natural. The period immediately following Hela's ascension is undoubtedly one of the most tumultuous in Asgard's history. It is not surprising that those with ambition would seek to seize this opportunity. Freya shares this concern, uncertain whether Asgard can weather this storm. If Hela fails to respond decisively to imminent threats, her reign may very well become a mere jest. Observing Freya's somber expression, a smile creeps upon Njord's lips. This is precisely the effect he desires. After being subdued by Odin for much of his life, he finally glimpses the dawn of his own resurgence. More importantly, his ambition begins to swell. With Odin now dead, why should he not aspire to become the king of the 9 realms himself? Njord's stirrings naturally draw Hela's attention. In fact, Hela, alongside Yubai, observes Njord soaring in the sky with an air of arrogance. Do you require my assistance in dealing with him? Yubai inquires. He is reluctant to intervene, having only acted against Odin due to Odin's provocations. However, Njord's intentions are clearly directed at Hela, and he cannot remain indifferent. Yet Hela shakes her head, dismissing the notion of seeking Yibai's help. I must confront him personally. I possess the strength to do so. Hela is correct. She must rely on herself to resolve the issue posed by Njord. She is the god king of the 9 realms, and thus she must demonstrate the mightiest power among them. In this regard, Yibai is of no assistance. Only by vanquishing her foes can Hela rightfully claim her throne. This is Hela's battle for legitimacy. After exchanging a word with Yibai, Hela summoned the great wolf Fenrir and mounted his back, proceeding toward Njord. The newly appointed god king of Asgard, Hela, must respond to Njord's provocation. Hela's movements were swiftly detected by Njord. In truth, Fenrir's massive form could hardly conceal their approach. Before the watchful eyes of the multitude, Hela arrived before Njord atop the great wolf. People of the Vanir, do you seek to incite war once more? Hela addressed Njord and the multitude of other deities with a grave tone. Her words ignited the fury of the Asgardians. Hela was correct. The Vanir sought to rekindle the flames of conflict. For too long, Asgard had been the oppressor in the Nine Realms. When had they ever been the ones to suffer from invasion? While some Asgardians did not recognize Hela's claim to the throne, this did not impede their disdain for outsiders. Ultimately, regardless of Hela's faults, she remained one of their own. Hela would defend Asgard's interests and fight for them, unlike these intruders. Thus, it was only natural that, at this moment, the people of Asgard stood united with Hela. As Hela questioned Njord about provoking war, the Asgardians brandished their weapons, resembling a horde of war-mad warriors. Indeed, the Asgardians were fervently inclined toward battle. This situation caused Njord to furrow his brow further. He had not anticipated that Hela would establish herself in Asgard and garner numerous supporters. The people of Asgard had acknowledged Hela's claim to the throne. What was happening? Hela, the one who had slain her own father, was being accepted by the Asgardians as their ruler. Had they lost their minds? Njord found it incomprehensible how Hela had won a portion of the populace's favor. Yet, it mattered little now. Since he could not persuade the people of Asgard to dethrone their tyrannical ruler, he would take matters into his own hands as Odin's ally. If he wished to ascend as the ruler of the Nine Realms and lead the Vanir to trample the Aesir, Hela was the adversary he must defeat. I do not desire war, but I come seeking vengeance. My dear brother Odin was slain by your treacherous means. You must pay for his life. Njord found his pretext for war, driven by the memory of Odin. Had Odin been privy to his words, he would likely have been driven to the brink of fury and resurrection. In response to Njord's declarations, Hela's retort was nothing short of direct and brutal. A sword forged from the night sky was unleashed, aimed squarely at Njord's visage. Yet Njord was no mere figure of legend. As one of the most ancient deities among the Nine Realms, he possessed formidable strength. In the face of Hela's assault, he deftly wielded his trident-shaped weapon, knocking the celestial blade aside. In an instant, the clash of battle erupted. Njord, with long-held ambitions, was eager to supplant the Aesir pantheon. Hela, on the other hand, yearned for a resounding victory to solidify her dominion. Thus, from the outset, the prospect of reconciliation was utterly futile. A mere disagreement naturally escalated into a fierce confrontation. Njord charged at Hela, brandishing his trident, while Hela, undeterred, advanced towards him. To ascend to Odin's throne and claim the title of ruler of the Nine Realms, Hela must decisively vanquish the other gods. Only then could her reign as queen be deemed legitimate. This was precisely why Hela forbade Yi-Bai from intervening. Truth be told, her own prowess was more than sufficient to handle the predicament at hand. While Njord's strength was commendable, Hela's was even more astonishing. Though she could not best Odin, she was certainly not a foe that the other gods of the Nine Realms could contend with. Had one witnessed the formidable Thor, once renowned throughout the realms, being subdued by Hela, the outcome was clear. Thus, in their initial skirmish, Njord encountered a rather tragic realization. He was utterly outmatched by Hela. While he had yet to face outright defeat, he found himself firmly under her dominion. At that moment, Hela had shed her iconic black armor, donning instead a resplendent suit of golden battle attire. She was no longer merely the goddess of death, but had transformed into the sovereign queen, Hela. This metamorphosis rendered her akin to a Valkyrie, exuding valor and shedding much of her former ominous aura. Undoubtedly, this incarnation of Hela possessed a charm that surpassed her previous guise as the goddess of death. The scale of the conflict swiftly expanded. What began as a duel between Njord and Hela gradually evolved into a war between the Vanir and Aesir. The gods of the Nine Realms whom Njord had summoned now launched their assault upon Asgard. Although these deities were not particularly formidable, even falling short of some powerful mutants, they appeared quite imposing against the common denizens of Asgard. Consequently, at the outset, Asgard found itself at a disadvantage, hindered by a lack of preparation and an insufficient number of strong allies. Hela's strength was undeniable. She alone was capable of keeping Njord at bay. However, Hela found herself ensnared by Njord's attention, rendering her unable to confront these so-called deities. Yet, with the arrival of Thor, the situation began to shift. Thor's heart was in turmoil. He had no intention of intervening, for he could not forgive Hela for the death of Odin. Although he understood that it was Odin's own choice and that Odin was indeed paying the price for his past actions, comprehension was one thing, while emotional acceptance was quite another. It was only when Thor witnessed the Asgardians faltering under the relentless assault of the Vanir that he could no longer remain passive. Had Njord's wrath been solely directed at Hela, Thor might have held back. However, the fact that they dared to lay hands upon the people of Asgard was utterly intolerable. Thus, Thor made his entrance. Endless thunder accompanied him. He was now truly the god of thunder. Though he no longer wielded Mjolnir, his might had only intensified. With ease, Thor targeted an obscure deity from the Nine Realms, effortlessly pinning this nameless minor god to the ground and unleashing his fury. In stark contrast to his powerless stance before Hela, Thor now exuded the presence of a war god when facing other deities from the Nine Realms. One cannot deny the vast disparity in strength between Thor and Hela. Moreover, Thor's intervention greatly invigorated the morale of the Asgardian populace. Until now, the Asgardians had felt somewhat estranged from Hela. Yet, they were intimately familiar with Thor. Furthermore, even Thor had acknowledged Hela's claim to the throne. And now he fought on her behalf. What right did the common folk have to question Hela's divine sovereignty? It must be noted that Frigga and the god of thunder, Thor, provided significant support to Hela. Without Frigga's backing and Thor's tacit approval, Hela's ascension to the throne would not have been so readily accepted by the people of Asgard. With Thor now engaged in battle, Asgard had begun to gain the upper hand. If all went as expected, the ultimate victor of this conflict between the Aesir and the Vanir would indeed be the Aesir. After all, even Njord, the mightiest of the Aesir, was no match for Hela. Moreover, the Asgardians had not forgotten that Hela had an immensely powerful queen at her disposal. Although Yabai had not taken to the battlefield, she provided Asgard with considerable confidence. If even Odin could not contend with Yabai, they believed that these foolish Vanir stood no chance. Thus, this battle seemed destined for an Aesir triumph. Just as the conflict reached a fever pitch and the Vanir faced imminent defeat, a violet beam descended from the heavens, striking the very soil of Asgard. A terrifying shockwave ensued, obliterating vast swathes of the city into ruins. The sudden turn of events rendered the battlefield silent. Hela paused her actions, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury as she gazed towards the heavens. Under the watchful gazes of the onlookers, 5 luminous figures, radiating a purple glow, descended slowly. These humanoid entities towered over 20 meters in height, their bodies adorned with robust muscles and their faces covered in numerous eyes. While the ordinary Asgardians may have been oblivious to the identities of these beings, Hela was acutely aware. They belonged to the most formidable force in the cosmos, the infamous Pantheon. The 5 members of the Pantheon launched an attack in unison. Chapter 61. The unexpected emergence of the Pantheon was unforeseen by all. Both Njord and Hela wore grim expressions as they regarded the sudden arrival of the Pantheon. In that moment, the previously adversarial Hela and Njord tacitly ceased their actions. The conflicts among the 9 realms were their own affairs. What business did the Pantheon have in their matters? When did the affairs of the 9 realms become the concern of outsiders? Moreover, the arrival of the Pantheon harbored no goodwill. They were notorious for their domineering ways. Long ago, the Pantheon had intended to use the 9 realms as a testing ground, only to be thwarted by Odin. After a fierce battle with the mighty Odin, the fate of Earth was spared from annihilation. Now, in the wake of Odin's demise, the Pantheon's resurgence could hardly be deemed coincidental. It was evident to all that these beings sought to exploit Odin's absence to reclaim the 9 realms as their experimental ground. Neither Njord nor Hela wished to witness such a scenario. Should the Pantheon succeed, what dignity would remain for the 9 realms? Furthermore, the majority of Asgardians regarded the towering figures of the Pantheon with expressions of wrath. These arrogant beings had already laid waste to a portion of an Asgardian city upon their arrival. This was undoubtedly a violation of Asgardian pride, tantamount to declaring war. However, the hostility from Njord and Hela, along with the fury of the Asgardian populace, was of no concern to the 5 members of the Pantheon. They viewed themselves as superior beings, far above the insignificant mortals before them. Upon learning of Odin's death, they had already begun plotting to reclaim the 9 realms as their testing ground. This time, no Odin would stand in their way. In addition to this motive, they had another purpose for their arrival, to find Yabai. Soon, one of the towering members of the Pantheon detected Yabai's presence. The target has been located. The extermination order shall commence. The towering figure of the Pantheon declared, its voice devoid of emotion. Though these beings were labeled as life forms, they resembled more of mechanical automatons. Soon, a member of the celestial group sprang into action, soaring through the air towards Yabai's location. This spectacle did not escape Yabai's notice. To his astonishment, these grotesque beings were indeed heading for him. How could this be, he pondered. Despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous, why had he attracted the attention of the celestial group? Was it due to the matter of devouring stars? Yet, such a phenomenon seemed unlikely to provoke their ire. While Yabai was lost in thought, the colossal figure of the celestial group descended before him. Their arrogance was palpable, as they displayed no intention of showing even a modicum of respect to Asgard. They landed directly from the sky, shattering the dome of Odin's golden palace. Looming over Yabai, after a brief glance to confirm their target, the celestial group member launched a punch at Yabai, catching him completely off guard. Despite the suddenness of the attack, Yabai found the assailant's speed to be painfully slow, affording him time to reflect on how he had provoked these hideous creatures. After a moment of fruitless contemplation, he decided to cast aside his confusion. With the threat of annihilation looming before him, Yabai could no longer afford to remain idle. He retaliated with a punch aimed at the incoming fist of the celestial group. The scene was strikingly discordant. Yabai appeared minuscule in comparison to the towering celestial group. The fist of the celestial member was nearly as large as Yabai himself, generating a fearsome momentum that caused the very air to crackle with explosive resonance. In stark contrast, Yibai's punch seemed almost delicate. Observers unfamiliar with the context would undoubtedly assume Yi-Bai was doomed. However, as the collision erupted, the outcome was profoundly surprising. At the moment of impact, the Celestial Group member's finger bones began to shatter, the fractures traveling up through his hand and arm, obliterating other bones in the process. In the face of Yi-Bai's raw physical strength, this was an act of folly. The celestial figure was sent flying, crashing through the palace walls and tracing an arc before landing back where he had started, crumpling to the ground at the feet of his fellow celestial members. Upon witnessing their fallen comrade, the remaining celestials were struck with disbelief. This unfortunate soul, even if he survived, was rendered utterly incapacitated, reduced to a mere shell of his former self. This outcome was a far cry from their expectations. Shouldn't they have anticipated their companion returning triumphantly with Yi-Bai's head? Instead, they found themselves in a situation where one of their own lay on the brink of death. How could such a seemingly insignificant creature possess such formidable combat prowess? Why had I never heard a whisper of Yi-Bai's reputation before? Without granting the Celestial Group any time to react, Yi-Bai had already made his entrance. He ascended into the sky, leaving a sonic boom in his wake, and hovered above the 4 members of the Celestial Group, gazing down at them. His eyes were as tranquil as still water as he posed a question that piqued his curiosity. I am genuinely perplexed. I should have posed no threat to you. Why have you chosen to target me? This was the enigma that troubled Yi-Bai the most. He had done nothing to provoke them. So why did the Celestial Group seek to confront him? The 4 members offered no response, but instead gradually ascended to match Yi-Bai's altitude, forming a cohesive circle around him. They had come to realize that the figure before them was undoubtedly a formidable entity shrouded in mystery. At that moment, one of the Celestial Group members finally spoke. Your existence has disrupted the trajectory of the future, steering the universe towards an unpredictable fate. Before you can inflict further devastation, we must eliminate this variable. Upon hearing these words, Yi-Bai comprehended the reason behind the Celestial Group's animosity. Just as they had articulated, his existence represented a significant variable, altering the narrative of the Marvel Universe into an unpredictable form. This was evident from the moment Hela escaped Odin's seal. It was challenging to determine whether her premature escape was a consequence of Yi-Bai's subtle influence. However, one certainty remained. Under Yi-Bai's influence, the original storyline of the Marvel Universe had deviated increasingly from its intended path. This was the rationale for the Celestial Group's pursuit of Yi-Bai. In the Marvel Universe, numerous powerful beings possessed the ability to foresee the future, and many such individuals resided within the Celestial Group. Upon recognizing Yi-Bai as a potential disruptor of the narrative, the Celestial Group could not allow him to slip through their grasp. This encounter made it clear to Yi-Bai that he would face an unending pursuit from the Celestial Group. They would never relinquish their pursuit easily. Thus, it became apparent that Yi-Bai and the Celestial Group were destined adversaries. With this realization, Yi-Bai ceased to dwell on his predicament, having already confronted their superior, the Devourer of Worlds. Did he truly need to concern himself with these celestial members? The remaining 4 members of the Celestial Group hesitated no longer. After encircling Yi-Bai, they launched their offensive. One member's eyes began to radiate with increasing intensity until a massive energy beam surged forth, aimed directly at Yi-Bai's form. Under the force of this potent cosmic ray, the surrounding space warped slightly, creating a disorienting sensation. There was no doubt among the onlookers regarding the devastating lethality of this beam. Even Hela and Neural were filled with trepidation, questioning whether they would fare any better against the rays of the Celestial Group. Yet, Yi-Bai remained utterly unfazed, his tranquil eyes now shimmering with an orange-red glow. In that moment, 2 beams erupted from his gaze, soaring straight towards the rays of the Celestial Group. The signature ability of Kryptonians and Doomsday, the Superheat Ray, was unleashed. As Yi-Bai's heat rays collided with those of the Celestial Group, the anticipated violent clash did not occur. Instead, it was a one-sided affair. The orange-red heat ray effortlessly shattered the purple rays of the Celestial Group, following their trajectory and striking directly at the Celestial Group members. The result was catastrophic. The Celestial Group member who had first attacked Yi-Bai found his skull pierced by the heat ray. Yi-Bai's superheat ray, capable of cleaving through planets when fully unleashed, was far beyond what the Celestial Group could withstand. At that moment, the other members of the Celestial Group sprang into action. One brandished a special alloy double-edged sword, charging towards Yi-Bai with astonishing speed. The gleaming blade reflected a chilling light, and the imposing figure exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. No one doubted this member's prowess. Indeed, he could effortlessly annihilate an entire civilization. Yet alas, his adversary today was Yi-Bai. As the Celestial Group member lunged forward, a murderous intent flickered in Yi-Bai's eyes. Just as the double-edged sword was about to strike the top of his head, Yi-Bai extended his right hand, seizing the weapon and crushing it with ease. Before the Celestial Group member could comprehend this grim reality, Yi-Bai had already closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. In the next instant, like a baseball struck with great force, the Celestial Group member was sent crashing into the earth, creating a massive crater in the land of Asgard. He lay at the bottom of the pit, broken and lifeless. The once formidable celestial group, perceived as powerful by the denizens of the Nine Realms, could not withstand a single blow from Yi-Bai, who dispatched them in an instant. The remaining 2 members of the celestial group stood in stunned disbelief, grappling with the overwhelming disparity in strength. Their despair deepened as Yi-Bai's gaze turned towards them. Flee. In that moment, the only thought that remained in the minds of the 2 celestial group members was to escape. Remaining would mean certain death. The power Yi-Bai had displayed was beyond their capacity to challenge. They could not match him in energy, nor could they hope to withstand his physical might. Such an opponent left no room for resistance. Without the need for discussion, the 2 members of the celestial group instinctively split up to flee, hoping at least one might survive. Yet, tragically, Yi-Bai offered them no chance to escape, as he gazed upon the frantic figures of the 2 deities fleeing. The murderous intent in Yi-Bai's eyes remained unwavering. A torrent of inky black magic coalesced before him, ultimately manifesting as an arrow forged from pure darkness. The spell of annihilation was summoned. With a mere thought, this arrow transformed into a streak of shadow, hurtling towards one of the fleeing deities. Without a hint of hesitation, it closed the distance and pierced through the very essence of the divine being. Before the fallen deity's form could even touch the ground, it began to succumb to the corrosive magic, igniting into ashes. The last remaining deity, catching a glimpse of this macabre spectacle from the corner of his eye, felt a surge of dread and quickened his pace. Yet, Yi-Bai had already closed in, his speed far surpassing that of his quarry. In the blink of an eye, Yi-Bai had appeared behind him, placing a hand atop the deity's head and applying a slight pressure. With a crack, the deity's skull was shattered, leaving an exaggerated dent in its wake. Thus, all 4 deities were annihilated. From the initiation of the assault to its conclusion, Yi-Bai expended less than a minute. The 4 deities had barely managed to resist, let alone escape. This scene profoundly astounded all witnesses present, providing them with a clearer understanding of Yi-Bai's formidable prowess. Long before, when Yi-Bai had vanquished Odin, many had recognized his terrifying capabilities. However, they now realized that they had previously underestimated him. 5 deities in total, a sight that would give Odin a headache, a situation that could instill fear across the 9 realms, were reduced to mere playthings in Yi-Bai's presence, dispatched with ease. Each meeting a unique demise. Such power was truly astonishing. After effortlessly dispatching the deities, Yi-Bai displayed little emotional fluctuation, akin to an unintentional step upon a few ants while strolling. He remained calmly suspended in the air, continuing to observe the fierce battle between Hela and her adversaries. Devoid of any exhilaration from triumphing over formidable foes, Yi-Bai discerned that Hela possessed the strength to manage the crisis. Thus he refrained from intervening, choosing instead to admire the grace of his wife. As for the deities, they were not of the 9 realms and had come specifically to provoke Yi-Bai. This conflict represented a personal vendetta between the deities and Yi-Bai, unlikely to affect the broader situation of the 9 realms. Yi-Bai genuinely felt no excitement in slaying the deities. In the Marvel Universe, the deities are somewhat of an awkward presence, akin to secondary characters. Their might, while notable, crumbles before true powerhouses. In many significant events within the Marvel realm, it has become a customary practice for supervillains to eliminate a cadre of deities as their first act of defiance, as if adhering to some unspoken rule of the game. One cannot profess to be a truly formidable villain without the annihilation of the Celestials. Within the Marvel Universe, the slaughter of the Celestials has indeed transpired on numerous occasions, with several instances nearly culminating in their extinction. Nonetheless, the Celestials are not entirely comprised of the feeble. There exist among them some immensely powerful beings. The exact number of Celestials remains a mystery, but it is assuredly substantial. Within this vast multitude, some Celestials possess only the strength akin to that of a progenitor, while others are so extraordinarily powerful that they can contend with the mightiest of deities. Thus, Yi-Bai finds little cause for excitement in the slaying of 5 Celestials. He believes it prudent to remain composed. As the battle on Yi-Bai's front drew to a close, Hela and her allies momentarily paused before resuming their combat. Yet, the tides of battle had decidedly shifted in favor of Asgard. Prior to the arrival of the Celestials, Njord might have held his ground, but now, his resistance was utterly collapsing. His own power was inferior to that of Hela, and his forces lacked the elite prowess of Asgard. Witnessing Yi-Bai's formidable strength further drained Njord of whatever courage he had, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full potential. Though Yi-Bai appeared indifferent, seemingly disinterested in the internal conflicts of the 9 realms, one could only speculate about his true intentions. The prospect of inadvertently harming Hela filled Njord with dread. He did not consider himself more resilient than the lives of the 5 Celestials. This trepidation led him to fight with restraint, unable to unleash his full might. Given his inherent inferiority to Hela, the outcome was all but predetermined. As Hela continued to grow more at ease in battle, she became acutely aware of Njord's apprehensions. Yet, she felt no dissatisfaction. Rather, she welcomed the notion of having backing in her endeavors. To expedite Njord's defeat, Hela even unleashed her realm of death, making it all the more challenging for him to resist. Hela, goddess of death, I admire your valor and strength, yet if this battle continues, it shall only lead to mutual destruction. Why not halt our conflict and draft a truce? Njord, increasingly convinced that he could no longer endure this skirmish, found himself contemplating surrender. He genuinely lacked the courage to prolong the struggle with Hela, thus he directly sought peace, which could be interpreted as a form of capitulation. However, Hela had no intention of acquiescing to his terms. It was you who sought war, and now it is you who desires peace. Such endeavors are seldom granted so easily. A truce? Impossible. From the moment you set foot on Asgardian soil, one side of this conflict was destined for utter defeat, she retorted with a cold laugh. Firmly resolved to continue the battle, with Asgard now assured of victory, there was no chance of her conceding to a cessation of hostilities. Moreover, Hela harbored hopes that a resounding victory would fortify her authority as the goddess of death. In Chapter 62, if Njord were granted another opportunity to choose, he would undoubtedly refrain from inciting this war in Asgard. Would it not have been more prudent to remain in Vanaheim? Why pursue the elusive title of King of the Nine Realms? The might of Asgard surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. Even in Odin's absence, Hela, who was not much inferior to him, stood as a formidable adversary, and what was more, she possessed the advantage of youth. This predicament plunged him into a harrowing struggle, where defeat seemed inevitable. Hela's formidable prowess was to be anticipated, given her notorious reputation, though she exceeded his expectations in strength. However, the sudden emergence of Yi-Bai was truly excessive, seemingly unremarkable and without any noteworthy reputation across the Nine Realms. He nonetheless obliterated the 5 members of the Pantheon in less than 10 seconds. Such combat prowess would render even a resurrected Odin inadequate. As Njord gazed upon the still warm remains of the Pantheon, a chill enveloped his heart. Had he known of Yi-Bai's presence beside Hela, he would have harbored far fewer misgivings. Alas, in this world, there exists no opportunity for regret. Regardless of his remorse, he must now face the repercussions of his actions. And the cost was exceedingly steep, potentially dragging all of Vanaheim into the abyss. In his contemplation, Njord overlooked a crucial fact. Distraction in battle is a grave folly. Hela astutely seized upon Njord's fleeting moment of inattention, wielding her sword of night to pierce through his defenses. The obsidian blade plunged into his body, creating a grievous wound. At this juncture, the outcome was unmistakable. Fortunately, Njord had narrowly evaded a fatal strike, though the blow had left him gravely weakened. I submit. I am willing to acknowledge you as the king of the Nine Realms. The Vanir shall henceforth serve as vassals to the Aesir, upholding your dominion, he proclaimed. Utterly shaken by the magnitude of his defeat, he scarcely had time to assess his injuries before he was compelled to confront Hela's relentless onslaught, simultaneously uttering words of submission to acknowledge his failure. Njord recognized with clarity that his fortunes had turned against him. No longer could he aspire to the title of King of the Nine Realms. Preserving his own life was now his paramount concern. Thus, he capitulated swiftly, fearful that Hela might seize the opportunity to end his life. Having already outlasted one Odin, he thought little of dispatching another Hela. Yet upon hearing Njord's words, Hela merely scoffed. Now you seek mercy? It is too late. Hela's temperament bears a striking resemblance to that of Yi-Bai. Both are characterized by a vengeful nature. The decrepit old fool, Njord, seeks to usurp her divine throne while she is still unsteady in her power, a treachery deserving of punishment. Now, as his plans teeter on the brink of failure, he dares to plead for mercy. Is that even a possibility? I shall never accept a power-hungry subordinate. Vanaheim has no need for a god who instigates war. Hela declared coldly, her offensive unyielding and, indeed, intensified. Her intent was unmistakable. Njord must perish. And she would elevate another obedient ruler to govern Vanaheim. To seek to survive after having wronged her? A mere fantasy. Njord, recognizing Hela's lethal resolve, understood that his demise was inevitable. This engendered a profound sense of resentment and rage within him, for even Odin had never contemplated his death. Yet, beneath this resentment lay a deeper resignation, for he realized that even with the knowledge of Hela's intentions, he possessed no means to avert his fate. Perhaps he had truly aged. The future of the Nine Realms belonged to the youth. As if to affirm Njord's suspicions, the conflict involving Thor and the other gods of the Nine Realms swiftly drew to a close. Though Thor found himself bested by Hela, he managed to triumph over the others without issue. Having awakened his latent potential, Thor's strength had surpassed his former self. Presently, he was on the cusp of attaining a level akin to that of the Allfather. Should he acquire the Stormbreaker axe, he might indeed ascend to the ranks of the Allfather's might. With the war having reached its current impasse, Njord's prospects had utterly dwindled. Asgard remained as formidable as ever, even in Odin's absence, still wielding the power to govern the Nine Realms. Njord, deep down, recognized that he had truly met his defeat. Not only had he lived under Odin's shadow all his life, but he was also destined to perish at Hela's hands. However, upon facing this inescapable fate, Njord relinquished his trepidation and no longer held back against Hela. A cornered beast is often at its most dangerous. The struggle of a trapped creature is indeed perilous. Upon accepting his impending death, Njord shed his earlier anxieties, unleashing a formidable fighting spirit. For a moment, he matched Hela blow for blow. Hela was taken aback by Njord's sudden resurgence, though her surprise was fleeting. In truth, had Njord unleashed his power sooner, he might have posed a genuine challenge to Hela. However, at this juncture, it was too late to alter the outcome. Hela, like a merciless huntress, had already calculated every avenue of her prey's struggle. Njord's sudden outburst merely delayed the inevitable moment of his demise. Soon, as the fervor within him waned, Njord found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Ultimately, during a clash beneath the night sky, where sword met trident, he failed to thwart Hela's onslaught. With a single stroke, Hela severed his head, extinguishing his life completely. Before his arrival, Njord harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to reign as the sovereign of the 9 realms, akin to Odin. In truth, he met a fate similar to Odin's. Falling by Hela's hand, Njord is dead, you are finished. Surrender your resistance, and in the name of the God King, I shall spare you, otherwise, you shall all perish here today. After decapitating Njord, Hela remained impassive, holding aloft his severed head and proclaiming from the heights, reveling in her triumph. Upon hearing her declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield below. All eyes were fixed upon Hela, resembling a Valkyrie, as they beheld the trophy of Njord's head. In the next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted. The people of Asgard chanted praises, unequivocally acknowledging Hela's supremacy. For the glory of Asgard, for the glory of the northern gods. The populace of Asgard roared, their morale soaring to extraordinary heights, charging fiercely at the invaders. Asgard was, by nature, a warlike race, and with such elevated spirits, they surged forward like wolves. Conversely, the forces of Vanaheim, led by Njord, appeared utterly listless. A closer inspection revealed a haunting emptiness and dread in their eyes. In warfare, the demise of one's leader at the hands of the enemy is the most demoralizing blow imaginable. Hela's decisive, one-on-one execution of Njord only deepened the dread among the Vanaheim warriors, fostering fear not only of Hela but also of the Asgardians surrounding her. In that moment, the people of Vanaheim were reminded of the days when they were once subjugated by Asgard. It was during Odin's reign, a time of unparalleled glory, when all realms bowed in submission. Now, Hela, through her might, made it abundantly clear that another Odin had arisen. Days had passed since that fateful battle. Following Hela's execution of Njord, the war lost all semblance of suspense. Asgard emerged victorious, with all invaders perishing upon its soil. Hela, through her remarkable performance in this triumph, solidified her position as the God King, garnering the affection of the populace. Henceforth, no one in Asgard would dare question her sovereignty. It was on this day that Yi-Bai sought out Hela to bid farewell. After spending a few days in Asgard, experiencing the favor of the God King, he resolved to depart. Asgard was indeed a splendid realm, and its people had shown Yi-Bai immense warmth and hospitality. After all, people tend to revere the strong. And Yi-Bai undoubtedly stands as the mightiest in Asgard today. Yet, Asgard proved to be exceedingly dull. The predominant form of entertainment revolved around incessant drinking and boasting. A lifestyle Yi-Bai found utterly unpalatable. He was far more accustomed to life on Earth, which constituted his primary motivation for departure. I shall accompany you. Hela quickly interjected upon hearing Yi-Bai's intention to leave. Recently, she could be deemed a victor in life. Not only had she ascended to the throne of Asgard, but she also enjoyed the company of Yi-Bai. However, upon learning of Yi-Bai's desire to return to Earth, Hela's immediate thought was to accompany him. Yi-Bai, bemused, replied, "Do you not have matters to attend to in Asgard?" At this moment, Hela had just taken the throne and faced a multitude of responsibilities. She was even preparing to dispatch troops to Vanaheim to retaliate against Njord's previous incursions into Asgard. With such pressing matters at hand, it was inconceivable for Hela to leave. Otherwise, she would be deemed a most incompetent ruler. Very well, I cannot yet extricate myself from Asgard, Hela reluctantly conceded, nodding in understanding. But rest assured, I now possess control over the Bifrost and can visit you whenever I wish. Hela continued, having grown accustomed to the days spent with Yi-Bai. She longed not to be apart from him for long. Ideally, she would manage Asgard's affairs during the day and spend her nights with Yi-Bai, an impeccable arrangement of time management. If Odin were to discover how the Bifrost, constructed at such great expense, was being utilized in this manner by Hela, one wonders if he would be stirred from his slumber in anger. Yi-Bai found himself chuckling at the thought. Considering the grandiose commotion the Bifrost caused, perhaps it would be best to refrain from such usage. Otherwise, he could envision a future devoid of tranquility. Allow me to devise a solution. Trust me, it will not take long, Yi-Bai reassured Hela with a smile. While contemplating the necessity of consulting Dr. Strange on the art of creating portals, with the ability to open portals, traveling to Asgard would become far more convenient. As for the space stone, he had no intention of letting it slip through his fingers. even if he had no use for it. Presenting it to Hela would be rather beneficial. At least with the space stone, she could visit him without relying on the Bifrost. All right, I respect your wishes. I shall expedite the affairs of Asgard and join you soon. Hela approached Yi-Bai, playfully asserting, I have come to realize that I do not truly care for the throne. I prefer the life spent in your company. This tender demeanor was one that only surfaced in Yi-Bai's presence. The citizens of Asgard would likely never fathom that their queen Hela could be so reliant on Yi-Bai. In the end, Yi-Bai took his leave. Hela personally escorted him to the Rainbow Bridge, accompanied by Thor. Following the conclusion of the war, Thor sought an excuse to depart from Asgard. Having endured such a monumental upheaval in his life, he yearned to find solace on Earth, ideally reuniting with his beloved Jane Foster and resting his weary heart against her warm embrace. With Jane's compassionate nature, she would undoubtedly offer him the comfort he so desperately needed after recounting his tribulations. However, the truth remained that Thor had yet to forgive Hela and remained uncertain on how to confront his sister, prompting his desire to escape. As for traveling alongside Yi-Bai, Thor had not anticipated this turn of events. It was purely serendipitous. After a burst of vibrant light, Yi-Bai and Thor vanished from Asgard, only to reappear in the outskirts of New York City. With no intention of conversing with Thor, Yi-Bai turned to head back to his estate, only to be halted by Thor's voice. If possible, shall we remain friends? Yi-Bai was taken aback, unable to fathom that Thor would initiate a conversation with him. After all, Yi-Bai had played a part in Odin's demise. Could it be that Thor, with his character, was willing to pardon him? Sensing Yi-Bai's confusion, Thor scratched his head and approached him. I do not hold you responsible. I recognize that my father committed wrongs, including those against you. Therefore, I believe your actions were justified. Mortals are not deserving of death. Thor spoke earnestly to Yi-Bai, revealing that he bore no animosity towards him regarding Odin's fate. Yi-Bai, at a loss for words, contemplated the peculiarities of the Odinson family. Nevertheless, this was a relief, as it meant he need not worry about Thor causing him trouble. If you do not blame me, then we can still be friends, Yi-Bai replied. Although Thor might be somewhat simple-minded, he harbored no ill will towards friends. Furthermore, in terms of their relationship, Thor was, after all, Yi-Bai's brother-in-law. Given their familial bond, Yi-Bai was inclined to keep their rapport amicable. Yet, he had seemingly forgotten that he had more than one brother-in-law. Chapter 63. In the desolate corners of the universe. Within the silent realm of annihilation, Thanos welcomed a special guest today. Loki, who had plummeted into the cosmic abyss in Thor, now found himself bound and brought before Thanos as a captive. Even the notoriously mischievous Loki felt the weight of pressure when confronted by the imposing figure of Thanos. Suppressing his signature smirk, his expression turned serious. You are Loki, the third child of Odin, king of Asgard, Thanos remarked, clearly already aware of Loki's identity as he turned to address him. Ah, indeed it is I. Greetings, esteemed and formidable Titan, Lord Thanos, Loki spoke with an ingratiating tone. Yet his demeanor remained irreverent, as if he were perpetually engaged in jest. This peculiar charm of his had the uncanny ability to render even the most solemn occasions absurd. Furthermore, the true name of Thanos is actually Titan of Madness, a moniker derived from his notorious actions of obliterating half of the life on various planets. You are likely aware of my connection to Asgard. Long ago, Odin himself chastised me. Therefore, I implore you to provide me with a reason to spare your life today. Thanos' voice was bland, unaffected by Loki's tone, yet beneath that calm exterior lay an unmistakable intent to kill, indicating that he had no intention of letting Loki escape easily. I sympathize with your plight, but truth be told, I harbor a deep disdain for that old man as well. If you were to investigate my lineage thoroughly, you would discover that I am not Odin's offspring. Loki endeavored to appear more relaxed, yet his trembling form betrayed his anxiety. After all, he stood before Thanos, the mad titan, whose ruthless reputation even instilled fear in Loki. You speak the truth. The blood coursing through your veins belongs to the frost giants, the natural adversaries of Asgard, Thanos remarked, fully aware of Loki's origins. It was evident that Thanos had his own network within the 9 realms, capable of relaying accurate information. Indeed, the existence of the frost giants serves solely to bring about the downfall of Asgard. It appears we share a common foe. We ought to be allies, Loki suggested, seeking to appease the Titan in a bid for survival. Allies? I have never placed my trust in the notion of friendship, and I certainly do not trust you, Thanos retorted, a sneer of derision evident on his face at Loki's mention of camaraderie. This response left Loki in a precarious predicament, prompting frantic thoughts on how to secure his own safety. If the term friend does not suit your fancy, what of partner in cooperation? Though I am the god of mischief, I hold the spirit of contractual obligation in high regard and would never betray my allies, Loki asserted with fervent conviction, his expression so resolute that it almost convinced him. Were Thor present, he would undoubtedly rebuke Loki for his shamelessness, as Loki's most frequent pastime since childhood had been to exploit such partnerships to his advantage. Clearly, Thanos' intelligence-gathering efforts had yet to reach such meticulous levels. Upon hearing Loki's words, Thanos found himself somewhat persuaded. Pray tell, what form of collaboration do you propose? Thanos inquired, feigning interest, though the menace in his gaze remained unabated. Loki harbored no illusions. He understood that a poorly articulated response could lead to dire consequences. Gathering his thoughts, Loki devised a plan. I possess a multitude of abilities that could assist you in achieving your objectives. I would undoubtedly be your most advantageous ally. Let us consider a transaction. I shall assist you in a particular endeavor, and in return, you shall grant me my freedom. What say you? Loki presented his proposition to Thanos, a sincere yet naive smile gracing his lips. In truth, Loki contemplated escaping Thanos' lair, seeking refuge until the storm passed. To his surprise, Thanos stroked his chin, genuinely contemplating the proposition. He had a task at hand that required attention, yet his formidable Black Order was presently unavailable, leaving him at an impasse. Loki, it seemed, could be a fitting candidate. Are you truly willing to assist me in this matter? Such a feat is not easily achieved, Thanos remarked. Indeed, intending to test Loki, as none were more suitable for the task at present. It would be my honor to alleviate the burdens of the great Titan. Loki responded with an even broader smile, showering Thanos with compliments without reservation. Had Thor possessed even half of Loki's eloquence, he might have won Odin's favor and ascended to the throne of Asgard long ago. In the realm of Midgard, there exists an artifact known as the Tesseract. Can you retrieve it for me? Thanos inquired, scrutinizing Loki's expression, hoping to discern any deceit. Upon hearing this, Loki's heart raced. He immediately recognized the Tesseract for the treasure it was. As for Midgard, commonly known as Earth, Loki was somewhat familiar. Though the inhabitants were rather feeble, the depths of their world were profound. Simultaneously, Loki pondered the potential benefits he could reap from this endeavor. After some contemplation, he presented his terms to Thanos. I can acquiesce to this task, but I have conditions of my own. First, I require an army, as the depths of that realm are treacherous. Second, I demand a weapon suited to my capabilities to ensure optimal performance. Lastly, I seek dominion over Earth. The Tesseract may remain yours. This is a fair exchange, and I assure you, I shall execute it splendidly. Loki felt confident that Thanos would not refuse his terms, knowing that negotiations often began with lofty demands. However, to Loki's astonishment, Thanos pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. This is rather straightforward, is it not? Loki pondered, and found that even Thanos' imposing figure no longer appeared terrifying. Instead, it seemed somewhat comical. I can acquiesce to your terms, but I trust you will uphold your end of the bargain. Should you falter, rest assured, no matter where in the cosmos you attempt to hide, I shall unearth you. Thanos issued a warning to Loki, simultaneously retrieving a staff from behind him, its yellow gem at the apex strikingly captivating. Loki, a man of discernment, instantly recognized the gem for what it was, one of the Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone. This, indeed, constituted Loki's second condition, a formidable weapon. To his astonishment, Loki had not anticipated Thanos' unwavering trust in him. Had he genuinely been swayed by his words, believing in him without reservation? If so, that would be profoundly moving. How could such a gullible being have survived in the universe until now? Unbeknownst to Loki, Thanos did not trust him. Rather, he believed that Loki would not dare to deceive him. Many had attempted to deceive Thanos, yet all had met their demise. Over time, no one in the universe dared to lie to Thanos, leading him to assume that Loki lacked the audacity to betray him. Little did he know that he faced the most reckless individual in the entire Marvel Universe. Deadpool was similarly audacious, engaging in numerous self-destructive antics. Yet his recklessness stemmed from the knowledge that he would not perish. Conversely, Loki's audacity was a gamble with his own life, making him the true embodiment of recklessness, one willing to risk everything. A fruitful collaboration lies ahead. Soon, victory will be ours, Loki declared with great satisfaction, his heart racing with excitement. Today, I, Loki, shall finally rise from my fall. Is this the art of spatial magic? It doesn't appear overly complex. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Earth, in Kamar Taj, Yi-Bai was practicing spells he had learned from the Ancient One in an expansive courtyard. With a mystical ring adorning his hand, he effortlessly traced a golden, circular portal before him. The other side of the portal led to his own estate. This marked Yi-Bai's inaugural practice session. To be precise, he had not practiced at all. After merely observing the Ancient One's demonstration, he had mastered it instantly. Initially, Yi-Bai had anticipated the learning process to be arduous, but to his surprise, it proved remarkably simple. Were Kryptonians inherently adept in magic? Did they possess such high magical aptitude? In truth, this had nothing to do with his Kryptonian heritage. Rather, it was the comprehensive tome on dark magic he had previously acquired that aided him. Consequently, Yi-Bai's magical prowess had unknowingly reached its zenith. Nearby, the Ancient One, upon hearing Yi-Bai's musings, could not help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. Is that truly human discourse? Not difficult, you say? Do you have any idea how long I practiced before I could cast my first spell? 3 months, and that was considered swift. Without sufficient talent, the Ancient One could never have evolved into the supreme sorcerer she is today. Yet, the perpetually self-assured Ancient One found herself genuinely shaken by Yi Bai. The young man possessed an extraordinary aptitude for magic. He could master any spell after just a single glance. Who could withstand such a phenomenon? Fortunately, the Ancient One was a person of broad-mindedness, with a heart as vast as the ocean, unperturbed by external circumstances or personal misfortunes. Perhaps you should try learning this. The Mirror Dimension spell, the very realm we encountered during our first meeting. The Ancient One endeavored to conceal the subtle curve of her lips, not wishing for Yi Bai to discern her private musings. In truth, she intended to give him a stern lesson. Thus, she proposed that Yi Bai attempt the Mirror Dimension spell, confident that it was her secret weapon, one that no other sorcerer in Kamartaj had yet mastered. The difficulty of this spell was evident. Once Yi Bai found himself grappling with its complexities, she planned to pat him on the shoulder and advise him not to reach too far beyond his grasp. Such a challenging spell typically required months of practice. After all, not everyone could learn it in a day as she did. Dear youth, it is crucial to establish a solid foundation. She would then depart with an air of nonchalance, leaving not a cloud in her wake. The life of a supreme sorcerer was indeed monotonous and tedious. All right, I shall give it a try. Unaware of the Ancient One's hidden intentions, Yi Bai eagerly picked up the tome on the Mirror Dimension spell. With his reading speed, he completed the 3 million words in approximately 10 minutes. He then recalled the shattered mirror dimension he had previously encountered and mentally began to simulate it. Soon, Yi Bai had finished all his preparations and was ready to take the plunge. The Ancient One stood beside him, smiling as she observed. She had even devised a plan for how to console him upon his inevitable failure, all while exhibiting the poise befitting a master. Yi Bai held complex mystical seals in his hands, as torrents of magical energy surged into the suspended ring. Countless shards of mirror erupted from the ring, sweeping outward with astonishing velocity in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed. Kamartaj faded away, replaced by a vast expanse of starlit sky. The mirror dimension, once a tool employed by the Ancient One to ensnare Yi Bai, was now mastered by him. The smile on the Ancient One's lips nearly froze in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. She had always recognized Yi Bai's magical talent as considerable, but never to such an extraordinary extent. To learn such a profoundly challenging spell after merely reading the book. Was he even human? Moreover, the mirror dimension Yi Bai had constructed surpassed the one previously created by the Ancient One in its vastness. Previously, the Ancient One had merely constructed a semblance of Earth. Yet now, Yi Bai had created an expanse of starry heavens. Master, do you consider this a success? Yi Bai inquired, oblivious to the bewilderment reflected in the Ancient One's gaze. Upon hearing his words, the Ancient One emerged from her contemplative state, nearly allowing her usually tranquil demeanor to falter under Yi Bai's influence. After clearing her throat, she responded, not bad, though you might endeavor to incorporate additional details into this mirrored space. Overall, it is somewhat satisfactory. The Ancient One could do little else but feign encouragement, maintaining an appearance of approval as a means to engage with Yi Bai. In truth, she felt somewhat disheartened, for it was the first time she perceived a stark contrast among individuals. Some were human, while others seemed monstrous. Yi Bai, however, remained undeterred by such thoughts, taking it as a matter of course, believing that as a supreme sorcerer, her innate magical talents surpassed his. He remained oblivious to the subtle insecurity in the Ancient One's tone. Are there any other spells? I wish to learn more, Yi Bai expressed to the Ancient One, recalling her previous promise to impart all her knowledge of sorcery. Why not learn if the opportunity presented itself? Moreover, Yi Bai was now highly motivated and intrigued by magic, akin to the joy of achieving milestones in a game. Upon returning to Earth, Yi Bai found himself engulfed in a state of idleness. With Hela absent, he lacked even the desire to cook. He realized profoundly that since Hela's departure, the joy in his life had diminished by more than half. The routine of eating, sleeping, and engaging with his partner had been replaced by solitude. Thus, he sought to occupy himself. Earning money was no longer a concern, as he would never again lack for it. Instead, he turned his attention to the Supreme Sorcerer, intending to learn spells from the Ancient One, particularly the teleportation skill. Thus, the previous events unfolded. Yi Bai was not well versed in magic and was uncertain of his aptitude among sorcerers. The Ancient One perceived him as somewhat pretentious, yet in truth, he was a genuine novice. He merely sensed that the spells were far simpler than anticipated. Understanding the principles behind these straightforward spells was sufficient. The remaining task lay in their application, which, in essence, was quite similar and relatively easy for him at this stage. On the third day of learning magic from the Ancient One, she remarked to Yi Bai, in truth, I find myself somewhat numb to the situation. I envy your innate magical talent. In just 3 days, Yi Bai had mastered all the spells that could be cast with the suspended rings. Presently, the Ancient One found herself with little left to teach him. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Regardless of the spell, the fundamental principles remain consistent, Yi Bai replied, nodding at the Ancient One with the earnestness of a diligent student. Yi Bai had always held a profound respect for the profession of teaching. a sentiment that remains unwavering even in the present. Master Gu-Yi, in a sense, could be considered his half-mentor, although neither party was inclined to acknowledge this fact. Henceforth, I shall impart to you the true essence of magic, Gu-Yi declared. In actuality, spells are but mere trinkets I devised from the realm of magic. The latter is far more intricate and profound. In the Marvel Universe, spells are relatively weak, as they seldom engage with the fundamental laws of the cosmos. Magic, however, embodies a completely different concept, approaching the very essence of the universe. The Scarlet Witch's abilities, known as chaos magic, stem from a fusion of a witch's enchantments and Wanda's own extraordinary powers. Consequently, Wanda's chaos magic possesses the capacity to rekindle the universe itself. Furthermore, there exists the white magic that Gu-Yi has mastered. Did one truly believe that Gu-Yi ascended to the title of Sorcerer Supreme solely through spells and the Time Stone? In reality, Gu-Yi's most formidable tool is white magic, which originates from the Trinity deity, S.H.I.E.L.D. His successor, Doctor Strange, later acquired the knowledge of white magic, elevating him to the ranks of elite superheroes, capable of contending with a weakened Thanos. In a parallel universe within Marvel, even Tony Stark learned white magic and became the Sorcerer Supreme, wielding cosmic-level power. These examples underscore the vast chasm that exists between spells and magic. In Gu-Yi's words, spells are merely an introduction to magic, a simplified, diluted version. Regrettably, despite having numerous disciples, none have fully grasped the intricacies of spellcasting, let alone magic itself. It was only in the future, after Doctor Strange inherited the title of Sorcerer Supreme, that white magic was passed down. Now, Gu-Yi had encountered an exceptional student in Yi-Bai, prompting her desire to teach him white magic. To be candid, Gu-Yi held a genuine admiration for Yi-Bai, one that transcended romantic inclinations and resonated with mutual respect. Yi-Bai's prior act of repelling Thanos reminded Gu-Yi of herself, as both had burned quietly in the shadows to illuminate the paths of others. They were, in essence, both remarkable individuals, unseen guardians, nameless heroes. Had Yi-Bai been privy to Gu-Yi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly concur, as he too perceived himself as a noble soul. Admittedly, he could be quite ruthless with his enemies and had a formidable sorceress for a wife, yet did this not further exemplify his greatness? Had Yi-Bai not staunchly defended against Hela, would she have reformed and become the current ruler of the gods? Lost in contemplation, Yi-Bai nearly convinced himself of this notion. Returning to the matter at hand, Gu-Yi commenced her exposition on white magic. She deliberately conjured a mirrored space to demonstrate her white magic for Yi-Bai. When Yi-Bai witnessed the frail Gu-Yi channeling white magic to effortlessly rend a planet asunder with her magical prowess, he was left in awe. Yi-Bai finally comprehended why the Ancient One is regarded as the supreme sorcerer. Her prowess rivals, if not surpasses, that of Odin. It is no wonder she was able to thwart the Dark Lord Dormammu's covetous gaze upon Earth, safeguarding it for millennia from the shadows. This is a feat that even Doctor Strange, with the Time Stone, could not achieve. However, the corresponding challenge lies in the fact that the more potent the white magic, the greater the difficulty it entails. Even for Yi-Bai, who possesses an unremarkable talent, he found himself at a loss, likely requiring several days to grasp its intricacies. Fortunately, the Ancient One is a patient and excellent teacher, willing to afford Yi-Bai the time necessary for his development. It is worth mentioning that it took the Ancient One several decades to barely master the fundamentals of white magic, which was already the most commendable achievement among the few who initially studied it. While Yi-Bai was immersed in learning white magic under the guidance of the Ancient One, Nick Fury found himself in a state of utter disarray. The situation stemmed from the peculiar individual who claimed a 50-50 chance. Captain America had recently been discovered, excavated from a glacier, accompanied by the Tesseract. Although Nick Fury possessed limited knowledge about the Tesseract, he was aware that it harbored boundless energy. This sparked a bold notion in him. What if weapons could be forged from the Tesseract? Indeed, after witnessing the terrifying destructive power of the Asgardians, Nick Fury had developed a severe fear of insufficient firepower. Humanity needed a foundation of confidence to stand against Asgard or any other extraterrestrial civilization, rather than relying on mere appeasement and compromise. When Nick Fury proposed the idea of weaponizing the Tesseract, he faced almost no opposition, and the Global Security Council swiftly approved it. The responsibility for this significant project was entrusted to S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, such a pivotal asset mysteriously vanished. One can only imagine the extent of Nick Fury's terror upon learning of the Tesseract's disappearance. The moment the underground facility housing the Tesseract was attacked, Nick Fury rushed to provide support. However, not only did he fail to thwart the assailants, but he also nearly lost his own life in the process. Most critically, the Tesseract was stolen, along with one of the founding members of the Avengers, Hawkeye, and a renowned physicist. One can only speculate how that horned individual managed to turn Hawkeye against them. The situation has escalated to a grave level. Not only is Nick Fury's competence in question, but the entire Earth now finds itself in peril. This has become a routine occurrence in the Marvel Universe, where the threat of extinction arises from time to time. In fact, Earth has faced annihilation numerous times, only to be rebooted each time. The image captured on site reveals that horned individual, who has become our primary target. In the Avengers Tower, funded by Tony Stark, Nick Fury shared an image of Loki. Loki, he is still alive. Upon seeing that familiar face, Thor rose in astonishment. He had believed Loki to be dead, and yet here he was, returned to his side. Do you recognize him? Tony inquired of Thor. Of course, he is my brother. We had our disagreements, and I thought he had perished. Damn it. I even shed tears for him, only to find that this cunning rascal has returned, Thor replied. His voice laced with indignation, recalling the sorrow he once felt, as if deceived. That's not the crux of the matter. The essential issue is that this individual is a threat. He has stolen the Tesseract, and more alarmingly, we have no inkling of his intentions. Nick Fury interrupted the prying gazes of the other Avengers, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. And Hawkeye? I must confront him directly to ascertain what kind of enchantment this man has cast upon him, Black Widow Natasha added, her dissatisfaction evident. She had always shared a close bond with Hawkeye, and the fact that he abandoned her for a man infuriated her. In any case, we must locate Loki first. Only then can we thwart them, Captain America summarized, urging everyone to act swiftly. Although Captain America may not possess overwhelming strength, his status within the Avengers is undisputed. He stands as a leader, a beacon of spirit. Jarvis, deploy our satellites to scan the vicinity of the incident and see if we can uncover any traces. Tony Stark declared, ever extravagant, even resorting to private satellites. Thus, the Avengers mobilized in their search for Loki, confident that as long as he remained on Earth, they would find him. At that moment, Yi-Bai was oblivious to the unfolding events of the first Avengers film. After spending several days learning white magic under the tutelage of Ancient One, Yi-Bai could no longer endure the ascetic lifestyle and opened a portal to Asgard. Ancient One was admirable in many respects, yet at times, he could be a bit esoteric. Just yesterday, when Yi-Bai posed a question regarding white magic, Ancient One bewilderingly began to speak of unity between heaven and man, and the Tao giving rise to all things. Was he teaching white magic or imparting the wisdom of immortality? Unbeknownst to Yi-Bai, Ancient One's cryptic responses were largely due to his rapid progress. Sometimes, Ancient One found himself unable to answer Yi-Bai's queries. To preserve his image as a master, Ancient One resorted to discussing concepts even he did not fully comprehend. Yi-Bai's inability to grasp the more profound teachings was a reflection of his own limitations, unrelated to Ancient One's capabilities. Regardless, Ancient One had imparted all he deemed necessary, and that was sufficient. Nonetheless, over the past few days, Yi-Bai had made significant strides, having fully mastered the skill of portal creation. In this modern age, one can venture wherever one desires. The unexpected arrival of Hela brought a delightful surprise to Yi-Bai. She had anticipated a longer wait before seeing him. Yet he appeared before her so swiftly. On that day, the formidable Hela, the goddess of death, lavished her affection upon her soul queen. Although, in most instances, it was Hela who insisted on restraint. The Tesseract, a remarkable artifact, was now the subject of her interest. After their encounter, Hela regained her regal demeanor and sat upright. Addressing Yi-Bai with a serious tone, "Is there a way to procure it?" This was the true essence of Hela's inquiry. With the might of Asgard at her disposal, she believed it was within reach. Yi-Bai replied, expressing his reluctance to involve himself in such matters. According to the narrative, the Tesseract was destined to fall into Asgardian hands eventually. What difference did it make whether it was secured by him or by Asgard? Even if the plot deviated, Yi-Bai could intervene at a later stage. He surmised that the events of the Avengers saga were either imminent or had already commenced. "I shall prepare to retrieve the Tesseract directly when the time comes," he stated. "Such a perilous object is better safeguarded by us Asgardians. It is far too risky to keep it in Midgard, especially with an Infinity Stone already present there." Hela, her expression cold, resumed her customary aloof demeanor. After their intimate encounter, her words carried a newfound firmness. The Tesseract was of immense significance to Hela. It represented both a challenge and an opportunity. Should she master the space stone within, what need would there be for the Bifrost? Moreover, this could potentially enhance Asgard's influence on Earth considerably. Hela, in her current state, was increasingly embodying the qualities of a ruler. What plans does Asgard have moving forward? Surely, you are not contemplating war again? Yi-Bai inquired. Just days after his return to Earth, Hela initiated her first proactive conflict as queen, targeting Vanaheim. Without the formidable Njord, Vanaheim stood utterly defenseless before Asgard. Within a single day, they capitulated, rivaling the swift surrender of certain nations on Earth. "Not at all. I am no warmonger. My intention is for Asgard to recuperate and build strength. This way, my days will be far more leisurely," Hela replied, subtly implying that the absence of war would allow her to be a hands-off ruler. In such circumstances, she could return to Earth and resume her unrestrained life with Yi-Bai. Prior to her ascension, Hela had viewed the throne as an obsession, yet upon truly becoming queen, she understood that it was both a privilege and a burden. Thus, She cherished the moments spent with Yebai, free from worry and the need to contemplate extraneous matters. Yebai reflected on this and concluded that perhaps such an arrangement was indeed quite agreeable. The fate of Asgard has undergone significant transformation, at the very least. It is no longer as tragically doomed as it once was. With the presence of Yebai, he would not allow Asgard to descend into turmoil. After all, this is Hela's realm, and, by extension, it is also his. Hela, being the goddess of death, shares a semblance of sovereignty with him. Chapter 65. The days of reunion are always fleeting, and Yebai did not linger long in Asgard. After 2 days, he bid farewell to Hela and opened a portal to return to his estate. Upon his return, he quickly learned that the events of the Avengers saga were unfolding. The news revealed that atop Stark Tower, Loki's narration was utilizing the Tesseract's device. Once Loki activated that device, Thanos' Chitauri army would descend upon Earth. Yebai mused that the Avengers should possess sufficient strength to manage this threat, harboring ample confidence in their capabilities. Moreover, given the considerable distance of his estate from the city center, it was unlikely he would be caught in the ensuing chaos. Indeed, the Avengers proved to be much more formidable than their cinematic portrayal. Thor had awakened the divine power within him ahead of time, establishing himself as the mightiest force among the Avengers. However, despite their strength, the Avengers suffered a devastating defeat due to Loki's cunning machinations. Loki adeptly exploited the Avengers' mutual distrust, orchestrating a trap that not only shattered their internal cohesion, but also afforded him ample time for his own schemes. This most audacious of men within the Marvel Universe had finally achieved success. At this moment, Loki, embodying the demeanor of a victor, effortlessly activated the Tesseract's device. Soon, a thick beam of blue light erupted from the Tesseract, opening a massive spatial portal above New York City. On the other side of the portal, an endless legion of Chitauri was mobilizing, poised to invade Earth. Just then, someone arrived, intent on halting Loki's plans. "Thor, you are too late," Loki remarked with a smug grin upon seeing the newcomer. In Loki's eyes, Thor was merely a muscle-bound fool devoid of intellect. Had it not been for Odin's favor, Thor would have long since met his demise at Loki's hands. Now that Odin was gone, Loki felt emboldened, unafraid of Thor. "You infuriate me, Loki." Thor, having been thoroughly provoked by Loki's antics, was eager to deliver a sound thrashing to his foolish brother. Purple lightning crackled around Thor, the immense divine power simmering beneath his muscular exterior, ready to unleash its fury. Loki was not to be underestimated either. He brandished the Mind Scepter and charged at Thor. The two brothers, locked in a tumultuous cycle of love and animosity for so long, were finally poised to settle their score. However, from the portal above, the Chitauri army had already begun their descent. The Leviathan warship, resembling a colossal whale, surged forth from the spatial conduit, accompanied by a swarm of individual aerial crafts akin to locusts. This spectacle was captured by the media and broadcast live to a global audience. An alien invasion had commenced. The inhabitants of New York City gazed upward in awe, their minds echoing a singular thought. While the United States has a penchant for cinematic portrayals of extraterrestrial invasions, this was an event they never wished to witness in reality. In response, the nation swiftly fell into a state of the highest military readiness. Countless fighter jets soared into the sky, heading directly for the heart of New York City, one of the nation's most vital economic hubs. The U.S. could not tolerate the destruction of such an important city at the hands of extraterrestrial beings. Indeed, nations around the globe mobilized in response, uncertain whether the United States could withstand this invasion. Should they fail, the alien threat could potentially escalate to encompass the entire Earth. On this planet, human nations may frequently engage in conflict amongst themselves, yet when faced with an external species, they could unite. Yebai stood outside his manor, observing the expanding Chitauri forces overhead. The commotion seemed excessively pronounced, he thought anxiously. The Chitauri legions emerging from the conduit were far more numerous than their cinematic counterparts. Rather than immediately descending upon New York City, they spread out in all directions, indicating their ambitions extended beyond the city. They sought dominion over the entire planet. Only a fraction of the Chitauris' might was aimed directly at New York City, which now faced imminent annihilation. Explosions and flames engulfed the urban landscape, with many streets obliterated in the wake of the Chitauris' descent. Everything suggested that a genuine alien invasion was far removed from the playful fantasies depicted in films. Simultaneously, those trapped within New York City were horrified to discover that all means of communication had faltered. Shortly after the Chitauris' arrival, they launched an assault on human communication systems. Global networks collapsed. All mechanized devices became inoperative. This was a dimensional strike, a brutal display of a superior civilization's dominance over an inferior one. Humanity, still cradled in its infancy upon its home planet, was now subjected to the merciless onslaught of the Chitauri, a civilization of cosmic bullies. Before the war could even commence, it felt as though everything was destined to conclude. As the fighter jets approached the skies above New York City, they were swept by an electromagnetic wave. Their internal systems failed, and one by one, they plummeted to the earth below. The sight of these falling aircraft instilled a profound sense of despair in all witnesses. Powerless to resist, they were deprived even of the chance to struggle. This exemplified the true might of the Chitauri army, which swiftly rendered human civilization on Earth incapable of opposition. The situation had escalated dramatically. Yi Bai, equally bewildered, found the scene exceeded his wildest imaginings. Was it not agreed that superheroes would save the world? Had it not been promised that New Apple City would remain unscathed? Indeed, films often weave deceptive narratives. Natasha, organize the personnel to evacuate to a secure location. Hawkeye, join me in fending off these attackers and buy time for the civilians. Captain America, Steve Rogers, instructed his companions amidst the chaos on one of New Apple City's streets. As the Chitauri forces descended upon the city, they had already arrived. Yet their abilities were insufficient to make a meaningful impact. They could only serve as temporary commanders, guiding survivors to safety. Above them, Iron Man, Tony Stark, effortlessly dispatched several Chitauri skirmishers. Cap, I leave this to you. I'm off to eradicate the pests elsewhere. Tony's tone, devoid of its usual levity, bore a weight of seriousness. With that assertion, he soared over the neighborhood, charging towards other Chitauri adversaries. Watching Tony's industrious figure, Captain America felt a pang of envy. He yearned to contribute significantly, to repel more foes. Alas, such aspirations were beyond his reach. Hawkeye and Natasha shared similar sentiments, gazing at Tony's celestial maneuvers with a bittersweet longing. All were veterans of the Avengers, yet why did their fates appear so disparate? Did they merely serve as numbers within the alliance? Despite these contemplations, their actions remained swift and organized as they ushered survivors to safety. At that moment, a peculiar, soaring cry pierced the air, and a colossal Leviathan ship, with an unstoppable force, obliterated an entire block of buildings, barreling towards Captain America and his allies. The overwhelming momentum seemed poised to crush them entirely. Captain America and his companions bore solemn expressions, devoid of confidence. While they might handle the smaller Chitauri foot soldiers, confronting such a behemoth was an insurmountable challenge. The Avengers' illustrious reputation bore little relevance to Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. In truth, they were merely ordinary individuals with slightly enhanced physical prowess, lacking advanced technology or superhuman abilities. Faced with this spectacle, they found themselves helpless. Fortunately, just as despair threatened to engulf them, a green figure descended from the heavens, landing before them. The Hulk, in a crucial moment, shielded Captain America and his companions. The broad shoulders and robust muscles of the Hulk instilled a profound sense of security in Captain America and his companions. Black Widow's eyes sparkled with admiration as she beheld him. The Hulk was truly magnificent. He did not disappoint their expectations. After a furious roar and a thunderous strike to his own chest, he charged towards the Chitauri Leviathan. In the split second before impact, Hulk's fist collided with the colossal head of the Leviathan. Measuring over 100 meters in length and weighing several thousand tons, the Leviathan seemed to encounter an insurmountable barrier, halting its chaotic advance. With sheer force, Hulk brought this behemoth to a standstill. Yet, even more astonishing events were to follow. Suddenly halted by the kinetic energy of Hulk's blow, the Leviathan's rear end lifted dramatically. To the astonished eyes of the surviving witnesses, it flipped over entirely. What was once an unstoppable force diving toward the ground now lay like a turtle on its back, unable to right itself. In the next moment, Hulk emerged from beneath the Leviathan, clutching two unfortunate Chitauri soldiers in his grasp. With two resounding thuds, he smashed them against a nearby building, blood splattering. Without a backward glance, he charged off to confront other threats, disregarding Captain America and his allies entirely. We should continue rescuing the survivors, Captain America suggested after a brief silence, his tone tinged with disappointment as he watched other Avengers wreak havoc like celestial beings. It was impossible not to feel a twinge of envy. Unfortunately, they were mere mortals, not gods. On the other side of Big Apple City, Thor had vanquished Loki and was now engaged in battle against the Chitauri forces. Countless bolts of lightning were summoned by Thor, surging forth under his command to strike the advancing Chitauri. This electrifying storm wrought significant damage upon the enemy ranks, sending Chitauri soldiers plummeting from the skies like fallen dumplings. The area surrounding Thor was rapidly transforming into a veritable sea of thunder. However, despite his formidable strength, Thor could only influence his immediate vicinity, leaving other parts of Big Apple City vulnerable. In truth, the battle in Big Apple City involved more than just the Avengers. The renowned Fantastic Four had also taken up the mantle of superheroes, actively resisting the Chitauri onslaught. Even some mutants, often overlooked by human society, had voluntarily joined the fight to defend the Earth. Regrettably, the impact of human superheroes on the overall situation was minimal. They struggled to clear the Chitauri from Big Apple City itself, let alone from beyond its borders. Nick Fury stood at the outskirts of Big Apple City, gazing at the hellish scene before him with unwavering resolve. He understood that the only way to triumph in this monumental conflict was to close that massive spatial portal. Otherwise, The relentless Za'Tari army would be unstoppable. Just as Nick Fury intended to venture into the perilous Big Apple, heading towards Stark Tower to deactivate the Tesseract device. A sudden crackle was heard. The communication system, previously rendered inoperative by the Za'Tari forces, astonishingly resumed functionality. Following this, a melodious female voice resonated. "This is Wakanda. We have restored communication on Earth. Heroes battling in the Big Apple, heed my words. The key to winning this war lies in deactivating the Tesseract device. Only by closing that vast spatial portal can we hope to safeguard our home, Earth. Heroes, we implore you." This message reached not only Nick Fury, but also the entirety of the Big Apple, where the superheroes engaged in combat paused momentarily. Their gazes converging on Stark Tower, the fulcrum upon which the fate of this war hinged. However, it is worth noting that the vicinity of Stark Tower was also heavily populated by Za'Tari troops. This battle was destined to be arduous. At this juncture, Yi-Bai had yet to intervene, placing his faith in the Avengers. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Ancient One, Yi-Bai understood that the Za'Tari army alone could not conquer Earth. He merely needed to wait for the true powerhouses to take action. Yet, he never anticipated that he would suffer an undeserved calamity. A passing Leviathan ship, without warning, unleashed a barrage upon Yi-Bai's estate, reducing his once opulent mansion to ruins. Yi-Bai sat dazed amidst the debris, an eerie silence enveloping him. But in the next moment, fury surged within his eyes. How infuriating! Who could fathom the fortune Yi-Bai had invested in that estate? Furthermore, it held countless cherished memories of him and Hela, now obliterated into desolation. Yi-Bai had genuinely intended to refrain from engaging, but now, his resolve shifted. Without enacting some form of retribution, he would be unable to release the tempest of rage within him. Chapter 66. In truth, the capabilities of the Za'Tari army could easily subdue humanity, relentlessly pressing them into the ground. Presently, the fledgling human civilization lacked even the opportunity to retaliate, only able to plead with the Za'Tari forces to be gentler, expressing their pain. Of course, this scenario presupposed that the formidable entities on Earth chose to remain passive, while Yi-Bai was unaware of the other powerhouses. Should the Ancient One opt to intervene, the Za'Tari forces would undoubtedly be reduced to ash. Yi-Bai had initially refrained from action, holding steadfast in his belief that the Avengers would ultimately triumph, even as Earth's civilization teetered on the brink of collapse. However, when a Leviathan ship passed overhead and obliterated his estate, it became a point of no return. Originally intending to witness the spectacle of superheroes, Yi-Bai felt compelled to make the Chitauri army cognizant of their grave misjudgment. Thus, after coming to terms with the unfortunate reality of his home's destruction, he surged forth from the ruins. With remarkable swiftness, he pursued the colossal Leviathan warship that had obliterated his estate. In an instant, two searing beams of laser erupted from Yi-Bai's eyes, effortlessly slicing through the Leviathan ship. The next moment, the once mighty Leviathan was cleaved into 3 segments, as smoothly as a hot knife gliding through butter. The ensuing explosion marked the complete annihilation of the once massive vessel. As he beheld the Leviathan disintegrating into 3 flaming pieces, Yi-Bai's inner fury remained inadequately vented. Simultaneously, his actions drew the attention of the other Chitauri forces. Unbeknownst to him, a command had been issued by their commander, prompting the surrounding Chitauri army to converge upon him. Meanwhile, the superheroes in New York City began to question why such a multitude of Chitauri were advancing toward the outskirts. However, now was not the time for contemplation. He needed to reach Stark Tower swiftly and deactivate that accursed Tesseract device. Unbeknownst to Yi-Bai, his unintended actions had significantly alleviated the pressure on the superheroes. At this moment, he found himself besieged by the Chitauri forces. The overwhelming legion had him completely surrounded. What followed was a barrage of relentless fire, with numerous Leviathan ships around him unleashing their main cannons. Countless projectiles, intermingled with beams of energy, surged toward Yi-Bai, turning the sky above into a chaotic spectacle. The firepower of the Chitauri weapons far surpassed that of Earth's arsenal, without question. The main cannons of the Leviathans could inflict pain even upon the Hulk, a character renowned for his immense resilience. A simultaneous volley from several main cannons had the potential to severely injure the Hulk, rendering even such a formidable being reluctant to withstand this onslaught. Yet, Yi-Bai remained undeterred, allowing himself to be engulfed by the barrage of energy blasts and lasers. Just as the Chitauri believed they had subdued him, Yi-Bai's figure materialized before them, completely unscathed. Surrounding his body was a striking aura of crimson energy. The Chitauri commander, observing this through the screen, exhibited signs of unease. At that pivotal moment, under Yi-Bai's control, the crimson energy surged dramatically, expanding like a rapidly inflating sun, engulfing everything in its vicinity. The ferocious energy swiftly engulfed the nearby Chitauri legion, marking merely the inception of a cataclysm. The crimson energy spread with alarming rapidity, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave. In that fleeting moment, even the haughty commander of the Chitauri recognized the formidable force he had provoked. Yet, regrettably, he found himself bereft of any opportunity for remorse. Under the despairing gaze of all Chitauri, the red energy descended like a celestial canopy, encompassing them in an instant. Those seemingly indomitable Chitauri forces were swiftly dissolved beneath the surging crimson energy, leaving no remnants, as they were reduced to their most fundamental molecular forms. The energy unleashed by Yi-Bai resembled the detonation of a high-yield nuclear bomb, inflicting devastation far surpassing that of any collective effort by other superheroes. As the red energy subsided and ceased its expansion, an entire legion of Chitauri had inexplicably vanished. The events unfolding here were visible even from the bustling metropolis of New York City. Almost simultaneously with Yi-Bai's explosive release of energy, the inhabitants of New York turned their gazes towards him. They witnessed what appeared to be a crimson sun rising above the clouds, transforming the previously somber sky into a vivid red hue. It illuminated the landscape for miles, encapsulating the scene perfectly. "What on earth has transpired?" murmured Captain America. For such a monumental display was unprecedented in his long life. "Has the military deployed a nuclear weapon?" pondered Tony Stark, convinced that such a terrifying spectacle could only be the result of a nuclear explosion. Alternatively, it could be a new weapon crafted by Nick Fury utilizing the Tesseract. Which direction? Could it be him? Thor too sensed the disturbance, his speculations diverging from those of the others. In truth, he was the only Avenger fully aware of Yi-Bai's capabilities, having witnessed firsthand how he effortlessly bested the god of thunder and even Odin himself. It was entirely plausible for such a commotion to arise from Yi-Bai's might, especially as the source of the rising crimson sun pointed directly towards Yi-Bai's estate. This thought invigorated Thor. If Yi-Bai was indeed the catalyst, then what were the Chitauri in comparison? It wasn't just New York that took note of Yi-Bai's energy eruption. The entire nation of America was captivated by the spectacle. As they beheld the crimson sun on their screens, the country's leaders were equally bewildered, unable to discern whether this was the result of their own forces or the Chitauris. Meanwhile, the Ancient One stood atop the sanctum in New York City, observing the emergence of the red sun with a satisfied smile. Due to various constraints, she found it inconvenient to intervene during this crisis. Thus, witnessing Yi-Bai's decisive action brought her a sense of relief. Although Yi-Bai often claims that it is too troublesome, would he truly refrain from taking action when the Earth is in peril? The prevailing truth speaks louder than words. Yi-Bai's lips may utter refusal, yet his body betrays his genuine intentions. Gu-Yi remains oblivious to the fact that Yi-Bai's abode has collapsed, leading her to perceive him as a man of contradictions. Were Yi-Bai to discover Gu-Yi's impression of him, he might find the situation rather amusing. After unleashing a moderately powerful attack, Yi-Bai disdainfully curled his lips at the vast emptiness of the sky before him. Is this it? Is this the extent of their abilities? Who grants the Chitauri the audacity to assault his residence? Or is it merely that he is an unfortunate victim, bearing the brunt of an unprovoked catastrophe? Regardless of the scenario, Yi-Bai's inner turmoil was undeniable. Even after manifesting a red sun to release some energy, his anger showed little sign of abating. Instead, the sight of the ruins that were once his estate only intensified his frustration. Naturally, he could not let this matter rest. He resolved to seek a discussion with the mastermind behind the chaos regarding compensation and thought it prudent to meet Thanos in advance, if circumstances allowed. He even contemplated preemptively dealing with Thanos to prevent this troublemaker from scheming further. With his determination set, Yi-Bai ignored the other Chitauri forces and soared towards the Big Apple City. Behind him trailed a massive sonic boom cloud, as a cacophony of thunderous roars accompanied his entrance into the currently chaotic metropolis. Disregarding the passing Chitauri, Yi-Bai's objective was clear: the immense spatial portal above. However, his arrival inevitably drew the attention of many. Yet, Yi-Bai's speed was such that his identity remained obscured to all who beheld him. Captain America could only watch in astonishment as an unidentified object streaked overhead, leaving a series of deafening sonic booms in its wake. Only Thor managed to catch a glimpse of Yi-Bai's visage. I knew it. Observing Yi-Bai's fearless charge into the fray, Thor felt a surge of excitement. Though he had achieved considerable success on his own, he recognized the limits of his solitary efforts. With Yi-Bai as his formidable ally, Thor felt confident that he could dispatch the entirety of the Chitauri forces above Big Apple City. However, Thor was left dumbfounded as Yi-Bai did not linger in the skies above, but instead dove headfirst into the spatial portal above. As for the Chitauri preparing to emerge from the portal, they were destined for misfortune. They scarcely had a chance to glimpse this new world before Yi-Bai barreled through, obliterating them in an instant. His superheated beams transformed into a death ray, forever etched in the minds of the Chitauri as a source of dread. Countless Chitauri met their demise beneath the wrath of those two fearsome red rays. Hey Thor, what just flew past? I seem to have witnessed someone entering the spatial portal with something in hand. Tony arrived beside Thor just in time and inquired about the situation. I am uncertain why he chose to venture into the spatial passage, Thor replied, refraining from disclosing Yi-Bai's identity. Having interacted with various superheroes, he understood that many preferred to remain nameless. He surmised that Yi-Bai might be one such enigmatic figure. Well then, I wish him good fortune. Thor, I need you to cover for me. I must dismantle the objects on my rooftop. Tony did not linger on the matter for long. The immediate priority was to close the spatial portal. Otherwise, the Chitauri forces would continue to emerge in relentless waves. Meanwhile, the two conversing had not noticed that no more Chitauri were spilling forth from the portal above them. Nonetheless, the situation in New York City remained dire. A significant number of Chitauri still ravaged the skies above. Stark Tower had been entirely overtaken by the Chitauri. Previously, Hulk had attempted to charge forward but was thwarted and sustained considerable injuries. Neither Tony nor Thor felt confident in tackling the Chitauri alone. Collaboration was undoubtedly the best approach. Just then, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens upon the skyline of New York City, striking Stark Tower directly. The Bifrost. Asgard has arrived. Our allies are here. Thor, who had been wearing a grave expression, instantly brightened upon witnessing the vibrant beam. Receiving assistance from his homeland during such trying times was immensely uplifting. It invigorated his weary body as though it had been replenished with strength. As the kaleidoscopic glow dissipated, Hela, clad in golden armor and riding the giant wolf Fenrir, appeared alongside the Asgardian army surrounding Stark Tower. Concurrently, vessels resembling sailboats spread out under Hela's command, pursuing the Chitauri's individual aircraft. Since ancient times, Midgard has been one of the Nine Realms. As the leader of the Nine Realms, Asgard naturally bears the duty to protect them from external threats. Asgardian warriors, annihilate those who intrude upon our territory, Hela proclaimed to her troops, legitimizing Asgard's military intervention while simultaneously bolstering their morale. Indeed, the Asgardian warriors surged forth with fervor, charging at the Chitauri forces. Asgard is a realm fervently devoted to war, and the Aesir are the most combative race among the Nine Realms. Therefore, one should never doubt the combat prowess of the Aesir, particularly when their monarch leads the charge. As for Hela, being the queen, she found no necessity to engage personally. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, he encountered the Tesseract and the enigmatic Loki hiding there. If I am not mistaken, you must be my sister whom I've never met, he remarked. I hear you dispatched Odin. Well done. Perhaps we can sit down for a proper discussion. Upon the arrival of Hela, Loki's penchant for verbosity resurfaced, and he lacked the audacity to confront her. After all, this was the fearsome being who had vanquished Odin. I have heard of you, the god of mischief, Loki, Odin's adopted son. In truth, I find you far more admirable than Thor. Your intellect far surpasses his. He continued, if you were wise enough, you would lower your weapon and retreat quietly. I can promise to let you go. Hela, having no rapport with Loki, certainly did not regard this frost giant-blooded being as a brother. Although she refrained from immediate aggression, her words were far from courteous. She sought not only the Tesseract, but also had her sights set on the Mind Stone that Loki possessed. Such perilous artifacts should not be allowed to roam freely with Loki. Better to keep them secured in her possession. Chapter 67. Hela's intentions were nearly transparent, and Loki, sensing the peak of his potential, was instantly filled with ire. Armed with the Chitauri army and 2 Infinity Stones, he felt no fear of Hela. Moreover, he underestimated her true strength, viewing her merely as a petty goddess who had taken advantage of Odin's weakness. Upon hearing Hela's words, a cold smirk crept upon Loki's lips as he approached her. I find your proposal quite unjust. I am not the same as I once was. As the king of Asgard, you ought to show me some respect. I am a god as well. With a confident smile, Loki felt entitled to defy Hela. Yet, Hela narrowed her fox-like, alluring eyes, masking the ferocity within. She pondered who had emboldened Loki to act so brazenly before her. Was it the Mind Stone in his grasp? Or perhaps the meager Chitauri forces? As Hela wrestled with her thoughts, Loki suddenly launched an attack. The Mind Stone staff lunged towards her, attempting to seize control over Hela. In truth, the controlling effects of the Mind Stone were rather lackluster. Much like Hawkeye, a mere beating could awaken one from its grasp. Against someone of Hela's resilience, a warrior forged from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, it would have little effect. Furthermore, the control could only be effective if the target was struck. Just as the sharp tip of the Mind Stone staff was about to pierce Hela, she swiftly seized Loki's right hand. The overwhelming force caused Loki to grimace in pain, straining with all his might to push the staff forward. Do you truly believe you deserve my respect? Hela remarked coldly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her lips as she regarded the ridiculous Loki before her. Panic surged within Loki as he grasped the gravity of his predicament. It seemed he had ventured too far. Just as he contemplated retreating, Hela seized his right hand with immense force. The sound of cracking bones echoed as she forcefully twisted and broke Loki's right arm. Loki could no longer contain his anguish, letting out a pained cry. The Mind Scepter fell from his grasp, clattering onto the floor, beyond his reach. What a disappointment. You are far inferior to Thor. At least he wields a hammer, Hela jeered mercilessly, looking down upon the disheveled Loki, who clutched his injured arm. But that is to be expected. Despite Thor's simplicity, he is still Odin's son, with undeniable potential. Loki, on the other hand, pales in comparison, lacking both strength and reputation. Otherwise, why would he be known as the god of mischief rather than the god of war? Enough. I have had my fill of the Odinson family's arrogance. I shall reiterate, I am a god, a king of gods, no less. What are you in my presence? Hela, however, paid little heed to Loki's fury. In the words of Fandral, Loki's outburst was merely a display of impotent rage. He relished in chaos, yet indulged in folly. This was the reason for his perennial failures. He could hardly be deemed a villain. Rather, he was a mere jester. Lacking the patience to continue this farce, Hela resolved to secure the 2 Infinity Stones. With that, she decisively shattered one of Loki's legs and, utilizing the Sword of Night, pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Had Freya not previously implored her to spare Loki's life, she might have left him paralyzed. Do not expect mercy from Hela. She had even blinded one of Thor's eyes, though that incident had yet to unfold. As for Loki, he lay on the ground, staring vacantly at the sky. He had suffered a profound blow, one far greater than his previous defeat at Thor's hands. He began to question his very existence and the meaning of his life. In stark contrast, Hela approached the Tesseract's apparatus, the Mind Scepter in hand. Observing the energy shield emanating from the Tesseract, she thrust the scepter forward. Under the influence of the Mind Stone, the energy shield was obliterated, allowing Hela to seize the Tesseract with ease. The blue beam of light that spanned the heavens, maintaining the spatial portal, began to close the moment Hela grasped the Tesseract. At that instant, Thor soared towards them from a distance. Upon witnessing Hela's destruction of the Tesseract apparatus, he was immediately alarmed. His brother had yet to return. He had just entered that very spatial portal. In a moment of desperation, Thor even referred to Fandral as his brother-in-law. In essence, he internally acknowledges that Hela is indeed his sister, despite never addressing her as such. Hela, upon hearing this, cast a curious glance at Thor, seemingly puzzled by his reference to Yi-Bai. If one were to consider the situation from Hela's perspective, she would undoubtedly refuse to recognize him as her brother, for she not only murdered Odin, but also dealt Thor a brutal beating. Unless, of course, Thor harbors a penchant for masochism deep within. Nevertheless, Hela did not delve further into this matter. After all, it was merely a matter of nomenclature. She had no intention of confronting Thor physically. Maintaining the status quo suited her just fine. As for Yi-Bai, Hela had never harbored any concerns. Rest assured, his capabilities far exceed your imagination, she reassured Thor. Hearing this alleviated much of Thor's inner turmoil, as it was clear that if Hela believed so, then Yi-Bai must be fine. Thor then spotted Loki, who lay on the ground, questioning his existence. In the past, witnessing Loki in such a pitiful state might have stirred some sympathy within Thor. However, after being deceived by Loki on numerous occasions, coupled with Loki's past misdeeds, Thor could only feel a sense of satisfaction. You've caused enough trouble. It's a mercy that you're still alive. Thus, the grand event, orchestrated by Loki, involving the invasion of the Chitauri, had come to a definitive conclusion. The next task was to eradicate the remaining Chitauri forces still lingering on Earth. As for Yi-Bai, after plunging into the spatial portal, he had departed Earth, immediately appearing in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Before him lay an impressive fleet, countless Leviathan-class ships, along with numerous medium-sized spacecraft resembling spiders, filled the void. At the center of it all was a massive spacecraft shaped like a cross. Undoubtedly, Yi-Bai had intruded upon the Chitauri's stronghold, perhaps even Thanos' lair. This was precisely his intention. Although he had destroyed many Chitauri vessels while on Earth, his dissatisfaction lingered, and his inner fury had yet to subside. The formidable fleet before him was just what he needed. The sudden appearance of Yi-Bai left the Chitauri somewhat bewildered, as they struggled to comprehend his identity. However, this confusion did not deter them from launching an attack. Immediately, hundreds of Leviathan-class ships surged toward Yi-Bai. Upon entering firing range, an overwhelming barrage of firepower was unleashed upon him. Such a powerful being, capable of obliterating streets with ease, was a rarity in the universe. In truth, genuine interstellar warfare hinges on the strength of weaponry. In this regard, while the Chitauri may not rank as the very best, they are certainly formidable. The hundreds of Leviathan-class ships, if placed upon Earth, could effortlessly devastate nations. Indeed, the military forces of human civilization would stand no chance against such a torrent of steel. Yet, Yi-Bai is no ordinary man. A figure capable of contending with the likes of the Devourer of Worlds would hardly be vanquished by these Chitauri legions. If the Chitauri truly possessed such formidable power, Thanos would have long since swept through the cosmos. Yi-Bai almost disregards the onslaught directed at him, his eyes once again glowing crimson. Superheated beams of energy erupt from his gaze, akin to death rays, aimed squarely at the vessels of the Chitauri. In the vacuum of space, sound cannot traverse. Thus, even as spaceships explode, no auditory detonation accompanies their demise. Yi-Bai's superheated rays carve through the hulls of the Chitauri ships with merciless precision. Those vessels struck by his beams detonate silently, akin to fireworks, one after another. They burst and then fade into silence. This is the stark reality of interstellar warfare. Even the flames of destruction are rendered voiceless. After effortlessly obliterating the smaller Chitauri ships, Yi-Bai does not linger but instead darts toward the largest vessel. Within that colossal ship surely resides the highest-ranking leader of the Chitauri, possibly even Thanos himself. Thus, without waiting for the smaller ships, which had been hit by his superheated rays, to extinguish, he eagerly traverses through the chaos of explosions, fixated on his target. The clarity of Yi-Bai's intent does not go unnoticed by the Chitauri. The largest ship, resembling a cross, has begun its retreat, while the remaining Chitauri vessels open fire upon Yi-Bai, striving to buy time for the flagship's escape. Yet, Yi-Bai pays no heed to their attacks, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the grand ship. However, along the way, he does not shy from inflicting further damage. With a raised hand, he targets the densest cluster of Chitauri ships and unleashes a colossal cosmic beam. This cosmic ray, a technique Yi-Bai had appropriated from the Devourer of Worlds, is immensely powerful and boasts a vast area of effect. The white cosmic ray sweeps across the battlefield, and any ship it grazes erupts in silent explosions, offering no resistance whatsoever. In a mere breath, Yi-Bai inflicts catastrophic losses upon the Chitauri, with at least 1/6 of their fleet obliterated beneath that tremendous white ray. This showcases Yi-Bai's true level of power. Earth is still far too small. Even as he employs his abilities, he must exercise restraint, lest he inadvertently obliterate the planet. Just as with the Crimson Sun he previously conjured, his might is not merely limited to what has been demonstrated. He must carefully regulate its intensity. If unleashed to its fullest potential, the destructive power would rival that of the sun itself. The capability to obliterate the solar system is undoubtedly sufficient. Do not be misled by the grandeur of this might. In the presence of the titans of the Marvel Universe, it merely ranks as mediocre. Truly formidable beings possess the ability to annihilate entire universes with a mere thought, even to the extent of causing the universe to reboot itself. Yi-Bai's current confidence is solely rooted in the immortality granted by the ancient destroyer of suns. In other words, Yi-Bai still has vast potential for growth. Returning to the battlefield, as Yi-Bai relentlessly pursued, he swiftly reached the rear of the largest spacecraft. With a burst of acceleration, he caught up to this colossal vessel, brazenly crashing through its protective shield and hull, entering the interior of the ship. Yi-Bai's intention was straightforward. He yearned for an audience with Thanos, the legendary archvillain, a figure of great intrigue. Otherwise, he could have easily obliterated the spacecraft. He simply chose not to. Upon Yi-Bai's entrance into the ship, piercing alarms began to blare, and Chitauri soldiers rushed at him, weapons drawn. Faced with such minions, Yi-Bai scarcely regarded them. A single breath of frost would suffice for their annihilation. After traversing a throng of frozen statues, he arrived at the command center of the ship, the most vital area of the vessel. With a powerful punch, Yi-Bai shattered the doors of the command room and entered. Immediately, several Chitauri opened fire, attempting to thwart him with their weapons. Their fate was all too evident. Yi-Bai, hardly inclined to engage, unleashed another breath of frost, swiftly ending the skirmish. However, after surveying the command center, Yi-Bai was disappointed to discover that Thanos was not present. Within the ship remained merely the commander of the Chitauri Legion, who had been encased in ice by Yi-Bai, just as Yi-Bai contemplated annihilating the spacecraft in its entirety out of sheer boredom. A large screen behind him flickered to life. Then, a wrinkled visage appeared on the screen, Thanos, without a doubt, who had always been aware of the events transpiring within the Chitauri ranks. It seemed Loki's endeavors had met with failure. Thanos regarded Yi-Bai with a slow, confident tone that exuded an air of omnipotence. Yi-Bai turned to face him, for the first time truly encountering this being capable of extinguishing half of all life in the universe. As you can see, Loki is utterly incapable of succeeding. Why did you not come in person? Yi-Bai inquired of Thanos, seemingly still lamenting the lack of a direct confrontation. Although they had met, it was merely through some means of remote communication. The true Thanos remained hidden in some distant corner of the cosmos. I shall come, but not at this moment. When the wheels of history begin to turn, I will arrive with destiny in tow, to fulfill my ordained purpose. It seemed as though Thanos had foreseen his future path, as he enigmatically spoke to Yi-Bai. Subsequently, the screen dimmed, and Thanos terminated the video call. Although Yi-Bai felt a twinge of regret for not being able to confront the mastermind Thanos in a physical altercation, he resigned himself to the situation. After all, he had no desire to scour the universe in search of Thanos' whereabouts. After concluding his initial video conversation with Yi-Bai, Thanos' expression swiftly turned grave. Internally, he did not exude the confidence he displayed before Yi-Bai. Rather, a sense of unease enveloped him. In Thanos' grand design, Yi-Bai had no place, which implied that Yi-Bai's emergence had disrupted all of Thanos' meticulous plans. Consequently, he now found himself compelled to modify his strategies specifically in response to Yi-Bai. Where had such a formidable adversary come from? Thanos pondered, having been entirely unaware of Yi-Bai's existence prior to their encounter. It was only after witnessing Yi-Bai obliterate the Chitauri army that Thanos recognized this unexpected figure as his greatest impending obstacle. In fact, Thanos felt a flicker of relief that he had not been among the Chitauri, for otherwise, his head would likely have been severed from his body by now. Most importantly, Thanos remained at a loss as to how to contain Yi-Bai. The latter's strength instilled in Thanos a vexation born of uncertainty. Just as Thanos was engrossed in contemplation on how to confront Yi-Bai, his loyal subordinate, Ebony Maw, returned with promising news. My lord, I have lived up to your expectations. We have secured Nidavellir. I ensured that the dwarves forged your weapon and dealt with them accordingly. Ebony Maw eloquently reported with a bow. Upon hearing this, Thanos felt a surge of elation. He recognized that the first step of his plan had been entirely successful. The dwarves of Nidavellir were renowned as the finest artisans in the universe, capable of crafting artifacts beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. Just as Thanos had coveted the Infinity Gauntlet, it had now been forged by the dwarves. However, this very capability prompted Thanos to nearly annihilate the entire population of Nidavellir. He could not allow the dwarves to create a second Infinity Gauntlet. Although this action placed him at odds with Asgard, Nidavellir was one of the 9 realms and thus part of Asgard's domain. Well done. You have set our plans off to a perfect start, Thanos praised Ebony Maw. Thoroughly satisfied with his subordinate, who consistently executed his tasks flawlessly. In truth, this success was also attributable to the meticulous nature of Thanos' plans. Collaborating with Loki and allowing him to take the Mind Stone may have seemed impulsive, but it was, in fact, a strategic maneuver to divert Asgard's attention while Ebony Maw and his team executed a bloody raid on Nidavellir. Each element of Thanos' scheme was intricately linked. Showcasing his considerable intellect, he was, after all, a great scientist. Let the Infinity Stones be preserved on that planet for a while. We shall retrieve them in due time. Thanos remarked to Ebony Maw, unconcerned about the possibility of the Soul Stone falling into the hands of Earth. In comparison to the Infinity Gauntlet, the priority of the Infinity Stones is relatively low. Under your sagacious leadership, our grand aspirations shall ultimately be realized. Ebony Maw complimented Thanos, thoroughly convinced by his meticulous plans. The establishment of such a formidable organization as the Dark Order is not solely reliant on brute force. With Asgard's involvement in the conflict, the annihilation of the Chitauri legions is merely a matter of time. Asgard is not Earth, it boasts a highly advanced civilization. While they may favor close-quarter combat, to underestimate Asgard's technological prowess would be a grave folly. Nick Fury has also come to recognize this, gaining a clearer understanding of Asgard's might. Asgard possesses advanced technology and is home to numerous powerful beings. From any perspective, the current Asgard is not one that human civilization can contend with. Should conflict arise with Asgard, humanity would face a defeat far more devastating than the previous onslaught by the Chitauri. The silver lining is that, for now, the relationship between humanity and Asgard appears quite favorable. Asgard stands as a protective elder brother before humanity. The recent invasion by the Chitauri serves as a testament to this. However, this does not quell Nick Fury's vigilance towards Asgard. As the king of spies, he is accustomed to doubting anyone. The timing of Asgard's arrival is too fortuitous. They intervened just as the Chitauri were on the verge of obliterating human civilization. Such impeccable timing is akin to a timely rescue in dire straits. It is conceivable that once Asgard's deeds are known, all of humanity will owe them an immense debt of gratitude. For a schemer like Nick Fury, this is not auspicious news. Indeed, his suspicions are not unfounded. Asgard's strategic timing of intervention is indeed a calculated move by Hela. Even before Loki descended to Earth to retrieve the Tesseract, Hela had been monitoring the situation on Earth. She observed as the Chitauri mercilessly trampled upon human civilization, remaining in the shadows. It was only when humanity reached its most perilous moment that Hela led Asgard onto the battlefield, rescuing a civilization on the brink of despair. This maneuver significantly elevates Asgard's standing in the eyes of humanity. To some, Asgard is already regarded as a savior. In the future, Asgard will undoubtedly wield immense influence on Earth. And this is merely the first step of Hela's grand design. Subsequently, Hela will dispatch envoys from Asgard to establish a presence on Earth, thereby strengthening the ties between the two civilizations. By sharing relatively rudimentary technologies, Asgard aims to gradually elevate its status on Earth, until it, like other realms of the Nine, becomes wholly subservient to Asgard. The advantage of this approach lies in transforming Earth into a vassal of Asgard without inciting significant conflict, thereby avoiding the ire of Earth's powerful figures, which would lead to disastrous consequences. Hela is acutely aware that Earth cannot be conquered by force. Thus, she has devised this strategy akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Although Nick Fury can discern certain signs, he finds it challenging to thwart her plans. Indeed, Hela proves to be an astute monarch. She has learned to wield more sophisticated means than brute force to procure benefits for Asgard. While this may seem inequitable to the inhabitants of Earth, Hela's allegiance lies firmly with Asgard. Moreover, humanity on Earth does not suffer unduly, for they at least gain a dependable elder brother. The thought that Hela now reigns as the goddess of Asgard inevitably leads Nick Fury to contemplate the fate of White Leaf. Long before Hela returned to Asgard, Fury had considered White Leaf exceedingly fortunate. This sentiment has only intensified in light of recent events, having acquired a goddess for a wife. He has effortlessly ascended to the pinnacle of life. Frankly, Fury feels a twinge of envy. As a middle-aged man still single, he yearns for a partner of such formidable strength. Alas, given his appearance, such aspirations seem rather elusive. Hela is in high spirits, as her recent descent to Earth has yielded far greater rewards than she anticipated. Not only has she achieved her objectives and garnered a wave of prestige on Earth, but she has also acquired the Tesseract. Additionally, a delightful surprise awaits her in the form of the Mind Stone. All these accomplishments leave Hela exceedingly satisfied, until an alarming message arrives from Asgard. One of the 9 realms, Nidavellir, was ruthlessly slaughtered during Asgard's military incursion into Earth. The infamous Mad Titan Thanos has dispatched his minions and vanguard, annihilating the dwarves of Nidavellir. While Hela revels in her monumental success on Earth, she is abruptly confronted with the disheartening reality of her homeland being plundered. Upon receiving this news, the fury in Hela's eyes threatens to erupt. Why, oh why? Does that wretched madman Thanos seek to obliterate Nidavellir? This question torments Hela. Logically, Thanos should harbor no animosity towards Asgard. Furthermore, what gain could he possibly achieve from attacking a realm populated solely by dwarves? Or perhaps his intentions are directed at Asgard itself, seeking to exploit Odin's demise to trouble Asgard? After all, many across the cosmos are aware that a significant portion of Asgard's weaponry is forged in Nidavellir. The slaughter of Nidavellir's dwarves and the destruction of their forges inflict the most severe blow upon Asgard. Damn Thanos, just you wait. Even if you hide in the farthest corners of the universe, I shall ensure that you pay for your blood debts. Hela seethed with rage, mentally placing Thanos on her list of targets for certain demise. From the moment he dispatched the Chitauri army to invade Earth to the bloodbath in Nidavellir, Thanos' dark cult had effectively declared war on Asgard. Meanwhile, Yibai returned to Earth through a portal. As he surveyed the desolate ruins of his manor, a pang of sorrow struck him, prompting him to scratch his head in dismay. Clearly, this place was no longer habitable, and he could only await its reconstruction. The silver lining was that, well before the Chitauri legions descended upon Earth, Yibai had established a construction company. Thus, the rebuilding of the manor would be quite convenient, as his own people could undertake the task. Simultaneously, with the war's conclusion, the reconstruction of Big Apple City commenced with great urgency. The largest metropolis in the world had suffered extensive damage from the Chitauri, with nearly half of its urban area requiring restoration. This ensured that Yibai's construction company would have no shortage of projects, presenting him with abundant opportunities to profit. His losses could be entirely offset through this avenue, and he might even amass a considerable fortune. Not just Yibai's construction company, but virtually all construction firms globally had set their sights on Big Apple City. It was common knowledge that before the city's reconstruction was complete, opportunities for business would abound. Some astute entrepreneurs even hastily established construction companies, eager to partake in this lucrative industry boom. Even Stark Industries, now pivoting towards energy, swiftly created a construction department, having already secured numerous promising reconstruction projects in Big Apple City. Tony Stark proved himself a shrewd businessman, possessing a keen instinct for detecting opportunities amidst crises. Coupled with his outstanding performance during the Battle of New York, Stark Industries was undoubtedly on the verge of becoming a behemoth within the construction sector. This surge in activity also propelled Stark Industries stock prices significantly upward, benefiting Yibai as well. After addressing matters related to the construction company and finalizing the manor's restoration, Yibai prepared to leave Earth, intending to spend some time in Asgard. With his estate now in ruins, he found little reason to remain on Earth for the moment. He could always return once the reconstruction was complete. Additionally, Yibai had another objective for his journey to Asgard, to gather as much intelligence as possible about Thanos. In contrast to Earth's sparse cosmic knowledge, Asgard was far more well-informed. Asgard undoubtedly possessed a wealth of information regarding Thanos. What Yibai needed most was to ascertain Thanos' current whereabouts. Following their previous video call, Yibai had made it a priority to eliminate Thanos, as he harbored a persistent intuition that Thanos might prove more formidable than he had initially anticipated. Thanos undoubtedly possesses greater wisdom and prudence than portrayed in the films. Recognizing the inherent danger he embodies, Yibai believes it prudent to dismantle this ticking time bomb sooner rather than later. Before long, he arrives in Asgard and encounters Hela, who has just returned from Earth. Observing the Tesseract and the Mind Stone in her possession, Yibai is not surprised, given Hela's formidable strength. Acquiring these 2 Infinity Stones is a trivial task. However, such actions could potentially trigger a chain reaction that might result in the absence of the future superhero Vision. Yet, since Yibai is not closely acquainted with Vision, he is indifferent to his possible non-existence. Upon Yibai's arrival, Hela is visibly elated. After learning that Yibai intends to stay in Asgard for a while due to the collapse of his manor, she suddenly finds the Chitauri army rather appealing. Expressing gratitude towards the Leviathan ship that inadvertently destroyed his estate, considering it a fortuitous event, While she feels a tinge of regret for the memories associated with the manor, she has no intention of clinging to the past. Each day spent with Yi-Bai creates new memories, rendering the past insignificant. However, Yi-Bai soon utters a name that irks her greatly, Thanos. That accursed mad titan, one day I shall kill him, Hela exclaims with a hint of fury, her anger intensifying as she reflects on the events surrounding Nidavellir. It is indeed frustrating to have one's home invaded, resulting in significant losses. The dwarves, the finest craftsmen in the universe, represent Asgard's invaluable treasure. This implies that while Loki led the Chitauri army in an assault on Earth, Thanos dispatched his subordinates to launch a surprise attack on Nidavellir. From Hela, Yi-Bai learns the full extent of the situation and draws his conclusions. Hela nods in acknowledgement, admitting that she has indeed suffered a setback this time, which explains her current discontent. Yi-Bai, however, ponders further. Thanos' actions have surpassed his expectations. He is uncertain whether Thanos' attack on Nidavellir aligns with the original storyline or results from the butterfly effect he has inadvertently caused. No longer blindly trusting the original narrative, Yi-Bai begins to comprehend the intentions of the Celestials. His existence has steered the Marvel Universe's unfolding saga toward an uncertain conclusion, the nature of which remains ambiguous. Chapter 69. 3 months have passed since the battle in New Apple City. During this period, the reconstruction of New Apple City has proceeded remarkably well. Thanks to the relentless efforts of numerous construction companies, a brand new New Apple City has risen from the ashes within these 3 months. There is no doubt regarding the technological prowess of the Marvel Universe. Their infrastructural capabilities are indeed formidable. Nevertheless, although New Apple City has been restored to its former glory, none can forget the brutality of the battle that transpired 3 months ago. According to post-battle statistics, over 100,000 lives were lost in that fierce conflict. This is a most terrifying figure, deeply piercing the hearts of all. Even 3 months hence, the nation still witnesses widespread demonstrations. Countries around the globe have commenced urgent research into various clandestine weapons, hoping to be better prepared for the next extraterrestrial incursion. Numerous secret projects, once abandoned by the military, have now been resurrected on the agenda. Among them is the Super Soldier Program 20. Following the chaos instigated by the abomination in Angel City, General Ross found himself mired in the nadir of his military career. He nearly faced the courtroom and imprisonment due to the incident involving the abomination. Although he ultimately leveraged his vast connections to resolve the matter, he nonetheless lost his former influence, relegated to a mere emblematic figure. However, everything transformed after the Battle of the Big Apple, when the military might of the nation, once a source of pride, was effortlessly crushed by the Chitauri. He was once again brought into the spotlight. The Super Soldier Program 20, previously shelved due to the abomination incident, was revived. Many hoped that General Ross would recommence this initiative, aiding the nation in developing controllable abominations. While the abomination inflicted significant economic losses, none could deny its formidable strength. In stark contrast to the abomination, Captain America, the epitome of the super soldier, appeared almost mundane. Thus, General Ross ascended back to the pinnacle of power, even surpassing it to become the chairman of the Global Security Council. The abomination, shrouded in secrecy, was clandestinely delivered into General Ross's hands. The new generation of the Abomination Serum Project has commenced. Observing the abomination, injected with copious amounts of suppressants and tranquilizers, a sinister ambition flickered in General Ross's eyes. He was not content with merely recreating another abomination. Though powerful, it was not perfect. It could be enhanced further. The abomination's performance during the Battle of the Big Apple was far from optimal. The terrifying might of Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, left an indelible impression on General Ross. If the strengths of the abomination could be amalgamated with those of Thor, what an extraordinary being would emerge. General Ross envisioned this potent image, his heart racing with exhilaration at the mere thought. Yet, while he harbored ambition, he also understood whom to provoke and whom to avoid. In this era of Asgard's formidable prominence, to challenge the gods of Asgard would be tantamount to courting death. Regrettably, General Ross relinquished the idea of targeting Thor and began to seek alternative objectives. For instance, he focused on a video that continuously played before him. In it, a crimson sun rose and expanded, unleashing destructive power that surpassed that of a thermonuclear weapon, inflicting greater casualties upon the Chitauri than all the other superheroes combined. This is the true divinity of the mortal realm. This is the ultimate goal of General Ross. Yi-Bai, how splendid it would be if your power were mine. General Ross remarked slowly while gazing at the video, his yearning for Yi-Bai's formidable strength palpable. As for how General Ross became aware of Yi-Bai's identity, it was, of course, due to the satellites hovering above. In truth, Yi-Bai had never considered concealing his whereabouts. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long recognized his immense abilities. Yi-Bai merely wished to avoid disturbances and did not want to live in fear of exposure. This, however, led to his being targeted once again, this time by the military. Like General Ross, Tony Stark also beheld Yi-Bai on the screen with an expression of disbelief. Today, on a whim, Tony decided to revisit the battle from 3 months prior. While reviewing the footage recorded with his mark armor, he spotted Yi-Bai's silhouette. Initially, Tony merely sought to ascertain who had entered the space portal and halted the relentless onslaught of the Chitauri army. That moment had been a turning point in the Battle of New York, had it not been for Yi-Bai's intervention. The pressures on the superheroes would have been exponentially greater, and some of the more vulnerable heroes might have paid a bloody price. Regrettably, to this day, the identity of the nameless hero who entered the portal and blocked the Chitauri remains unknown, and it is uncertain whether that hero ever returned from the rift. Yet, after numerous magnifications, Tony finally glimpsed the true visage of the nameless hero, the prodigious rider lauded by many, his friend, Yi-Bai. It was he who had bravely charged into the portal and halted the Chitauri forces. Thus, he had been living incognito, quietly safeguarding the city of New York. Tony mused, feeling a swell of admiration for Yi-Bai. Compared to superheroes who bask in public adoration, Yi-Bai truly embodied the essence of a hero. A strong impulse surged within Tony, compelling him to divulge this revelation, allowing Yi-Bai to receive the accolades he so rightly deserved. However, after careful contemplation, Tony abandoned this notion. Since Yi-Bai was unwilling to reveal his superhero identity, why should he take it upon himself to do so? After all, not all superheroes relish the spotlight like Tony. In fact, the majority of superheroes prefer anonymity, shunning excessive scrutiny of their lives. Nevertheless, this in no way diminishes Yi-Bai's greatness in Tony's eyes. Were Yi-Bai to learn of Tony's thoughts, he would undoubtedly wear a perplexed expression. Such vivid imagination is truly remarkable. I should have realized sooner that Yi-Bai has been missing for 3 months, Tony lamented, coming to the realization that he had not heard from Yi-Bai in quite some time. It is highly likely that upon entering the spatial passage, unforeseen troubles arose. Yet, I fervently hope that the reality is not so grim. However, after conducting a thorough investigation, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Yi-Bai had not gone missing. He had returned to his estate. Over the past 3 months, he had maintained a low profile, refraining from boasting about his achievements. This noble demeanor immediately captivated Tony, embodying the spirit of a chivalrous hero who departs quietly after resolving matters. I must seek him out for a conversation. Our relationship ought to be more intimate. Tony mused to himself, unable to suppress this thought any longer. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to harbor a sense of admiration for Yi-Bai. With such immense strength and noble character, he was the unsung hero who had saved New York City. This was Tony's perception of Yi-Bai, to the extent that he now yearned to meet him as if on a pilgrimage, fervently akin to an ardent fan chasing after a celebrity. After spending 3 months in Asgard, Yi-Bai returned to his estate with Hela. The place had been completely restored, almost identical to its former state before the destruction. I should prepare a sumptuous dinner to celebrate our return to where it all began, Yi-Bai remarked with a pleasant demeanor as he held Hela's hand. Gazing at the familiar estate, Hela nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her lips. She too was in high spirits and had even decided to stay with Yi-Bai for a while, as Asgard had now found its footing. She relished the opportunity for a brief respite, which led her to accompany Yi-Bai back to Earth. Compared to Asgard, this estate provided her with greater relaxation and joy. Furthermore, with the power of the space gem in her possession, she could return to Asgard at any moment, free of worries, and approached Earth with a mindset of leisure. I will go to my room to prepare. I hope we can enjoy a perfect evening, Hela said alluringly to Yi-Bai, casting a captivating smile. With a teasing glance at Yi-Bai, she ascended the stairs slowly, intending to change into another outfit. The distinctive attire of Asgard was too conspicuous, and she favored the garments of Earth. Compared to the battle armor of Asgard, the clothing of Earth undeniably enhanced her allure. Soon, Hela emerged from her room, adorned in an elegant black gown that perfectly accentuated her figure. Satisfied with her reflection in the mirror, she gracefully stepped out, like a peacock displaying its most beautiful plumage before Yi-Bai. Delighted by her appearance, Yi-Bai was eager to showcase his culinary skills. He intended to ensure that their guest was thoroughly satisfied before indulging himself. However, just as the atmosphere in the estate was developing toward a delightful evening, an unexpected visitor arrived. The sound of the doorbell echoed outside, prompting both Yi-Bai and Hela to frown. Who could it be, so lacking in awareness? Unbeknownst to them, were they preparing to indulge in a perfect evening? Despite harboring some resentment, Yi-Bai found himself standing at the grand entrance of the mansion, where he encountered an unexpected visitor. Tony Stark, a guest he had not anticipated. Tony, you ought to be reveling at the party with those supermodels today. Not here to disrupt my peace, Yi-Bai lamented, feeling quite at ease with Tony, allowing his grievances to surface. Tony immediately grasped the underlying sentiment, raising an eyebrow and displaying a knowing smile that only a man could understand. Before long, Yi-Bai welcomed Tony into the estate. While Hela had already retreated to her chambers, Tony wasted no time in articulating his purpose for the visit. Thank you for your contributions for this city. I take pride in knowing you, my friend. To be honest, I find myself somewhat in awe of you. You are a true superhero. Much like a fervent fan meeting their idol, Tony's enthusiasm today bordered on the extraordinary. Yi Bai regarded Tony with a puzzled expression, wondering if this Iron Man had momentarily lost his senses. His recollection of Tony was of a rather proud individual. How could such a character bestow such accolades upon him? Your acting skills are commendable. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I might have been deceived. Rest assured, I shall not divulge your identity to others. Seeing Yi Bai's bewilderment, Tony assumed he was merely performing. He understood that superheroes often preferred to work quietly, presenting a facade of an ordinary person. Yet, before him, there was no need for such pretense. The moment he witnessed Yi Bai courageously charge into the space portal, Tony had already become a devoted admirer. In his eyes, that was the epitome of heroic action. What on earth are you talking about? Yi Bai inquired, increasingly perplexed by Tony's fervor. All right, take a look at this. With a hint of exasperation at Yi Bai's continued denial of his identity, Tony presented his phone, revealing Yi Bai's own visage, still as dashing as ever. In that instant, Yi Bai grasped why Tony was so exuberant. It appeared that Tony had interpreted Yi Bai's reckless plunge into the space portal as a selfless act of guardianship for the city. In truth, Yi Bai did not perceive himself as a hero. His actions were merely an outlet for his pent-up fury, seeking to confront more misfortunes. Honestly, I don't consider myself a hero. My actions were merely a release of my anger. By the way, you might want to refrain from sharing that video. I prefer not to have too many eyes on my life, Yi Bai advised Tony, trusting that he would exercise some discretion. Tony nodded in agreement, albeit misinterpreting Yi Bai's intent. He viewed Yi Bai as a noble soul uninterested in fame, when in reality, Yi Bai simply detested complications. It must be said, this was a delightful misunderstanding. The thoughts of the two individuals have never been in sync, and Yi Bai is too indifferent to elaborate further. Unbeknownst to Yi Bai, as he and Hela orchestrate the symphony of life, General Ross is actively engaged in his own endeavors. He is diligently persuading one government official after another. All for the sake of Yi Bai. This may not be the wisest of decisions and could potentially cost us a superhero. However, should he succeed, we might restore greatness to the Eagle Nation, standing before the notoriously unreliable president. General Ross articulates his proposal to have the military apprehend Yi Bai and place him under his jurisdiction. Although such an action may provoke vehement resistance from Yi Bai, who cares? While Yi Bai possesses immense power, would he dare to strike against his fellow humans? It is universally acknowledged that superheroes do not oppose the government. Otherwise, the global fishing fleets would render Yi Bai's existence intolerable. This is exceedingly reckless. You risk igniting a super-nuclear bomb at any moment. If he resists vigorously, we cannot bear the consequences. At this moment, the notoriously unreliable president appears remarkably astute. He disapproves of General Ross's perilous scheme, questioning the sanity of provoking a nuclear bomb that could detonate at any instant. Nevertheless, General Ross remains confident. His think tank has devised a comprehensive plan after a night of intensive research. As long as Yi Bai continues to embody the essence of a superhero, he can be manipulated. After all, superheroes are synonymous with justice. Perhaps it sounds ironic, yet it is the truth. The sole weakness of superheroes lies in their commitment to righteousness. Justice implies a set of moral boundaries. In a world rife with corruption, those who are more depraved, those who possess fewer scruples, ultimately prevail. Is General Ross truly so foolish as to seek trouble with Yi Bai, fully aware that he could easily wreak havoc on a nuclear scale? No, General Ross is astutely aware that Yi Bai is a superhero, bound by his self-imposed moral constraints that prevent him from harming his own kind. Even if he does resist, he will likely temper the intensity of his defiance, avoiding severe repercussions. In essence, it is a manipulation of Yi Bai's inner moral compass to restrain him. One might label General Ross as despicable, yet this tactic proves remarkably effective. In dealing with other superheroes, the military often merely needs to fabricate a seemingly justifiable charge to act with impunity. The distinction lies solely in the worthiness of the endeavor. Take Hulk, for instance, who has always found himself pursued relentlessly by General Ross. Is Hulk incapable of confronting the military? Far from it. If he so desired, he could obliterate the ground forces of the Eagle Nation entirely. However, the subconscious of Dr. Banner within Hulk cautions him against opposing the state. This internal conflict results in Hulk being constrained and rarely retaliating against various assaults. In essence, one finds oneself constrained by the moral standards of the heart. Yet, if one were to substitute the object of disdain, does the military possess a solution? Disdain is unbound by morality. Thus, in the eyes of the military, it is a far greater menace than even the Hulk. This is because disdain is capable of annihilating them without mercy. The military would hesitate to provoke such a creature without absolute certainty of overcoming it. Similarly, Yi Bai finds himself in a comparable predicament. The military merely needs to fabricate a seemingly justifiable accusation to seek his arrest. As long as Yi Bai retains his principles and remains cognizant of the law and his nation, he will be subject to the military's whims. He could either live as a fugitive like the Hulk or succumb to their machinations. The price the military must pay is but a trifling moral dilemma. General Ross, however, is indifferent to such ethical considerations. He is solely focused on his objectives. If achieving his goals entails some sacrifices, then they are deemed worthwhile. Thus, after hearing General Ross articulate his entire scheme, Mr. Unreliable wavered. He resolved to consult his advisory team, for if this plan were viable, he would acquiesce. Soon Mr. Unreliable received a response from his advisors. From the perspective of human psychology, General Ross's plan was flawless. Even if a confrontation with Yi Bai ensued, the cost would be minimal. Sacrificing a few scapegoats could quell Yi Bai's fury. Of course, this hinges on the assumption that Yi Bai is indeed a superhero of noble character. Otherwise, the aforementioned plan would be rendered moot. As for Yi Bai's character, the military's analysis suggests it to be commendable. After all, he selflessly intervened during the Battle of New Apple City, bravely penetrating the heart of the Chitauri forces. Without this act, General Ross would not have dared to propose such a perilous strategy. Proceed with conviction, and may success be yours, was the final sentiment expressed. Ultimately, Mr. Unreliable resolved to endorse General Ross's plan, declaring, "Indeed, we shall make Eagle Sauce great again. The stars and seas shall be our destiny." General Ross expressed his satisfaction, confident that acquiring Yi Bai's serum would enable him to forge warriors 100 times more formidable than disdain itself. At that juncture, what were the Chitauri, or even Asgard, to fear? With Mr. Unreliable's backing, General Ross swiftly departed from the Pentagon. Preparations to ensnare Yi Bai were underway. All conditions had been set, and now it was merely a matter of reaping the rewards. As for Yi Bai's consent, who would concern themselves with such trifles? A minor concession would suffice, a mere sample of blood. After all, for General Ross, such matters were inconsequential. His ascent to power had long since stripped him of any sense of shame. The successful sign-in rewarded him with Avalon. As per routine, each morning upon awakening, Yi Bai's first auditory encounter is the system's sign-in notification. Today, fortune smiles upon him, rewarding him with a remarkable item. Avalon, this shall render my demise even more elusive. Yi Bai muses contentedly. Avalon, the fabled scabbard of the Sword of Victory, derives its name from Celtic mythology, representing an enchanted realm, a sanctuary far removed from the mundane world. Within certain realms, it stands as one of the most formidable protective artifacts, its defensive barrier impenetrable. Once assimilated, it significantly amplifies Yi Bai's vitality and defensive prowess. Nevertheless, for Yi Bai, this enhancement is but a marginal benefit, as he inherently possesses immortality. Regrettably, Avalon is exclusively for Yi Bai's use. Otherwise, it would have been splendid to integrate it within Hela. In truth, the vast majority of the system's rewarded items or templates are solely for Yi Bai's utilization. Just as Yi Bai prepares to rise and refresh himself, his phone suddenly rings. Upon checking, he discovers it is a call from Tony. "Tony, it's unusual for you to contact me this early. What is the matter?" Yi Bai's impression is that Tony should still be slumbering at this hour, as he typically does not awaken until the afternoon. "You're still at the estate, right? You need to leave immediately. The military is targeting you." Tony's voice is laced with urgency, indicating the gravity of the situation. Yi Bai's demeanor shifts. He is now intrigued yet perplexed. "The military is after me? I am no Hulk." Before Yi Bai can finish his thought, a cacophony erupts from outside. The grand entrance of Yi Bai's estate has been forcefully breached, followed by the sound of numerous footsteps intruding within. Given Tony's warning, it is evident that military personnel have arrived. Yi Bai's expression darkens, a palpable disdain for complications emerging. On the other end of the line, Tony is frantic, already donning his mark armor, eager to reach Yi Bai's estate as swiftly as possible. In truth, the fact that General Ross of the military intends to take action against Yi Bai is news that Tony has only just uncovered. Suddenly, the seriousness of the situation dawns upon him. His concern does not stem from a belief that Yi Bai would be harmed. He is acutely aware of Yi Bai's capabilities, but rather from the fear that Yi Bai might act impulsively, leading to irreparable consequences. This urgency propels him to prevent any potential conflict, yet fate has rendered his efforts too late. Simultaneously, Tony's thoughts are laced with vitriol directed at General Ross. That fool. If he wishes for death, he could simply find a place to leap. Why provoke Yi Bai? Tony comprehends the military's nature, recognizing them as a band of unreasonable ruffians. Should Yi Bai become incensed, the aftermath would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Furthermore, Tony harbors no desire to see Yi Bai suffer. Why would such a noble superhero seek trouble with him? Soon, Tony donned the mark armor and soared directly towards the Yi Bai manor. En route, he relayed this crucial information to S.H.I.E.L.D, seeking Nick Fury's assistance. Meanwhile, within the confines of Yi Bai's estate, he had entered the parlor, confronting an unexpected assembly of guests. Leading the group was General Ross, an ambitious old man who Yi Bai distinctly remembered. Presently, a victorious smirk graced Ross's lips as he gazed down at Yi Bai with an air of arrogance. Behind him, over 100 military personnel had encircled the manor. Upon Yi Bai's emergence, Ross stepped forward, positioning himself before him. "Through our military investigation, you are suspected of stealing classified military secrets. Mr. Yi-Bai, we kindly ask for your cooperation. Otherwise, we possess the authority to forcibly detain you. Ross proclaimed in a tone that reeked of triumph, as if he had already secured victory over Yi-Bai. This demeanor elicited a frown from Yi-Bai, who pondered the absurdity of such unwarranted calamity. What if I refuse? Yi-Bai replied coldly, unable to fathom why such fools would seek their own demise in his presence. Was living not preferable? Did Ross not understand the fates that befell Yi-Bai's adversaries? In truth, Ross was oblivious, even unaware of the existence of the Brotherhood of Mutants, a matter classified as top secret by S.H.I.E.L.D, beyond Ross's purview. You may reject my orders, but we will execute our mandate. You may resist. And even if you manage to escape, you will become a wanted criminal, with no refuge left on this earth, Ross declared with an air of certainty, seemingly unconcerned that Yi-Bai might retaliate. His confidence stemmed from Yi-Bai's appearance as a superhero. Had he been a supervillain, Ross would never have dared to confront him. In Ross's estimation, even if Yi-Bai were to resist, he would merely injure a few soldiers before fleeing. By the way, it would be wise for you to comply with our military operations. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. I trust you wouldn't wish to witness your reputation tarnished. Transforming from a brilliant author into a pariah despised by all, Ross added, as if seeking to bolster his intimidation tactics, clearly aiming to threaten Yi-Bai into submission. Should Yi-Bai truly be a superhero, he found himself in an inescapable predicament. To resist would mean to embrace the role of a criminal, forfeiting all his honor. To comply, however, would delight Ross, granting him free reign over Yi-Bai. He could extract as much blood as he wished. It could be said that Ross's scheme was a blatant power play, nearly insoluble. Threatening with societal leverage, challenging the moral boundaries of true superheroes, is a deadlock for them. Yet, alas, General Ross remains oblivious, standing before someone who is not a superhero at all. He feels no anger, only perceives General Ross as a comical fool, engaged in a grotesque and foolish performance. Observing the silent Yi-Bai, General Ross smirks, believing that he has succeeded in making Yi-Bai yield. He gestures to his soldiers, commanding, "Seize him and take him back." With a sense of pride, General Ross envisions the day he will utilize Yi-Bai's serum to become a god among men. As per Ross's signal, two soldiers step forward, ready to apprehend Yi-Bai. In that moment, Yi-Bai strikes with lightning speed, grasping one soldier by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. The unfortunate soldier dangles helplessly, futilely clawing at his own neck, gasping for air. This scene dramatically transforms the atmosphere, tension escalating palpably. General Ross feels a jolt of fear. He had not anticipated Yi-Bai's outright rebellion. Contemplating the energy emanating from Yi-Bai, even Ross is momentarily unsettled. Yet, he forces himself to remain composed, fixating on Yi-Bai with a fierce glare. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to oppose the military? Are you betraying your country? Consider the consequences. If you kill, there will be no refuge for you on this planet. General Ross hopes that his roar will mask his inner turmoil, for he is the only one present who comprehends the true terror of Yi-Bai. However, Yi-Bai's expression remains icy, further unsettling Ross. At last, Yi-Bai speaks. "Why do you believe I am a superhero?" He addresses General Ross, who is rigidly maintaining eye contact. Yi-Bai's words momentarily stun Ross, and an ominous premonition washes over him. His seemingly foolproof schemes hinge on one crucial premise. Yi-Bai must indeed be a superhero, possessing a moral standard that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Only then could there be a possibility for compromise. But if Yi-Bai is, in fact, a supervillain, then Ross's threats are rendered utterly ludicrous. In essence, General Ross is gambling, wagering that Yi-Bai's moral compass is higher than that of the average person. For superheroes are far easier to manipulate than supervillains, who possess even fewer scruples than the military. Just as the atmosphere reaches its nadir, the crimson and gold Iron Man finally arrives at the scene. He immediately spots the unfortunate soldier being held by Yi-Bai and the expressionless visage of Yi-Bai himself. "Calm down, Yi-Bai. Release him. We can discuss this rationally." Tony was genuinely alarmed, fearing that Yi-Bai might inadvertently snap the neck of the unfortunate soldier. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of indignation. For General Ross's tactics were exceedingly despicable. Were he in Ross's position, he would have undoubtedly erupted in fury. Employing morality as a weapon against superheroes is the simplest of strategies, for the military has no need for such ethical considerations. Behind every superhero lies a unique background. Even the seemingly ordinary Spider-Man is buoyed by the presence of Iron Man, Tony himself. Conversely, those without any support often succumb to becoming supervillains. This is the overwhelming majority. Otherwise, why would every superhero be plagued by a multitude of arch-nemeses? The atmosphere on the battlefield had grown palpably tense, with Tony and General Ross both fixated on the hapless soldier clutched in Yi-Bai's grasp. Their greatest concern was that a mere exertion of force from Yi-Bai could send this unfortunate soul to meet his maker, thereby irreparably escalating their conflict. "Yi-Bai, my friend, you must remain composed. At the very least, the one in your grasp is innocent. You should set him down. Tony's voice emanated from within his armored suit, urging Yi Bai to consider the greater good. However, upon hearing Tony's words, Yi Bai's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Even the way he looked at Tony became somewhat distant. Is there any distinction between advising someone to remain calm and urging them to act kindly? Both stem from a lofty moral pedestal, akin to a self-righteous saint. Yi Bai then directed his gaze toward General Ross, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is it not delightful to manipulate the hearts of others? Do you not feel astute? By exploiting the moral standards intrinsic to superheroes, compelling them to bind their own hands and feet is indeed a cunning ploy. Even in failure, superheroes would likely show mercy due to their own ethical codes, allowing for a few scapegoats to resolve the matter satisfactorily, wouldn't it? If I were a superhero, you would already be invulnerable, for a superhero would never take the life of a nation's general. Alas, I am not. Yi Bai articulated every facet of General Ross's plan with precision. He was far from foolish. He could easily discern Ross's reliance on his presumed moral compass. The absurdity of it all struck him. How could this old fool so confidently presume him to be a paragon of virtue? Furthermore, the notion that anyone could believe in his benevolence, despite the countless mutants he had slain, was nothing short of surreal. Upon hearing Yi Bai's revelations, General Ross's complexion shifted dramatically, an array of emotions playing across his face. He realized that the worst-case scenario had materialized. Yi Bai was not the morally upstanding figure he had anticipated. Ross had miscalculated. Even more disconcerting was the fact that Yi Bai had seen through his scheme with remarkable clarity, causing Ross's sense of control to gradually evaporate. Observing the speechless General Ross, Yi Bai could not help but smile disdainfully. Remember this person, he died because of you. With those words, Yi Bai tightened his grip, snapping the unfortunate soldier's neck. The soldier's struggling limbs fell limp. Yi Bai then turned his gaze back to General Ross, his eyes brimming with mockery and murderous intent. Those who toy with the hearts of others shall inevitably suffer backlash. Meanwhile, Tony had regained his composure and stepped directly in front of Yi Bai and General Ross. Enough. Yi Bai, I beseech you. You cannot proceed any further. It would lead to chaos. Tony, while secretly wishing for General Ross's demise, understood that the general's position forbade him from perishing at Yi Bai's hands. If that were to happen, Yi Bai would irreversibly become an enemy of the nation. Yet, Yi Bai remained unfazed, his resolve unwavering. He adhered to a principle. Enemies must not be allowed to live. Today, regardless of who intervened or what was said, General Ross must die. No one could save him. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent between Yi Bai and Tony, Tony suddenly heard Nick Fury's urgent voice. Tony, what's the situation on your end? Nick's tone was filled with anxiety, reminiscent of impending disaster. Even during the Chitauri invasion, Nick had not displayed such a sense of urgency. Not good. Yi Bai has killed a soldier and is now intent on killing General Ross. I am trying to stop him, Tony reported, contemplating how to thwart Yi Bai. He knew he could not match Yi Bai's strength. Additionally, finding a way to absolve Yi Bai was also a dilemma. Tony did not blame Yi Bai for the killing. His sole concern was to protect Yi Bai and prevent a fallout with the nation. This was the reason he had informed Nick Fury. Do not intervene. Let him proceed. That bastard Ross, you must act too. Eliminate that dog of a man. I will take responsibility for everything. I will explain it to the higher-ups. Your only task now is to assist Yi Bai in taking down that scoundrel Ross. Nick Fury nearly shouted the last sentence. This left Tony momentarily stunned, even doubting his own hearing. What? Nick Fury wants me to eliminate General Ross. Surely, I must have misheard. Although Tony was aware of the animosity between General Ross and Nick Fury, such ruthlessness seemed unnecessary. Execute the order. Eliminate that bastard. I will explain later. Nick Fury's directive to Tony Stark was resolute, leaving no room for compromise. Despite his confusion, Tony had no choice but to comply. And why refuse? After all, Nick would bear all the consequences. Originally, Tony Stark harbored considerable disdain for General Ross, yet he had restrained himself out of respect for the latter's high-ranking military position. However, the tide had turned. Now, he felt no trepidation. Brother, I have changed my mind. Let us eliminate this scoundrel together, Tony declared resolutely to Yi Bai. Without a moment's hesitation, the swiftness of his transformation took Yi Bai by surprise, while General Ross's complexion paled dramatically, astonished that Iron Man had shifted his allegiance. What was happening? Did they no longer regard my status with any seriousness? Consider the consequences. I am a general. To kill me is to declare war against the United States. Ross barked at Yi Bai and Tony, clinging to the hope that the two would still take his rank into account. As for achieving his aims, Ross had long since abandoned such aspirations. I know who you are. You are General Ross. However, I have received orders from Nick Fury to eliminate you directly. Should you have any questions, perhaps you can inquire of him when he joins you in hell. Tony responded, simultaneously clarifying his stance to Yi Bai. Although Yi Bai felt puzzled, he brushed it off. As long as Tony did not impede him, all would remain well among friends. Only General Ross remained bewildered, wondering what could have prompted Nick Fury to wish for his demise. The situation concerning Nick Fury's desire for Ross's demise traces back to the early hours of that very day. Nick had awakened in high spirits, having recently acquired a substantial sum of money. However, his morning tranquility was abruptly shattered by a call from Tony Stark. Upon learning that General Ross intended to confront Yi-Bai, Fury was momentarily taken aback, soon followed by an eruption of fury that resulted in him smashing his phone. That bastard. How dare he lay a hand on Yi-Bai? He is courting death. Who gave him the audacity? Such a foolhardy demise. Fury seethed, utterly incensed. He never anticipated that anyone would dare to threaten Yi-Bai. Setting aside Yi-Bai's formidable power, the fact that his wife was Hela alone rendered him untouchable. Such an affront could incite a diplomatic crisis, one of grave proportions. If handled poorly, it might even lead to war, or more aptly, a massacre. The chilling ramifications of this scenario paled Fury's countenance. Thus, he promptly contacted Tony, urging him to disregard General Ross and let the old man meet his fate. In fact, Tony could assist Yi-Bai in dispatching Ross, as Fury had long held a grudge against the general. Concurrently, Nick Fury hastened to the Pentagon. Intent on delivering a message, whether Ross lived or died was inconsequential. Offending Yi-Bai was absolutely intolerable. To be precise, one must not offend the formidable beings behind Yi-Bai, namely Hela and Asgard. General Ross, in his folly, seemed utterly oblivious to Yi-Bai's true identity. It appears that even the notoriously unreliable president remained in the dark regarding this matter. Theoretically, he ought to have been informed, as he possesses the authority to know. However, Nick Fury harbored genuine concerns that the erratic president might boast about it on Twitter, thus choosing to withhold this critical information. Such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. Indeed, that unpredictable president has already shared countless indiscretions on social media. Had General Ross been privy to this knowledge, he would surely have been reduced to tears. It was unimaginable that after meticulously plotting for so long, he had unwittingly maneuvered himself into a deadlock. All due to an unreliable president. Had Mr. Unreliable displayed a modicum of reliability, this predicament would have been summarily dismissed. It can only be said that General Ross's fate was sealed by a series of unfortunate coincidences, culminating in the current predicament. Within Yi-Bai's estate, the tide of events had turned dramatically. Prior to his arrival, General Ross brimmed with confidence, believing he could master the situation entirely. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared in a fatal impasse. Witnessing that even his military rank could not deter Yi-Bai's murderous intent sent Ross into a state of panic. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew a vial from his pocket. Inside lay a liquid resembling red amber, which he consumed in one swift motion. This concoction was the culmination of his recent research, a super soldier serum derived from the serum of the Abomination and the Hulk. He had initially intended to delay his consumption, hoping to refine it further with Yi-Bai's blood. However, time was of the essence. He had no alternative left. Shortly after ingesting the serum, an excruciating pain surged through him, as if every cell in his body was undergoing relentless division and rebirth, a torment far worse than mere disintegration. He clenched his jaw in determination, yet ultimately succumbed to a primal howl of agony. Simultaneously, his form began to swell and expand, akin to an inflated balloon. His muscles burgeoned, and his skin flushed a deep crimson. "My God!" Tony exclaimed, taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. He could scarcely fathom that General Ross would metamorphose into such a grotesque form. It was terrifying. Who could possibly know what effects the serum had wrought upon him? Yet one thing was certain. Amidst this transformation, General Ross was growing increasingly formidable. Yi-Bai, intrigued by the ongoing metamorphosis of Ross, chose not to intervene. He was curious to see what kind of being Ross would ultimately become. However, the current location is unsuitable. It would be prudent to relocate to a more spacious area. With this thought in mind, Yi-Bai suddenly dashed towards General Ross with remarkable speed, seizing him before soaring into the sky. Upon identifying a suitable spot, Yi-Bai unceremoniously released General Ross. He had no desire to jeopardize his freshly restored estate due to Ross's presence. Clearly, General Ross lacked the ability to counteract gravity. Once released by Yi-Bai, he plummeted uncontrollably. With a thunderous crash, General Ross struck the ground in a desolate suburban area. Had this been the original General Ross, such a fall would likely have been fatal. However, the circumstances were different now. Before Yi-Bai could linger, the transformation of General Ross was swiftly completed. Before him stood a colossal figure with crimson skin, resembling the Hulk in both stature and fury, bellowing angrily. It was the Red Hulk. Yi-Bai was taken aback, surprised by the emergence of the Red Hulk. According to the original storyline, General Ross would eventually transform into the Red Hulk, but this occurrence was far too premature. Moreover, General Ross's transformation was to be triggered by gamma radiation, akin to the Hulk's own genesis, certainly not a mere spontaneous metamorphosis following ingestion of a serum. With a deafening roar, the newly transformed Red Hulk unleashed a furious cry towards Yi-Bai, repeatedly pounding his chest in a display of dominance. Clearly, the Red Hulk's cognitive faculties had become somewhat disordered, yet he retained a vivid recollection of his animosity towards Yi-Bai. In the next moment, the Red Hulk crouched slightly before launching himself toward Yi-Bai like a cannonball. This was not flight, but sheer leaping prowess. He effortlessly ascended to a height of 300 meters, creating a crater upon his departure from the ground. Such formidable strength was nearly on par with that of the Hulk, who is famously known for demolishing all in the atmosphere beneath him. Regrettably for the Red Hulk, fate had dealt him a poor hand, leading him to confront the monstrous Yi-Bai. While the Red Hulk was undeniably powerful, he was no match for the even mightier Yi-Bai. Observing the Red Hulk springing from the ground, Yi-Bai dove from the sky, rapidly descending to confront the towering figure. With astonishing speed, he landed before the Red Hulk and delivered a powerful stomp, sending the massive creature crashing back to the earth with greater velocity than his initial leap. Yet, the Red Hulk quickly emerged from the crater, unscathed and exhibiting remarkable resilience to impact. The first thing he did upon rising was to unleash another series of furious roars directed at Yi-Bai, evidently unwilling to concede defeat. Chapter 72. In his furious state, the Red Hulk presented a fearsome presence, yet Yi-Bai merely found him bothersome. In truth, the Red Hulk's might was formidable, rivaling that of the Hulk himself. In the original narrative, he had even slain the abomination. In a certain sense, the Red Giant is indeed the Hulk's lifelong adversary. Regrettably, the spectacle of the Hulk battling the Red Giant will never again unfold, for Yi-Bai would not permit this foe to survive. Simultaneously, Tony soared to Yi-Bai's side and beheld the Red Giant Hulk below. "Is that General Ross?" Tony mused in surprise, noticing how the crimson figure resembled a former ally. But what did it matter? He was about to meet his demise. Yi-Bai spoke nonchalantly, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. Before Tony could react, he charged downward. The Red Giant, on high alert, readied himself for combat, fists clenched and poised to strike. However, Yi-Bai, in a moment of inspiration, chose not to engage in direct confrontation. Instead, he summoned a radiant white light with both hands, conjuring a rope composed of pure white energy, which he deftly hurled forth. This spectral rope ensnared the Red Giant with precision. Despite the creature's furious roars and the bulging of its muscles in a futile attempt to escape, it remained firmly bound. The Red Giant was utterly unable to break free, for this rope was a manifestation of Yi-Bai's white magic. Coincidentally, whether facing the Hulk, the Abomination, or the present Red Giant, their greatest nemesis was indeed magic. Much like the Kryptonians, the Red Giant possessed little resistance to magical forces. For a low magic resistance behemoth, attempting to extricate itself from the bindings of white magic was akin to a fool's errand. Observing that he had successfully ensnared the Red Giant, Yi-Bai seized the rope and began to swing it. The immense power rendered the Red Giant uncontrollable, unable to maintain its footing. Like a colossal meteor hammer in Yi-Bai's grip, its trajectory was entirely within his command. Yi-Bai continued to swing the Red Giant around before forcefully slamming it into the ground. This was not a battle. Rather, it was a display of mockery. The Red Giant's cries grew louder, yet it remained incapable of escaping its fate as a makeshift weapon. Under Yi-Bai's manipulation, it was repeatedly flung skyward, only to be smashed back down. After several iterations, while the Red Giant remained unscathed, its eyes burned with rage, clearly pushed to the brink. Nevertheless, Yi-Bai remained indifferent. He was merely toying with the Red Giant. Had he truly intended to strike a lethal blow, the Red Giant would have been dispatched long ago. Still not convinced. "Let us introduce some new tricks," Yi-Bai sneered, and with a swift tug on the rope, he drew the Red Giant towards him. As the Red Giant approached, Yi-Bai was poised, delivering a powerful punch to its grotesque visage. The Red Giant was sent crashing to the ground at a steep angle. This was not a confrontation. It was a derision of the opponent. In truth, Yi-Bai had never regarded the Red Giant as a rival. After enduring Yi-Bai's strike, the Red Giant could no longer claim to be unharmed. His teeth were shattered, blood staining his mouth. Although the sight was pitiful, Yi-Bai felt no sympathy whatsoever. Reflecting on the misdeeds of this individual, Yi-Bai believed he deserved his fate. Yet, he lacked the interest to prolong the torment. It was better to resolve the matter swiftly. With this thought, a black flame ignited in the palm of his hand, exuding an aura of dread. He casually hurled this flame toward the Red Giant. The black flame, animated as if it possessed life, traced an erratic path as it surged toward the towering figure. The Red Giant sensed the imminent danger, thrashing and roaring in a desperate attempt to break free from his bindings. However, the overwhelming disparity in power rendered his struggles futile. As the panic in the Red Giant's eyes intensified, the black flame ultimately made contact with him. In the next instant, the flame, initially the size of a spark, erupted dramatically, engulfing the Red Giant entirely, transforming him into a mere fireball. The moment the Red Giant was touched by the black flame, he emitted a wretched howl of agony, as if experiencing unimaginable torment. As the flames continued to consume him, his cries diminished until they were silenced entirely. In just a few blinks, the colossal Red Giant was completely incinerated, leaving no trace, no ashes, nothing but the void of death. After dispatching the Red Giant, Yi Bai's expression remained unchanged, while Tony's countenance reflected a complex mixture of emotions. He still admired Yi Bai, for he had once performed heroic deeds. Yet, Tony had gained a measure of clarity, recognizing that Yi Bai was not the superhero he had envisioned. He resembled more of a punisher, a figure who exacts retribution and wields violence against violence. Under Tony's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Bai approached him. "Return to Nick Fury and convey this. I do not wish to witness similar occurrences again. I do not seek their respect, but they ought to learn to fear me." With that, Yi Bai turned and departed, offering Tony no opportunity for response. This declaration also served as a reaffirmation of his stance to Nick Fury. He did not require Fury's reverence, nor did he desire to be seen as the world's savior. His only wish was to instill fear in humanity, for only through fear can restraint be achieved. This, indeed, is the requisite attitude humanity should adopt toward their deities. Divine grace is as vast as the sea, and divine might is akin to a prison. The thunder and rain from the divine are bountiful gifts. Yi Bai may occasionally extend a hand to humanity, but they cannot demand it. After all, this is not his home planet. It merely shares a name. It is hoped that, following the incident with the Red Giant, those human organizations will learn the proper attitude to adopt toward him, much like their counterparts across the way, the Superman. The human attitude towards superhumans is characterized by a profound respect intertwined with a palpable fear. It is this very fear that has instilled in humanity the understanding of how to honor these extraordinary beings. Otherwise, one can only imagine the challenges that the Avengers might face in the future. In fact, humanity has even enacted agreements to regulate superheroes, which directly precipitated the outbreak of civil war. Such is the nature of humanity. If fear is absent, they will inevitably succumb to greed. Yi Bai has departed, yet his words remain etched in Tony's mind. Learn to fear. Do you aspire to become a deity above all? Tony pondered, acutely aware of Yi Bai's resonant voice. For it is only in relation to the divine that humanity consistently harbors trepidation. Yi Bai undoubtedly possesses the prowess to ascend to godhood, subduing all dissenters as the god among mortals. "Jarvis, how goes the data collection?" Tony suddenly inquired of his artificial intelligence assistant. "The data on Lord Yi Bai has been fully compiled, sir. You may review it at your convenience." Jarvis's voice emanated from within the armor, audible solely to Tony. "Understood. Please transfer it to my laboratory shortly. The anti-divine armor project commences now," Tony declared, feeling a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. If one were not driven by madness, how could they entertain the notion of challenging a god? Nonetheless, it was imperative for Tony to undertake this endeavor. He required means of balance. Should Yi Bai, this god among men, ever be provoked by humanity, it would herald an inescapable catastrophe. He must prepare for this eventuality, even if the likelihood of such an occurrence seemed nearly non-existent. Unbeknownst to Tony Stark, he was unwittingly treading the path once traveled by another elder. Within the confines of the Pentagon, Nick Fury sat gravely before the unreliable man moments prior. He had elucidated Yi Bai's identity to the unreliable man. Upon learning that Yi Bai's spouse was Hela, the Asgardian goddess, the unreliable man nearly succumbed to shock. He had only just acquiesced to General Ross's plan. If General Ross were to succeed, humanity would be on the brink of annihilation. With this thought in mind, the unreliable man inquired of Nick Fury what was the outcome. Surely it did not devolve into the worst-case scenario. Despite his usual lack of reliability, the gravity of the situation had not escaped him. General Ross is deceased, slain by Yi Bai himself. Nick Fury had received Tony's response, his expression revealing a complex array of emotions. However, his countenance was so dark that it obscured any clear indication of his thoughts. Wonderful. That scoundrel had it coming. Now I can rest easy. The unreliable man exhaled in relief. Praise the heavens, humanity persists, and tomorrow we shall witness the sun rise once more. Yet soon, the unreliable man's true nature would be revealed. Such occurrences were never meant to transpire. Had you disclosed the true identity of Yi Bai, I would have utterly opposed General Ross's actions. This predicament is entirely your fault. Your concealment has led to the demise of General Ross. Upon ensuring that he would see the sun rise again, Mr. Unreliable began to employ his traditional tactic of shifting blame. He intended to place the burden of General Ross's misfortune upon Nick Fury. After hearing his words, Nick Fury simply rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Are you speaking sensibly? If it weren't for your betrayal of General Ross, would he have gallivanted into danger so recklessly? The reason you were not informed of the truth lies solely in your inherent unreliability. Today's revelation could very well find its way to Twitter tomorrow, broadcasting it to the world." Of course, Nick Fury refrained from articulating these thoughts, as he still hoped Mr. Unreliable would grant him a substantial sum of money. "The matter has been resolved, so I shall take my leave," Nick Fury declared, rising to depart. As if struck by a sudden thought, he paused and turned to Mr. Unreliable with a warning. "In dealing with Yi Bai, we must learn to tread cautiously. I hope you remember my words today." With that, Nick Fury turned and exited, leaving Mr. Unreliable to converse with himself. To have the king of Asgard as a spouse, what a fortunate fellow. If only I were so lucky. Alas, such a monumental secret cannot be broadcasted on Twitter, otherwise, it would surely garner countless likes. By the way, I also have a beautiful daughter. I wonder if there is a chance for her to connect with Yi-Bai. Perhaps, in due time, I shall gift him a house, believing that he will become my friend. Who knows, he might even assist me in arranging a trip to Asgard. Clearly, Mr. Unreliable paid no heed to Nick Fury's admonition and instead pondered how to cultivate a better rapport with Yi-Bai. This is typical of a businessman's mindset. But it is hardly surprising. He was a businessman before ascending to the presidency. Moreover, he remained as notoriously unreliable as ever. After resolving the matter with the Red Giant, Yi-Bai returned to the estate. The soldiers who had accompanied General Ross had completely withdrawn, and even the unfortunate soldier's body had been taken away by his comrades. Upon entering the house, Yi-Bai discovered Hela, donning an apron like an ordinary earthling, preparing breakfast. Have you settled everything? Hela inquired, though her focus remained entirely on the frying pan containing eggs. Just a minor inconvenience, easily resolved, Yi-Bai replied, dismissing the Red Giant incident as merely a trivial episode in the daily routine, insignificant even compared to Hela's foray into the kitchen. During those 3 months in Asgard, one could only wonder if Hela had developed a newfound enthusiasm for cooking or if other factors were at play, as she seemed quite enamored with culinary pursuits. An obsession with culinary arts may be excusable, yet the craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. Even the simplest task of frying an egg can result in a charred lump of carbon. This transcends mere culinary misadventures. It is akin to a dish of demise. One cannot help but wonder if it is a matter of intrinsic talent, for despite Hela's formidable abilities, she remains utterly incapable of mastering the humble skill of cooking. Each time her mind insists that she has grasped the concept, her hands betray her, rendering her efforts futile. With such a pupil, Yi-Bai finds himself questioning whether his own culinary skills have diminished. However, Hela has indeed made strides. From her initial creations being inedible to her current offerings being merely unpleasant, the improvement is noteworthy. Yet, paradoxically, Yi-Bai perceives the outcome as more dismal. Inedible fare crafted by Hela is discarded without a second thought, sparing Yi-Bai's palate. Conversely, when she produces particularly distasteful dishes, it becomes a form of torment. Yi-Bai's senses have been honed to an exquisite degree, with taste being no exception. The heightened appreciation for delectable cuisine is what draws him to the kitchen, becoming addicted to his own culinary creations. Yet, when faced with Hela's cooking, the same heightened sense of taste brings forth a despairing experience. He even entertains the notion that one day, he might succumb to the torture of her food, thus triggering the revival of an ancient cataclysmic attribute, rendering him immune to the horrors of dark cuisine. However, that goal remains a distant aspiration, and the suffering Yi-Bai must endure is far from complete. Soon, Hela triumphantly presented her meticulously fried egg upon the table, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she urged Yi-Bai to sample her creation. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He longed to refuse, yet the eagerness in her gaze rendered him speechless. With a resolute bite, he steeled himself and swallowed a piece of the egg. It was overwhelmingly salty. Despite the turmoil within, Yi-Bai maintained a fa of good cheer, nodding in approval towards Hela. Well done, there is progress, he managed, recalling how just yesterday, she had marred a simple egg with an excessive amount of devilishly spicy sauce. Who could fathom why she would choose such an ingredient for a humble fried egg?